A magnificent awakening center sits in the heart of the city's most bustling area. At this moment, the entrance is already teeming with people. Countless young men and women lined up in long queues, their eyes fixed on the inside, their faces filled with anticipation and unease. Zhao Yun, standing in the crowd, was equally nervous. This awakening would directly determine his future. This is an era where everyone is a lord. 300 years ago, an unprecedented catastrophe struck Earth, with countless monsters and monstrous beasts appearing all over the world, slaughtering humans and destroying cities. Despite humanity's desperate resistance, all their firearms were rendered ineffective by some mysterious force, leaving them with no choice but to retreat in defeat. Just when all of humanity was plunged into despair, a huge stone tablet fell from the sky, bringing humanity the miraculous power to awaken a lord. Lords can manage their territories and bring the resources gathered there back to Earth. Both the army and the territorial resources can be used to slay monsters and rebuild cities. Since then, under the leadership of their lords, nations have gradually launched counterattacks and built one safe city after another, leading to the relatively stable situation the world enjoys today. Everyone has the opportunity to awaken as a lord upon turning 18. After a successful awakening, one can randomly select a territory, recruit troops, develop power, acquire rare resources, and master extraordinary power. And in reality, they gain wealth, power, and status. But if they fail to awaken, they can only live as ordinary people for the rest of their lives, with no chance to turn their lives around. Today was the day Zhao Yun participated in the awakening. He said to his family who had accompanied him, "Dad, Mom, Sister, I'll leave you here. I'll go in first." Zhao Yun took a deep breath, passed through the security check with his identification information, and stepped through the gate. Facing a moment that could change his destiny, it was impossible for him not to be nervous. "Brother! Keep it up! Don't put too much pressure on yourself, son! It's okay to fail!" Zhao Yun turned around and saw his parents and sister waving vigorously at him. Looking at his parents' slightly aged faces and his younger sister's innocent and bright smile, Zhao Yun felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He grinned and raised his hand in response. When he turned his gaze forward again, his steps were noticeably more firm, and he secretly vowed to succeed. Following the passage forward, and after passing through 2 more identity verification checkpoints, Zhao Yun finally entered the awakening hall. A blue sphere of light, about 10 meters in diameter, floated in the center of the hall. Hundreds of young people, with their eyes closed, hovered inside the sphere, clearly in the awakening stage. Around the blue sphere of light, a dense crowd of peers gathered, all of whom, like Zhao Yun, were young people waiting to awaken. Some people would occasionally look up at the sphere of light, muttering something under their breath. Others would stand in small groups, discussing quietly, and the entire hall was filled with a tense and oppressive atmosphere. Zhao Yun spotted several classmates in the crowd, but instead of greeting them, he found a corner against the wall and quietly closed his eyes to rest. The success rate of awakening is closely related to the strength of one's mental power, and is also slightly affected by the state at the time of awakening. He only has one chance, so he must try his best to get himself into the best possible condition to maximize the success rate of awakening. The next batch of awakeners, those whose awakening numbers end in the last 6 digits, 10,365 to 10514, please proceed to the center of the hall to assemble. Upon hearing the announcement, Zhao Yun abruptly opened his eyes. The last 6 digits of his awakening number were 10,366. Zhao Yun took a deep breath, suppressing all the chaotic emotions in his heart, and walked calmly towards the center of the hall. The following process was not complicated. After counting the number of people and completing the final identity verification, this group of people awaiting awakening entered the blue sphere of light one by one. The moment Zhao Yun stepped into the sphere of light, he immediately felt a strong sense of weightlessness, as if he were falling into water. Immediately afterwards, he felt his body enveloped by some kind of liquid. The liquid seemed to contain strange energy, which quickly made him feel dizzy, and his eyelids grew heavier and heavier. He didn't know how much time had passed when Zhao Yun opened his eyes again. The moment he saw the scene before him, His heart seemed to skip a beat. Because at this moment, he was actually floating in the vast starry sky. And in front of him, an incredibly huge and magnificent planet was quietly floating there. The teacher said that if you see a special vision during the awakening process, it means that you have successfully awakened. The teacher also said that lords might see their own territory when they awaken, but why is there only this one planet in front of me? It can't be that this is my territory, can it? Thinking of this, Zhao Yun couldn't help but chuckle self-deprecatingly. The nation has a very generous reward system based on the size of the territory a lord gains after awakening. Once the size of a territory is determined, it can never be expanded or changed. The amount of territory acquired determines the future potential and represents the upper limit of one's strength. As long as the territory area reaches 10,000 square meters, you can receive a one-time national level 3 subsidy, a reward of 1 million yuan. Going further up, if the territory area reaches 100,000 square meters, one can obtain the national level 2 subsidy qualification and be rewarded with 10 million yuan. The national level subsidies are even more astonishing. The lord himself can receive a reward of 100 million, and his family members will be taken to the capital and enjoy the same treatment as national level officials. Of course, the requirements for the first level subsidy are the most stringent, requiring a territory area of over 1 million square meters. To date, only 2 people have met this standard. One of them has long since become the strongest in the country, making countless contributions to resisting monstrous beasts and natural disasters, and is a true pillar of the nation. Just as Zhao Yun was fantasizing about whether he could one day reach such heights, a neutral, emotionless voice suddenly rang in his mind. Congratulations! You have obtained a unique initial territory, Planet 0. Total territory area, 10 billion square kilometers. Territory rank, SSSSSSSS. In that instant, Zhao Yun's eyes widened in shock. The total area of the territory. 10 billion square kilometers? If he weren't certain that there was nothing wrong with his ears, he would have even suspected that he was hallucinating. The Earth's total surface area is only 500 million square kilometers, so my territory is 20 times the size of the Earth? Once a lord's territory is acquired, it cannot be expanded or changed. Generally speaking, the larger the territory, the higher its potential and upper limit. Given the size of my territory, just how high can my potential and ceiling be? And this SSSSSSSS rating, isn't that a bit too exaggerated? Even the strongest lord in our country only has an A-level territory rating. But now, it's 9 S-level territories? Zhao Yun murmured to himself, his expression gradually shifting from disbelief to ecstatic joy at accepting reality. Because after that voice rang out, he could feel with absolute clarity that there was some kind of close connection between himself and the magnificent planet in front of him. This also means that it's only a matter of time before he becomes a top-tier lord. Zhao Yun's heart was instantly filled with immense joy. He couldn't help but burst into laughter, and then a clear plan quickly took shape in his mind. He would first collect the highest national subsidy to ensure his family could live a better life. Next, enter the territory to collect resources, build and upgrade the territory, and recruit countless powerful troops to build an invincible army. He will gradually become the strongest lord in the world and rule this era. After calming down, as Zhao Yun continued to feel that strange connection, a strong urge gradually welled up in his heart, and he wished he could enter that planet immediately. No, no! Zhao Yun quickly shook his head to keep himself clear-headed. When a lord enters the territory for the first time, a 7-day survival period will begin. Before that, I must go back and tell my parents and sister the good news. Zhao Yun's parents and sister, like other family members, waited outside the gates of the Lord Awakening Center. One group after another of young people who had completed the awakening ceremony emerged from the gates. Most of them emerged with sorrowful faces, some even bursting into tears upon seeing their loved ones. Only a very few wore smiles and eagerly shared the good news with their families as soon as they came out. Mom! I did it! I awakened successfully! 570 square meters! I'm a lord now! Really? Son! You're amazing! Zhou's father looked at the mother and son who were embracing tightly and celebrating excitedly not far away, his eyes filled with envy. Don't worry, our son is no worse than anyone else, Zhou's mother said confidently. But Zhou's father noticed that her right hand, which was holding the water bottle, was trembling slightly. Another half-hour passed in agonizing anticipation. Another group of young people emerged from the gate. As before, Mr. and Mrs. Zhou immediately focused their attention, their eyes scanning the crowd. Suddenly, Zhou's father raised his arms high and shouted, Son! Over here! Dad! Zhao Yun immediately rushed to meet him. Brother, how did it go? Did it work? Zhou Huan, the younger sister, asked impatiently. Yes. Looking at the excited yet nervous eyes of his parents and sister, Zhou Yun nodded emphatically. Zhou's mother immediately grabbed his hand, her voice trembling. You succeeded? You really succeeded? Yes. I'm a lord now. Zhou Yun nodded again, a slight soreness welling up in his eyes. I succeeded. Good. Zhou's father raised his rough, calloused hand and patted Zhou Yun's shoulder forcefully. Good. The usually strong Zhou's father's eyes were now red with tears. Let's go! He laughed loudly. Let's buy a pound of beef and a fish, and celebrate properly today. At the dinner table, Zhou's father, who had been sober for nearly 20 years, got completely drunk this time. Good, son, on the way. Several times I wanted to ask your mother, but she wouldn't let me. But I just want to know, how big is your territory? You rascal! Zhou's mother immediately straightened her face. You start talking nonsense after just a few drinks. Isn't it enough that Zhao Yun has successfully awakened? Why ask so many questions? After saying that, she picked up another piece of beef with her chopsticks and put it into Zhou Yun's bowl, saying gently, Don't mind your dad, eat your meat. Zhou Yun smiled and said, It's alright. I know you haven't asked because you're afraid my territory is too small and it will hurt my pride. But actually, the territory I acquired is not small at all. On the contrary, it's astonishingly large. Look. Father Zhou slammed his hand on the table, laughing drunkenly. I told you. How could my offspring be any less than perfect? Look at you, so capable, Zhou's mother said with a laugh. Zhou Yun's words finally put her mind at ease. After all, the gap between lords is also enormous. If a lord obtains too small a territory, or if the territory is of poor quality, his future situation may not be much better than that of an ordinary person. After Zhou Yun came out of the awakening center, he didn't immediately reveal the size of his territory, so his parents assumed that the territory he had awakened was not ideal. To protect Zhou Yun's pride, they never pressed him for details. Little did he know, Zhou Yun didn't say it out loud, firstly because he felt it was too ostentatious, and secondly because this ridiculously exaggerated territory still felt unreal to him. If he hadn't been able to clearly feel the connection between himself and Planet Zero, he might have even suspected that it was all just an absurd dream. Brother, how big is your territory exactly? Zhou Huan blinked and cautiously guessed. It can't be 1,000 square meters, can it? Too small, guess bigger. Zhou Yun shook his head with a smile. Zhou Huan's eyes widened immediately. Could it be 10,000 square meters? Haha, still too small, be bolder. At this point, Zhou's mother couldn't sit still any longer. 10,000 square meters is considered small? That's already at the national level 3 subsidy standard. Haha. Zhou's father took a big gulp of wine, his expression full of pride. You guys still have too little experience. How could I not know what my son is capable of? I'll give you a number, 100,000 square meters. Perhaps because he was too excited, he even spoke more fluently than before. However, Zhou Yun still shook his head. Dad, he's still too young. Too young? Zhou's father suddenly stood up, causing the chair to crash to the ground. Son, don't scare your dad. 100,000 square meters was just a number he blurted out while drunk. But Zhou Yun still said it was too small. Zhou Yun couldn't help but laugh. He looked at his parents and sister, his expression gradually becoming serious. You might not believe it, but what I'm about to tell you is... The territory I've acquired this time is an entire planet. The total area of the territory is 10 billion square kilometers. 10 billion square kilometers? Zhou Huan, a third grader, was completely dumbfounded and started counting on her fingers. As for her parents, their expressions froze. Then, Ha! You little rascal, you actually dare to joke with your old man. Mr. Zhou straightened his chair and plopped back down. Mrs. Zhou just smiled and shook her head. Clearly, they didn't believe him at all. Even if Zhou Yun said he owned 1,000,000 square meters, or even 10 million square meters of land, they would believe him without hesitation. But what exactly does 10 billion square kilometers mean? The total surface area of the entire Earth is only 500 million square kilometers. Zhou Yun sighed helplessly. He had known all along that this wouldn't be easy for anyone to accept. After all, even he, as someone who had experienced it firsthand, was still immersed in a strong sense of unreality. Okay, I'll tell you the truth, Zhou Yun said, feigning helplessness. The territory I awakened is 1.3 million square meters. Chapter 2 Entering the Territory. Are you sure it's 1.3 million square meters? Father Zhou put down his wine glass, his expression turning serious. Yes, I'm sure. You weren't joking with Dad this time? Zhou's father leaned forward slightly, staring intently at Zhao Yun, as if trying to find a flaw in his expression. No. Hearing Zhao Yun's still unwavering answer, silence fell over the dinner table once again. Ugh! Zhou's mother suddenly raised her hand to cover her face and began to sob softly. Look at you! Zhou's father gently patted her back, smiling as he comforted her. This is clearly a joyous occasion. Why are you crying? Zhou's mother hastily wiped her eyes, stubbornly saying. Who's crying? I'm clearly laughing. My son has made something of himself. I'm just happy. At this moment, Zhou Huan stared blankly at Zhao Yun and whispered. Brother, 1.3 million square meters of territory, doesn't that meet the national first-level subsidy standard? If nothing unexpected happens, it should be. Zhao Yun nodded with a smile. His family's financial situation wasn't good to begin with, and in order to give Zhao Yun a better chance of becoming a lord, they had almost emptied all their savings. Her younger sister, Zhou Huan, also sacrificed a lot in this matter. From childhood to adulthood, the clothes she wore were basically hand-me-downs from Zhao Yun. Most of the toys she played with were ones that Zhao Yun had already played with. Even the school bag she used to carry was an old model that Zhao Yun had carried before. Zhao Yun never said these things aloud, but she always felt indebted to her younger sister. But now, everything will be different. As long as they receive the national level subsidy, their family's life will be completely transformed. That's a subsidy of 100 million yuan. Even if the whole family does nothing from now on, it will be enough for them to live a life free from worries about food and clothing. Quick, quick! Where's my phone? Zhou's mother suddenly looked around anxiously. Such great news! We must tell Teacher Huang right away. Of course. Zhou's father handed her the phone, smiling as he said, Our son has always received a lot of help from Teacher Huang. Inside the Qinghe High School office, Huang Shiguang sat at his desk, his gaze fixed on his phone. From the moment the awakening hall opened until now, he had maintained almost the same posture, solely to receive good news from his students as soon as possible. Most of the day had passed, and the results should have been coming out by now. However, his phone hadn't rung once. What bothered him even more was that he was the only one of the 6 teachers in the office in this situation. The other 5 teachers were receiving good news from time to time about their students successfully awakening as lords. This made Huang Shiguang feel particularly bad. Don't be too sad, Lao Huang. The head of the grade walked to his side, patted him on the shoulder, and comforted him. Whether the awakening can be successful depends on strength on one hand, and luck on the other. Bad luck, there's really nothing I can do. Don't be fooled by the fact that my class produced 7 lords this year. It's just that we were a little lucky. Huang Shiguang felt even more frustrated. The head of the grade had never gotten along with him. This wasn't comforting him at all. It was clearly a deliberate attempt to show off and mock him. Normally, Huang Shiguang would have retorted without hesitation. But now, he didn't even have the confidence to argue back. Buzz buzz. Just then, the phone on the table suddenly vibrated. Huang Shiguang reached for the phone like lightning, glancing at the caller ID. Zhou Yun's mother! His breathing quickened instantly. Zhou Yun! The top student in this year's grade. And his most valued student. This call must be for good news. Huang Shiguang immediately answered, and Zhou's mother's excited voice came through. Teacher Huang! Thanks to your dedicated guidance over the past 3 years, my son Zhou Yun has successfully awakened. Successfully? Huang Shiguang jumped up. Great! That's wonderful! How big is the territory? What's the quality like? Zhou's mother's tone was even more delighted. As for the territory, he said it's 1.3 million square meters, and the quality. 1.3 million square meters? Huang Shiguang suddenly shouted, startling the great head who was eavesdropping nearby so much that he almost dropped his water cup. Zhou's mother was clearly taken aback by his reaction, and after a moment she said, Yes, he said it himself, so it can't be wrong. Ha ha! Huang Shiguang threw his head back and laughed, almost maniacally. It can't be wrong! Absolutely not wrong! Zhou Yun never lies! He said it's 1.3 million square meters, so it must be 1.3 million square meters. He's met the national first-class subsidy standard. Looking at the entire history of the country, with such a large territory, he can definitely rank in the top 3. Top 3. Don't worry. I'm his homeroom teacher, and it's my duty to help him apply for the subsidy. I'll get all the paperwork done as quickly as possible. After hanging up the phone, Huang Shiguang realized that all the teachers in the office had gathered around him. Several even came from outside the office. Old Huang, is this for real? 1.3 million square meters? Zhao Yun from your class? Such an outrageous territory size, if it's true, he'll definitely be a pillar of the nation in the future. Oh my god, I'm so envious! The combined territories of the 5 lords in my class aren't even as big as his. The great head, all smiles, approached and said, Old Huang, applying for subsidies is such a troublesome matter, why not let me handle it? You've been working hard these past few days, as the great head, I can help you out a bit. No need, thank you. Huang Shiguang smiled proudly, picked up his phone and coat, and walked outside. Applying for subsidies is both a duty and a right of a homeroom teacher. Moreover, it's an unparalleled honor. He'd have to be out of his mind to hand over such an honor to someone else. The application process for the subsidy wasn't complicated, but the administrative center was always packed with people, often requiring long queues. Normally, even if Huang Shiguang was in a hurry, he could only patiently wait. But today... Excuse me, could you move aside? I need to help a student apply for a national-level subsidy. Upon hearing this, everyone around immediately showed respect and made way for him. Even the staff at the service window were incredibly efficient. According to the laws of the Great Han Kingdom, anyone who falsifies or misrepresents information in a subsidy application will be sentenced to at least 10 years in prison. Furthermore, this is just a subsidy application. Whether or not the subsidy will actually be received depends on subsequent on-site verification. Therefore, no one would be so bored as to deliberately submit false subsidy applications. The entire application process was completed in less than 5 minutes. At 4:30 p.m. that day, Huang Shiguang arrived at Zhao Yun's home. Accompanying him were a group of leaders from Qinghe City, including the city lord. Zhou's parents had never met such important figures before, and were momentarily overwhelmed with excitement. To their surprise, these important figures were extremely kind and approachable, treating them like friends in their words and actions. That night, Zhao Yun held the testing crystal in his hand, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Today, the city lord personally came to my door, firstly to deliver the highest grade lord's survival kit, and secondly to hand over this testing crystal. Words alone are insufficient. His claim of owning 1.3 million square meters of territory is meaningless. He must bring the testing crystal into the territory for on-site measurement to confirm his claim. The subsidy application is just one step away from completion. Once Zhao Yun brings back the test crystals proving the territory's area is accurate, they'll receive the subsidy. And once the subsidy arrives, their entire family's life will undergo a dramatic transformation. In addition, upon their first entry into the territory, lords will immediately begin a 7-day survival period. During this period, lords cannot return to Earth. And tomorrow is the day when all newly appointed lords will enter the territory. What could be waiting for me on such a huge planet? Filled with anticipation, Zhao Yun gradually drifted off to sleep. The next morning at 7 o'clock. After saying goodbye to his family, Zhao Yun began connecting to his territory on time. Whoosh! With a flash of white light, after a brief period of dizziness, he completely lost consciousness. Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh dash! With a soft, adorable cry, Zhao Yun slowly regained consciousness. The instant he regained consciousness, he abruptly opened his eyes, immediately stood up, and retreated, assuming a defensive posture. A lord is often most vulnerable when first entering a territory. Although the initial entry usually doesn't present much danger, it's always better to be cautious. As it turned out, his vigilance was clearly unnecessary. What appeared before him were dozens of clumps of various colors, smooth and round, jelly. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! They bounced on the ground, their large, dark eyes blinking incessantly, seemingly filled with curiosity about Zhao Yun, this suddenly appearing creature. Scan! Zhao Yun raised his hand and cast a skin spell on them. The skin spell is one of the basic skills that automatically activates when a lord enters their territory. Through this skill, one can view a large amount of information about the target. Beep! With a soft sound, the detection results appeared on a transparent panel visible only to Zhao Yun. Name, Water Attribute Slime Status, Wild Category, Monster Item Rank, F Level, 3 Strength Talent, Water Element Affinity, Immune to Water Attribute Damage, Continuously Attracts Water Elemental Gathering. So weak. Zhao Yun immediately lowered his guard. All attributes were 1, and coupled with the description, he was basically unprepared for these slimes. However, at the same time, his expectations for the quality of this territory also decreased considerably. Territory rank is closely related to territory size and the levels of living and non-living things within it. Although Planet Zero has 9 S-rank ratings, Zhao Yun now has reason to suspect that these ratings might all come from its ridiculously large territory size. After all, he had just entered the territory and was met with a bunch of pushovers with only one attribute in each stat. If these slimes were considered as the initial militia, their future development speed was almost unimaginable. Just as Zhao Yun was pondering, that familiar, neutral voice rang in his mind again. "Respected Lord, welcome to your territory, Planet Zero. Upon first entering your territory, you will begin a 7-day adaptation period. During this period, you will not be able to leave your territory. 10 basic militia conversion charms have been distributed to the Lord's space. Basic militia conversion charms. Upon use, there is a basic probability of converting the target into a militia member. The weaker the target's resistance, the higher the conversion probability. Information function is now available. You can view your personal and territory information through the information function. The Lord's Circle function is now open, allowing you to communicate with other lords within the circle. The shop function is now open, allowing you to purchase necessary items or recycle resources." After the series of prompts ended, Zhao Yun felt little emotional. Every lord would go through this. It had already been taught in detail in school. The most important of these was the basic militia conversion talisman, the foundation for a lord to expand and develop their territory. A faint light flashed, and a grayish-white talisman appeared between Zhao Yun's fingers. He looked at the colorful slimes of various attributes before him, hesitated for a moment, and then put the militia conversion talisman away. The territory gained after a lord's awakening was like a chaotic fiefdom bestowed by an emperor. Although the territory belongs to the lord, he needs to develop it step by step to truly control it. The 10 militia conversion talismans in the early stages are crucial, and the value of each one must be maximized. "Let's take another look." Zhao Yun shook his head slightly and walked eastward. Converting them into militia as quickly as possible to initially enhance the Lord's combat power is the first rule of a Lord's survival. However, the slimes are simply too weak. Even if they are successfully converted into militia, it won't bring Zhao Yun much of a boost to his combat power. Planet Zero was teeming with life, with all sorts of plants everywhere. Zhao Yun slowly made his way along the forest path, gripping the military dagger he had taken from his Lord's survival kit, remaining constantly vigilant. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! To Zhao Yun's surprise, the group of slimes hopped and skipped after him. He walked forward, and they followed. He stopped, and they stopped immediately. This made Zhao Yun somewhat amused and exasperated. However, he didn't chase them away. Firstly, these little creatures were indeed quite cute. Secondly, they possessed a strong sense of danger and might even provide Zhao Yun with some warnings. After walking for 2 or 3 minutes, the slimes seemed to sense something and quickly hid to the side. Some of them even lowered their voices and kept chirping at Zhao Yun, as if reminding him to hide as well. Although Zhao Yun didn't find anything unusual, he chose to trust the native inhabitants of the territory, and quickly hid behind a large tree, concealing his presence. Only then did he hear a faint, whooshing sound coming from afar. It seemed to be the breathing sound of some creature sleeping. A sense of anticipation rose in Zhao Yun's heart. If it were a powerful creature, it certainly meant danger, but it also represented a rare opportunity. If he could convert it into militia, he could significantly boost his own fighting strength. Furthermore, the strength of a creature largely determined the development potential of a territory. Surely you can't really expect to raise a bunch of slimes to the point of being able to destroy the world? Zhao Yun tiptoed and slowly approached the direction from which the sound came. Soon, he saw the source of the sound. It was a giant bear fast asleep, its entire body covered in golden fur. It was about 3 meters long, and even just lying there, it still exuded a strong sense of oppression. Zhao Yun raised his hand and cast a detection spell, and the giant bear's information immediately appeared before him. Name: Xian-Tu Bear. Status: Wild. Category: Monster. Item rank: B. Level 2. Strength: 26. Stamina: 33. Intelligence: 4. Spirit: 5. Speed: 17. Talent: Heavy. Reduces damage taken by 20%. Skill: Chain Palm Strike, continuously strikes with bare paws, dealing damage to the target. Description: a gentle bear-like monster. It will not attack unless attacked. Except for fish and honey. B-rank monsters. Zhao Yun was overjoyed. When he first entered the territory and saw a group of F-rank slimes, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He didn't expect things to turn around so quickly. FEDCBA. In the territory of a lord, usually only F, E, and D-rank creatures would appear. Only a small number of territories of decent quality have the potential to give birth to creatures of rank D or higher. As for rank B creatures, they only appear in a very limited number of top-tier territories. and the owners of those top-tier territories, as far as Zhao Yun knows, are almost all ranked among the top 1,000 of the world's lords, truly super powerful individuals. Thinking this, Zhao Yun's eyes brightened even more. He shouted, "Go!" The militia conversion talisman in his hand immediately transformed into a stream of light and shot towards the sleeping Xian-Tu bear. Most creatures have the lowest resistance when they are asleep, which is the best time to use the conversion talisman. Buzz! A gray light instantly enveloped the Xian-Tu bear. Just 2 seconds later, the light abruptly contracted and disappeared into its body. Congratulations! You have successfully transformed the Xian-Tu bear into a militiaman. The Xian-Tu bear groggily opened its eyes, first looking at its chubby paws, then at Zhao Yun approaching, clearly still confused about what had happened. Zhao Yun stood in front of it and extended his right hand. Shake hands! The Xian-Tu bear let out a soft cry and obediently raised its right paw, gently placing it on Zhao Yun's hand. It couldn't understand Zhao Yun's words, but it understood the meaning and instinctively felt close to him. Then, it squatted down in front of Zhao Yun and rubbed its large head against him. Zhao Yun hugged it, a smile spreading across his face. Knowing something is one thing, but experiencing it firsthand reveals just how wondrous the connection between a lord and a militiaman truly is. Looking at its honest and simple appearance, Zhao Yun said, "You're my first partner. From now on, I'll call you Xiongde Big Bear." The Xian-Tu bear, still puzzled, nodded and said, At that moment, various colorful slimes of different attributes nearby jumped over, squinting and bouncing around as if celebrating Zhao Yun's success. Zhao Yun was in high spirits. Since arriving in this world, he had not only encountered no danger, but his journey had been unexpectedly smooth. The B-rank Xian Earth Bear was actually defeated by a basic militia conversion talisman. The rest was much simpler. He took an axe from his lord's survival bag, handed it to Bear Big, and demonstrated the tree-chopping action a few times. "Bear Big, go chop down a tree and come back." Xiongde had never used an axe before, but after Zhao Yun demonstrated, it actually took the axe, stood up, and chopped down at the nearest big tree. Bang! A cut about 1 centimeter deep appeared on the tree trunk, but the axe blade also chipped open on the spot. Zhao Yun was stunned. After awakening as a lord, he possessed a lord's space of 1 cubic meter. To survive the first 7 days, every lord would fill it with supplies in advance. The top-tier survival kit the city lord gave him was filled with exquisite items. This axe looked ordinary, but it represented the highest level of craftsmanship on Earth. But now, it shattered after just 1 chop? Zhao Yun immediately realized something was wrong and cast the detection spell on the inconspicuous tree. Name: Green Plains for grade. See shop buyback price. 20 gold coins. Zhao Yun was immediately surprised. He had originally thought that this kind of tree, which could be found everywhere, was at most C-grade wood, suitable for building basic structures. Who would have thought that any random tree would be a C-rank precious wood? As far as he knew, even a single piece of C-rank wood could fetch a 6-figure price on Earth. And such trees were everywhere he looked. Zhao Yun's mind raced, and he used his detection spell on the surrounding rocks, flowers, and other trees. The result shocked him even more. These seemingly ordinary things were at least D-rank, with most being C-rank, and even some B-rank and A-rank. This was no ordinary forest. It was clearly a whole mountain of gold. At this moment, he finally understood why his territory was ranked 9 S-ranks. The sheer abundance of resources, coupled with the enormous area, certainly justifies this praise. However, a problem arises. No matter how many treasures there are, they still need to be harvested. Even a top-tier axe can't cut through all this timber. How is he supposed to chop it down? Thinking of this, Zhao Yun couldn't help but chuckle. This was probably a kind of rich man's troubles. Xiongde seemed to sense his thoughts, immediately throwing the axe aside, roaring, and slapping the green cedar tree. Bang! The trunk, as thick as 2 people could hug, shook violently, but didn't fall. Xiongde suddenly got excited and started slapping down with both hands. Bang 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 bang. After a full half-minute, green plain cedar finally couldn't take it anymore and collapsed to the ground with a crack. Zhao Yun immediately gave him a thumbs up. Amazing! Logging wood by hand without tools, truly befitting a B-rank dark earth bear. Although Xiongde was exhausted, he finally got his hands on the green plain cedar. However, using such precious timber directly to build basic structures is such a waste. Therefore, Zhao Yun turned his attention to the Lord's Circle. There, lords could not only communicate with each other but also exchange resources. Just because he didn't have ordinary timber didn't mean other lords didn't. Chapter 4: The Allure of Numbers. I'm stranded on a deserted island, and the only living thing on the island is me and a tree. How do I break this deadlock? I need help urgently. Start with a tree, then join the glorious evolution. Brothers, why is my little village full of old men and women? An elderly militia? Not bad. My territory is really a toilet, how am I supposed to develop? Brothers, 1,100 square meters of desert oasis, what's your opinion? Looking for a mentor. If you don't mind, I'm willing to become your godfather. Messages in the Lord's Circle were scrolling by rapidly. Zhao Yun read them for a while and found that most were requests for help and attempts to gain sympathy. Thinking about it, that made sense. Lords who were developing smoothly were busy building their territories and didn't have time to chat. Those who came to the Lord's Circle to speak were mostly dealing with problems in their territories. Zhao Yun didn't intend to chat idly. He directly posted the information about the Green Plains fur, along with his requirements. 1 Green Plains fur, trading for F-grade common timber. The message immediately caused an uproar in the Lord's Circle. What? C-grade treasure wood. You're trading this stuff now? Brother, are you crazy? Stop talking nonsense. If they're willing to sell, I'll offer 10 F-grade wood logs. 30 logs, let's be friends. Can I have a friend request, bro? Trading C-grade precious wood so casually, that's a real big shot. I can't even imagine the quality of their territory. Soon, Zhao Yun received hundreds of friend requests, and the number was still rising. He wasn't surprised. Everyone understood what it meant to have a C-grade treasure wood at the start. In any case, adding someone as a friend couldn't hurt. Zhao Yun selected a person named Liang Kun from the requests. The other party was the one who had offered 30 pieces of F-grade wood in the Lord's Circle. At Earth prices, 30 pieces of F-grade wood were worth about 150,000, which was equivalent to 1 C-grade green primrose. As soon as the friend request was accepted, Liang Kun immediately sent a message. 30 pieces of F-grade wood for your green primrose, is that okay? Zhao Yun replied with only 2 words. Okay. He initiated a trade casually. Once the green plain cedar was harvested, as the Lord, he could store it freely and trade it directly, which was very convenient. Liang Kun acted quickly as well, immediately placing 30 pieces of F-grade red oak. After confirmation, the transaction was completed. You lost 1 green wood and gained 30 red oak. The transaction ended, and Liang Kun sent another message. If you need to exchange timber in the future, come to me again. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Zhao Yun replied with okay. In another world, at a logging camp, Liang Kun sat atop a mountain of logs, his fingers gently tracing the newly acquired green plain cedar, his eyes brimming with excitement. This Zhao Yun, I don't know if he's genuinely stupid, or if he has too many resources. Trading C-grade timber in the early stages of construction, doesn't he know this is essential for building the hero's tavern later? At this point, he couldn't help but laugh. But it's fine, without such fools, how could I possibly take advantage? Once I collect 20, form a set, and upgrade my lord level to level 5 to unlock the blueprint, I can build the hero's tavern. Once the first hero is recruited, who can compete with me for the title of the first lord of this generation? After obtaining the red oak, Zhao Yun did not build on the spot. Instead, led by Xiongde, he came to a relatively open area. Although it was called open, it was actually only about 100 square meters. In this dense forest of tall trees, such a place is already a rare find. Continuing to explore further would not only waste time but also potentially encounter unknown dangers, making the cost-benefit ratio too low. Zhao Yun quickly made a decision. Let's stay here. He used the militia conversion station blueprints on the east side of the open space. A flash of golden light, and a pale golden building frame appeared on the ground. Next, all that was needed was to fill the frame with wood to speed up construction. This physically demanding work was naturally left to Xiongde. Master Xiong stood up, patted his chest as if to demonstrate his enthusiasm, then shouldered a piece of red oak and began working. After the first piece of wood was inserted, Zhao Yun saw the construction progress and estimated time. Construction progress, 5% estimated construction time, 20 minutes. Only 20 minutes? That fast? Zhao Yun was somewhat surprised, but quickly realized it made sense. Xiongde was a B-rank Xian Tu Xiong, with 26 points of strength at only level 3. His physical attributes far surpassed those of ordinary militiamen, so it was normal for him to be efficient. That's the charm of numbers. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The slimes seemed to want to help too, some jumping around the militia conversion station, others leaping around the red oak. Unfortunately, their stats were too low, even a dozen of them combined couldn't lift a single log. Just as Big Bear was about to lift a red oak, he saw this and actually put his paws on his hips, grinning as if mocking their overestimation of their abilities. With a whoosh, the slimes immediately slumped down, their eyes and brows drooping. Big Bear, Zhao Yun gently scolded, walking over to pet the slimes and comforting the little guys. Although they were weak, they were lively and adorable. If their stats were a little higher, he would really consider turning them into militia. Zhao Yun's reassurance was effective. The slimes quickly regained their spirits and bounced around him. 20 minutes later, a notification appeared. Congratulations, you have successfully constructed a Militia Conversion Center X1. Militia Conversion Center attracts nearby creatures of the same species and converts them into militia. You already have Xian-Tu Xiong Militia under your command. Do you wish to designate this Militia Conversion Center as the Xian-Tu Xiong Militia Conversion Center? Zhao Yun silently replied. Yes. The next moment, a cartoon Xian-Tu Xiong wooden sign was hung above the conversion center's gate. Zhao Yun nodded in satisfaction. Logging timber requires physical and mental effort, especially high-grade timber, which is even more strenuous. By trading timber, he can save a lot of labor and accelerate territory development. Exchanging C-grade timber may seem like a loss on the surface, but it is actually beneficial to him. As long as the Xian-Tu Xiong Militia Conversion Center is built early on, it can continuously attract Xian-Tu Xiong from the surrounding area, converting them into militia and further increasing the labor force. The snowball starts rolling from this moment. Most lords can't find suitable militia at the start, and even have to do the work themselves. Zhao Yun not only recruited B-rank Xian Earth Bears from the very beginning, but he would also have a continuous stream of Xian Earth Bears working for him. Compared to Zhao Yun, his development speed was many times faster. Just as Zhao Yun was envisioning the future, a sudden gust of wind arose, bending the surrounding trees. The newly built conversion facility also creaked and groaned. Xiongde seemed to sense something and immediately stood in front of Zhao Yun, growling repeatedly towards the north. The slimes were instantly blown away by the gale. Zhao Yun was startled. Judging from Xiongda's reaction, this was definitely not a naturally occurring wind, but rather from some powerful creature. And it was rapidly approaching. Chapter 5 The Divine Bird of the Blazing Sun. Screech! A loud bird cry pierced the sky. Zhao Yun looked up and saw a small red dot appear in the distance. The dot plummeted like a shooting star, reaching their heads in the blink of an eye. The next moment, a scorching wind swept around, causing the thick trees to creak and groan. Xiongde, despite digging its 4 paws into the ground, was pushed back repeatedly, carving 4 deep furrows in the earth. With Xiongde protecting it, Zhao Yun was unharmed, but the real crisis was just beginning. Less than 100 meters away in the treetops, a large, fiery red, and exceptionally majestic bird was coldly staring at them. Zhao Yun's pupils contracted. Just one glance at it sent a chill down his spine, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He had known for a while that if this territory had a B-rank Xian Earth Bear, there must be even higher-ranking beings, but he hadn't expected them to arrive so quickly. Detection technique. Given the bird's speed, he wouldn't escape if it really wanted to kill him. Since that's the case, at least he should die knowing why. Name: Fiery Sun Bird. Status: Wild. Category: Monster. Item rank: SSS level. Strength? Talent? Upon reading the information, Zhao Yun was deeply shocked. Except for a few items, the rest were all unverifiable question marks, indicating that the gap between the two sides was unimaginably vast. Even more terrifying was that its rank was SSS. The strongest known creature under a lord's command on Earth was only S rank. The king of the Calamity Beasts, who had wreaked havoc for 300 years, was only SS rank. But he had only been in the territory for a short time when he encountered the SSS level Fiery Sun Bird. Zhao Yun couldn't help but wonder, could a 9S level territory really breed 9S level creatures? Even the SS level Calamity Beasts on Earth could overwhelm the human army, so how terrifying would a 9S level creature be? Just as he was in shock, the Fiery Sun Bird suddenly let out a burp. A ball of flame spewed from its mouth, swelling with the wind, and in an instant, it burned a large area of the southern forest to ashes. Screech! After burping, the Fiery Sun Bird seemed to feel much better. It glanced at Zhao Yun again, then flapped its wings and took flight, disappearing westward like a fiery shooting star. Even long after it left, Zhao Yun was still shaken. It was so close. Even if the Fiery Sun Bird hadn't intended to kill him, if that blast of fire had been just a fraction off course, he would have been burned to ashes like those trees. Just then, the slimes came bounding back. They were all more or less injured, looking pitiful. A few fire elemental slimes suddenly jumped high, as if they had discovered something, and kept gesturing towards the scorched area to the south of the surrounding area. Zhao Yun tentatively asked, "You want me to go there and take a look?" The fire tribute slime immediately perked up and hopped ahead to lead the way. Zhao Yun and Xiongde followed, half believing and half doubting. Although they didn't know what was there, slimes were always wary. Since they dared to go, the risk must be low. Before long, they reached the edge of the scorched earth. The once lush forest had completely vanished, leaving only the black ground and lingering heat. Zhao Yun shook his head. Under such flames, even if there was anything there, it would probably have been burned to ashes long ago. The closer he got to the center, the higher the temperature became. Before he even got close, he was already drenched in sweat, and the ground beneath his feet felt like a red-hot iron plate, incredibly hot. The fire attribute slime knew he couldn't withstand it, so it didn't urge him on, but instead continued jumping forward. Although their stats weren't high, they were impervious to fire and heat. The environment here had almost no effect on them. They advanced a little further, until they were almost tiny red dots in Zhao Yun's eyes, then stopped and began to wriggle around on the ground. After a while, several slimes chirped excitedly and returned to Zhao Yun, each carrying a fiery red crystal. Zhao Yun looked at the crystal and asked, "You brought me here just to find this?" Whoosh! The fire attribute slime shoved the crystal into his palm. The moment Zhao Yun took it, he sensed something unusual and immediately used the detection spell. Name: Blazing Sun Crystal Grade. S. Description: a crystallized form of turbid fire within the Blazing Sun Divine Bird. It can be used as a one-time throwable item. Upon explosion, it deals 1000 fire damage per second to any area within range for 10 seconds. Shop recycling price: 200,000 gold coins. Zhao Yun broke out in a cold sweat after reading it. 1000 points of fire damage per second, lasting 10 seconds. Xiongde had 33 stamina points. Assuming health points were 10 times stamina, that's only 330 health points. Even Xiongde couldn't withstand this thing for more than a second. Zhao Yun immediately stored the Blazing Sun crystal into his lord's space. He felt uneasy even holding on to such a dangerous item for a moment longer. Looking at the fire tribute slimes, who were crammed in like children waiting for praise, Zhao Yun couldn't help but smile. These little guys had truly performed a great service this time. And for a qualified lord, clear rewards and punishments were the most basic requirement. Despite the limited resources, he decided to give them a small reward. Zhao Yun emptied his survival kit of anything that might interest fire-type individuals: a lighter, a flashlight, compressed biscuits, and energy jelly, laying them all out on the ground. He said, "Take whatever you like." Whoosh! The slimes stared at the strange pile of things, immediately puzzled, their eyes darting around in circles. Zhao Yun was a little disappointed, thinking they weren't interested. Just then, a fire tribute slime spotted the energy jelly, firmly extending its short limb and nodding at Zhao Yun. Whoosh! Chapter 6: You can level up by eating jelly? Did you choose jelly in the end? Zhao Yun smiled knowingly. Slimes are like jelly, soft and bouncy, so choosing this makes sense. He peeled open a jelly and held it up to a fire tribute slime. The little creature looked around first, then suddenly pounced and swallowed the jelly whole, shell and all, its body wriggling as if chewing. Pfft! The plastic shell was spat out, but the jelly was gone. The fire tribute slime squinted, seemingly enjoying it. The next second, its body began to glow faintly, and its original wounds quickly disappeared. Zhao Yun was stunned. He recognized that light all too well. It was clearly a sign of leveling up. But slimes always leveled up through battles. He'd never seen anything like this where eating a jelly made them stronger. To confirm, he immediately used a detection spell to take a look. Name: Fire Attribute Slime Status. Wild Category: Monster Item Rank: F Level, 4 Strength, 1 Stamina, 1 Intelligence, 2 Spirit, 1 Speed, 1. Sure enough, its level had indeed increased from 3 to 4. Zhao Yun's heart skipped a beat. When he first encountered these slimes, he had examined them all, and they were all level 3. But now, this one, which had eaten the energy jelly, had indeed leveled up. Is it really because of the jelly? Or was it already close to leveling up? He still couldn't quite believe it. After all, it was too outrageous. But outrageous as it was, the result before him couldn't be faked. So he peeled open the second jelly, ready to try again. Unexpectedly, another fire tribute slime suddenly pounced on him, shoved the jelly inside, and snatched it away. Zhao Yun was both amused and exasperated. He had originally planned to feed it to the level 4 slime to see if it could reach level 5, but this one had intercepted it halfway. However, it was also a good opportunity to observe. Not long after, the slime that had snatched the jelly also began to glow with a golden light indicating it had leveled up. It leveled up again! Zhao Yun's spirits lifted, and his detection skill quickly confirmed it. Then, he simply fed the same level 4 slime 3 jelly balls in a row. After the 3 balls were downed, the little guy's level skyrocketed to level 7, and it even let out a burp, looking like it wanted to eat but couldn't. Zhao Yun stared at it, a multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind. The slime's base stats were indeed low. As an F-rank monster, its growth rate was also low, gaining only 1 stat point per level. But its advantage lay in how easily it leveled up. 1 jelly, and it leveled up instantly, almost equivalent to exchanging 1 energy jelly for 1 stat point. A single energy jelly costs only 30 coins, a price that's not outrageous by any measure. If other lords knew about this exchange rate, they'd probably go crazy with envy. If he wanted, he could continuously send energy jellies into his territory, allowing these slimes to grow rapidly. His only limitations were the limited space he could carry Earth's supplies and the slime's small appetite. However, the same slime was already full after eating 4 jellies, and the digestion time was unclear. But regardless, he had found a way to rapidly increase his combat power. Since slimes can level up using jelly, he began to consider whether to continue building militia conversion centers to recruit slimes of all attributes. However, after careful consideration, he decided to temporarily abandon the idea. He just entered the territory, and his priority was to level up, unlock more building blueprints, and develop the land to secure his survival for the next 7 days. Even if he recruited slimes now, he wouldn't have enough energy jelly to power their upgrades. Therefore, he decided to stick to his original plan and build houses first. Both residential buildings and militia conversion centers are blueprints automatically obtained by level 1 lords. Militia conversion centers are responsible for converting militia members, increasing labor force. Residential buildings are key to maintaining loyalty. Militia members will lose loyalty if they are not well fed or have nowhere to rest. If their loyalty drops too low, they will either riot or desert. More importantly, once he has 1 house and 1 militia conversion station, he can level up to level 2 and unlock the blueprints for the lumberyard, mine, and granary. Houses also require 20 logs. Soon, Xiongde was again ordered by Zhao Yun to chop down trees. Asterisk crunch. Boom! Asterisk another cypress tree fell. After Zhao Yun collected the green cypress, he contacted Liang Kun again to complete the transaction. You lost 1 green cypress. You gained 30 red oak. With the transaction completed, Xiongde began building houses without any additional energy replenishment. 20 minutes later, the house was finally completed. Congratulations, you have successfully built 1 house. House restores militia health by +5 and loyalty by +5 every night. Capacity for militia 0 to 4. Almost simultaneously, Zhao Yun's body also lit up with an upgrade glow. Congratulations! You have completed the construction of 1 residential house and 1 militia conversion center, successfully upgrading to level 2. Congratulations! You have learned the skill, combat power synchronization. Your lord's space has been expanded. Lumber mill blueprint, mine blueprint, and granary blueprint have been unlocked. Zhao Yun's spirits lifted, and he immediately checked his personal attributes. Name, Zhao Yun, age 18, status, Lord, level 2, strength 7, stamina 6, intelligence 8, spirit 17, speed 7, common skills, detection, combat synchronization. Blueprint skill, residential buildings, militia conversion center subordinates, 1 Black Earth Bear territory buildings, 1 residential building, 1 militia conversion center, Black Earth Bear. He then clicked on Power Synchronization, and the skill description popped up. Power Synchronization. Select any subordinate resident and synchronize their attributes to the Lord. Cooldown 5 days. Finally, I have some ability to protect myself. Zhao Yun sighed softly, then used the combat synchronization technique on Xiongde. In an instant, a strong life force and power surged into his body, making him feel refreshed. Before he could fully adjust, the various slimes playing in the distance suddenly ran towards him in a panic. There was a commotion in the jungle behind them, and then 3 giant cauliflowers burst out. Chapter 7 The New Militia. Though called cauliflower, it was actually an unknown creature. They had hands and feet, but their bodies and heads were almost identical to the cauliflower Zhao Yun knew. Whoosh! A water attribute slime cried out, dodging the giant mouth. Zhao Yun then realized that these cauliflowers actually wanted to eat the slime. How could this be allowed? The slime was the first creature he encountered after arriving in this world, and it had even helped him. Moreover, it was a resident he planned to bring into his territory in the future. Big Bear! Big Bear roared, immediately pouncing on the 3 cauliflowers. But the other creatures were not afraid at all. Instead, they spun around first, slicing at him like tops. Bang! Big Bear slapped one of the cauliflowers away, but he himself was also cut several times by the leaves, his shiny black fur instantly turning red. Zhao Yun felt a pang of heartache and immediately made it retreat. The next moment, Zhao Yun retrieved a long sword from his lord's space and charged towards the remaining 2 cauliflowers. As the top student in his grade, he not only possessed strong mental power, but his swordsmanship and martial arts skills were also formidable. The long sword swung in his hands like a windmill, and by the time he reached them, he had already gathered his strength. He slashed down diagonally, letting out a low shout. Die! A metallic clang rang out. The 2 cauliflowers spun wildly the moment they were struck, their leaves as hard as iron. But Zhao Yun, having synchronized his combat power, had reached 26 points. After a brief stalemate, the long sword swept diagonally, splitting the 2 cauliflowers open, green juice gushing out. But just then, the one that Xiongde had swatted away circled behind Zhao Yun and spun around to attack again. Zhao Yun's moves were outdated, and he had no time to dodge, so he could only prepare to take the hit head-on. Roar! Xiongda's roar suddenly rang out, and its massive figure instantly enveloped Zhao Yun. The next second, smoke and dust exploded, and the sneak-attacking cauliflower was firmly pressed into the ground by Xiongde. Xiongda's left arm was also wounded, but instead of retreating, it became enraged, stood up, and frantically slammed its paws down. The barrage of slams came one after another, and by the time the attack ended, the cauliflower had been flattened. Xiongde wanted to finish off the other 2, but Zhao Yun quickly stopped him. Those 2 were already weakened and likely to be converted into militia. Although their combat strength was inferior to Xiongda's, their spinning and cutting abilities were quite good. Xiongde obediently stopped and lowered his head to lick his wounds. Zhao Yun then threw 2 militia conversion talismans at the 2 cauliflower beasts. Congratulations! You have successfully converted the cauliflower beasts into militia members. Congratulations! You have successfully converted the cauliflower beasts into militia members. Just as he expected, the 2 cauliflowers transformed successfully. Only then did Zhao Yun check their attributes. Name, cauliflower beast status, militia category, monster item rank, sea level, force strength 18. Talent, master of vegetables and fruits, harvest from growing vegetables and fruits plus 15%. Skill, spinning leaf blade loyalty, 63. Description, seemingly harmless, but actually harbors deadly tricks. Enjoys eating vegetables, fruits, and slimes. After reviewing the attributes, Zhao Yun nodded slightly. The cauliflower beast's rank wasn't as high as Bear's, and its attributes were also significantly inferior, but its talent, master of fruits and vegetables, was well suited for territory building. In the future, the orchard and vegetable garden could be managed by them. As for loyalty, 63 was indeed not high. Those with a strength below 60 risked escaping, likely because their companion had just been reduced to a 2-dimensional state by Xiongde. The rescued water slimes surrounded Xiongde, seemingly expressing gratitude and concern for its injuries. Before long, they began to leave again. Zhao Yun didn't stop them. After all, they weren't his subjects yet, they were free. Xiongde was seriously injured, as was Kaiwa Beast. Making them work now would only further lower their already low loyalty. Zhao Yun had used 2 transformation talismans to subdue them, so he wouldn't kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. After much thought, it seemed that only he himself was currently capable of working. Alright, let's get to it! Zhao Yun finished applying medicine to Xiongde and the 2 cauliflower beasts, picked up his axe, and prepared to continue chopping down trees. However, at this moment, a gurgling sound suddenly came from Xiongda's stomach. Noticing Zhao Yun's gaze, it scratched the back of its head somewhat embarrassedly and then stuck out its tongue to lick it. It was hungry! Zhao Yun then realized his oversight. Xiongde had chopped down trees, built structures, blocked the wind, and gone through a battle. Its strength was greatly depleted, so it was perfectly normal for it to be hungry. Choose whatever you like, Zhao Yun said, offering Xiongde some food. But it pawed at the food for a long time without choosing anything, and its mouth was noticeably drooping. Still a picky bear? Zhao Yun chuckled. If food were plentiful, he certainly wouldn't mind Xiongde being picky. But now, with limited resources, there was no choice. He unpacked some compressed biscuits and handed them over. Try these, just make do for now. Chapter 8 An Unexpected Joy from the Slime. Woo! As the first resident to follow Zhao Yun, Xiongde was very obedient. Even though it clearly didn't like compressed biscuits, it still obediently took them, though it ate them with great reluctance. After eating 10 compressed biscuits, Xiongde finally regained some strength. Zhao Yun was secretly astonished. His appetite was far more exaggerated than he had imagined. If they didn't solve the food problem soon, even though the food he brought was quite sufficient, it wouldn't last long. Xiongde liked fish and honey, but honey was hard to find, and fishing required finding a river first. Besides, the two cauliflower beasts also needed food to replenish their energy. They liked fruits and vegetables and slimes, but slimes were obviously out of the question, so they had to start with fruits and vegetables. Zhao Yun's gaze swept back and forth between the slimes and the cauliflower beasts, and he quickly made a decision. He took out a militia conversion talisman and shot it at the level 7 fire attribute slime. Congratulations! You have successfully converted the fire attribute slime into a militia. Whoosh! The fire attribute slime was both surprised and delighted after being converted, jumping around Zhao Yun excitedly. The other slimes stared at it, their chubby faces full of envy. Zhao Yun smiled and patted its warm head, feeling much more relaxed. Just as he had guessed, these slimes were extremely compatible with him. If he wanted, they could all become his subjects. Afterward, Zhao Yun named the fire attribute slime Big Fire, and the two cauliflower beasts, one vegetable, and two vegetables, respectively. Once the naming was complete, he immediately began assigning tasks. Big Fire, you, one vegetable, and two vegetables form a group and go gather food in the surrounding area. Whoosh! Cha-cha! The fire responded enthusiastically, while Vegetable 1 and Vegetable 2 seemed somewhat weak due to their injuries. Watching them leave, Zhao Yun nodded slightly. The fire was a slime with a strong sense of danger, allowing it to avoid a lot of trouble. The first and second vegetables feed on fruits and vegetables, making them naturally adept at finding them. Together, they form a perfect gathering team. More importantly, the areas they explore are synchronized to Zhao Yun's Lord map. If there's a river nearby, he can spot it immediately. This at least secured food for the cauliflower beast. As for Xiongda's food, they could only wait and see, and if all else failed, they would try trading in the Lord's territory. However, Zhao Yun didn't hold out much hope for this. In the early stages of development, food is a scarce resource for any lord, and no one would easily trade it. Composing himself, Zhao Yun rolled up his sleeves and encouraged himself. Let's get to work! For the territory to develop, upgrading and unlocking blueprints is key. He's currently a level 2 lord, and to advance to level 3 he needs 5 residences, 3 militia conversion centers, 1 lumber mill, 1 mine, and 1 granary. All of these buildings require wood. In the blink of an eye, the sun was setting, and the blurry outline of the moon appeared on the horizon. Like Earth, this planet also has day and night, and a sun and a moon. During this time, Zhao Yun, relying on his newly acquired Xiongda attribute, chopped down 7 green cedar trees in one go, and traded 3 of them for 90 pieces of ordinary timber. Adding the remaining wood, he had a total of 110 pieces of ordinary wood. He then spent 100 pieces to build a militia conversion center, a lumberyard, a granary, and a residence. The new militia conversion center was intended for fire tribute slimes. Now that he had taken over the Great Fire, other fire tribute slimes could naturally be brought into his territory as well. A logging camp is essential to improve logging efficiency. A granary is also necessary for food storage. Residential houses are to prepare for any potential increase in the number of inhabitants. After completing these tasks, Zhao Yun's physical and mental strength were almost completely depleted. Physical strength could be restored with food, but mental energy could only be replenished through sleep at this stage. Big Bear, with both front paws injured, couldn't help for the time being. Just then, the foraging team returned safely. They had a good haul, bringing back 2 full woven bags of unidentified fruits. For the time being, the food problem for Vegetable 1 and Vegetable 2 wouldn't be a concern. Unfortunately, they found neither a river nor a beehive, and Xiongda's food supply remained uncertain. Zhao Yun could only consider letting Xiongda search for food on its own tomorrow if all else failed. Since Xiongda liked honey and fish, it probably knew where to look. However, letting Xiongda solve the food problem would affect territory development, which troubled Zhao Yun. Just then, the water attribute slimes that had left their territory at noon returned. They hopped and skipped to Xiongda, their bodies suddenly contracting. Pfft! 2 streams of pale golden liquid shot out, landing precisely on the wounds on Xiongda's 2 front paws. The next moment, Zhao Yun was completely stunned. Under the influence of the golden liquid, Xiongda's wounds were healing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Woo! Xiongda excitedly let out a roar. For the entire afternoon, it could only watch Zhao Yun work, unable to help at all, and had been feeling incredibly frustrated. Pat pat pat! It patted its chest alternately with its healed paws, showing Zhao Yun that it was capable again. Ha ha! Seeing Xiongda recover, Zhao Yun was also very happy. After Xiongda was injured, he not only lost an important laborer, but also temporarily lost a major fighting force. Seeing that Xiongda had recovered, Ikai and Air-Kai excitedly shook the vegetable leaves on their heads, signaling to the water-type slime. The water-type slime, not holding a grudge, sprayed them with golden liquid as well. Soon, Ikai and Air-Kai's injuries also healed completely. Zhao Yun watched this scene, and a sense of doubt immediately arose in his heart. This golden liquid actually had a healing effect, but why hadn't he seen the water attribute slimes use it before? Judging from the investigation results, this wasn't a skill they possessed. In other words, they most likely obtained this substance outside their territory. So the question is, where did they get this golden liquid from? If we could find the source, we wouldn't have to worry about our territory being damaged anymore. Chapter 9 There's Fish to Eat. Zhao Yun had a guess in his mind, and without caring whether the water attribute slimes could understand, he asked directly. To his surprise, the slimes blinked, as if they were having a hard time understanding. But as soon as he finished speaking, one of them stretched out its small limbs and gently tugged at his trouser leg, heading straight from where they had left earlier. Zhao Yun asked, "You're going to take me there, right?" Whoosh! Whoosh! The water attribute slime nodded repeatedly. Zhao Yun was even more surprised now. Slimes usually only have an intelligence attribute of 1, so their intelligence shouldn't be very high, but this one was clearly different. He cast a detection spell and sure enough, he saw something unusual. Name, Mutant Water Attribute Slime Status, Wild Category, Monster Item Rank, F Level, 3 Strength, 1 Stamina, 1 Intelligence, 10 Spirit, 1 Speed, 1 Talent, Water Element Affinity Skills, none. Zhao Yun was filled with questions. He clearly remembered that when he woke up, he had checked all the slimes around him, and their attributes were all uniformly 1. This mutated water slime with an intelligence of 10 was definitely not there at that time. Did it mutate during this period, or was it added later? Zhao Yun couldn't be sure for the time being. However, given his affinity with slimes, this change could only benefit him, not harm him. He glanced at the setting sun, suppressed his eagerness, and said, "It's too late today, let's wait until tomorrow." Even though he desperately wanted the golden liquid, he didn't dare act rashly at night. He wasn't sure if the darkness of this planet was dangerous, so to be on the safe side, he'd go during the day. Whoosh! The water slimes seemed to understand and stopped pulling him. Soon night fell. Zhao Yun didn't know whether the creatures here were attracted to or afraid of light, so he didn't light a fire. He arranged for Ikai, Air-Kai, and Xiongde to take turns keeping watch, and also called Dehua to his side. As a slime, Dehua had a strong sense of danger and could serve as an alarm. That night, Zhao Yun barely slept. In a strange world constantly worried about approaching danger, he would occasionally close his eyes in drowsiness, only to be quickly jolted awake. He only breathed a sigh of relief when the sun shone on the earth again. But as soon as he got up to stretch, he saw a dark figure appear in the jungle to the northwest. "Big Bear! 1 vegetable, 2 vegetables!" Upon hearing the command, Big Bear and the 2 vegetable-like beasts immediately came to his side. However, to Zhao Yun's surprise, Big Bear showed no hostility upon seeing the dark figure. Instead, it happily ran towards it. The fire also failed to issue any warning. Zhao Yun glanced at the militia conversion center out of the corner of his eye, and a guess immediately formed in his mind. Sure enough, after the dark figure emerged from the shadows of the forest, it revealed itself to be the Xian-Tu bear. It had been attracted there by the Xian-Tu bear militia summoning center, and judging from its interaction with Xiongde, the two seemed to know each other. Without Zhao Yun's prompting, the Xian Earth Bear walked into the conversion station on its own. Not long after, it emerged as a new militia member under Zhao Yun's command. Congratulations! You have successfully converted 1 Xian Earth Bear into 1 militia member through the militia conversion station, Xian Earth Bear. Zhao Yun continued to name it in a simple and straightforward way. From now on I'll call you Xiong'er. Xiong'er nodded. Compared to the lively and straightforward Xiongde, it seemed much more reserved, but its attributes were the same as Xiongda's, and its level was also 4. With Xiong'er joining the fray, Zhao Yun's combat strength immediately increased significantly. After a quick breakfast, he led all his combat units and set off with the mutated water slime. Target, the golden liquid. Zhao Yun had considered leaving some men to guard the base, but rebuilding the basic structures wasn't too difficult at the moment, and the lives of his militiamen were more important. Besides, that valuable golden liquid might have already been taken by a powerful creature. So this time, he chose to send out all his forces. With the slime sensing danger ahead and the earth bear and flower beasts protecting them on either side, the journey went smoothly. 1 vegetable and 2 vegetables even managed to gather some unidentified fruits and leafy greens. This walk took nearly an hour. They encountered many creatures along the way, but before Zhao Yun and his companions could even get close, the creatures would flee. If he hadn't seen the fiery sun bird yesterday, he would have almost truly believed that this world was peaceful and without danger. After walking a while longer, Zhao Yun suddenly raised an eyebrow and smiled. He heard the sound of flowing water. Before he could react, Xiongde and Xiong'er's ears perked up, their four paws flying, and they charged directly towards the direction of the sound. Zhao Yun followed behind, crossing a small hill. Suddenly, a river about 5 meters wide appeared before them. Woo! Xiongde cheered and splashed into the water, with Xiong'er following closely behind. Not long after, the two bears emerged from the water one after the other. Each of them held a fish in its paws and another in its mouth, their faces full of joy. Especially Xiongde, whose eyes were almost squinted into slits. Zhao Yun was happy for it that it had finally found its favorite food. But the next moment, he suddenly realized something was wrong. The fish they had caught didn't seem ordinary. There was even a faint glow on the fish's body. Zhao Yun's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately cast the detection spell. Chapter 10. Every blade of grass and every tree has its own rank. Name, Cool Carp status, Wild category, Monster item rank, F level, 1 description, a fish that is content with its lot and has almost no sense of danger as long as the environment is suitable. Upon seeing the investigation results, Zhao Yun was stunned. The fish that Xiongde and Xiong'er had casually caught was actually a rank level creature. Although this cool carp wasn't particularly strong and might not be much better than a slime, being rank level and not rank level were completely different concepts. Most unrank level plants and animals could only be used as food or materials. However, once you have a rank, even without skills, you'll at least have innate talents and the potential to grow. Gaining experience through combat further improves your attributes. More importantly, anything with a rank, whether living or non-living, will be significantly more effective when used to craft potions and equipment. On Earth, these resources are always in short supply because they mostly come from lords' territories, and even the lords themselves don't have enough, so they wouldn't easily sell them. But with Zhao Yun, the situation is completely different. First, a tree he casually cut down was a C-rank green plain cedar. Now, the fish that Xiongde and Xiong'er used as food have become F-rank monsters. It seemed that every blade of grass and every tree in this world possessed a grade. Zhao Yun suddenly thought of something and paused. If even fish had grades, could the fruits and green plants that Kai and Kai had gathered also have grades? He immediately activated his detection skill to check their harvest along the way. The result was exactly as he had guessed. Every single fruit and every single green plant possessed a grade. Zhao Yun was left with only 2 words in his mind: extravagance. If such things were eaten directly on Earth, they would probably be condemned as a waste of resources. After all, if these materials were made into potions, their value would increase by at least 10 times, or even dozens of times, making them crucial resources for fighting the calamity beasts. But Xiongde and Xiong'er were oblivious to his thoughts, already happily munching on the cool carp. Zhao Yun instinctively wanted to stop him, but halfway through his outstretched hand, he laughed self-deprecatingly. Earth is resource poor, but Planet Zero is ridiculously rich. High-grade creatures and materials are everywhere, so why should he be stingy? He can just gather more before returning to Earth. Having figured this out, he felt much more relaxed, casually taking a fruit from a vegetable bag and biting into it. Juice overflowed, sweet and refreshing, the taste was astonishingly good. Now that they were here, they couldn't skimp on the fish. After the 2 bears had eaten their fill, Zhao Yun immediately directed them to continue working. The 2 bears were already skilled at fishing, and now, with their abundant energy, their efficiency was at its peak. In less than half an hour, they had caught 200 carp, completely filling the expanded lord space that Zhao Yun had upgraded. After finishing his fishing trip, he didn't forget his ultimate goal, so he had the mutated water attribute slime continue leading the way. The slime stretched out its small limbs and gestured towards the upper reaches of the river. Zhao Yun understood and asked, "In the cave halfway up the mountain?" The slime nodded emphatically. Zhao Yun roused himself and urged everyone to continue. The mountain wasn't high, and about 15 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance to a cave halfway up the mountain. Upon reaching this point, he quickly noticed something amiss with the river. The downstream water was simply clear and cool, but the water flowing from the cave entrance had a faint golden hue. Zhao Yun was certain that it wasn't the color of sunlight. The mutated water attribute slime entered the cave first, gesturing for Zhao Yun to follow. But as soon as Zhao Yun stepped inside, before his eyes could adjust to the darkness, a soft, icy cold thing suddenly bumped into him. It was the slime that had led the way. At that moment, it was trembling violently, as if it had encountered an extremely terrifying being. The fire reacted similarly, curling up and hiding behind Zhao Yun. A sudden alarm bell rang in Zhao Yun's mind, and he immediately shouted, "Retreat!" But it was too late. In the darkness, a cold light suddenly pierced his face. His heart tightened, and he quickly turned his head to dodge, the light almost brushing past his ear. Before he could catch his breath, another cold light shot out from the darkness on his left, heading straight for his waist. This time, Zhao Yun saw it clearly and immediately roared, kicking out to forcefully intercept the attack. With a thud, he struck his target, successfully deflecting the attack's trajectory. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhao Yun swiftly retreated, exiting the cave. But the two cold lights had no intention of letting him go, pursuing him like venomous snakes from the left and right. At the cave entrance, Xiongde and Xiong'er roared and attacked simultaneously. But in an instant several wounds appeared on the two bears, and they hadn't even touched the hem of each other's clothes. Zhao Yun immediately realized the danger and shouted, "Go!" At the same time, he drew his long sword and rushed forward to buy Xiongde and Xiong'er time to retreat. After a brief exchange, he realized that while his opponent was weaker than the two bears, their fighting skills far surpassed theirs, and he had no chance of winning in a head-on confrontation. Using the light from outside the cave, he finally saw clearly that the two flashes of cold light were actually two slender, narrow swords. The swordsmen were two humanoid beings, wearing large hats, with slender, compass-like figures, and dressed in blue-purple Roman-style robes, looking like noble swordsmen. Zhao Yun exchanged 3 blows with them with all his might. Seeing that Xiongde and the others had obeyed and moved away, he immediately used the momentum to retreat as well. He was worried that his speed was not as good as theirs and that they would be chased all the way. Fortunately, although the two humanoid swordsmen were extremely fast, they seemed to have some reservations and stopped after chasing for only a short distance. Unbeknownst to them, the strength they had just displayed had completely piqued Zhao Yun's interest. Zhao Yun steadied himself, his gaze fixed on the depths of the cave entrance, and immediately activated his exploration technique. Chapter 11 High-Speed Swordsman. Name, Water Swordsman. Status, Unaffiliated. Category, Monster. Item. Rank, a level, 2 Strength, 30 Stamina, 26 Intelligence, 20 Spirit, 20 Speed, 30 Talent. Flowing water, reduces damage taken by 30%. Skill, Mirror Flower. Water Moon, creates a water clone that attacks the target simultaneously. After leaving the cave, Zhao Yun stood in a relatively safe spot and muttered something under his breath. It was actually an A-rank monster, and a level 2 one at that. His eyes gleamed. Although both were level 2, the water swordsman's stamina was inferior to the Xian earth bears, but its other attributes were almost completely superior, especially its speed, which was a full 30 points higher, nearly twice that of the Xian earth bear. No wonder it was so difficult to fight, Zhao Yun quickly concluded. If they had pursued us relentlessly, it would have been a tough battle. What's more troublesome is that they didn't seem to have used any skills during our exchange. The more he thought about it, the more fortunate he felt. If they had actually used that Mirror Flower Water Moon move, it was hard to say whether he could have escaped unscathed. What's even stranger is that the behavior of these two water swordsmen is completely illogical. If they were gentle, they shouldn't have launched a surprise attack in the cave. If they were ferocious, they shouldn't have given up after only a short chase. And their greatest strength is speed, which makes it even more abnormal. Zhao Yun stroked his chin, pondering. The fact that the slime led him into the cave means that, in the slime's view, it was originally safe there. Since the slimes were unharmed yesterday, it means the danger likely appeared later. Judging from this, these two water swordsmen probably only recently entered the cave, he quickly deduced. And they probably entered the cave for the golden liquid. If the golden liquid is really inside, then it makes sense that they didn't chase after it further. The mutated water attribute slime at his feet nudged him gently, its voice full of guilt, as if blaming itself for dragging him into this mess. Zhao Yun squatted down and patted its head. It's alright, it's not your fault. Xiongde growled beside him, pounding its chest with its fist, its bare eyes fixed on the direction of the cave, clearly wanting to have another good fight. Alright, don't rush, Zhao Yun reassured them. I know you can fight, but not now. Go back and prepare, we'll come back later. At his command, the team began their return journey. Although they hadn't even caught a glimpse of the golden liquid this time, considered it a half-failure, Zhao Yun wasn't discouraged. The golden liquid had extremely strong healing effects. It wasn't an ordinary item, so it was normal for the process to be a bit complicated to obtain it. What's more, there are 2 A-rank water swordsmen waiting for him. The 30 points of speed are simply too tempting. He already considers them his for the taking. This exploration wasn't entirely fruitless. At least Xiongde and Xiong'er found food, and Yi Kai and Air Kai also gathered quite a few fruits and vegetables along the way, so it wasn't a complete waste of time. The most important thing now is to continue improving his strength. He wasn't sure if the source of the golden liquid was finite or infinite. But if it was finite, then time was even tighter. He needed to subdue the water swordsman, and he also had to get his hands on the golden liquid. Upon returning to his territory, he immediately got busy. Originally, the second militia conversion facility was intended for a fire tribute slime, but to quickly boost its combat power, he temporarily changed it to a cauliflower beast. While the cauliflower beast's combat strength is inferior to the earth bear, it is far superior to the slime. In addition, he needs to build 3 more residences, a militia conversion center, and a mine to meet the requirements for upgrading to level 3. Once the Lord's level reaches level 3, the training ground blueprint will be unlocked. That's the second core building after the militia conversion center, capable of training militia, increasing their experience, and even leveling them up. If more heroes were to join as instructors, the effect would be even more pronounced. Regardless of rank, upgrading the militia is crucial. Although the water swordsman is only A rank and currently has an advantage over the black earth bear, it's only a matter of time before the black earth bear surpasses them once its level increases. Therefore, Zhao Yun approached Liang Kun again, exchanging the remaining 4 green plain cedars for 120 F-rank timbers. Adding this to the 10 timbers he hadn't used last time, he now had a total of 130 timbers. With that, building 3 houses and a militia conversion center wouldn't be a problem in terms of time. The real trouble was the mine. The mine not only needed timber, but also a mining site had to be found before construction could begin. They had enough timber now, but a mining site was still nowhere in sight. After a moment's thought, Zhao Yun quickly made arrangements. Xiong'er would stay behind to oversee the territory's development, while he himself would lead Xiongde, Yikai, Erkai, and Huide to continue exploring outwards. Huide was responsible for warning of danger. Yikai and Erkai could both fight and gather resources, and he and Xiongde were the main force. If they were lucky, they could start building immediately after finding a mining spot and quickly upgrade to level 3. Even if they couldn't find a mining spot in a short time, they could practice against other creatures and accumulate combat experience. However, in practice, the results were not ideal. 5 hours later, Zhao Yun led the team back. Xiong'er had completed the construction of 3 houses and a militia conversion center, but they still hadn't found a mining site. Worse still, they hadn't encountered any combat targets along the way. It wasn't that they hadn't encountered any other creatures, but rather that those creatures would run away at the mere sight of them, giving them no chance to engage. Darkness fell quickly, and Zhao Yun stood at the edge of his territory, feeling somewhat worried. It was already the second night, but he hadn't even reached level 3 yet. His progress was clearly slow. He had originally hoped to break into the top of the newcomer rankings, but now it seemed that forget about being number 1, he probably wouldn't even be able to squeeze into the leaderboard. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, then opened the Lord's Circle to check on other players' progress. But as soon as he entered, he saw someone furiously cursing. 2 days! 2 whole days! I've searched the entire territory, and not a single creature that can be converted into a militia! Forget about development! Chapter 12 Mining Site Discovered. Seeing the messages in the Lord's Circle, Zhao Yun couldn't help but laugh. Some people hadn't even encountered a single creature that could be converted into militia at the start. Their luck was ridiculously bad. Without militia, a lord's development on their own was almost hellish. In comparison, he had Xiongda's help from the start. It was like having an overpowered setup. But soon new messages kept popping up. Some people were chased by 2 zombies right at the start of the game and are now hiding in a garbage dump pretending to be dead, with more than 20 zombies scurrying around them, not daring to even breathe. Others were carried to a cliff by an eagle and trapped there for almost 10 hours. The eagle neither ate nor left, but just kept trying to steal their food, grabbing whatever it could, as if it were using them as a mobile granary. The Lord's Circle was filled with lamentations. Some were begging for wood to build houses, others were pleading for F-rank militia, and still others were advising everyone not to rely on others, since no one was having an easy time these days. Zhao Yun looked at these messages and simply shook his head with a smile. Each person's story was more pitiful than the last, but it was hard to tell what was true. After all, after posting a few words in the Lord's Circle, no one knew the real situation behind it all. However, the Lord rankings couldn't be faked. He opened the rankings and quickly saw a string of names and rank information. First place, Zhao Yun, level 2 Lord. Second place, Hua Xianwan, level 2 Lord. Third place, Liang Kun, level 2 Lord, all the way up to the 100th place, Li Jijie, who was also a level 2 Lord. After looking at the list, Zhao Yun received both good news and bad news. The good news was that he was temporarily ranked first because he was the first to reach level 2. The bad news was that all 100 lords on the list had already reached level 2. There were probably even quite a few level 2 lords not listed on the leaderboard. Zhao Yun sighed. It seemed this first place wouldn't be so easy to obtain. The reward for the top spot on the new lord leaderboard each year was a B-rank hero summoning stone. With this, a lord can directly recruit a rank B hero. Heroes can not only command militia, but also enhance territory buildings based on their own characteristics, with attributes far exceeding those of ordinary militia at the same rank. In the early stages of territory development, having an extra hero, even if it doesn't lead to instant rapid growth, will definitely significantly increase construction speed. Thinking of this, Zhao Yun closed the Lord's circle. Exhausted from a long day, his mind still filled with images of recruiting heroes in the future, he quickly fell into a deep sleep. The third morning arrived. The first thing Zhao Yun did upon waking was to check the territory panel to see if any new citizens had joined overnight. As expected, the data changed. The number of Xian-2 bears remained at 2, but the number of Kaiwa beasts increased from 2 to 4. In other words, while he was asleep, 2 more Kaiwa beasts were attracted and successfully converted into militia. In addition, the number of fire slimes changed even more dramatically, increasing from 1 unit of Dahua to 11 units. Zhao Yun wasn't surprised by this result. After completing the 3rd militia conversion facility yesterday, he set his sights on fire tribute slimes. For a militia conversion facility to convert militia, it first needs to attract the corresponding creature. From the beginning, quite a few fire tribute slimes had been following him, so this increase after one night was normal. When Zhao Yun stepped out of the house, Xiongde, Xiong'er, 4 Kaihua beasts, and 11 fire tribute slimes were already waiting neatly at the door. Looking at this militia of 17 men, Zhao Yun felt a surge of excitement. Although it was far from being fully formed, his territory's fighting force was already taking shape. After a quick wash and breakfast, he waved his hand and led the team out. Today's goal was still exploration, but the situation was different from yesterday. With 10 newly added fire tribute slimes, he had significantly more room to maneuver. Zhao Yun ordered the 10 new slimes to spread out to the north, dispersing in a 180-degree fan shape to search. He led the main force, including Xiongde, Xiong'er, Kaiwa Beast, and Dahua, heading due north. Slimes possessed excellent danger-predicting abilities, making them perfect for scouting. If any discoveries were made or danger was encountered, Zhao Yun's team in the middle could provide timely support. However, after an entire morning, despite such a large-scale search, they still hadn't found the mining site. Back at the base, Zhao Yun was not discouraged. After arranging for the militia to have lunch, he quickly adjusted his strategy, shifting the afternoon's search area to the south. The team continued with the previous formation, with the 10 fire tribute slimes advancing in a 180-degree fan shape. Persistence paid off. At 1:30 p.m., the fire tribute slimes sent out to explore finally reported a discovery. The mine has been found. It's a mountain about 100 meters high. Judging from the various colored ores exposed on the surface, the mine is rich in minerals. But a new problem arises. This mine is not unclaimed land. Zhao Yun, observing from behind his bunker, discovered that in every corner of the mine, there were creatures with dark golden fur, resembling large rats, active. He quickly checked the information. Gold-eating rat, a wild monster, C-rank, level 3. Strength 7, Stamina 8, Intelligence 16, Spirit 14, Speed 20. Its talent is gold devouring, which allows it to devour and digest ores to provide energy and increase the hardness of its fur. Its skill is devouring gluttony, which allows it to quickly bite its target and inflict damage. The description clearly states that this monster feeds on minerals, is accustomed to group behavior, is timid and cunning, and opportunistic. Zhao Yun stared at the attributes, secretly calculating. A C-rank monster only has 8 points of stamina, which translates to 80 points of health. Xiongde, Xiong'er, and he himself all have 26 points of strength. If all 3 hit simultaneously, without damage reduction, a single round of damage would be enough to instantly kill the gold-eating rat. Each of the 4 cauliflower beasts has a strength of 18 points, and their combined attack can deal 72 points of damage, enough to severely injure a gold-eating rat. With this in mind, Zhao Yun already had a plan. Chapter 13: Subduing the Gold-Eating Rats. Zhao Yun found a spot where the gold-eating rats were relatively scarce. He first had Xiongde, Xiong'er, and the 4 Kaiwa beasts hide, then assigned the task of luring the enemy to Dahua. He knew very well that the creatures of this world were intelligent, and would flee if they found the enemy too strong. To lure the gold-eating rats into the ambush, he had to send out the weakest one, Dahua, for the highest success rate. The fire beast was terrified after understanding its mission, but since the order came from Zhao Yun, it still gritted its teeth and approached the gold-eating rats. As soon as it emerged from its hiding place, it was spotted by 3 gold-eating rats, their 6 beady green eyes staring straight at it. The fire beast froze instantly, not daring to move. The 3 gold-eating rats didn't attack immediately, but simply stared coldly at it. After a 10-second standoff, Dahua tentatively jumped forward. This move completely stirred up a hornet's nest. In this dog-eat-dog world, even approaching the weak is a provocation. The 3 gold-devouring rats instantly revealed their ferocity, lunging at Dahua simultaneously. Their speed was a staggering 20 points, 20 times that of Dahua, and the distance between them closed in the blink of an eye. The lead gold-devouring rat leaped into the air, seemingly about to pounce on Dahua. But Zhao Yun was prepared. A flash of cold light, and before he had fully emerged from the bushes, his blade had already struck the gold-eating rat, sending it flying. Having succeeded with a single strike, Zhao Yun didn't linger. He picked up Dahua, turned, and ran straight towards Xiongde and the others' ambush position. The 3 gold-eating rats were thoroughly enraged, screeching and chasing after him. Zhao Yun's speed was only 17 points, slower than the gold-eating rats. If he continued to run, being caught was only a matter of time. But he wasn't panicked at all, because the ambush point was already close at hand. He ran while looking back to check the distance. But when he looked, his brows furrowed immediately. None of the 3 gold-eating rats chasing him were injured. That last strike clearly hit its mark, dealing a full 26 points of damage. Even if it didn't severely injure them, it should have left a wound. Yet they were completely unharmed, as if nothing had happened. Zhao Yun didn't have time to think further, and had already rushed to the ambush location. He suddenly stopped, and the 3 gold-eating rats, thinking their chance had come, excitedly swarmed forward. Just as they were about to pounce on Zhao Yun, the roars of Xiongde and Xiong'er suddenly came from both sides. 4 huge bear paws slammed down simultaneously, blocking the gold-eating rats' escape route. The 3 gold-eating rats were hit almost at the same time, slapped hard and sent flying, crashing into tree trunks and sliding down. One of them even took 2 blows in a short period of time, but after landing, it seemed to be unharmed, flipping over and getting up. Sensing danger, the 3 gold-devouring rats abandoned any thought of continuing the fight and turned to flee. But they were already surrounded. Escape was no easy feat. The 4 cauliflower beasts immediately activated their spinning leaf blades. Their leaf blades spun rapidly like electric fans, slashing at the gold-devouring rats. The panicked rats, completely unprepared for the ambush, were struck again. To Zhao Yun's surprise, the leaves struck them with a metallic clang. After several attacks, the gold-eating rats still showed no obvious wounds. Just as Zhao Yun was wondering, one of the gold-eating rats suddenly screamed, a spray of blood erupting from its waist. Seeing their companion injured, the remaining 2 let out a strange cry, their speed suddenly increasing, and they managed to break free of the encirclement. Zhao Yun immediately stopped the cauliflower beast's pursuit, walked to the injured gold-eating rat, and held his knife to it. Looking at its curled-up, trembling form, it was hard to imagine that it had just been fiercely chasing the raging fire. Without hesitation, Zhao Yun cast a militia conversion talisman. Congratulations! You have successfully converted the gold-eating rat into a militia member. He now had 1 more militia member under his command, but Zhao Yun wasn't particularly happy. The gold-eating rat was cowardly, and would even abandon its companions in times of crisis, a quality he found hard to accept. What truly concerned him was the gold-eating rat's defense. Despite having only 8 points of stamina, it could withstand multiple attacks without injury, which was clearly abnormal. He opened the gold-eating rat's information panel, his gaze falling on its talent description. Devouring and digesting ores can increase the hardness of its fur. Zhao Yun then realized that it was his talent that had come into play. If the hardness of his fur could continuously increase as he consumed ore, even if the gold-eating rat lacked a strong fighting spirit, its defensive capabilities would still be of great use in certain environments. Thinking about this, he finally felt a bit more approval for the gold-eating rat. He then ordered Big Bear, Little Bear, the 4 rat-shaped beasts, and the newly tamed gold-eating rat to begin building a militia conversion center on the spot. He had no intention of using the buildings here long-term. They were merely for converting the gold-devouring rats around the mining site. Once all the gold-devouring rats were incorporated, the mine could officially begin construction. There were still 50 logs left after the last construction. To improve conversion efficiency, Zhao Yun decided to build 2 militia conversion stations at once. With numerous militiamen working together, the construction speed increased several times over. In less than 8 minutes, both militia conversion stations were successfully completed. Zhao Yun then set the target of both stations to be gold-eating rats. With that, the preparations were completely finished. All that remained was to await the results. It was another early morning, and Zhao Yun woke up early to check his personal panel. The moment he saw his subject's information, excitement lit up his eyes. Subjects under his command: 2 black earth bears, 6 cauliflower beasts, 15 fire tribute slimes, and 21 gold-eating rats. Chapter 14 Level 3 Resource Bonus. In just one night, Zhao Yun's territory gained 2 more cauliflower beasts, 4 fire tribute slimes, and a total of 20 gold-eating rats. The mine is here! Zhao Yun's spirits lifted, and he immediately led all his citizens to the gold-eating rats conversion station. There, 20 gold-eating rats were quietly waiting. After incorporating them all into his team, he led them directly to the mine. He now had 21 gold-eating rats. Although there were dozens of wild gold-eating rats near the mine, those creatures dared not approach, instead retreating further and further away, their cowardly nature fully exposed. Zhao Yun didn't bother with them. He only wanted to build the mine now. Once the mine was completed, his territory would be upgraded to level 3, and the training ground blueprints would be unlocked. Building a mine requires a mining spot and 50 logs. Zhao Yun only had 10 logs left, so he chopped down 2 C-grade peach trees on the spot and traded them with Liang Kun for 60 F-grade logs. 20 minutes later, the mine was completed, and a golden light instantly enveloped Zhao Yun. Congratulations! You have completed the construction of 5 houses, 3 militia conversion stations, 1 lumberyard, 1 mine, and 1 granary, successfully upgrading to level 3. Congratulations! You have learned the skill. Leader promotion. Your lord's space has been expanded, and the blueprints for the blacksmith shop, fence, watchtower, school, and training ground have been unlocked. At the same time, the entire Lord's Circle has received a notification. Lord Zhao Yun, courageous, resourceful, and exceptional, has successfully advanced to level 3. The moment the message appeared, the Lord's Circle exploded, scrolling at an alarming rate. Finally! Someone finally leveled up to level 3 on the 3rd day! Godfather! Congratulations, Brother Yun! Congratulations, Brother Yun! Brother Yun, hurry up and send out resource red envelopes. I really can't hold on any longer. Brother Yun, save me! But Zhao Yun couldn't see these messages for the time being, because a resource red envelope interface popped up in front of him. After the resource bonus was distributed, all lords in the Lord's Circle could claim it. Zhao Yun clicked yes, without hesitation. There was nothing to be gained without distributing the resource bonus, but distributing it would allow him to receive one himself. Besides, everyone in the Lord's Circle was a fellow lord. There was no need to be stingy with a small favor. After the bonus was distributed, a claim button appeared on the interface. Zhao Yun clicked it again, and a prompt immediately popped up. Congratulations! You have obtained the Gale's Sword X1. The red envelope transformed into a long sword and landed on the ground. Zhao Yun picked it up and immediately fell in love with it. The sword was ancient and imposing, with exquisite and mysterious patterns. Even without activating it, there was a visible flow of energy on the sword, clearly indicating that it was no ordinary item. Under the detection spell, the attributes appear. Name: Gale's Sword. Rank: B. Attributes: Strength plus 20%, Speed plus 10%, Attached Skill: Gale / Gathers the power of the gale to unleash a sword aura of wind, dealing wind damage equal to 300% of strength to targets in its path. Cooldown: 10 seconds. Description: a sword blessed by the wind spirits. Equipping this sword will ensure that the gale is always by your side. Zhao Yun's eyes lit up. This was definitely a good item. With the Gale's sword, not only would his strength increase, but he would also make up for his lack of offensive skills. The 20% strength bonus brought his strength to 31.2. The 300% damage of Gale / translated to 93.6 points of wind attribute damage. A water swordsman has 26 points of stamina, which is 260 points of health. Just one hit from Gale / would basically leave him severely injured, provided it hits. The water swordsman is incredibly fast. Zhao Yun's ability to dodge its attacks repeatedly last time was almost at his limit. He wasn't confident he could handle it again. However, that doesn't mean there's no way to defeat it. While the water swordsman is fast, its attack power isn't particularly high, roughly on par with the Xian-Tu bear. As long as a unit with high health or high defense can briefly restrain it, it can be easily defeated. Zhao Yun currently lacks high health units, but the high defense gold-eating rats can fill the gap. Yesterday, that gold-eating rat withstood several attacks from Zhao Yun, the Xian-Tu bear, and the Kaihawa beast before being injured. He now has 21 gold-eating rats under his command. With proper planning, the chances of taking down the 2 water swordsmen are high. Thinking of this, Zhao Yun's excitement grew even stronger. He was eager to subdue the water swordsman and obtain the golden liquid from the cave. He decisively rallied all his subjects and set off again for the cave where the water swordsman was. With the addition of 21 gold-eating rats, The group was now considerably larger. They had rarely seen other creatures on the road to begin with, and now they couldn't see a single shadow. The slimes, however, were quite content. The safer the environment, the more comfortable they became. During the journey, Zhao Yun, remembering he had unlocked many more blueprints, contacted Liang Kun, hoping to exchange them for more wood. However, Liang Kun politely declined, explaining that he didn't have enough wood himself and wouldn't be trading anytime soon. Zhao Yun didn't say much. His intuition told him there was another reason Liang Kun refused, but he didn't intend to delve into it. There were plenty of people who wanted C-grade wood. If Liang Kun wouldn't trade, he'd find someone else. Moreover, the auction house function will be available after the survival period ends, making it much easier to trade materials. So Zhao Yun opened the Lord's Circle, ready to say a few words. But as soon as he entered, the screen was filled with messages of thanks to him. Thank you so much for the resource bonus, Brother Yun. I finally have subjects. I'm so touched. I also got an E-rank sawtooth beast. Thank you, Brother Yun. Superman potion in hand, Brother Yun is forever a god. Am I the only one who got a C-rank invisibility cloak? Haha, Yunji moi. Brothers, does anyone know this? After being tormented by that eagle on the cliff for 3 days, I finally got a hang glider. I'm finally free from this misery. Brother Zhao Yun, I love you. I got a fireball skill book. If you need anything in the future, Brother Zhao Yun, just contact me. I won't refuse. Chapter 15 New Skill, Appointing a Leader. Zhao Yun saw a bunch of exclamation marks appear in the chat bar, smiled, and directly sent a message: long-term, large-scale, and stable purchase of F-grade wood, in exchange for C-grade green plain cedar. As soon as the message was sent, the channel exploded instantly, filled with shouts of, "Big Boss, Brother Yun," and "True God," and some people even asked him how long it would take to reach level 5. Zhao Yun didn't reply, instead focusing on the friend requests. Although he had some free time during his journey, he didn't want to waste it on idle chatter. Friend requests kept popping up, but he didn't accept any of them, because the messages either didn't meet his requirements or were just casual additions from old classmates. From elementary school to high school, he had many classmates, but he could only truly consider a few close. Previously, he had focused solely on his studies, aiming to become a lord, and had no energy for socializing, so his acquaintances with most people were merely nodding acquaintances. Another application popped up, the message reading, "Unlimited supply of F-grade timber, as much as you can get." Zhao Yun glanced at it, and immediately approved the application from this lord named Muyu. As soon as they added each other, Muyu sent a message, first thanking him for the resource gift, saying that she had obtained an E-grade sawtooth beast, which was very efficient at logging and could provide as much wood as he needed. Zhao Yun then realized what "unlimited supply" meant and couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He had originally thought that the other party had readily available wood, but it turned out that he still had to rely on logging to slowly accumulate it. He simply asked about the sawtooth beast's efficiency. Muyu said that it could produce about 20 F-grade wood per hour, and as long as there was enough ore for food, it could work day and night without worrying about stamina or loyalty. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yun asked where the ore came from. Muyu said that there were many mining sites on his side, and the exposed ore was enough for it to eat. If he was lucky enough to find high-quality ore, the logging efficiency could be further improved. Zhao Yun thought for a moment, and asked about the transaction ratio. Muyu, however, said there was no need for a transaction at all. The timber could be provided free of charge, in any quantity, until he was satisfied. Zhao Yun wasn't used to this kind of personal favor, and still felt that a clear price was more convenient. But Muyu's attitude was firm, stating that without Zhao Yun's resource, bread envelope, he wouldn't even know how to get started, and his little bit of help was nothing at all. Zhao Yun had no choice but to ask for 100 logs first, and would contact others if needed later. With the log problem solved, he felt much lighter. Without access to lower-grade wood, he would have had to manually chop down C-grade green plain cedar for construction, which was far too extravagant and laborious. Now, with Muyu's help, although he couldn't achieve Liang Kun's one-step solution, he wasn't far off. Next, his task was to lead the team to the cave to see if they could successfully subdue the water swordsman and obtain the golden liquid with healing abilities. Zhao Yun was very confident about this operation, with a success rate of at least 80%. One reason was the gold-eating rats. Having consumed ore for a long time, their fur had hardened, making them more than capable of holding off the water swordsman for a short time. Another source of confidence came from his newly acquired skill, leader promotion. Leader promotion. When used on any resident, it promotes them to leader of that race, granting them +3 to all attributes and a certain level of leadership, enabling them to lead their race in more precise and detailed operations. While +3 to all attributes alone isn't an exaggerated increase, Zhao Yun valued the leadership more. As his subjects grow in number, the difficulty of managing them all by himself will only increase. With this skill, he can select leaders for each tribe. He only needs to set general directions for them, and the leaders can then lead their tribes to accomplish the rest, greatly improving efficiency. Furthermore, cooperation among the subjects will be much closer, resulting in overall combat strength that cannot be achieved simply by adding stat points. With this in mind, Zhao Yun didn't hesitate and directly appointed the leaders of each tribe. The leader of the Xian-Tu bears was naturally Xiongda. The leader of the Kaihua beasts was appointed Ikai. The leader of the fire attribute slime was called Dehua. Finally, the leader of the gold-eating rat was named Lao Jin. As for why not Xiao Jin, Zhao Yun simply felt that the gold-eating rat were too timid, and he wanted their names to sound more mature and stable. After 3 hours of travel, Zhao Yun finally arrived outside the cave again. He first assigned tasks, arranging for Lao Jin to lead the gold-eating rats to hold the line, retreating if necessary, Ikai to attack from both sides, Xiongde and Xiong'er to follow his orders, and Dehua to stay outside the cave as a lookout. Each tribe responded immediately, and Zhao Yun nodded in satisfaction, waving his hand. Move out! Chapter 16 Conquering the Water Swordsman. Crack! Crack! The gold-eating rat charged ahead, plunging into the cave entrance. Zhao Yun had already told them that there were only 2 enemies inside. 2 mere enemies were nothing to fear. Cha-cha! 6 rat-like beasts followed closely behind. Just as Zhao Yun was about to lead Xiongde and Xiong'er into the cave, a clanging sound of metal striking metal suddenly rang out from inside. Ding! Ding! Before he could even feel relieved that the water swordsman was still there, he saw old Jean dart out of the cave in a panic, trying to escape. Go back! Zhao Yun was quick-witted and kicked it back into the cave. Old Jean was the leader of the gold-eating rats that he had promoted. If even it ran away, the remaining 20 gold-eating rats would have no chance of continuing to fight. Without the gold-eating rat holding the line, the rest of the plan couldn't proceed at all. Crack! Old Jean, after being kicked over, still refused to turn back, struggling to escape from Zhao Yun's side. Zhao Yun's face darkened, and he directly stomped on it, drawing his Gale's sword and holding it to its neck. Go back to battle! Or I'll kill you! The cold blade and murderous intent finally jolted old Jean back to its senses. It begged for mercy, and the other gold-devouring rats, who had also tried to flee, dared not move when they saw their leader intimidated. Zhao Yun raised his foot, his gaze fixed on old Jean. Being afraid of death was understandable, but running away after suffering a slight loss upon first encounter meant that such a leader was unusable. Fortunately, old Jean ultimately chose the right path. After exchanging a few words with the other gold-eating rats, it gritted its teeth and rushed back into the cave. The remaining 20 gold-eating rats hesitated for a moment before following suit. Zhao Yun snorted coldly and led Xiongde and Xiong'er into the cave last. Once his eyes adjusted to the dim light, the scene before him made his heart sink. 2 water swordsmen were moving back and forth inside the cave, and 6 rat flower beasts were covered in wounds, lying on the ground unable to move. How long had it been? The entire cauliflower beast was already down. If he hadn't forcibly driven the gold-eating rats back, this operation would probably have failed. But even with the gold-eating rats rejoining, they were only temporarily taking the hits. Clang, 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 clang. The 2 water swordsmen, with their astonishing speed, moved freely through the swarm of rats. The gold-eating rats pounced desperately, but couldn't even touch the hem of their clothes. Fortunately, the gold-eating rats had hardened their fur from years of consuming ores, and the water swordsman's strength wasn't particularly exaggerated, which allowed them to barely hold on. Otherwise, given the opponent's speed and attack rate, their numerical advantage would have been meaningless. Sizzle! One of the gold-eating rats finally broke through its defenses after being attacked repeatedly, screaming as it was thrown away. Its injuries weren't fatal, but it curled up into a ball, no longer daring to move forward. Immediately afterward, 2 more gold-eating rats were wounded and forced to retreat from the battlefield. The opportunity had arrived. A glint flashed in Zhao Yun's eyes, and he drew his sword and charged into the fray. The instant the gold-eating rats were knocked back, they created space for him to enter, allowing him to seamlessly engage the swarm. Swish! A sword thrust out, but he felt no sense of hitting its mark. He missed. Even though Zhao Yun timed his attack perfectly, the water swordsman was still too fast, managing to dodge in time. Roar! Xiongde and Xiong'er pounced immediately, slapping their paws repeatedly, but they also missed. To the water swordsman, their movements were too slow. Worse still, the water swordsman quickly adapted to Xiongde and Xiong'er's rhythm, twisting its body and deliberately entering their attack range, preparing to counterattack. Zhao Yun's heart tightened. If they really collided, Xiongde and Xiong would inevitably be defeated quickly, and might even be in mortal danger. Swift wind slash! Just as the water swordsman's sword was about to pierce Xiongda's throat, a pale green crescent-shaped sword aura swept out. Boom! The sword aura was extremely fast, even comparable to the water swordsman's speed. The two water swordsmen were clearly unprepared for Zhao Yun's abilities. Although they immediately dodged, they were still grazed by the sword energy. Blue blood seeped from their sides and shoulders, respectively. Zhao Yun felt invigorated. The water swordsmen had 26 points of stamina and 260 points of health, plus their talent for damage reduction, effectively giving them over 370 points of health. His strength, enhanced by the Gale's sword, rose to over 31, and Gale's slash dealt triple damage. If he could hit 2 targets at once like before, 3 consecutive hits would be enough to severely injure them. But the problem was, there wasn't enough time. Gale's slash had a cooldown, and having learned their lesson once, the two water swordsmen immediately focused on Zhao Yun, striking with their swords the next moment. Clang, clang! Zhao Yun retreated swiftly, dodging the 2 swords that missed their mark, and bedding themselves in the mountain wall behind him. At this moment, he focused his attention to the limit. In terms of attributes, he was no match for the water swordsman. In terms of skill, he was also at a disadvantage. His only advantage was his ability to anticipate the opponent's attacks by observing their subtle movements. But this kind of predictive dodging was extremely mentally taxing, and he didn't know how long he could last. Old Jean! Zhao Yun roared, managing to muster a sliver of his attention. The gold-eating rats had actually stopped attacking after he and Xiongde and Xiong joined the fray. Crack! Old Jean sprang to his feet and resumed commanding the swarm's attack. With the gold-eating rats holding them back, Zhao Yun's pressure was finally relieved considerably. After struggling for 10 seconds, he found his angle and struck again. Swift wind slash! Whoosh! The sharp sword energy struck again. It hit! Zhao Yun's spirit sword. Just one more strike would be enough to cripple the two water swordsmen. But at that moment, the two water swordsmen suddenly stopped. Then, their bodies trembled slightly, and one after another, water swordsmen, identical to their original forms, began to appear in the cave. Chapter 17. Subjugation. Level up. A mirage. Zhao Yun's heart sank. Perhaps it was because he had repeatedly dealt heavy blows to his opponents that he had finally forced these water swordsmen to get serious. The next moment, more than 20 water swordsmen, whose identities were indistinguishable from those of the real ones, simultaneously unleashed their swords. The already few remaining gold-eating rats couldn't even last 2 seconds before they were all rendered incapable of fighting. After dealing with the gold-eating rats, they didn't pause for a moment and immediately turned towards Zhao Yun. More than 20 thin swords thrust at him simultaneously, their chilling aura instantly pressing in. Zhao Yun's pupils contracted sharply. He had already given his all against the combined efforts of 2 water swordsmen, but now, with more than 20 attacking him at once, he simply couldn't withstand it. Just when he was almost in dire straits, Xiongde roared and pounced on him. Several water swordsmen immediately turned and attacked it. But Xiongde did not defend at all, only swinging his thick arms and stubbornly counterattacking despite the sword wounds. With a few soft, poof sounds, Xiongde was instantly covered in large wounds, but it also dispersed several of the water swordsman's clones. Those water clones did not have the same life points as the original body. But after this fierce battle, Xiongde also reached its limit. Zhao Yun saw that its health bar had dropped below 10%, and if it wasn't treated soon, it would bleed to death. Big Bear! Run! Thanks to Xiongda's restraint, Zhao Yun barely survived by taking 2 sword blows. But just then, another bear roar rang out from the other side. Xiong charged into the battlefield from the side and rear, forcing the water swordsman to turn around and deal with him. It seemed to have been infected by Xiongda's fighting style, and also chose to fight to the death. Zhao Yun seized this brief opportunity and, together with Xiong launched a pincer attack. He was burning up, his mind focused solely on attacking, and in a short time unleashed 6 sword strikes, slaying 6 of the water swordsman's clones in succession. But as he thrust at the 7th, the slender swords clashed, producing a crisp sound. His sword was actually parried by the opponent. Oh no, it's the real body! Zhao Yun immediately retreated, but it was too late. The water swordsman's slender sword followed like a venomous snake, aiming straight for his heart. At the critical moment, a huge black shadow pounced down from the side, directly pinning the water swordsman to the ground. It's Xiongde again. Despite his health bar being dangerously low, Xiongde did not retreat. Instead, he once again used his body to block a deadly attack for Zhao Yun. On the other side, Xiong'er, risking being pierced by the rapier, used its two forearms to tightly grip another water swordsman. Its health bar instantly dropped to almost invisible. Zhao Yun roared and shot out like an arrow. This was an opportunity that Xiongde and Xiong'er had risked their lives for, and he had to seize it. His Gale Slash was still 2 seconds off cooldown, but he couldn't wait. Although Xiongde had become the leader of the Xian Tu Xiong, and its strength had increased to 29 points, it was still 1 point less than the water swordsman. Coupled with its serious injuries, it wouldn't be able to maintain its advantage for long. Xiong'er was in an even worse situation. He had already exerted all his strength, but the water swordsman was still slowly spreading his arms apart. If this dragged on any longer, both bears would die. Old Jin! Attack! Zhao Yun roared as he drew his sword. He launched a furious attack on the water swordsman who was being held down by Xiongde, and the opponent's health points dropped rapidly. But that's not enough. He can only deal with the one in front of him. He can't possibly take care of the other water swordsmen and the remaining clones. At the crucial moment, Old Jin finally made its choice. It let out a shriek and charged towards the water swordsman, who was being held by Xiong'er. With their leader taking the lead, the other less seriously injured gold-eating rats also swarmed forward. Xiongde finally couldn't hold on any longer and was kicked away by the water swordsman. At the same time, Zhao Yun's sword pierced through the opponent's abdomen. He immediately took out 2 militia conversion talismans and shot them at the 2 water swordsmen respectively. Congratulations! You have successfully converted the water swordsman into a militia member. Congratulations! You have successfully converted the water swordsman into a militia member. The notification sounds kept ringing, but Zhao Yun had no time to be happy. He grabbed the water swordsman by the collar and asked urgently, "Where is the golden liquid that can heal wounds?" The water swordsman had become his subjects and could understand his commands. He raised his hand and pointed towards the depths of the cave. Zhao Yun immediately rushed inside. Further in, the cave branched off. The right side was wider, and light could be faintly seen coming from outside. The left side was narrower, but emitted a faint golden glow. He chose the left side without hesitation. After running a little further, Zhao Yun finally saw his target. Drops of golden liquid fell from the cone-shaped rock at the top of the cave, directly below which was a bowl-sized pit, already half full. He quickly took out the bottle, filled 2 small bottles, and then rushed back to Xiong'er's side. At this moment, Xiong'er was barely breathing. Zhao Yun didn't have time to examine the wound and directly poured the entire bottle of golden liquid onto it. A golden light rose, and Xiong'er's health points quickly recovered. Zhao Yun used the same method to spray another bottle on Xiongde. Soon, Xiongde sat up and kept nuzzling his big head into his arms. Xiong'er also came over, lying down beside him expectantly, as if he also wanted the same treatment. Zhao Yun couldn't help but laugh, hugging the 2 fluffy heads on either side. He originally thought that the gold-eating rats would be the main force in this battle, but they failed at the very beginning, almost causing the entire plan to collapse. If it weren't for Xiongde and Xiong'er's final outburst and desperate attempt to turn the tide, he might have lost his life here. During the survival period, although a lord who dies can be resurrected on Earth, he will be stripped of his lordship and reduced to his original form. That was an ending that Zhao Yun could never accept. Just then, a golden light suddenly shone from Xiongda's body, indicating that he had leveled up. Immediately afterward, Xiong'er also leveled up. Subsequently, the 2 water swordsmen, the gold-eating rat, and even the cauliflower beast that had been lying on the ground earlier also began to glow with upgrade light. This arduous battle led to all participating units simultaneously completing their upgrades. Upgrading was certainly a good thing, but the injuries also needed to be treated. Zhao Yun worked for a while longer, and with the help of the golden liquid, he finally managed to heal everyone's injuries. Only then did he have time to carefully observe the golden liquid. He hadn't paid much attention to it before. After all, healing abilities weren't uncommon. Many powerful lords had heroes or subjects who could heal. Most of the healing healed came from skills. But this golden liquid was neither a skill nor could it instantly heal injuries. This was the first time he had ever seen anything like it. Out of curiosity, Zhao Yun cast a detection spell on it. Chapter 18 SS Rank Fountain of Youth. Name, Fountain of Youth. Rank SS. Description, heals all internal and external injuries. Each 10 grams absorbed can extend lifespan by 1 year. Shop buyback price, 1,000 gold coins 10 grams. Zhao Yun was stunned on the spot. He knew this golden liquid was extraordinary, but he never expected it to be an SS-grade treasure. The phrase, "heals all internal and external injuries," alone carries an astonishing weight. Even more incredibly, it can extend one's lifespan. In this world, lifespan is a sword hanging over the heads of all the strong. The youngest of the lords who served as the pillars of the state were already over 80 years old. They were veterans of countless battles, constantly fighting against calamity beasts, and their bodies had long been severely eroded by the calamity's energy. Even with the best medical teams provided by the country, the effects of age and illness cannot be stopped. And this fountain of youth can actually change all of this. Zhao Yun's hands began to tremble. Based on the description, this product is so effective that there's no need to pour out the whole bottle. 10 drops might be enough. The thought of this made his heart ache. Not long after returning to the base, Muyu delivered 60 pieces of F-grade timber. As soon as the timber arrived, Zhao Yun immediately directed the people to begin construction. After reaching level 3, the system unlocks 5 building blueprints: blacksmith shop, fence, watchtower, school, and training ground. The fences and watchtowers can wait. What's most urgently needed right now are blacksmith shops, schools, and training grounds. Once the training ground is built, the citizens can train there and gain experience to level up. Once the blacksmith shop is built, weapons and armor can be forged, truly arming the territory's combat units. As for schools, their role is even more unique. After the people enter to learn, they have the opportunity to gain various traits, such as improved logging efficiency, gathering efficiency, scouting range, cooking efficiency, and so on. However, the bonus from a level 1 academy is very low, only about 2%, and it will become more noticeable as the level increases. Its true power lies in the arrival of heroes. If heroes teach in academies, the people will have the opportunity to learn a weaker version of the hero's skills. Although it's a simplified version, its effects should not be underestimated if enough people learn it. After weighing the options, Zhao Yun finally decided to build the training ground first. Both the training ground and the blacksmith shop require 80 pieces of wood, and he only had 60 pieces that Muyu had sent, plus the 20 pieces he had left over, which was just enough to build one. Wu Xiongde was the first to pick up a piece of wood and start working. As one of the earliest followers of Zhao Yun, it always charges to the front whenever given an order. Xiong'er, Shuijianka, and Kaiwa Beast quickly joined in, carrying wood together. The fire didn't stop either. Although the slime wasn't very strong, under its command, 15 fire tribute slimes still struggled to lift the wood and worked alongside everyone else. As for the gold-eating rats led by Lao Jin, Zhao Yun sent them to mine. Once the blacksmith shop is built, forging equipment will require ore, so it's always good to prepare the ore source first. On the way to the mine, Lao Jin was clearly in low spirits. All the other citizens stayed in the stronghold to work, but it was the only one who was sent out, which made it feel very resentful. It vaguely sensed that Zhao Yun didn't like it, and even its own gold-eating rat clan didn't seem to like it much. Please note that the loyalty of your gold-eating rat leader has decreased by 11 points. Current loyalty, 61. After receiving the notification, Zhao Yun was only slightly taken aback, but quickly stopped paying much attention to it. Old Jin's behavior in the cave made it really hard for him to like him. Let loyalty drop. If they really run away, we can just find another leader. He had originally thought that the gold-eating rat race would be of great use, but after the battle in the cave, he no longer had high expectations. Aside from mining, their value is now very limited. About an hour later, the training ground was finally completed. However, there wasn't enough wood, so the blacksmith shop had to temporarily close. With 3 hours left before sunset, Zhao Yun again arranged for all the people under his jurisdiction to collect food. We have enough fruits and vegetables for now, but it's always good to have some extra stored. The fish that Xiongde and Xiong'er love to eat are almost gone. Since they work so hard, Zhao Yun wants to satisfy them as much as possible, so catching fish has been put on the agenda. And so, the busy third day slowly turned into night. Zhao Yun lay in bed, starting to plan the next construction sequence in his mind. The Fountain of Youth is too precious, but it's too far from our base. With limited combat power at hand, dividing forces is not a practical option. The river is not far from that cave, so you have to go there to fish. The mine is located south of the stronghold, also more than an hour away. If we had faster flying type citizens, it would be much easier to move around and communicate. Strangely, he had been in this world for 3 days and had not seen any other flying creatures besides the fiery sunbird. Zhao Yun felt something was wrong the more he thought about it. He picked up the glass bottle containing the Fountain of Youth and looked at it again. Although the Fountain of Youth can heal injuries, its healing ability is not as exaggerated as its life-extending effect. If we can find a creature with healing abilities, it would be best to recruit another hero. I have to go to the mine tomorrow to bring back the ore I've mined. The timber that Mu Yu will deliver tomorrow should be enough to build the school and the blacksmith shop. Once these two are built, we'll need to add fences and watchtowers, otherwise we won't be able to upgrade to level 4. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the progress was still a bit slow. If we had more wood, the upgrade speed would definitely be much faster. If I can reach level 5 faster, I might even have a chance to compete for the top spot on the newcomer leaderboard. As he pondered, he slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 19: A Bumper Harvest of Ore. Zhao Yun had already gone to sleep, but the Lord's Circle was bustling with activity. Some people were chatting, some were so tired they just wanted to sleep, and some were bragging about how they almost got gored to death by a D-grade steel-headed boar, but managed to subdue it in the end. These words caused an instant uproar in the Lord's Circle. Everyone was both envious and overwhelmed, marveling that in just a few days someone had already obtained a D-level creature, practically taking off on the spot. Soon, the topic shifted back to Zhao Yun. Someone said they had tried to add him as a friend dozens of times without success, and others echoed this sentiment, clearly indicating that everyone was being turned away. Some female lords even took the opportunity to introduce themselves, and the Lord's Circle quickly turned into a matchmaking event, with the screen full of comments about wanting to find a boyfriend like Brother Yun. In a logging camp in a certain world, Liang Kun sat on the bed, staring intently at the Lord's Circle, his fists clenched. He said in a low voice, "It's my fault for providing you with the timber, which allowed you to seize the initiative. But from now on, I won't let you have it. The top spot on the newcomer ranking will definitely be mine." It was the morning of the 4th day of the survival period. Zhao Yun had just woken up when he received an email from Mu Yu containing 200 pieces of timber. He couldn't help but gasp. Mu Yu's side was practically working around the clock. But this batch of timber arrived at just the right time. Without it, the subsequent construction simply couldn't proceed. After receiving the email, Zhao Yun checked the changes in his subjects, as usual. The result was somewhat disappointing. The numbers of Xian Tu Xiong, Kai Hua beasts, and fire tribute slimes had not increased. As for the water swordsmen, due to a shortage of timber yesterday, the militia conversion center hadn't been built, so there were no new recruits. However, the number of gold-eating rats increased from 21 to 43. The number had doubled, which should have been a good thing, but Zhao Yun didn't feel much joy when he thought about what happened in the cave yesterday. He quickly got up and decided to go to the mine to collect ore. Old Jean and his team had gone there yesterday afternoon and worked until evening. They should have already made a harvest. Before leaving, he put Ah Shui and Yi Kai in charge of building the school and the blacksmith shop. Each building required 100 pieces of wood, which was just enough to use the timber that Mu Yu had sent. After giving his instructions, Zhao Yun set off with Xiongde, Xiong'er, and Dehua. More than an hour later, without any incidents, he arrived at the mine safely. As soon as he arrived at the mine, he saw old Jean standing on a rock making click-click noises, directing the gold-eating rats to work. Not only are the original gold-eating rats busy, but the 22 newly transformed ones have also joined the mining team. This surprised Zhao Yun. Generally speaking, Xiongde, Yi Kai, and Dehua would not act on their own without his orders. Although old Jean received a mining mission yesterday, the orders shouldn't have continued into the next day, not to mention that he also put the newly joined gold-eating rats under his control. Thinking of this, Zhao Yun smiled instead. The high level of initiative from his subordinates was clearly more beneficial than harmful. Old Jin's actions in this regard were unexpected. At this moment, Lao Jin noticed Zhao Yun's arrival, immediately jumped off the rock, and ran quickly to him, calling out and gesturing. Zhao Yun couldn't understand its language, but thanks to the special connection between the Lord and the Chief, he quickly grasped the meaning. "You've found some ore. Can I come over and take a look?" After he finished speaking, he asked Lao Jin to lead the way. The primary mine wasn't large, and Zhao Yun quickly arrived at the north side. Before him were several small mountains of ore, neatly sorted by type. He stepped forward and reached out to collect one of the piles of ore. "You received 104 white inkstones, rank D." Zhao Yun was slightly taken aback. There were already more than 100 pieces of D-grade ore? The mining difficulty was far too low. He then collected several other piles in succession. "You collected 76 crimson copper, rank D. You received 603 pieces of refined iron, F rank. You received 39 azure crystals, rank B. You received 50 white Kirin silver, rank C. The lowered space has extra storage space for territory materials, so although there are quite a few of these ores, they can all be easily stored. Zhao Yun was genuinely surprised. In such a short time, Lao Jin had handed over 768 pieces of ore, including 39 pieces of B-grade azure crystal. Any material that reaches rank B can be considered a high-rank material. He looked at Lao Jin and praised him generously. Very good, Lao Jin, well done! Just this simple compliment left Lao Jin stunned, and then large tears streamed down his face. Your gold-eating rat leader's loyalty has increased by 20 points. Current loyalty, 81. The notification sounded, and Zhao Yun was stunned. Just a word of praise, and his loyalty increased by 20 points. Before he could think it through, Lao Jin had already turned around and run back to continue directing the mining without even wiping it off, and his enthusiasm was clearly even greater than before. Zhao Yun smiled knowingly. It seemed that Lao Jin wasn't as bad as he had previously thought. Watching the gold-eating rats continuously carrying ores out of the mine, he suddenly remembered that Mu Yu had once said that if the sawtooth beasts used high-grade ores, their logging efficiency could be improved. So Zhao Yun sent 5 B-grade azure crystals directly, along with a message. Take a look at these few pieces of ore, do you think they're useful? Chapter 20 Encounter. Crimson Flame Earth Dragon. Zhao Yun had just sent the message when Mu Yu immediately replied. Rank B ore? 5 pieces? Zhao Yun asked her if she could use it, and Mu Yu replied without hesitation that of course she could. Zhao Yun then told her to accept it, adding that the increased logging efficiency of the sawtooth beast would also benefit her. The next second, Mu Yu received the 5 pieces of azure crystal. Zhao Yun nodded secretly. He liked this kind of straightforward and efficient person. These 5 pieces of azure crystal might be treasures to others, but to him, who possessed an entire planet, they meant nothing. More importantly, Mu Yu had been supplying timber for free, so he naturally deserved something in return. Not long after, a friend notification lit up again, this time from Mu Yu. I always feel like you're a little silly. Zhao Yun was stunned. He gave her B-grade ore, and she called him stupid. What did that mean? Did he look stupid? On the other side, in the lush forest, a saw-toothed beast with a chainsaw on its head and a pig-like appearance is diligently chopping wood. Not far away, the girl in the white dress sat on a tree branch, swinging her legs. Looking at the message board that hadn't been replied to yet, she wrinkled her nose and muttered to herself. You actually believe I'm stupid? You're so adorably stupid. Meanwhile, Zhao Yun was observing the gold-eating rats mining near the mine. Suddenly, several gold-eating rats darted out of the mine, squealing in panic. Old Jean immediately flew into a rage, sternly urging them to go back to work. He hadn't forgotten that it was precisely because he was timid and cowardly that Zhao Yun had been dissatisfied with him. But those few gold-eating rats refused to return to their burrow and instead urgently reported the situation to Old Jean. Soon, even more gold-eating rats escaped from the mine. Old Jin's expression grew increasingly grim. Not because many of his companions had escaped, but because something was amiss deep within the mine. It quickly came to Zhao Yun and reported, the temperature in the newly excavated area has risen sharply, and it seems that a powerful creature lives inside, carrying the aura of a dragon. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yun was both surprised and delighted. He was surprised because there was a problem with the mine, which would inevitably halt the excavation. He was delighted because the creature was related to a dragon. Historical experience has long proven that anything associated with the word dragon is invincible. If one can subdue it, the strength of the territory will undoubtedly increase significantly. Zhao Yun immediately decided. Let's go, take me to see. With Zhao Yun personally going and Lao Jin urging them on, the gold-eating rats, no matter how scared they were, could only cautiously lead the way. The mine was spacious enough for the gold-eating rats, but it felt cramped when Xiongde and Xiong'er went in, and they could only barely pass through. After winding and turning, Zhao Yun was almost completely disoriented when the mine tunnel ahead suddenly opened up to be 5 or 6 times wider, and the temperature in the air also rose significantly. Upon arriving here, the gold-eating rat that had been leading the way was trembling all over. Old Jean told Zhao Yun that the target would be visible in less than 50 meters. Seeing that they were afraid, Zhao Yun did not force them to continue and went to the front himself. But the next moment, Old Jean quickened its pace and blocked Zhao Yun's path. Although it was trembling, its steps were firm, its meaning clear, it would lead the way. Zhao Yun felt gratified. Old Jean, who could suppress his fear and walk at the forefront, was no longer the epitome of cowardice. They hadn't walked far when they heard heavy breathing ahead. Zhao Yun immediately signaled everyone to tread lightly, as the unknown creature was clearly asleep. After rounding another bend, he finally saw the other party's true colors. It was a giant beast about 5 meters long, with a head like a huge iron ball, thick and powerful limbs, and its whole body covered with red scales. It was several times larger than Xiongde. Taking advantage of its slumber, Zhao Yun immediately used the detection technique. Name: Crimson Earth Dragon. Status: unemployed. Category: monster. Grade A. Level 1. Strength: 31. Endurance: 50. Wisdom: 16. Spirit: 17. Speed: 24. Talent: Crimson Flame Dragon Scale. Skill: Crimson Flame Domain. Description: originally a crimson flame lizard, it mutated into a sub-dragon species after absorbing the blood of a crimson flame flying dragon. Zhao Yun's eyes narrowed. It was another A-rank creature, with a stamina of 50 points, and its overall attributes were even stronger than the water swordsman. More importantly, it's only level 1 right now. If it grows stronger, its power will only become more terrifying. Faced with such a monster, Zhao Yun couldn't possibly remain unmoved. It was currently asleep, making it the perfect opportunity to subdue it. Without hesitation, he threw out a militia conversion talisman. Gray light quickly enveloped the crimson flame earth dragon. Just when Zhao Yun thought he was about to gain a powerful general, the gray light did not merge into its body, but suddenly exploded. The conversion of militia members has failed. Perler. The crimson flame earth dragon sneezed, and its enormous eyes slowly opened. Chapter 21: The super thick white shield, subdued. Oh no! Zhao Yun's heart sank as he stared intently at the crimson flame earth dragon. He hadn't wanted to start a fight yet. After all, this guy had high stamina and countless shields stacked in his talent, making him ridiculously thick-skinned. To make matters worse, the mine passages were narrow, leaving little room for maneuver, while the crimson flame domain remained completely unaffected. Adding to the problem, his combat power synchronization was still cooling down, preventing him from synchronizing with the water swordsman attribute, leaving him utterly outmatched in a direct confrontation. He could only hope that the Crimson Earth Dragon was mild-mannered and would let them leave. But as it turned out, he was being too optimistic. Oh! Upon recognizing these intruders, the Crimson Earth Dragon roared violently. The next second, the surroundings suddenly lit up in a fiery red glow, runes swirled within the red light, and the air instantly became scorching hot, making even breathing feel like swallowing fire. Crimson Flame Domain! Retreat! At Zhao Yun's command, he immediately led his team to retreat. But the Crimson Flame Earth Dragon had no intention of letting them go. With a leap, it caught up and opened its mouth to bite Xiong'er, who was at the very back. Swift Wind Slash! The pale green sword energy struck its target squarely, but the Crimson Flame Earth Dragon merely shuddered and continued its attack as if nothing had happened. Zhao Yun could clearly see through the Lord's vision that the Gale Slash hadn't taken away much of its health. It had only damaged the white shield behind it. His heart sank. High stamina, and thick white shields, how could they possibly fight them? If this dragged on any longer, they'd probably be worn down first. Old Jean! Zhao Yun drew his sword to block the Crimson Flame Earth Dragon while shouting. But Old Jean didn't respond. He shouted again, but still no response. He turned around abruptly, and found that Lao Jean was nowhere to be seen. Zhao Yun was both anxious and furious. He couldn't outrun Lao Jean, and he couldn't run away either. He could only fight head-on, but Lao Jean had just disappeared at this crucial moment. The Crimson Flame Earth Dragon pounced again, and Zhao Yun dodged to the side, the impact sending rocks flying through the mine wall. Xiongde and Xiong'er followed closely behind, unleashing a series of muffled blows with their palms, but the Crimson Flame Earth Dragon merely shook its body, sending them staggering backward. Zhao Yun gritted his teeth and judged that a head-on confrontation was hopeless. The Crimson Flame Domain was still losing health every second. Even without direct attacks, they could only last for 2 minutes at most. Meanwhile, the distant fire, immune to fire damage, remained unscathed for the time being. Let's go, over there! He used the dodge to lead his team into a narrower passage. Since they couldn't defeat it or escape the domain, they would first try to restrict the Crimson Flame Earth Dragon's movements. Boom! The Crimson Flame Earth Dragon pursued relentlessly, its massive body barely managing to squeeze into the narrow passage. Its movement indeed halted. Zhao Yun immediately had Xiongde take over, while he himself picked up Dehua and together with Xiong'er, withdrew from the domain first. He had thought it through clearly. Since they were bound to take damage from the fire domain, they would take turns. Xiongde and Xiong'er took turns advancing, while he and Dehua seized the opportunity to escape the fire domain, fighting and retreating, waiting for the narrower opening ahead. If they could block it, they would still have a chance in this round. However, the Crimson Flame Earth Dragon was stronger and faster than them. Xiongde was quickly bitten on the forearm, and a whole chunk of flesh was torn off, causing it to scream in pain. Zhao Yun hurriedly told Xiongde to step down, and Xiong'er to take its place. Xiongde only held out for a short while before his health bar dropped to 30%, while the Crimson Earth Dragon's white shield only lost a small portion. Zhao Yun and Xiong'er took turns tanking the damage, and were quickly both severely injured. Fortunately, the Fountain of Youth immediately healed their injuries. However, there was still some distance from the narrow opening. Just then, Zhao Yun suddenly heard a familiar click-click sound, which was getting closer and closer. Old Jean is back. No, it wasn't just Lao Jean. Judging from the noise, he seemed to have accomplices with him. Soon, Old Jin's anxious, rat-like face appeared before Zhao Yun. Its expression changed instantly, becoming resolute. It charged straight down the mine wall and pounced on the Crimson Flame Earth Dragon, scratching and biting it frantically. Yeah. It seemed to be fighting for its life, its expression contorted. Immediately afterward, a large group of gold-eating rats followed suit and pounced on it. Oh! The Crimson Earth Dragon roared and swung its body, sending them all flying. But the gold-eating rats merely rolled over and immediately charged back, continuing their attack. The Crimson Earth Dragon's shield began to drop rapidly. Although the gold-eating rats are not particularly strong individually, they still possess a strength of 7 points, and there are currently over 40 of them participating in the battle. Their swarming attack has made the Crimson Flame Earth Dragon's massive size a hindrance, as it is unable to dodge these close-range assaults. The scales of victory began to tip in Zhao Yun's favor. The Crimson Earth Dragon flung the gold-eating rat away once more, this time with a larger movement and a more ferocious roar. But it still couldn't stop it. The gold-eating rat's fur was tough, and being flung away several times didn't cause any serious injury. It would pounce back as soon as it landed. What's more troublesome is that the passage is too narrow, making it difficult for the creature to even turn around, making it almost impossible to escape the encirclement. At this rate, its defeat is only a matter of time. It clearly realized this and began to retreat rapidly. Big Bear and Little Bear, hold it back! Zhao Yun shouted and charged forward, trying to force it back to the battlefield with his attack, as its white shield was almost depleted. However, the Crimson Flame Earth Dragon, enraged, took a direct hit from his sword, sending him flying. Old Jean! Zhao Yun suppressed his surging blood and roared again, and Lao Jean immediately commanded the gold-eating rats to give chase. But the Crimson Flame Earth Dragon had already retreated to a relatively spacious mine tunnel. As soon as it retreated, it suddenly shook itself, shaking off all the gold-eating rats. At this point, its health bar had only 1/3 remaining. Zhao Yun's heart tightened. He and Xiong'er couldn't catch up now, and the gold-eating rat had been thrown away. Once the Crimson Flame Earth Dragon was activated, it would be impossible to stop it. Just as it was about to escape, a fire tribute slime suddenly jumped out from in front of it. It's a huge fire. It stretched out its 2 small limbs, its body taut, displaying an unyielding stance. Zhao Yun's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately called for it to come back. But the fire didn't listen. Instead, it roared at the Crimson Flame Earth Dragon again, directly provoking it. The Crimson Flame Earth Dragon smirked, completely disregarding the little creature, and raised its leg to ram it. But the next second, flames suddenly sprang up from the ground, heading straight for its face. The Crimson Earth Dragon was utterly enraged. The gold-eating rat was one thing, but even a slime dared to block its path and attack. It immediately abandoned its charge attempt, raised its right forepaw, and prepared to smash the fire into a pulp. In that instant, Zhao Yun's mind raced. He had to keep the fire alive. He flung out the small bottle containing the Fountain of Youth, gambling that the bottle would shatter the moment the Crimson Flame Earth Dragon attacked, allowing the Fountain of Youth to spill onto the raging fire. Even if death is swift, there's always a sliver of time to spare. Smack! The glass bottle struck the mine wall and shattered instantly, spraying out golden liquid. Zhao Yun controlled it with extreme precision. Most of the liquid landed on the ground, with only a small amount managing to travel along its trajectory towards the fire. The next second, the Crimson Earth Dragon swung its claw at the raging fire. The fire's fragile body was torn to shreds, and its health bar almost instantly dropped to 0. Zhao Yun didn't even blink. Immediately afterward, a drop of the Fountain of Youth landed on the fire, followed by a second, a third, and a fourth drop. A golden healing light shone forth, and the body, ravaged by the fire, was quickly restored to its original state. He won his bet. At the same time, system notifications kept popping up, and the loyalty of the gold-eating rat and the black earth bear skyrocketed, both reaching 100, and they were completely devoted to each other. Although the fire bought them only a short time, it was enough for the gold-eating rats to get back. They roared and pounced again, this time with even more decisive clawing and biting. When Zhao Yun rescued the slime, he used the Fountain of Youth without hesitation, a scene witnessed by the slimes. They might not understand what the Fountain of Youth was, but they all sensed the astonishingly rich life force emanating from it. To save even the weakest F-rank slime, the Lord would readily pull out something so precious. What else could they possibly fear? He can save the fire today, and he can save these things tomorrow too. Swish, swish, swish. The Crimson Flame Earth Dragon's health bar dropped rapidly, leaving only a sliver of health. Zhao Yun seized the opportunity and unleashed a militia conversion talisman. Chapter 22 Fire. It's a dragon. Congratulations. You have successfully converted the Crimson Earth Dragon into a militia. Another A-rank citizen joined the ranks, but Zhao Yun didn't even bother with the notifications and rushed towards the fire immediately. Only after confirming that it was alright did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Upon arriving on this planet, the first thing Zhao Yun encountered were slimes. Although their attributes were low, they were always on guard and even helped him find the S-rank Sunfire Crystal and the SS-rank Fountain of Youth. As the Slime Lord, Dahua even used his F-rank body to block the A-rank Crimson Flame Earth Dragon, buying Zhao Yun crucial time. As for the Fountain of Youth he had used up, he didn't care at all. At this moment, the Crimson Flame Earth Dragon approached Zhao Yun, purring ingratiatingly. Zhao Yun patted its head and smiled. It looked ugly no matter how you looked at it when it was an enemy, but now that it was one of his own, it grew more and more pleasing to the eye. He flipped over and climbed onto the back of the Crimson Flame Earth Dragon, patting its head. Come on, mischievous dragon! The Crimson Flame Earth Dragon tilted its head, seemingly accepting the name. Whether it liked it or not didn't matter, it had no choice anyway. Sitting on the back of the Pippy Dragon, Zhao Yun finally experienced the joy of having a mount. It had a wide back, ran fast, and was exceptionally stable. It was incredibly comfortable. His target was the spot where Pippy Dragon had been sleeping. It was covered in crimson crystals, clearly not ordinary minerals. Soon, they arrived deep inside the mine. Zhao Yun cast a detection spell, and information appeared. Name, Crimson Flame Crystal. Gray Day. Description, originally a B-rank Crimson Heartstone, it mutated after absorbing dragon blood. Shop buyback price, 1,300 gold coins a block. Grade A ore. This is the highest grade ore Zhao Yun has ever seen. Normally, the grade of ore determines the grade of equipment you can forge. With this, A-grade equipment is practically within reach. Zhao Yun immediately ordered Lao Jin to lead the gold-eating rats to mine. The gold-eating rats worked swiftly, and the crimson flame crystals were quickly piled up. But soon he realized something was wrong. The crimson flame crystals here were only a thin layer on the surface of the mine wall, and even if all of them were mined, there would only be 41 pieces. Zhao Yun was somewhat disappointed, but Pippi Long nudged his leg, indicating that there was more inside. Zhao Yun's eyes lit up, and he immediately ordered it to lead the way. Pippy Dragon hesitated for a moment, but then obediently continued forward. After penetrating about 200 meters, the second Crimson Flame Crystal Mine appeared. Zhao Yun waved his hand and said, Old Jean, start digging! This mineral belt also only has a surface layer, but there are more of them. A total of 52 pieces were mined. Adding to the previous ones, there are a total of 93 pieces. Zhao Yun was incredibly happy. It felt like he was carrying a sack full of money. But who would complain about having too much money? He immediately asked Pippi Long if there was any more. Pippy Dragon had no choice but to continue leading the way. After penetrating another 300 meters, the third Crimson Flame Crystal Mine appeared before them. Just as Zhao Yun was about to give the order, Old Jean and the gold-eating rat had already started working on their own. But just then, the fire suddenly started howling anxiously. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhao Yun immediately became alert. What's wrong? The fire was yelling and pulling his trouser leg back, clearly trying to get him to leave quickly. Without hesitation, Zhao Yun picked up Dahua and mounted Pippy Dragon. Let's go! Just as they set off, a deep roar suddenly came from deeper within the mine. Roar! The moment the sound rang out, Pippy Dragon's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. Xiongde, Xiong'er, and the gold-eating rat also trembled with fear, their reactions almost identical to when they first encountered the fiery sun bird. Zhou Yun's heart sank. Deep within the mine, there was definitely a terrifying being comparable to the fiery sun bird. The noise from the mining just now had likely awakened it. He slapped Pippi Dragon hard. "Stop lying down! Run if you don't want to die!" Although Pippi Dragon was still trembling, it managed to prop itself up and turn its head to escape. But the next second, a scorching wave of heat surged from the depths of the mine. Before Zhao Yun could even see the source, crimson flames had already filled his field of vision. Pippi Dragon looked back, roared as if startled, and ran away. Big Bear, Little Bear, and the gold-eating rat were so frightened they clung to it. Normally, Pip alone would definitely not be happy to have his car bumped into like this. But now that he's escaping for his life, he doesn't care about that. It charged forward with all fours, but the flames behind it were even faster. Several times the flames almost reached its rear, but it managed to accelerate and create some distance. Zhao Yun was horrified. Although the fire wave didn't directly touch him from less than 3 feet away, the terrifying heat had already caused their health bars to drop rapidly. A chill ran through him. This time, it seemed he was truly doomed. The cave entrance was still far away, and the fountain of youth had just run out. It appeared there was no chance of turning the tide. Just then, his gaze fell on the fire. Previously, Pippi Dragon's crimson flame domain couldn't harm it, and now that the fire wave is approaching, its health bar remains completely unaffected. The reason is simple. Dahua's talent is fire element affinity, which makes him immune to fire damage. Zhao Yun's eyes lit up. "Great fire, coordinate with me to deploy!" As he spoke, he grabbed the top and bottom of the fire and pulled it outwards. Before the fire could even understand what unfold meant, its jelly-like body had already been stretched into a long strip. Zhao Yun used the stretched-out fire to block the back of the team, and a miracle immediately occurred. Their health bars began to decrease at a noticeable slower rate. Sure enough, the fire could absorb the heat of the flames. As long as it was big enough, it could block damage from behind. The fire understood Zhao Yun's meaning and stretched out on its own, quickly transforming into a slime shield that was 2 meters high and 1 meter wide. After the shield was placed at the back of the group, everyone's health bars stopped decreasing completely. Pippi Dragon, Xiongde and Xiong'er, and the gold-eating rats cheered. Without the fire, they would have surely perished. But Dahua was not smug. Instead, with its face stretched into a thin pancake, it barked at Zhao Yun a few times. Zhao Yun's eyes lit up immediately after hearing this. That's right, how come he hadn't thought of this method? He estimated the distance of the fire wave and through the pancake shield, form of fire backwards. The wave of fire instantly engulfed the raging inferno. But the inferno was immune to flames, absorbing all the heat. Moments later, it returned to its round, plump shape, and the wave of fire had vanished without a trace. Zhao Yun picked up Dahua and couldn't help but laugh. "So cool, Dahua!" Big Bear, Little Bear, Gold-Eating Rat, and Pippi Dragon chimed in. Big Fire raised its head, looking incredibly smug. Who would have thought that, facing a being deep within the mine that was no less formidable than the fiery sun bird, it was actually an F-rank slime that ultimately turned the tide. Although they had temporarily escaped the crisis, Zhao Yun dared not linger, and immediately sent Pippi Dragon out of the mine. That thing could attack once, and it might attack again. Fortunately, they were not attacked again until they left the mine. Zhao Yun immediately ordered all the gold-eating rats to stop mining and return to the base with him. The mining output was important, but before the danger was resolved, Old Jean and the others' lives were more important. More than an hour later, Old Jean arrived at the stronghold with the gold-eating rats. It was their first time here, and everything was new and exciting to them, as they kept looking around. Zhao Yun stood to the side, watching the people interact, and felt good. It was difficult for ordinary lords to gain people in the early stages, but he had only been there for 4 days, and his stronghold was already taking shape. This place will continue to develop, from a stronghold to a village, town, city, and even a country, eventually spreading its influence throughout the entire planet. Roar! A roar filled with ancient majesty suddenly came from afar, interrupting his reverie. Zhao Yun, Xiongde and Xiong'er, Pai Pai Long, and all the gold-eating rats froze instantly. They had heard the same sound in the mine just over an hour earlier. Immediately afterwards, a black dot rose from the direction of the mining site and rapidly grew larger. Soon, a colossal beast, entirely fiery red, appeared on the horizon. That's a fire dragon. The distance was too great for the detection spell to work. But it was obvious that a dragon was no weaker than the fiery sunbird. Zhao Yun then understood why the descriptions of Pippi Dragon and Crimson Flame Crystal were related to dragon blood. It turned out that a dragon was indeed hidden deep within the mine. Perhaps it was injured before, which is why it has been lying dormant underground to recover. Just then, a familiar bird call came from the west. The fiery sun bird, which had been seen 3 days ago, appeared on the horizon. However, this time it did not fly towards Zhao Yun, but went straight for the fire dragon. Upon spotting the fiery sun bird, the fire dragon immediately let out a defiant roar. Undeterred, the fiery sun bird let out a clear cry and unleashed a massive fireball. The fire dragon also retaliated by spewing dragon breath. The fireball and the dragon's breath collided in midair, creating a silent but fiery red explosion that turned the entire sky crimson. Beneath the flames, the fiery sun bird and the fire dragon engaged in direct hand-to-hand combat. These were all powerful beings that Zhao Yun could not currently reach, and every encounter with them made his heart pound. Fortunately, the distance was far enough, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to withstand even the aftershocks. But the battle didn't last long. Even though the fire dragon wasn't at a disadvantage, it suddenly and without warning fled eastward. The fiery sun bird seemed to have a grudge against it, and immediately gave chase. Soon, the two figures disappeared from Zhao Yun's sight, one after the other. It took Zhao Yun a while to come to his senses. He felt that the two of them had come and gone suddenly. Suddenly, he remembered reading in a book that dragons have a habit of collecting treasures. The fire dragon used to live deep in the mine. Now that it has left, could it have left behind some treasures in its lair? Thinking about this, Zhao Yun almost drooled. That's a fire dragon capable of rivaling the fiery sun bird. Even a casual spit from the fiery sun bird yields an S-grade treasure, so how bad could the items in its nest be? The immense temptation made Zhao Yun increasingly eager to try it. The bold get rich, the timid starve. The fire dragon and the blazing sun bird are gone, what do I have to be afraid of? Let's go take a look. Chapter 23 Dragon Egg. 1 minute later, Zhao Yun led all his combat units out in full force. He knew perfectly well that there were definitely good things in the dragon's nest, and others were probably aware of it too. If a scramble for them broke out, it would be a battle of whoever got there first, and whoever was stronger. Along the way, he and his men were traveling at full speed, trying to seize the initiative as soon as possible. But the further they went, the more uneasy Zhao Yun felt, because it was too quiet around him. Previously, I could hear some rustling noises on the road, but this time there was nothing at all. Oh no, did they all get there before us? Thinking of this, he immediately quickened his pace, and even after arriving near the mine, there wasn't a sound. Once inside the mine, it was eerily quiet. Has someone already reached the dragon's nest? Zhao Yun was extremely anxious and rode Pippi Dragon straight to the deepest part of the mine. When he finally reached the end of the mine, the scene before him stunned him. The space here is very large, about the width of 3 or 4 football fields. The surrounding mine walls are covered with crimson crystals, which is quite in line with the appearance of a dragon's nest. But besides these, there's nothing else. There were no swarms of creatures, no scenes of fighting and scrambling, and certainly no mountains of treasure, as he had imagined. There was nothing there. Zhao Yun initially suspected that someone else had beaten them to it, but quickly dismissed the idea. After all, they had hardly encountered any other creatures on their journey, so the possibility of someone getting there first was slim. That leaves only one explanation. There was no treasure here to begin with. Perhaps the fire dragon only temporarily hid here after being injured, and this place is not its true habitat at all. Thinking of this, Zhao Yun's mood plummeted. Had he gone through all that trouble only to return empty-handed? But looking at the walls covered in crimson flame crystals, he realized he had been greedy. At least these crystals were valuable, though far from what he had expected. A man's greed is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Trying to get fat in one bite is indeed not so easy. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, and prepared to have everyone start mining. Since they were already here, they couldn't just let these crimson flame crystals go to waste. Just then, the fire suddenly began to leap around a spot on the ground, as if it had discovered something. Zhao Yun immediately became alert. Last time, it was the fire that helped him find the blazing sun crystal. This time, he might find something else. What's wrong? Did you find something? Dehua nodded hurriedly, gesturing to indicate that there was something below. Zhao Yun's eyes lit up, and he immediately waved. Big Bear, dig this place up! Upon hearing the command, Xiongde immediately pounced on the soil and began digging. The sand and gravel on the ground were not hard, and it dug a large pit in no time. Before long, a smooth, curved object was revealed. Zhao Yun quickly told Xiongde to stop, and then cast a detection spell on him. Name, Crimson Flying Dragon Egg damaged. Rank SSS. Description: eggs laid by the Crimson Flame Wyvern can hatch into Crimson Flame hatchlings. Due to congenital deficiencies, they require repair of damage and sufficient nutrition before they can hatch. Upon seeing this message, Zhao Yun jumped up in excitement. He never expected that beneath this seemingly ordinary ground lay an SSS-rank Crimson Flame Flying Dragon egg. If these could hatch and grow to adulthood, they might actually have a chance to wipe out all the calamity beasts on Earth. After all, the strongest known calamity beast on Earth is only SS rank. Even among growth-type combatants, a single level difference results in a significant attribute gap. Not to mention, the Crimson Flame Dragon is an S rank higher, so the disparity will only widen. Of course, Zhao Yun also understood that it was too early to think about these things. Right now, there was only one most important thing. Dig out this egg. Xiongde and Xiong'er immediately got to work, quickly digging the pit completely, and then together they lifted out the Crimson Dragon egg, which was as tall as a person. Without saying a word, Zhao Yun directly put it into the Lord's space. He then decisively ordered, "Withdraw!" Now that he had the dragon egg, he couldn't care less about the crimson crystals. Without the egg, mining here would be relatively safe, but now that they had it, the Crimson Dragon would inevitably return. If they're still mining here when it comes back, they're just asking for trouble. On the way back to the base, Zhao Yun was on tenterhooks the whole way, getting nervous at the slightest sound, fearing that the Crimson Flame Flying Dragon would catch up with him after discovering that the egg was missing. Fortunately, they eventually made it back to the base without any major incident. Although this place offered almost no defense against the Crimson Flame Dragon, it at least provided some reassurance. Zhao Yun's only hope now is that the Lord's space can isolate their aura, preventing the Crimson Flame Flying Dragon from finding them. To be on the safe side, he also scattered a lot of dung from monstrous beasts along the way to confuse the smell. These were originally things that the Lord used to deter unknown creatures during his survival period, and had never been used before, but now they had become a means of survival. Afterwards, he led everyone to the river to take a bath and also collected half a bottle of the Fountain of Youth. By the time they returned to the stronghold, it was already completely dark. After a busy day, the harvest looked plentiful, but the territory's development had slowed down. The school and blacksmith shop were completed, but to upgrade them to level 4, 2 more watchtowers and 20 sets of fences needed to be built, which would require at least 500 more pieces of wood. Zhao Yun calculated that if all the labor force was used, they would have to work for at least a full day tomorrow. After arranging his plans for the next day, he went to bed. But after lying there for a long time, all he could think about was the Crimson Flame Dragon egg. Finally, he decided not to sleep at all, lit a torch, and took the egg out again to study it. The dragon egg is in hand. Figuring out how to keep its location a secret from the Crimson Flame Dragon is only the first step. A more reliable approach is to hatch it, and then successfully convert it into one of his subjects. Once the Crimson Flame Dragon cub becomes his subject, it will obey his commands. At that time, even if the Crimson Flame Flying Dragon chases him here, it will be hesitant to act rashly. But problems also arise. The examination revealed that the egg was damaged and needed to be repaired before it could be incubated. Zhao Yun examined the egg by the firelight for a long time, but still couldn't figure out where the egg was damaged. Chapter 24. Another World Unveiled, The Sword of the Warrior. At first, Zhao Yun thought the detection spell had malfunctioned, but after checking twice, the dragon egg still showed no reaction. Just as he was wondering, he suddenly felt something wet in his palm. He brought the torch closer and saw that his palm was covered in a transparent, sticky substance. He immediately returned to the dragon egg and examined it carefully by the firelight. He then discovered a very fine crack around the shell, from which a clear liquid was constantly seeping out. Zhao Yun immediately understood that the dragon egg wasn't undamaged. Rather, the wound was too well hidden. Now that the problem was identified, dealing with it was simple. He took out the Fountain of Youth and dripped a drop onto the wound. As soon as the golden light rose, the eggshell didn't heal. Instead, the small area that had been encircled bulged out. Zhao Yun was taken aback and added another drop, but the bulge became even more noticeable. He was completely bewildered. Why was the wound getting worse the more he treated it? Unconvinced, he leaned closer to the torch for a closer look and finally discovered that the protrusion wasn't an eggshell at all, but some kind of metal, its surface faintly reflecting light. In other words, the real problem wasn't a cracked eggshell, but something stuck inside the egg. Zhao Yun immediately reached out to pull it out. The object wasn't buried very deep, but only a small portion was exposed. He could only pry it out little by little with 2 fingers. After a lot of effort, he managed to pull out a section that he could hold with 3 fingers. As he pulled it out further, he finally saw that it was carved with intricate patterns and shaped like a sword hilt. Could it be a sword? Without thinking twice, he increased his strength. With a plop, A long, thin object was pulled out along with some transparent slime. It was indeed a sword. After pulling out his sword, Zhao Yun quickly dripped 2 drops of the fountain of youth onto the dragon egg's wound, afraid that he might have been too rough and hurt the little creature inside. Seeing the hole heal rapidly, he breathed a sigh of relief and then used his detection spell to check the dragon egg's information. Name: Crimson Flame Flying Dragon Egg. Rank: SSS. Description: eggs laid by the Crimson Flame Wyvern can hatch into Crimson Flame hatchlings. Estimated incubation time: 2,567 hours. Seeing this result, Zhao Yun's heart sank. The egg was repaired, but the incubation period was over 100 days. Even if it did hatch, let alone how he knew how, waiting this long would likely have turned the place upside down by now. If it weren't for the fact that living creatures couldn't be recycled, he would have sold the egg directly. He quickly turned his attention back to the sword he had casually tossed to the ground. He used his detection spell again, and the results came back immediately. Name: Flowing Clouds. Rank: SS. Attributes: requires hero to wield. Description: only a hero can wield this sword. Shop buyback price: 1 gold coin. Zhao Yun's heart skipped a beat. An SS rank sword wasn't something you could just stumble upon, but its attributes only displayed when heroic wielding was enabled. He felt he wasn't bad at all. A fine sword deserves a hero's touch, so he figured he could give it a try. But after he grasped the flowing cloud sword, he activated the detection spell again, and the result was exactly the same. Zhao Yun was immediately somewhat unconvinced and stared at the sword, saying, "Take another look." But no matter how he tried, the result remained unchanged. He was so angry that he flicked the sword with his pinky finger, muttering something about heroes, but after all that effort, Lu Yun still didn't react. In the end, he had no choice but to throw the sword into the Lord's space, feeling extremely frustrated. He had initially thought that the dragon egg and the flowing cloud sharing the same character, Cloud, was a kind of fate, but it turned out he was just overthinking things. After storing the dragon egg in his Lord's space, he sat on the bed in a daze for a long time. Having a treasure but being unable to use it was a truly unpleasant feeling. On the morning of the 5th day, Zhao Yun woke up in bed, unable to remember how he had slept the night before. But a new day had begun, and he immediately opened the control panel. Sure enough, the number of his subjects had increased again. There was 1 more Xian-Tu bear, 2 more Kaihua beasts, and even 1 more A-rank water swordsman. In addition, the number of fire attribute slimes and gold-eating rats was also increasing, making the team significantly stronger. Muyu also sent him 700 pieces of F-rank wood. With this batch of resources, reaching the level 4 lord today was almost a certainty. Looking at his harvest, Zhao Yun felt that the future was bright. But just as he was preparing to make a big splash in the rising sun, a huge shadow suddenly appeared in the center of the sun. The next second, a deafening dragon roar suddenly erupted, echoing across the sky. Chapter 25, Level 5. Hero Tavern Unlocked. 1 second Zhao Yun was smiling, the next his face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Although he couldn't understand the dragon's roar, he could hear the barely suppressed rage within it. Without a doubt, the Crimson Flame Dragon must have discovered that the dragon egg was missing. To make matters worse, all the concealment methods he had left behind had failed. The Crimson Flame Dragon flew straight toward the stronghold. A fierce wind howled, causing the flowers, trees, and grass to sway wildly, and even the buildings in the stronghold creaked as if they might fall apart at any moment. Zhao Yun glanced at the people in the stronghold, finally sighed, and obediently took out the dragon egg. Faced with an entity of this caliber, any clever trick could backfire. Rather than angering them after being exposed, it might be better to hand over the dragon egg proactively, which could offer a glimmer of hope for survival. Otherwise, if the Crimson Flame Flying Dragon were to unleash its breath, the dragon egg might be safe, but he and his people would certainly be reduced to ashes. As expected, the Crimson Flame Dragon's aura softened noticeably upon seeing the dragon egg, and the surrounding gales subsided considerably. It descended upon the stronghold, its massive body casting a shadow over the entire site. Then, it reached down with its dragon claw and gently scooped the dragon egg back up. Just as Zhao Yun was at her most nervous, she suddenly heard 2 words. "Thank you?" He was startled, almost thinking he was hallucinating. Looking up, he saw the Crimson Flame Dragon's enormous eyes staring at him, filled not with anger, but with gentleness and gratitude. "Thank you for saving my child." This time, Zhao Yun was certain that it was speaking to him. Even though the other creature hadn't opened its mouth, he could clearly hear its voice. The Crimson Flame Dragon told him that its child had been fatally injured because of it. It had thought it could only watch its child die, But Zhao Yun appeared and healed the wounds inside the dragon egg. At this point, a hint of pain flashed in the crimson flame flying dragon's eyes, and it actually plucked out a dragon scale and placed it in front of Zhao Yun. If you ever need my help in the future, just use this to call me. No matter how big the trouble, I will do my best to help you, even if it costs me my life. This is the promise of the fire dragon lineage, the crimson flame flying dragon Alifia. After saying this, it slowly rose into the air, carrying the dragon egg northward. Zhao Yun stared blankly at the enormous scale on the ground, still somewhat bewildered. He couldn't help but smile wryly. Could this be considered a blessing in disguise? Not only did he survive, he also received a promise from the crimson flame dragon. However, the scales were far too large to easily store. As soon as he finished speaking, a faint light appeared on the surface of the dragon's scales. When the light faded, the once enormous scales had shrunk to the size of a palm. Zhao Yun blinked, picked up the dragon's scale, and understood. The crimson flame dragon must be able to change its size at will, which is why it left bloodstains in the narrow mine tunnel. After carefully storing the scales, he closed his eyes to catch his breath. The dramatic ups and downs he had just experienced were truly thrilling. After taking a few deep breaths, Zhao Yun reopened his eyes and immediately called out, Dehua Ikai, Ashui Lao Jin Pai Pai Long, let's get to work! Next, with everyone's efforts, fences were erected and 2 watchtowers were built one after another. By 5 p.m., only one set of fences was needed to reach level 4. Zhao Yun looked around. 20 sets of fences had already enclosed a small portion of the stronghold, roughly defining its boundaries. Although these fences could be dismantled and reassembled later, the real task requiring careful planning was upgrading the walls. But right now, the most important thing was to upgrade first. Meanwhile, the Lord's Circle also became lively. It's almost the 5th day. Why is Brother Yun still only at level 3? 12 people have already caught up from behind. Will we run out of resources? The reason why someone can be the first to advance to level 3 is most likely not due to resources, but rather because of labor or environmental constraints. I haven't reached level 4 yet today, and it'll probably be difficult to reach level 5 before the survival period ends. Many people were extremely anxious. Everyone was waiting for Zhou Yunxing to reach level 5 and send out resource red envelopes, but no one had accepted their friend requests, leaving them only able to feel anxious in the channel. Just when everyone thought it was hopeless, someone suddenly shouted, Brother Yun got promoted! The next moment, the Lord's Circle exploded. He's reached level 4! Brother Yun has reached level 4! Awesome! Level 5 is just around the corner! Inside the base, Zhou Yun listened to the prompts in his mind and a smile appeared on his face. Congratulations! You have successfully completed the construction of residential buildings, militia conversion center, logging camp, mine, granary, blacksmith shop, fence, watchtower, school, and training ground, and have successfully upgraded to level 4. Your Lord's space has been expanded. The blueprints for the Lord's mansion, fish farm, orchard, vegetable garden, and farmland have been unlocked. For Zhou Yun, the threshold from level 4 to level 5 was not high. Level 5 required building a Lord's mansion, a fish farm, an orchard, a vegetable garden, farmland, and 5 houses. The orchards, vegetable gardens, and farmland consumed little timber and were quick to build. With all the villagers working together, they could be completed in less than an hour. The 5 houses also didn't take much time. The real bottleneck is the Lord's mansion. It requires not only 200 pieces of wood, but also 100 pieces of ore of at least D grade. The requirement of D grade ore would be enough to deter 99% of early game lords. But for Zhou Yun, this was not a problem at all. Not to mention D grade, he can even produce A grade ore now, and he really intends to use A grade ore to build the Lord's mansion. It wasn't that he had so much or he didn't know what to do with it, but rather that the Lord's manor had an important function, outpost teleportation. The higher the grade of ore used during construction, the more teleportation beacons can be set up, and the wider the range. Grade D has 1, Grade C has 2, and so on, with Grade A having exactly 4. Once the Lord's manor is built, Zhou Yun will be able to set up teleportation beacons in the river and mine, so he won't have to waste a lot of time traveling back and forth anymore. He can arrive in just a few seconds. Of course, level 4 is just a transition. Apart from the Lord's manor, the upgrade requirements for vegetable gardens, orchards, and farmland are not urgent for him at the moment, and the fishing grounds are only barely useful. What Zhou Yun truly looked forward to was the Hero Tavern, which unlocked at level 5. Only by building the Hero Tavern could he recruit heroes, and heroes would bring about a qualitative change in the Lord's strength. With the hero within reach, he wished he could start working overnight, and rushed to level 5. But it was already late, and the people had exhausted most of their energy after a day's work. Even though Zhao Yun was in a hurry, he could only let everyone rest. Only by restoring their energy could they build faster tomorrow. One night passed, and the 6th day arrived. On this day, the Lord's circle was more lively than ever. Because no matter how hard the previous days had been, as long as they held on for just one more day, everyone could go home on the 7th day. Ultimately, they are just young people who have just turned 18. It's impossible for them not to miss home after being away for so many days. Zhao Yun is too busy during the day to think about her parents and sister. But when she lies down at night, she can't help but think about them and wonder what they are doing and whether they are thinking about her too. At the entrance of the house, Zhao Yun greeted the villagers with a smile. "My little ones, after today, you can go home tomorrow. Then I'll take you to meet my family." Although the people did not understand what this meant, seeing Zhao Yun's expectation, they all responded with a few cheers. Zhao Yun was already imagining how surprised his family would be when they saw that he had brought back so many companions. After all, by the end of the survival period, having more than 5 subjects would be considered excellent, and having 10 would be even more outstanding. It's almost unheard of for someone to bring back such a large group of subjects at once, and of such ridiculously high quality. The A-rank Crimson Flame Earth Dragon alone, along with the 3 A-rank Water Swordsmen, is enough to shock people. The only downside is that the number of civilians didn't increase today. It seems that within the area affected by the militia conversion, almost all the eligible targets have already been converted. Zhao Yun composed himself and clapped his hands. "Come on, let's eat, then we'll get back to work." 7 hours later, at 2 p.m. Congratulations. You have successfully completed the construction of residences, militia conversion center, logging camp, mine, granary, blacksmith shop, fence, watchtower, school, training ground, lord's mansion, fishing ground, orchard, vegetable garden, and farmland, and have successfully upgraded to level 5. Your lord's space has been expanded. The blueprints for Heroes Tavern, Jewelry Workshop, Brewery, Dining Hall, and Hunting Ground have been unlocked. A level 5 resource reward package is available to all lords within the designated lord's territory after it is distributed. Distribute? Zhao Yun chose to distribute the funds without hesitation. He then received a reward. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 summoning charm. Name, summoning symbol for the people. Grade S. Description, specify an existing non-heroic race under your command, and summon one of that race's citizens. Citizens can be converted using a citizen conversion rune. Shop buyback price, 1,000 gold coins. After reading it, Zhao Yun was satisfied and put the summoning talisman into his lord's space. He has enough people for now, so there's no rush to use this. The summoning rune will be most valuable when he subdues S rank, or even SS rank and above people. Thinking of this, Zhao Yun couldn't help but smile. Before becoming a lord, he thought it would be quite remarkable to have even 1 B-rank subject. But now, he's even starting to look down on A-rank citizens, and his sights are set on S-rank and even SS-rank citizens. It can only be said that human desires are indeed endless. The news caused an uproar among the lords. I knew Brother Yun could do it. Level 5 on the 6th day? That's outrageous. Have there ever been lords in history who advanced 5 ranks on the 6th day? No, right? In the past, when the survival period was level 5, it was usually the 7th day. Brother Yun has broken a record. No, he has shattered the record. If we reach level 5 on the 6th day, wouldn't there be a chance for a hero to emerge on the 7th day? Heroes emerge during the survival period. It's terrifying to even think about. Some were shocked, some were envious, and some joked that they would have to live in Zhao Yun's shadow from now on. But soon someone reminded them that the shadow of the latter was only temporary, and once the cross-player battle started, they would realize how great it was to have a top player leading the team. In a forest of some world, Mu Yu lay in a treehouse, hearing the notification that Zhao Yun had reached level 5, and smiled as she sent him a message. Boss, I've gotten another freebie from your resources. Keep looking out for me in the future, okay? Zhao Yun was promoted to level 5, and every lord in the lord's circle seemed to be very happy. Liang Kun was the only exception. At this moment, his face was ashen. Chapter 26 The Tavern is completed. Just now, he reached level 4 and was overjoyed, thinking he had finally caught up with Zhao Yun. If he just put in a little more effort, he would have a chance to surpass him and climb to the top of the leaderboard. But the next second, a notification popped up that Zhao Yun had reached level 5, like a bolt from the blue, leaving him completely stunned. He was stunned for a long time, then couldn't help but smile bitterly. How could he, with such a perfect start, be so far behind? Just what kind of monster was Zhao Yun? In the end, he could only send Zhao Yun 2 words. Congratulations. On Planet Zero, Zhao Yun received messages from 2 friends. He wasn't surprised that Mu Yu would send his congratulations, but Liang Kun's message did surprise him slightly. After replying to each of them, Zhao Yun immediately turned his attention back to the present. He planned to build the Hero's Tavern in one go before the sun completely set. Building a tavern requires wood and ore. The higher the quality of the materials, the better the effect. Zhao Yun has no shortage of C-grade wood around him, and he can find B-grade silverwood with careful searching, but he has never seen A-grade wood. So he decided to use B-rank silver branch trees for timber, and continue using A-rank crimson flame crystals for ore. Although there weren't many crimson flame crystals left after building the Lord's mansion, he could solve the problem by sending old Jean to the mine. As for the crimson flame flying dragon, Zhao Yun wasn't worried. The mine was in the south, but it had left in the north, clearly indicating it had no intention of returning to the mine. Everyone worked as fast as they could and finally finished building the Hero's Tavern before it got completely dark. Congratulations! You have successfully built Hero's Tavern X1. Hero's Tavern, a temporary haven for wandering heroes. When a hero arrives, be sure to prepare fine wine to welcome them. Zhao Yun looked at the tavern in the night, his heart filled with excitement. Although it was already dark around him, the tavern seemed to be glowing in his eyes. He told everyone to go and rest, but he himself had no intention of sleeping. Building the tavern was only the first step. The materials determined its probability of attracting heroes, but whether or not they could stay depended on the quality of the wine. Normally, fine wine is produced by a brewery, and he has already unlocked the blueprints. However, the brewing cycle is too long, often taking 10 days to half a month, which Zhao Yun simply cannot wait for. Therefore, he had no choice but to take the shortcut. Zhao Yun entered the Lord's circle and immediately sent a message. I urgently need fine wine. You can specify the terms of the transaction in the friend request. The moment he posted, the Lord's circle instantly became lively. It's Brother Yun! Is the big boss recruiting heroes? I'm so envious! Those who have alcohol, hurry up and take it out! Soon various replies flooded the screen. Some said they had 2 bottles of 30-year-old XO, some were willing to offer a case of top-tier luxury wines, and some even brought out wines they bought from the live stream, only to be immediately turned down by the crowd. Zhao Yun stopped watching the spectacle and started focusing on the friend requests. In less than a minute, more than 30 requests arrived, most of them directly sending him alcohol and their requests. Some wanted ore, some wanted wood, and some just wanted to exchange it for a friend's slot. As long as the conditions were reasonable, Zhao Yun agreed to them all. As a lord, social skills are an essential skill. No one would be foolish enough to ask for an exorbitant price when someone brings out wine at this time. Just then, another friend message popped up, and it was from Liang Kun. Liang Kun sent a message. I originally planned to use them myself, but it seems I won't have the chance now. Since you need them, I'll give them all to you. Immediately afterward, an email arrived. Zhao Yun opened it, and found a full 10 cases of wine inside. Hennessy XO, 14th generation Longwe, Guizhou Mutai Feidian, and Romani Conti are all excellent wines. Zhao Yun couldn't help but sigh. All the people before them combined didn't give as many or as well as Liang Kun alone. These wines would be quite valuable on Earth, and now that they'd come in handy, he accepted them all without hesitation. But friends should reciprocate, so Zhao Yun immediately gave him 3 A-grade crimson flame crystals in return. Liang Kun received the email as soon as it was sent. Liang Kun replied, Thanks, I took advantage of you this time. I'll pay you back next time. Zhao Yun smiled slightly and said nothing more. Having acquired enough fine wine, he went to the Hero's Tavern and put the wines on the shelves one by one. Now, all he had to do was wait. Zhao Yun was too weak to move around at night, and having exhausted himself today, he needed to rest. But the unsung heroes were different. They could visit the tavern at any time. In other words, this night wouldn't interfere with his sleep, nor would it prevent the tavern from recruiting heroes. If he was lucky enough, he might wake up tomorrow to find a hero in the tavern. Zhao Yun thought expectantly, hoping for a powerful hero. Even a C rank would be good. If it could be a healing hero, it would save the trouble of getting the Fountain of Youth. If not, a blacksmith would also be fine, as the blacksmith shop could then be used to forge equipment. With these expectations in mind, Zhao Yun finally drifted off to sleep. Chapter 27 A-Rank Hero? On the morning of the 7th day, Zhao Yun sat bolt upright in bed, not even bothering to check if the number of people in his territory had increased, and rushed straight out of the house. What he had been most concerned about last night was the tavern's business. Before he even reached the door, he could hear bursts of chatter and laughter coming from inside. Zhao Yun was delighted. It seemed the tavern already had quite a few customers. However, he still didn't completely relax. After all, besides heroes, wanderers also came to the tavern, and only those with a hero's certificate were eligible to be recruited. He straightened his clothes, took a deep breath, and pushed open the door to go inside. The lively sounds of the tavern immediately rushed towards him, but Zhao Yun not only didn't mind, he actually enjoyed the atmosphere. The customers quickly recognized him, and greeted him one after another. Zhao Yun responded with a smile, while secretly observing everyone's chests. Soon his gaze stopped. Sitting in front of him was a red-haired, red-bearded dwarf, with a hero's certificate prominently displayed on his chest, and it was even a C-rank badge. Zhao Yun's heart skipped a beat, and he almost burst out laughing. Last night he was thinking how wonderful it would be if a hero skilled in forging could come, and unexpectedly, one actually arrived today. The dwarves were renowned for their forging prowess, so this was practically a delightful surprise delivered to their doorstep. When the dwarf saw Zhao Yun looking over, he raised his wine cup and laughed, asking if he wanted to have a drink with him. Zhao Yun immediately agreed. He knew very well that interacting more with heroes would always increase the chances of successful recruitment, even though he didn't actually enjoy drinking much. As he walked past, his peripheral vision caught sight of another table. There stood a slender, fair-skinned, green-haired girl. Her pointed ears revealed her identity as an elf. And on her chest hung the same C-rank hero's badge. Encountering two heroes at once filled Zhao Yun with joy. To have such a windfall so early in the game was practically a perfect start. Of course, the prerequisite was that he could successfully recruit them. After sitting down, Zhao Yun exchanged a few pleasantries with the dwarf and learned that his name was Firebeard Stonehammer, and that he came from the Stonehammer tribe. Firebeard praised the whiskey here for being strong while taking several sips, making his attitude quite clear. After putting down his wine cup, he mentioned that he couldn't live without fire and ore. Zhao Yun immediately seized the opportunity, saying that there was a blacksmith shop in his territory, but he was missing a skilled blacksmith to oversee it. Huasu laughed heartily upon hearing this, admitting that his blacksmithing skills were indeed quite good. Firebeard then offered a condition: as long as there was enough fine wine and ore, he would only need 50 gold coins per month. As soon as he finished speaking, his information panel appeared. Zhao Yun glanced at it, and saw that he was indeed a standard C-rank hero, with high strength and stamina, and his talent was forging mastery, which could shorten forging time and improve quality. His skills were also quite practical. Zhao Yun was very satisfied with him and immediately produced the recruitment contract. Huasu didn't hesitate. After signing and affixing his seal, the contract took effect immediately. Huasu stood up and solemnly bowed, formally pledging allegiance to Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun smiled and told him that he would be in charge of the blacksmith shop from now on, and that he would be provided with soldiers as soon as possible. Huasu readily agreed to follow the lord's arrangements. Just then, the elven girl also got up and walked over. She introduced herself as Ellie, from the forest elf lineage, saying that the life force in Zhao Yun's territory made her feel very comfortable. She also said that she was skilled in healing magic, able to accelerate the growth of plants and soothe monsters, and hoped to stay and serve him. Ellie's information panel popped up immediately. Zhao Yun was even more pleasantly surprised when he saw it. She was not only a hero, but also a rare healing hero. Her talent could accelerate plant growth and reduce the malice of monsters, and her skills were area of effect healing. Her monthly salary was only 100 gold coins. Zhao Yun signed a contract with her almost without hesitation. A flash of golden light, and Ellie officially became his second hero. Satisfied with having acquired two heroes, Zhao Yun was about to show them around the base when Ellie suddenly spoke up, asking if he wanted to recruit another person. Zhao Yun followed her gaze and froze. The badge on that person's chest was actually a A-rank hero's certificate. Chapter 28. Survival period over. Return. Rank A. Is this really a hero that can be recruited at this stage? Even Zhao Yun himself thought it was outrageous. A hero, by definition, must have no obvious weaknesses in their attributes. For example, the newly recruited Ellie and Firebeard, while having slightly different stats, both have over 20 points, which is the threshold for C-tier heroes. At B-tier, the threshold rises to 40 points, and at A-tier, it starts at 80 points. In other words, this level 1 A-rank hero in front of us has at least 80 points in all 5 stats. Once she levels up, with the added A-rank growth potential, her stats will only become more terrifying. But this rank A hero kept her head down and drank. Dressed simply in black, she sat in a dimly lit corner, almost making people subconsciously ignore her presence, as if she was deliberately hiding herself. Even when Zhao Yun and Ellie looked over, she didn't react at all. But Zhao Yun didn't believe that an A-rank hero couldn't sense other people's gazes. Judging from her attitude, it was highly unlikely that he could recruit her successfully. But he still decided to give it a try. Even if the chances were slim, he had to fight for it. After all, this was an A-rank hero. Zhao Yun stepped forward and said, "Hello, I am the Lord here. My surname is Zhao. May I ask how I am addressed?" She took a sip of her drink and uttered 2 words softly. "Mistweave." Zhao Yun's heart sank slightly. The other party's indifference further confirmed his judgment. His gaze swept over her black hair, black coat, black skirt, and black leather boots, finally settling on the Japanese katana with its black scabbard. He was about to use the knife to start a conversation when Wuji raised her head, revealing a delicate, fair, and aloof beautiful face. "I wouldn't refuse if they wanted to recruit me. But it's not worth it." Zhao Yun was taken aback. "Why?" Wuji calmly said. "Because I need a monthly salary of 1,000 gold coins, and you can only recruit 1 amnesiac swordsman." "You have amnesia?" Wuji didn't answer, she just looked at him quietly. The next second, her panel appeared. Mistweaver, injured, unaffiliated hero, Tier A, Level 1. Strength 94, Stamina 91, Intelligence 82, Spirit 85, Speed 101. Talent, Mist Concealment, Evasion plus 50%. Equipment, Crescent Moon Tier A. No skills, Hero Unit Type, or Hero Aura. Monthly salary requirement, 1,000 gold. The description reads, a peerless swordsman is searching for his memories, perhaps with a past he has no choice but to look back on. With a slam, Zhao Yun slammed the contract onto the table. "I can't help you with your lost memories. All I can guarantee is a monthly salary of 1,000 gold coins, paid on time and in full." Wuji still didn't respond immediately, but just stared at him without blinking. Firebeard couldn't help but whisper a reminder. "Lord." Although it wasn't explicitly stated, the meaning was clear. He felt it wasn't worth it. Ellie also gently tugged at Zhao Yun's sleeve, her attitude mirroring Huasu's. Even a normal A-rank hero might not earn 1,000 gold coins per month, let alone Mistweaver who has lost her memory and has no skills, units, or auras. But Zhao Yun remained unmoved. 1,000 gold coins are equivalent to 10 million Earth credits. He knew what that meant, of course, but he didn't care. He has the resources and the confidence. It's just 1,000 gold coins, right? He can mine more ore, cut down more trees, or even sell them directly to the shop. What he cares about is never the price, but the ability. Although Mistweaver has lost her memory, her 5-dimensional attributes are still there. Putting everything else aside, what does 101 points of speed mean? A water swordsman with 30 points of speed is already fast enough, so wouldn't Mistweaver with 101 points be as fast as flying? After a long while, Wuji finally nodded. "I know I don't deserve 1,000 gold coins right now. But if you insist, I will do my best." Once the contract is signed and sealed, it becomes officially effective. When Zhao Yun left the tavern, 3 heroes were already following behind him. A-rank swordsman Mistweaver, C-rank warrior and blacksmith Firebeard, and C-rank healer and botanical garden manager Ellie. This trip to the tavern brought about a qualitative change in his overall strength and greatly boosted his confidence. Although no new citizens joined today, the 3 heroes' gains have far exceeded expectations. Today is the last day of the survival period, and Zhao Yun wasted no time, quickly assigning tasks. After reaching level 5, 5 new blueprints, including the Heroes Tavern, are unlocked. However, for the requirements to reach level 6, only the Heroes Tavern is required as a new building. The others are upgrades of existing buildings, such as upgrading 10 houses to level 2, 2 conversion workshops to level 2, and 1 lumber mill to level 2. These upgrades not only consume wood but also take a considerable amount of time. Zhao Yun estimated that even with all the labor force working together, it would take at least 3 days. With less than a day until their return to Earth, they could only do as much as they could for now. After arranging things for the people, he assigned tasks to the 3 heroes. Firebeard excelled at forging, so the blacksmith shop was naturally entrusted to his management, while Old Jean was in charge of ore handling. Next, the gold-eating rats, led by Old Jean, would undergo training, transforming into blazing hammer soldiers upon completion. Zhao Yun couldn't help but look forward to the image of a group of gold-eating rats wielding hammers in battle. Ellie took over the botanical garden, working alongside the cauliflower beasts, who were skilled at gathering fruits and vegetables. There are now 8 cauliflower beasts, second only to the fire tribute slimes and gold-eating rats. Once their training is complete, they will become forest guardians, equivalent to an 8-unit healing squad. As for Miss Weaver, Zhao Yun hasn't assigned her any tasks yet. She lacks skills, unit type, and aura, so there's not much she can do at the moment. But this is only temporary. Once she returns to Earth, there will be stages for her to shine everywhere. Time flew by, and night fell as scheduled. As the time for returning to Earth drew closer, Zhao Yun's heart became increasingly restless. Dad, Mom, Sister, how have you been these past few days? I'll be back soon. The 8th day, which is the day of the return. When Zhao Yun woke up, it was still dark. He glanced at the time. It was only 6 in the morning. With nothing to do, he opened the Lord's Circle and found it unusually lively. Almost all the new lords were either unable to sleep or woke up early because of their impending return. Zhao Yun smiled knowingly. It seemed everyone was in a similar situation. He managed to get through the long hour by chatting in the Lord's Circle. At 6:59 a.m., the notification sound rang in the minds of every lord on time. The 7-day survival period is about to end. Leaderboard rewards will be distributed upon your next return to your territory. Teleportation restrictions will soon be lifted. Once the teleportation skill is unlocked, you can set an anchor point to quickly return to your territory. You can use it again to return to the anchor point. There is a 24-hour cooldown. Meanwhile, the territory will soon enter a 3-day period of absolute protection. After the countdown ended, Zhao Yun's stronghold was instantly enveloped in a golden light shield. He understood that the territory had entered a 3-day period of absolute protection. During this time, it would be immune to all harm, and the flow of time would be reduced to 1/10,000th of normal, almost as if it had stopped. These 3 days are also known as the cooling-off period. Not everyone who awakens as a lord is suited to remain one. After a 7-day survival period, everyone has gained a true understanding of this identity. If someone feels lost or fearful, they will have their lord status revoked and return to ordinary life after 3 days if they are not teleported back to their territory. But if they choose to continue, they will face a new test 3 days later. Zhao Yun had already made his decision. With his teleportation ability unlocked, his spirit connected to the Earth anchor point. Go home! He silently recited the command, and everything went black. When the light returned, he was back on Earth, in the park near his home. The young man jogging in the morning, the sound of an aeronaut far away, the scent of grass and flowers in the air, everything was so familiar that it brought tears to his eyes. I'm back! Zhao Yun couldn't help but shout to the sky, then ran wildly towards home. Along the way, he imagined his family's expressions when they saw him suddenly appear, and his smiles grew brighter and brighter. He entered the residential complex, then the apartment building, and climbed all the way to the 10th floor in one go. Once in the stairwell, he slowed his pace, wanting to surprise his family. But soon, he realized something was wrong. It's too quiet. Today is Thursday. At this time, my younger sister Zhou Huan should be at home eating breakfast and getting ready for school. My parents also have to go to work, so it's impossible for them to be completely silent. What's even more strange is the mess outside the door. The shoe cabinet is crooked, the umbrella is overturned on the ground, and several shoes are scattered haphazardly. This doesn't look like his home at all. Dad! Mom! Sister! I'm home! Zhao Yun stepped forward quickly, his voice already tinged with panic. No one responded. He raised his voice and shouted again, reaching out to enter the password to open the door. But just then, his pupils suddenly contracted. There was dust on the doorknob. At that moment, his heart seemed to skip a beat. Something's happened. Zhou Yunfei quickly opened the door, and sure enough, the room was empty and in complete disarray, as if a fight had taken place. His younger sister Zhou Huan's school bag was thrown on the floor, and her books were scattered everywhere. Seeing this scene, his heart almost broke. My younger sister has always looked up to him as a role model. She loves learning and cherishes her books and stationery. Unless there is an unforeseen circumstance, she would never let her school bag be left on the ground. It's okay, it's definitely okay, I'm just overthinking it. He took out his phone with trembling hands and dialed his father, mother and sister, but he couldn't get through to anyone. What exactly happened while I was away? Zhou Yun growled in a low voice, his eyes already red. Suddenly, he rushed to the other side of the corridor and knocked on his neighbor's door. Aunt Lee, Uncle He, is anyone home? The door creaked open. The middle-aged woman saw him, first surprised, then her eyes filled with pity. Zhou Yun immediately sensed something was wrong and asked urgently, Where are my parents and sister? Where did they go? You know something, don't you? Aunt Lee sighed and said that 5 days ago, a group of people suddenly came, demanding that the Zhou family return the money, and then barged into the house. They caused a huge commotion inside, and Zhou Yun's parents and sister were taken away. The city sanitation bureau came that day, but it was no use. The property management said those people seemed to be loan sharks and not to be trifled with. Usury. Zhou Yun repeated in a low voice, a multitude of thoughts flashing through his mind in an instant. He had actually sensed something was wrong with his family's finances a long time ago. With his parents' income, even if they rented a place and lived frugally, it would be difficult to support his high annual expenses. But every time he asked, his parents would tell him to focus on his studies and not worry about anything else. He was constantly worried, but because he was powerless to do anything about it, he could only keep it to himself. Unexpectedly, the bomb still exploded. Zhou Yun forced herself to calm down and asked Aunt Lee if she remembered the characteristics of that group of people, such as their uniforms, accents, tattoos, hair color, and skin color. Aunt Lee shook her head, saying they were almost all wearing black suits, so she hadn't paid much attention. Suddenly, she remembered something. By the way, I've heard them mention Anbang several times. Could their company be called Anbang? Zhou Yun's eyes lit up, and he immediately bowed and thanked him. Upon returning home, he immediately searched for keywords related to Anbang on a map, but none of the search results matched. The trail went cold. Calling the city garrison for help? That's probably useless. Those people have plenty of leverage to take people away. But if he can't even rely on the city garrison, who else can he turn to for help? Chapter 29 Murder. Zhou Yun grew increasingly furious and slammed his fist on the ground. He simply couldn't understand how a loan shark could act so arrogantly and lawlessly in a family that even the city lord had visited. He quickly realized that just because the city garrison couldn't handle it didn't mean the city lord couldn't. But he didn't have the city lord's contact information, so he could only call his homeroom teacher, Huang Shiguang, first, since the city lord had gone with the teacher, and the teacher might be able to get in touch with him. In the Qinghe High School office, today was the day the lord returned, and the teachers were all waiting by the phone early in the morning. The phone in front of Huang Shiguang didn't ring, but no one, including the grade director, dared to give him a hard time. The reason is simple: Zhou Yun is simply too outrageous. A territory of 1.3 million square meters, just hearing about it is terrifying. If he truly grows up, he will absolutely be a pillar protecting the nation, someone the entire country will look up to. Although the test stone has not yet been seen and nothing has been fully confirmed, Zhou Yun has consistently ranked first in his class for 3 years of high school, and his character is evident to all. Therefore, all the teachers in the school feel that this matter is almost certain. Just then, the phone rang. Huang Shiguang grabbed the phone, his gaze sweeping over everyone, his tone remaining gentle. But the next second, his expression changed drastically. He slammed his hand on the table and roared. How could such a thing happen? Outrageous! A company called Anbang? Humph, it's probably that Anhua Weibang debt collection company. He immediately said into the phone. Don't worry, the city lord's teacher will contact you. Leave this matter to the teacher. After hanging up the phone, Huang Shiguang immediately pulled his coat over his shoulders, his eyes sharp, his steps quick, as if he were about to go to war. The head of the grade was startled and quickly asked, Old Huang, what are you doing? Huang Shiguang gave a cold laugh and uttered only 2 words. Murder! Zhou Yun didn't waste any time either. He remembered the name, Anhua Weibang, and thought he had heard his parents mention it a few times before, so he immediately took out his phone and searched for it on a map app. This time, I actually found a result. Anhua Weibang Information Consulting Company, Limited is located 26.1 kilometers away. The so-called Anbang is actually just an abbreviation of the company name. Aside from the address, the map didn't even have a phone number. The information was pitifully scarce. However, the comments below made Zhou Yun's expression grow increasingly grim. They were all about being violently pursued for debt collection, with some family members even being severely beaten and hospitalized. The thought that his family might also be injured and beaten made Zhou Yun unable to wait any longer. He rushed out of the residential area, hailed a taxi, and urged the driver to hurry up. The driver stepped on the gas, but soon the road became congested. Today was the day the Lord was returning, and Qinghe City was packed with people. Zhou Yun looked out the window and glanced at the navigation again. The estimated traffic jam time was a staggering 29 minutes. His brows furrowed instantly. Reaching his destination required passing through the main road, but even this section was completely blocked. Who knew how much worse the traffic would be once they reached the main road? He made a quick decision, paid the fare, and got off the bus early. The driver was still wondering what was going on when he had already walked onto the wide, central avenue. The next second, he raised his hand, and a golden light flashed, revealing the crimson flame earth dragon, Pippi Dragon, before him. It was enormous, covered in crimson scales, with thick limbs and an astonishing aura. Zhao Yun flipped himself onto it, and patted its curious, rummaging head. "Pippi Dragon, let's go!" Pippi Dragon let out an excited roar, its 4 hooves suddenly flying, and its huge body charged rapidly along the Lord's road, shaking the ground with a loud thud. The driver stared at his departing figure, his mouth agape. "My goodness, I've been carrying a lord, and one who's so young!" Those who were blocked on both sides of the Lord's road were all dumbfounded. "Wow, what a cool mount! That's so impressive! It's so nice to be a lord, there's no need to worry about traffic jams at all." Some children excitedly shouted that they wanted to be lords when they grew up. Pippi Dragon was already quite fast, but after Zhao Yun promoted it to leader, all its attributes increased by 3, and its speed directly increased to 27. At full speed, it can reach 54 miles per hour. Although it can't match a car, it can run freely on the wide Lord's road. Today, Pippi Dragon seemed to be stimulated by something, maintaining a speed of over 45 miles per hour and getting faster and faster. It overtook the Lord riding a white horse and the Lord riding an ostrich, speeding all the way and overtaking one after another. The lords who were surpassed were all stunned. "Such a big thing, and it's so fast? This mount is so cool! Friend, what kind of mount is this? Are you selling it?" Normally, being stared at by so many people would make Zhao Yun feel a little uncomfortable. But right now, his mind was completely focused on saving people, and he couldn't care less about the noise. Half an hour later, we arrived at our destination. A 30-story office building came into view. It was the headquarters of Manhwa Weibang Information Consulting Company, Ltd. Zhao Yun's face turned cold, and he immediately ordered, "Go in." Pippi Dragon excitedly rushed towards the gate. It was the first time it had seen such a strange building, and it wanted to go inside and take a look. The security guard at the gate immediately stopped him and shouted, "My lord, your mount is not allowed inside." Zhao Yun ignored him completely and ordered again, "Charge in." Pippi Dragon sped up in response. The security guard, sensing something was wrong, quickly grabbed his walkie-talkie and shouted, "Captain? Captain? There's a lord causing trouble on the first floor. We need backup! We need backup!" Chapter 30. What a fast knife! With a loud bang, the glass door was smashed to pieces by Pippi Dragon. The security guards were so frightened that they retreated repeatedly, only daring to shout warnings from a distance, saying that they had called the police and that Zhao Yun should not do anything reckless. Zhao Yun sneered, walked to the front desk, and directly asked where the general manager's office was. The receptionist was so frightened by him that she could barely speak, stammering as she asked him if he had an appointment. Zhao Yun, too lazy to waste words, lightly tapped Pippi Dragon with his toes. The next second, the front desk counter was smashed into sawdust, and the woman screamed in fright, yelling for security. Soon, more than 30 security guards rushed over, with the captain leading them and carrying riot batons as they charged straight at Zhao Yun. "En bomb?" Zhao Yun's face darkened instantly upon hearing these 2 words. Pippi Dragon let out a low growl, not even flinching at the falling stick, but instead raising its paw to swat it down. The security captain was sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall, while the other 2 security guards were also knocked over. Seeing this, the remaining people dared not step forward, fearing they would be smashed into mincemeat if they did. Zhao Yun's gaze fell on the receptionist again, and she immediately revealed the location of the general manager's office. 11th floor! On the 11th floor! Zhao Yun nodded, turned and walked towards the elevator. Pippi Dragon was too big to follow, so he had to return to his territory first. The elevator went up to the 2nd, 3rd, and 5th floors, and soon reached the 8th floor, where it suddenly stopped. Zhao Yun thought someone was just coming up, but when the doors opened, 2 wolves pounced in. He reacted extremely quickly, raising his hand to throw a punch and then a kick, sending both wolves flying almost simultaneously. At this moment, he was in sync with the fighting power of Ah Shui, the leader of the water swordsmen. His strength and speed were far beyond what ordinary people could match. An ordinary wolf would be seriously injured or killed if it took this blow, but these 2 wolves only let out a howl, rolled on the ground, and got back up. Clearly, they were not ordinary wild beasts, but rather subjects of a certain lord. A deep male voice came from the hallway. "Young man, not bad. Zhao Yun turned his head and saw a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses and a black suit clapping his hands, surrounded by 16 wolves. Zhao Yun sneered. As a lord, isn't it shameful to work for a company like this? The man waved his hand. You misunderstood. I'm not working myself to the bone for the company. I'm just taking responsibility for myself. This company is owned by my nephew, and I own 40% of the shares. Zhao Yun's gaze darkened. He had initially thought the man had simply gone astray, but it turned out this person was the mastermind behind it all. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. He lunged forward, his killing intent undisguised. The man quickly retreated, simultaneously ordering the wolves to surround them. Zhao Yun remained calm, completely disregarding the wolves. Although these wolves were not ordinary, their speed was less than 20, which he considered too slow. He dodged a wolf's pounce by sidestepping, shifted his footing, and suddenly swung out his Gale's sword. Swift wind slash! A gust of wind swept by, and pale green sword energy swept out, instantly piercing through nearly 10 wolves. The wolves were struck and fell heavily to the ground, their blood immediately staining the ground red. In the Lord's view, their health bars were almost completely depleted in an instant. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically, and he quickly brought all the remaining wolves back to his territory. He never expected that Zhao Yun, at such a young age, would possess such terrifying combat power. His D-rank wolves, trained for nearly 20 years and averaging level 45, were almost wiped out by Zhao Yun with a single sword strike. Suppressing his shock, the man said, I didn't expect you to be so strong at such a young age. No wonder you dared to barge in alone. Tell me, what did Anbon do to offend you? If it's not a big deal, I can help you resolve it, just to make friends. Zhao Yun's expression was cold. If these words had been spoken earlier, he might have considered them. But now that they were outmatched, it was too late to seek reconciliation. You can't handle this. He slowly raised his sword. This matter is very serious. Before he finished speaking, he rushed over again. Every country has its laws, and lords are not allowed to kill each other, but as long as no one dies, the authorities often turn a blind eye. The man's expression changed, and he burst into curses. You little brat, you won't listen to reason, so you'll have to suffer the consequences. Belit, teach him a lesson. A flash of pale golden light appeared, and a werewolf materialized out of thin air, raising its claws to firmly block Zhao Yun's sword. Zhao Yun frowned slightly, glanced at the hero's badge on the other person's chest, and immediately recognized that this was a hero, which made him more vigilant. He made 3 consecutive charges, but each time he was firmly blocked by Belit. Seeing that Belit had the upper hand, the man felt more confident, and immediately ordered a full-scale attack. He was willing to fight however he wanted as long as Zhao Yun wasn't killed. Using the momentum, Belit leaped backward, leaving a trail of afterimages, and his crimson claws slashed fiercely at Zhao Yun's chest. A smug smile crept across the man's face. He felt that although Zhao Yun was formidable, he was ultimately too young. With the seasoned man himself and the hero Belit joining forces, the outcome was already quite clear. But the next second, he froze. Zhao Yun seemed to have given up resisting, standing still with his sword in hand, neither blocking nor dodging. The man was taken aback, and the thought that young people are indeed too inexperienced had just flashed through his mind when a golden light suddenly flashed in front of Zhao Yun. Bite! A crisp collision sound rang out. Belit's half-claw and head flew off at the same time. In its final perspective, a long-haired girl dressed in a pure black JK uniform stood in front of Zhao Yun, still in a sword-drawing pose. What a sharp knife! Is Chapter 31 a misunderstanding? With a loud bang, Belit's body exploded into countless points of light and completely dissipated. Creatures summoned from the territory will return to the territory upon death. The man stood there, seemingly paralyzed with fear, completely still. Seeing this, Zhao Yun stopped attacking and turned to enter the elevator with Wu Ji. Wu Ji's first attack had an astonishingly high effect, but Zhao Yun couldn't understand it. Given the werewolf's stats and stamina, it shouldn't have been killed in one strike. Could it be that there's something wrong with that knife? He wondered to himself. Just as Zhao Yun and Wu Ji left, the man's phone rang. He answered it blankly, and an urgent voice immediately came from the other end, saying that a young lord named Zhao Yun had been stopped, and that he should not make a move, just let him go up. As the man listened, his expression shifted between tears and laughter, and finally he managed to squeeze out. He's already gone up. With a ding-dong, the elevator arrived at the 11th floor. As soon as the door opened, a chubby face beaming with smiles greeted them. Wang Xingren was excessively enthusiastic, immediately saying that it was his mistake not to pick them up, and then introducing himself as owning the company. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yun's gaze instantly turned cold, and he stepped directly out of the elevator. Did you kidnap my family? Where are they? Wu Ji was even faster. The knife was already at Wang Xingren's neck. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Wang Xingren immediately raised his hands and hurriedly explained that he hadn't tied anyone up, but had just invited him over, and even offered to take him to see the person right away. Zhao Yun stared at him for a few seconds and gestured for him to lead the way, but Wu Ji still didn't put down his knife. A minute later, Zhao Yunjin met her parents and sister in a suite on the 11th floor. Son? Zhao Yun? Brother? The three of them were stunned when they saw Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun was also taken aback, because his family members were unharmed, in good spirits, and living in a place even more luxurious than a 5-star hotel. Wang Xingren said with a smile. Now you should believe him. He really did invite the people properly. Only then did Zhou's father notice the knife on Wang Xingren's neck. He immediately frowned and said to Wu Ji, Whose daughter is this? How can she be so rude? Put the knife down right now, or she'll get hurt. Zhao Yun's lips twitched, signaling Wu Ji to sheath her sword. Wu Ji took 2 steps back and stood to his side and behind him, like a dutiful bodyguard. Wang Xingren seized the opportunity to say that it was all a misunderstanding, and deliberately mentioned that Wu Ji was not someone's daughter, but a hero recruited by Zhao Yun. Upon hearing this, Zhou's parents and Zhou Huan's eyes lit up. In this era, even those who weren't lords understood what a hero meant. Zhou Huan was filled with admiration, thinking her brother was incredibly amazing. Zhou Yun didn't respond to those words. He carefully checked his parents and sister again, and after confirming that no one was hurt, he asked in a deep voice. What exactly happened? Why aren't you staying at home? And why isn't your sister going to school? Just as Wang Xingren was about to speak, Zhou's father waved his hand, telling him not to say anything and that he would explain himself. Mr. Zhou sighed and said that over the years, in order to raise Zhao Yun, the family had borrowed money from several loan sharks at high interest rates, and the money had to be repaid eventually. Now it was time to repay the loans again, but the family had no money. Wang Xingren was also one of the creditors, but unlike other debt collectors, after hearing about the Zhou family's situation, he directly said that the money could be repaid slowly, and that they could move in if they couldn't afford the rent. That's why the Zhou family moved in. Zhou Yun's expression did not relax after hearing this. He continued to ask, Since you've moved, why aren't your parents working, and why isn't your sister going to school? Zhou's mother shook her head and explained that those loan sharks were everywhere, with people watching her at her workplace and on her way to school. If she couldn't pay back the money, they would come knocking on her door, making it impossible for her to live a normal life. Zhou Yun stared at the things in the room and asked, How did the phone get broken? Why did you throw away your sister's school bag? Wang Xingren then stepped forward and said that he would take responsibility for the matter. He should have gone there himself, but the person he sent didn't understand the instructions and acted carelessly, which led to this mess. If anyone was to be held accountable, it would be him. Hearing this, Zhou Yun sneered inwardly. This Wang Xingren has no relation to their family, so why is he being so enthusiastic? If he were a truly philanthropist, there wouldn't be so many negative comments about him online. He must have ulterior motives for doing this. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit tense, Zhou's father immediately grabbed Wang Xingren with one hand and Zhou Yun with the other, smiling and trying to smooth things over, saying that it was all a misunderstanding and that they should sit down and talk about it slowly. After everyone was seated, Wang Xingren immediately put on a warm and friendly demeanor, saying that today was the joyous occasion of Zhou Yun's return, and that it was his mistake that he had not been able to pick him up in time. Therefore, he wanted to host a welcome banquet for them at the Qinghe Hotel. Upon hearing this, Zhou Huan immediately became excited, saying that she had never been to the Qinghe Grand Hotel before. Mr. and Mrs. Zhou quickly declined, saying that the place was too expensive, with a single table costing at least 100,000 yuan, which was too much of a waste of money, and they should go somewhere else. Wang Xingren waved his hand dismissively, feigning generosity, saying that money could be earned back, and that Zhou Yun's territory covered 1.3 million square meters, guaranteeing him a top-tier national subsidy upon his return, making him a future pillar of the nation. Hosting a welcome banquet for Zhou Yun at the Qinghe Grand Hotel was a gesture of respect. These words made Mr. and Mrs. Zhou nod repeatedly, their faces beaming with smiles. They were reluctant to spend money on themselves, but when they thought about spending it on their son, they felt it was worth it. But Zhou Yun's face darkened. This Wang Xingren even knows about the 1.3 million square meters. Thing. He finally understood that the other party wasn't simply helping him, but was eyeing his future. Then, Wang Xingren frowned, feigning difficulty, and said, "There must be a lot of people hosting a welcome banquet at the Qinghe Hotel today. If they're going to have a big event, they need an explanation. Otherwise, people might not believe the 1.3 million square meters is real. If someone causes trouble while drunk, it'll be troublesome if we can't even produce evidence." Upon hearing this, Zhou's father immediately came up with a solution. He told Zhao Yun that the city lord had given him a testing crystal before, and he would take it out and show it off to everyone so that the Zhou family would always be honest and straightforward and never engage in deception. Chapter 32. You overestimate yourself. Yes, that's how it should be. Wang Xingren clapped his fists together and immediately agreed. Zhao Yun coldly retorted, "What if I don't want to?" Mr. Zhou was taken aback, clearly not expecting his son to say that, and Wang Xingren's smile froze for a moment. Only then did Mr. and Mrs. Zhou realize that the atmosphere had become awkward. They've raised Zhao Yun for so many years, and they know his temperament best. Zhao Yun is always polite and courteous, rarely contradicting people to their faces, let alone directly attacking someone like this. Wang Xingren gave an awkward smile, trying to smooth things over. Brother Yun is joking. Liang Yang is just detecting crystals. There's no need for any taboos, is there? Zhao Yun slowly stood up, a cold smile on his lips. So, it comes down to what I said before. If I'm not willing, what do you plan to do? Or let me ask you another question. If I said that my territory doesn't even reach 1.3 million square meters, not even 1% of that, what do you plan to do then? Wang Xingren's smile became even more forced. Brother Yun, don't joke around, how can you say that? I'm not joking with you. Zhou Yun's eyes darkened. I'm asking you very seriously now. Wang Xingren was silent for a moment, then finally changed his tone. No matter how big your territory is, let me make this clear first, I have no ill intentions towards you. I am a businessman, and businessmen talk about investment and return. Since we've come this far, I'll be frank with you. If your territory is only a little over 10,000 square meters, I can give you a 30% discount on your family's debts, just to be friends. But if you really have 1.3 million square meters, I will take care of all your family's debts. From now on I, Wang Xingren, will be your dog, your whole family's dog. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. He spoke with such fervor and force that Zhou's parents and Zhou Huan were completely dumbfounded. This big boss was actually willing to lower himself to such an extent. But Zhou Yun sneered after hearing this. Not good at all. Someone like you, a lackey of loan sharks, dares to work for me? You overestimate yourself. His voice turned cold. If my family weren't all safe and sound, do you think you'd still be standing here talking to me like this? You keep saying it's for our own good, but what are you actually doing? You're keeping them tied up, imprisoning them, and using them to sell for a high price. If I come back and find that the territory really is 1.3 million square meters, you'll naturally make a fortune and you'll be so eager to kneel down and become a dog on the spot. But if I were just a con man with a pitifully small territory, you would probably turn on me immediately and demand back all the food and lodging expenses I've incurred these past few days, with interest, wouldn't you? Mr. and Mrs. Zhou's expressions immediately changed. They then realized that Wang Xingren's enthusiasm and attentiveness these past few days had all been for a purpose. They weren't unaware of the saying, unsolicited kindness is always suspicious. But they had been blinded by his sweet talk. Now that Zhou Yun has made his point clear, they finally realize that if Zhou Yun can produce the testing crystal and prove himself, the whole family probably won't be able to leave this door today. Wang Xingren suddenly clapped his hands, still smiling. My methods may be clumsy, but not everyone can withstand them. The fact that you saw through them shows that you do have some skill. However, that's all for now. He stared at Zhou Yun, his tone becoming certain. I bet you've been hesitant to take out the testing crystal because you're guilty, right? What you said about 1 million square meters or 1.3 million square meters is all a lie. Otherwise, showing off the crystal would be a piece of cake for you, so why would you refuse? Zhou Yun remained calm and retorted. So what? I'd like to see what you can do. Wang Xingren shook his head and laughed. Young man, you're still too arrogant and don't understand the dangers of society. Do you really think I would dare to let you up here unprepared? He clapped his hands, and immediately a flurry of footsteps echoed in the hallway. The door was pushed open, and a group of men in black suits blocked the entrance, a dark and imposing mass. Wang Xingren lit a cigar, slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, and adopted a completely authoritative stance. My biggest flaw is my insatiable curiosity. The more you refuse to produce the testing crystal, the more I want to know the answer. Today, you have to produce it whether you like it or not. Zhou Huan turned pale with fright and quickly hid behind her father. Her father shielded her mother with one hand and his daughter with the other, and was about to get up to argue when Zhao Yun stepped in front of him. He uttered only 2 words, mistweave. The words had barely left his mouth when a dark shadow flashed by, so fast it was almost invisible. Before everyone could react, Wu Ji had already sheathed her sword and returned to her original position. The next second blood spurted from the bodies of the men in black behind Wang Xingren, and they all collapsed to the ground, not even having time to let out a proper scream. Wang Xingren's cigar fell to the ground with a clatter, his face filled with disbelief. How could you? Zhou Yun kicked him aside, then turned to his parents and sister. Let's go home. Yes. Zhou Huan nodded vigorously, her eyes regaining their light, and she was no longer afraid. The family stepped out of the house. The hallway was still crowded with men in black, but Zhou Yun walked at the front. Wherever he went, the men all retreated in panic, wishing they could stick their bodies against the wall to make way for them. They walked out of the company gate without any hindrance, and were about to go to the bus stop when suddenly a piercing police siren sounded outside. Before long, police cars pulled up in front of the company, and a rough count revealed no fewer than 50 of them. Mr. and Mrs. Zhou immediately tensed up, their faces turning pale. Could it be that they've come to arrest us because we injured someone? Chapter 33 has run into some trouble? Zhou Yun's gaze instantly turned serious. Could loan sharks really have that much power? But when the car door opened and the 2 people who got out first made him breathe a sigh of relief. One of the visitors was his high school homeroom teacher, Huang Shiguang, and the other was none other than the city lord of Qinghe City. Following them, a large number of fully armed city guards disembarked and lined up, their imposing presence overwhelming. Huang Shiguang strode up to Zhou Yun and asked anxiously, How is it? Did you rescue the person? Are you alright? Zhou Yun nodded and smiled. It went fairly smoothly. Huang Shiguang's face darkened as he reprimanded. You were too impulsive. These people are not to be trifled with. Couldn't you have waited until we arrived before making a move? What if something went wrong? Zhou Yun felt a warmth in her heart and honestly admitted her mistake. Teacher, I know I was wrong. Huang Shiguang shook his head helplessly. The city lord smiled and said that since the person was alright and knew he was wrong, the criticism didn't need to be too harsh, but this time it was probably a wasted trip for Director Gua. At this moment, a tall, refined-looking man stepped forward. He was none other than Director Gua of the City Guard Bureau. Director Gua, however, said it wasn't a wasted trip. He had long wanted to eliminate these violent debt collection companies, but had only lacked the opportunity. Now that the city lord had intervened, and there was evidence of collusion between the city garrison and the local city guards, as well as the kidnapping of civilians, it was the perfect time to take them all down. After saying that, he looked at Zhou Yun and said with a hint of teasing, This must be the genius lord who has awakened a territory of 1.3 million square meters, right? The future pillar of the country certainly has a lot of influence. As soon as the city lord heard about your matter, he immediately came in person and even asked me to bring the elite troops. Hearing this, Huang Shiguang's expression stiffened slightly. He quietly moved closer to Zhou Yun and asked in a low voice, Did your testing crystal go smoothly? His heart was pounding. After all, he was able to persuade the city lord because of Zhou Yun's 1.3 million square meters of territory. He didn't even want to think about the consequences if the actual test went wrong. Zhou Yun's lips twitched. There was a small mishap. Huang Shiguang nearly had a heart attack from the fright. His worst fears had come true. How was he going to explain this to the city lord and Director Gua? Although the two spoke in hushed tones, the city lord still noticed. He looked over and asked, What's wrong with the testing crystal? Director Gua's gaze immediately fell upon them. Huang Shiguang's mind went blank. His confidence in enlisting these people stemmed from Zhou Yun's talent. If there was truly a problem with the crystal test, then none of this mattered. He knew in his heart that even if he hadn't done anything wrong, his future could still be ruined, and Zhou Yun's family might even be implicated. Reality is that cruel. In a split second, Huang Shiguang made his decision. No matter the outcome, he would do his best to take responsibility and protect the student. He sighed deeply. Take it out. Zhou Yun asked. Now? Huang Shiguang nodded. Now. Although Zhou Yun felt this place wasn't quite right, he did as instructed. A flash of white light, and a testing crystal appeared in his hand. When the city lord handed it to him, the crystal was still transparent, but now it has turned golden, which is a sign that it has been successfully activated. Looking at the numbers on the crystal, Huang Shiguang sighed with a sense of desolation. Only 10 million square meters? He froze as soon as he said it. What? 10 million square meters? 10 million? Huang Xiguang couldn't believe it and blinked repeatedly to confirm. The crystal did indeed show 10 million square meters. Even the usually composed director Guo's voice trembled. Didn't you say 1.3 million? How did it become? Zhou's parents and Zhou Huan were also stunned. 7 days ago, Zhao Yun had clearly stated that the area was 1.3 million square meters. He had just made a slight mistake, and they had thought the actual territory had shrunk, which made them very anxious. The result was not that it shrank, but rather that it surged to an unimaginable degree. The next second, before Zhao Yun could even see clearly, the testing crystal in his hand had already been taken away by the city lord. The city lord suppressed his excitement and said in an unquestionable tone, "This is not the place to talk. Come, let's go to my place." So, Zhou Yun's family and Huang Xibuang boarded the same carriage with the city lord. As for Wu Ji, Zhou Yun temporarily sent her back to his territory. The city lord didn't utter a single word the entire way. Since he remained silent, no one else dared to ask. The atmosphere inside the carriage was eerily quiet until they arrived at the city lord's mansion. After entering the city lord's mansion, the city lord led them through the gate, garden, corridor and fish pond, and finally into an ivory-colored building. The door clicked shut, and the city lord seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. He said the building was soundproofed, and there was no one else there except them, so there was no need to worry about cults spying on or eavesdropping on them. Upon hearing the word cult, everyone's heart sank. Humanity is currently fighting against the monstrous beasts, yet some still betray their kind, worshipping them and establishing cults. They worship the lord of the monstrous beasts, aiming to help them unify the world. In the eyes of cults, both promising and powerful lords are obstacles. Established leaders are difficult to target, so emerging geniuses like Zhou Yun are the easiest targets. What's even more terrifying is that they also slaughter ordinary people without any scruples, collecting their blood, flesh, bones, and organs to build altars, which is the fundamental reason why ordinary people are terrified of them. Seeing the solemn expressions on everyone's faces, the city lord smiled instead. He took out the testing crystal and placed it in the center of the table. Why are you all so serious? With such an incredible achievement, everyone should be happy. Chapter 34 Brother Yun, is there a roadside stall? The golden testing crystal hovered in midair, flashing so brightly it was almost blinding. The dark gold inscription, 10 million square meters, on it left everyone present speechless. Director Guo snapped out of his daze and couldn't help but exclaim repeatedly that this data was unique even in global history. The city lord also added, feigning seriousness, that at this level, there was no need to add the word possibly. Huang Xibuang was most concerned about the subsidies and immediately asked if the national first-level subsidy was a sure thing. Unexpectedly, the city lord shook his head, saying that the first-level subsidy was far from enough, and that Zhou Yun's situation was already qualified for the special-level subsidy. Mr. and Mrs. Zhou were stunned. They had never heard of such a level of reward before. The city lord then explained that a lord whose awakened territory exceeded 5 million square meters could enjoy a special national subsidy, but this was extremely rare, and very few people knew about it. Hearing that they could still receive the subsidy, Zhou's parents finally breathed a sigh of relief. The city lord also gave a definite answer, saying he would personally handle the formalities, and the subsidy would be in place by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. Huang Xibuang nodded repeatedly, marveling that Zhou Yun was now one of the top potential lords in the country, and it was perfectly normal for him to enjoy special treatment. Over the years, Zhou's parents had incurred considerable debt to raise Zhou Yun, and they still owed more than 200,000 yuan. Now, upon hearing that the subsidy would be issued soon, the two were so excited that their hands trembled, and they almost shouted it out on the spot. Huang Xibuang was filled with excitement. He had watched Zhou Yun grow up, and now this student had become a unique genius lord in history, who might even become a pillar of the nation in the future. Thinking of this, he could hardly contain his sense of accomplishment. However, he still had questions and asked what exactly happened when the crystal test went wrong. Director Guo immediately laughed and replied that it wasn't went wrong at all. It was clearly Zhou Yun deliberately leaving everyone a surprise. The city lord also laughed, saying that 1.3 million square meters was already frightening enough, but then it jumped directly to 10 million square meters. Anyone who heard that would be dumbfounded. Only Zhou Yun's smile seemed somewhat forced. He knew in his heart that the so-called mishap wasn't a deliberate attempt to mystify. The testing crystal really could only measure up to 10 million square meters. Beyond that, it wouldn't go any further. Since the world accepted the test crystal's results, there was no need for him to explain further. 10 million was 10 million. The government had already given him the maximum reward. Zhou's father then asked if they could go home, wanting to celebrate with their family as soon as possible. The city lord refused outright, saying they would have to stay at the city lord's mansion for at least the next 2 days, as would Huang Shiguang and Director Gua. Huang Shiguang then explained that Zhao Yun's status was different now. The moment the testing crystal was revealed, he might have been targeted by the cult, so staying at the city lord's mansion was the safest option. The city lord then arranged for 2 tables of banquet at the White Jade Pavilion, saying that the scale wouldn't be grand, but the food and wine would definitely be top-notch. However, when the banquet actually started, although there weren't many people present, their status was frighteningly high. The deputy city lord, the director of the Education Bureau, the director of the Finance Bureau, and the director of the Commerce Bureau were all present. Almost all the heads of various departments in the entire city were gathered together. Mr. and Mrs. Zhou, along with Huang Shiguang, had never seen anything like this before and could barely sit still. These important figures, whom they usually only saw in the news, were all very friendly, addressing them respectfully as Brother Zhou and Sister-in-law Zhou, without the slightest airs. After a few drinks, Mr. and Mrs. Zhou gradually relaxed. Mr. Zhou even got completely drunk, and Mrs. Zhou, for the first time ever, drank several glasses of wine. Zhou Huan didn't drink, but received a pile of gifts, taller than a person, and her eyes lit up with joy. Huang Shiguang, on the other hand, had a very low alcohol tolerance and passed out early on, still muttering that he would work hard and not let his superiors down for promoting him. When they woke up, it was already the next morning. Zhao Yun finally had a chance to talk to his family properly, and recount his experiences in the territory over the past 7 days. When he summoned Dehua, Xiongde, Yi Kai, and Shui, Zhou's parents were startled, but Zhou Huan was not afraid at all and even took the initiative to play with them. In the afternoon, the city lord brought good news. Zhou Yun's application for a special grade subsidy had been approved, and he would receive 1 billion yuan in his account. His family would also be brought to the capital and housed in the Forbidden City, receiving treatment equivalent to that of a first-level national official. Upon hearing this news, Zhou's parents and Zhou Huan were all stunned and speechless for a long time. Before Zhou Yun could even rejoice for long, the city lord handed him another golden token, saying it was the trial token for tomorrow's trial. With it, he could directly pass through the golden passage, and a high lord would protect him throughout the process. The city lord repeatedly reminded him not to be reckless in the face of danger. His primary task was to protect himself. After the city lord left, Zhou Yun looked at the golden token in his hand, feeling a bit amused and exasperated. Everyone else had silver trial tokens, but his was golden, and he was even being protected throughout the process, making it seem like he was just going through the motions. He shook his head and started packing his things for tomorrow. The state provided excellent protection, but he wasn't one to simply hide. The monstrous beasts in the trials were a crucial source of experience for him. His people and heroes would all depend on them for leveling up. At 11 p.m., the official 2026 Lords Exchange Group was still buzzing with activity. Some people were so nervous they were screaming in panic, while others said they had found a powerful player to carry them, even bringing up God Su from the community, the genius lord who reached level 5 in just 7 days. But soon, someone in the group brought up Brother Yun again, saying that he had reached level 5 in just 6 days, even faster than Su Xin. Some people didn't believe it, thinking the name was too tacky, while others directly showed off resource-red envelopes to prove that the entire circle had received benefits from Brother Yun. The argument between the two sides grew increasingly heated, and finally the administrator simply banned the chat, and the world finally became quiet. In a courtyard house within the inner ring of Beijing, Su Qingxue lay on her bed scrolling through her phone, her brows furrowing deeper as she stared at the group chat discussion about Brother Yun. Her territory spanned 1.24 million square meters, boasting an S- grade, and she had always been confident in her speed, yet now someone had appeared even faster than her. The more she thought about it, the more indignant she became. She sat up, stared at her phone, and muttered, "Since so many people are mentioning this Brother Yun, surely he won't be absent from tomorrow's trial? I want to see just how capable this guy really is." Chapter 35 The trial begins. Crimson Flame Domain. The next day, Zhou Yun, like the other lords, arrived at the Awakening Center early to assemble. However, he was surrounded by many more people. In addition to the city lord and deputy city lord, there were also 2 city guard teams personally brought by Director Gua. The sight of them stunned everyone around them. The city lord explained it very directly: cults are everywhere, and we must be wary of them. Zhou Yun didn't say much. He didn't want to get involved with cults anyway, and it's always better to be cautious. At 7 o'clock sharp, the teleportation array in the Awakening Center opened on time. The Lord, holding the trial token, could directly enter the trial grounds, while up to 3 immediate family members could watch from the spectator platform. Zhou's father, mother, and Huan, of course, wouldn't miss it, and turned around to take another teleportation array. A moment later, Zhao Yun found himself standing on a plain covered in yellow sand. 1,000 meters away, a reinforced concrete viewing platform stood out conspicuously. Zhao Yun was wondering if his parents and sister were there when suddenly someone slapped him from behind. He dodged to the side, and the other person's palm missed its mark. He was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, "Friend, what skill you have?" Zhao Yun looked at him indifferently. The man pointed ahead, reminding him that it was time to enter, and then introduced himself as Zhang Lei, saying he wanted to team up with him. As soon as Zhao Yun gave his name, Zhang Lei suddenly shouted, "Zhao Yun? Brother Yun?" This shout immediately drew out all the surrounding lords, and a flurry of discussion ensued. Zhao Yun, however, did not stop. He turned and left the ordinary passage, heading straight for the golden passage. The ordinary passage was packed with people, but the golden passage was completely empty. When he took out his golden trial token and stepped inside, there was an immediate uproar. Zhang Lei was so regretful that he slapped his thigh, wishing he could team up with him on the spot. But then, someone next to him sneered, mocking Zhao Yun for being just a little handsome and nothing special, and even comparing him to Su Xin, their words full of resentment. Those who supported Zhao Yun immediately objected, and a quarrel was about to break out. Several soldiers quickly stepped forward and asked everyone to keep quiet, thus suppressing the dispute. After passing through the golden passage, Zhao Yun met a beautiful woman in a black tight-fitting leather jacket and a high ponytail. She introduced herself as Gu Mingru, the brigade commander of the 1st Brigade of the 4th Armed Division of the Great Han Kingdom, who would be responsible for his safety throughout the trial. Zhao Yun wasn't surprised. The city lord had already told him that a high-ranking official would escort him. Seeing that he had no questions, Gu Mingru led him directly to the plane. The boarding, they referred to, wasn't on an ordinary airplane, but rather on a military helicopter crafted from the hides, bones, and cores of these monstrous beasts. It was the only safe way for the lords to reach the trial grounds. Someone had already arrived in the cabin. It was a strikingly beautiful girl with an extremely aloof demeanor. She glanced at Zhao Yun and then looked away, seemingly uninterested in him. But her mind was in turmoil, wondering if he was Brother Yun, debating whether to greet him first, and finally just keeping herself even more reserved. After Zhao Yun sat down, he noticed another man, also dressed in a black, tight-fitting leather jacket, leaning against the corner of the cabin. His eyes were closed, as if he were dozing. He was clearly a skilled guard as well. At this moment, Gu Mingru began to explain the trial rules. The trial site was Mengshan City in the buffer zone. This city had been cleared out once a month ago, so the current monsters were mostly F rank and only level 1. The real problem was their large number. The man then added that killing the monsters would earn merit points, which could be exchanged for construction materials, monster weapons, and even evolution stones at the merit point shop. If you just wanted to survive, staying on the outskirts was the safest option. If you wanted to compete for a ranking and win first place, you had to rush to the city center. The further you go in, the more numerous and stronger the monsters become, some even reaching E rank. If you can rush to the center and kill the D rank leader, you can immediately take first place and receive a generous reward equivalent to killing a level 50 B rank leader. Gu Mingru frowned, feeling that he was deliberately trying to seduce the newcomer. The man shrugged, saying that he was telling the truth. After that, the cabin fell silent, and no one spoke again. Zhao Yun simply closed his eyes to rest, but in his mind he had already reviewed the trial information. He definitely wanted the merit points, since they were much more valuable than credit points, especially the evolution stones, which could only be exchanged in the merit point shop. Rankings weren't that important to him. He cared more about experience and resources. The presence of creatures like the fiery sun bird and the crimson flame dragon in his territory meant that safety was only temporary, and unknown dangers likely lurked nearby. Further development required exploration. However, the threat of cults cannot be ignored, so he does not intend to reveal all his cards right away and can only play it safe for now. More than half an hour later, the propellers of the Calamity Beast armed aircraft finally started spinning, and the fleet took off one after another, flying towards the trial grounds. On the east side of the viewing platform, the commentary booth also slowly rose, and A's and Bing Bing began to provide simultaneous commentary, announcing to the families that the lords had set off. They quickly mentioned that the two most watched awakened lords in this year's competition were sitting in the different colored armed aircraft at the very front: Su Qingxue, the daughter of the wealthy Su family in the capital, and Zhao Yun, a commoner scholar from Qinghe City. 20 minutes later, the armed aircraft arrived on the outskirts of Mengshan City. Gu Mingru jumped first, followed closely by Zhao Yun. They had both learned parachuting in school, so landing wasn't difficult. As lords from various regions parachuted in one after another, white parachutes quickly bloomed in the sky. According to the official website, a total of 11,032 lords from the Great Han Kingdom participated in this trial. Zhao Yun landed safely, but before he could even observe his surroundings, a large group of gray lizards pounced on him. Name: Gray Lizard. Category: Disaster Beast. Rank F. Level 1. Description: it looks like a lizard without a skin, and its joints emit ash-like gas. When it dies, it bursts out with a large amount of ash mist that can obscure vision. Perfect timing. Zhao Yun's expression remained unchanged as he summoned Pippi Dragon. There's an ironclad rule among monsters, demons, and heroes: the closer a target's form is to your own, the more experience you gain. The gray lizard, aside from being smaller, is over 70% similar to the Pippi Dragon, making it the most suitable target for the Pippi Dragon. Pippi Dragon was quite happy when it was summoned, but its good mood vanished the moment it saw the gray lizard pounce. It let out a low growl and stomped heavily with its right forepaw, instantly spreading a pale red aura. Crimson Flame Domain, open! Chapter 36. Holy crap! He's cheating? Bang 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 bang. The gray lizard, enveloped by the Crimson Flame Domain, couldn't even last 2 seconds before exploding into clouds of gray mist. At the same time, golden light flashed continuously on Pippi Dragon's body. Congratulations! Your Crimson Earth Dragon leader has reached level 2 and its attributes have been improved. Congratulations! Your Crimson Earth Dragon leader has reached level 3 and its attributes have been improved. Congratulations! Your Crimson Earth Dragon leader has reached level 4 and its attributes have been improved. Hearing the notification tone, Zhao Yun smiled faintly, turned over, and sat on the back of Pippi Dragon. Pippi Dragon, let's go! Oh! Pippi Dragon let out an excited cry, took 4 steps, and headed in the direction Zhao Yun pointed. Wherever it went, the Crimson Flame Domain burned. The level 1 F-rank gray lizard only had 3 points of stamina, which translates to only 10 points of health, making it unable to withstand such continuous burning. Those gray lizards, let alone attacking, would explode into a gray mist if they got even slightly close. The lords in the vicinity who were still desperately fighting back by taking cover and banding together were all dumbfounded. Holy crap! He's cheating? So many gray lizards and I can't even get close. What kind of damage is that? What mount is he riding? I've never seen it in the encyclopedia before, it's so cool. Stop watching. Fight back now, or you're about to be eliminated. On the viewing platform, the 2 commentators also began to provide live commentary following the director's camera. Ace said that the lords had landed one after another, and from the air they could see that the density of calamity beasts in Mengshan City was extremely high. In addition, the calamity beasts were very sensitive to humans, so they would probably have to face a tidal wave of attacks next. Bing Bing continued. Currently, some lords have already clashed with the calamity beasts. They are F-rank calamity beasts called gray lizards. Individually they are not strong, but their numbers are vast. The 2 lords seem to lack subjects and are forced to fight alone, putting them in a very difficult situation. Ace nodded, indicating that it was normal for the new lords to lack combat power, but this also meant that they had to band together as soon as possible, otherwise they wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Just then, Bing Bing suddenly noticed the scoreboard in the upper left corner. Zhao Yun and Su Qingshua's merits are rising rapidly, with one rushing to first place and the other ranking second. Ace exclaimed in surprise. Zhao Yun's merit points have exceeded 100, and Su Qingshua's have exceeded 30. And it's been less than 2 minutes since they landed. The camera immediately cuts to Zhao Yun. In the scene, Zhao Yun is riding on the back of the Pippi Dragon, surrounded by a red halo. Before the densely packed gray lizards can even get close, they burst open one after another. Bing Bing couldn't help but exclaim, "This is Lord Zhao Yun! He's actually riding a mount, and the monsters can't touch him at all." Ace deduced that the problem likely lay in the red halo around his feet, which was probably a domain-type skill. What puzzled the 2 even more was that Zhao Yun's mount was not recorded in either the Cataclysm of Disaster Beasts, or the Cataclysm of Monsters. Ace guessed that this was likely a completely new type of monster, and its rank was definitely not low. Bing Bing pressed him for an answer. Ace explained that area of effect skills usually deal far less damage than area of effect and single target skills, and the level of the subjects recruited by new recruits is generally not high. However, this mount can instantly kill a swarm of gray lizards, so its rank is at least B, and may even reach A. The audience erupted in uproar. Rank A? That's an exaggeration. Many great lords may not have any A-rank citizens under their command. Is this really a new lord? No wonder the commentator said he and Su Qingxue are the most promising in this year's class. They are indeed terrifying. I just thought my son was no worse than them, but now I see the gap is huge. Most of the people in the audience were family members of the trial lords. A's judgment was a huge blow to many of them. But Zhou's father, Zhou's mother, and Zhou Huan's faces seemed to be covered with a layer of light. Zhou Huan, in particular, was so excited that she stood up and shouted, "Go, brother!" As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of envious glances immediately swept over him. At this moment, the image on the big screen changed. A beautiful young girl dressed in an ice-blue battle robe was walking through the broken and chaotic streets of Mengshan City. She was surrounded by a group of children dressed in pure white, and wherever she passed, crystal snowflakes began to fall from the sky. A's immediately recognized them as E-rank monsters, the Snow Children. 16 Snow Children in total had actually altered the local climate, causing snow to fall in Mengshan City during autumn. Bingbing explained that these snowflakes weren't just beautiful, they could also freeze and damage the monsters. After entering this icy world, the gray lizards slowed down significantly, and couldn't harm Su Qingxue at all. They were simply turned into ice sculptures one by one. A's added that while the power of the 16 Snow Children was indeed astonishing, it was also amplified by Su Qingxue herself. Her ice-blue battle robe was glowing. It wasn't ordinary clothing, but rather the weapon of a calamity beast. Another sigh came from the audience. They even have monster-themed weapons. Are they trying to kill us? There's nothing we can do. They come from the Su family in the capital. High talent, strong background, and abundant resources. Ordinary lords simply cannot outmaneuver him. A's continued explaining that Zhao Yun and Su Qingxue's merit points were increasing rapidly, but the other lords' families shouldn't be too disoriented, because soon they would be entering the team combat phase. Bingbing asked, "Is team battle simply about lords cooperating and advancing together?" A's nodded. Both lords and monsters have limitations in stamina, energy, and mana. Even if Zhou Yun and Su Qingxue are incredibly strong, they can't maintain this pace indefinitely. To minimize resource consumption, cooperating with other lords is almost inevitable. These words finally cheered the audience up a bit. If I could join their team, I'd be catching a free ride. Even if you don't join their team, teaming up with other lords is better than fighting alone. That's right, 3 cobblers with their wits combined are as good as 1 Zhuge Liang. Just then, a parent suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "That's my daughter! My daughter has met Lord Zhou Yun!" Bingbing also noticed a change in the scene, and her tone brightened. Lord Li Xiner happened to meet Zhou Yun and took the initiative to approach him, seemingly showing a very clear intention to form a team. Bingbing had just said that the two of them might team up, but Ace suddenly froze. Wait, why is Lord Zhou Yun continuing his solo journey? Judging from Lord Li Xiner's dejected expression, could it be that her request to join a party was rejected? Chapter 37 Upgrade. Attributes soar. Bingbing looked at the screen and explained that Zhou Yun hadn't teamed up yet, perhaps for other reasons. Ace also guessed that he might want to find stronger teammates, since the lords they encountered further ahead were more reliable in strength. Soon, the camera cut to Su Qingxue. In a short time, 3 lords had gathered around her, clearly forming a team. Ace sighed. This was the advantage of being born into a wealthy family. With elders to impart experience, one understood the importance of teamwork. Bingbing had to admit that, from this point of view, Zhou Yun was indeed slightly inferior. Inside Mengshan City, Gumingru casually cleaned up the gray lizards around her, her gaze always fixed on Zhou Yun. Seeing him refuse Li Xina's invitation to team up, she shook her head slightly. In her view, Zhou Yun's people were quite capable in battle, but that was all. They were greedy for merit, reckless, loved to show off, and liked to act like individual heroes. Ultimately, being of commoner origin, they lacked substance. Lord Song must have reminded him that his only concern in this trial was to protect himself. Given the current situation, it's uncertain whether he can even complete the trial. Perhaps she'll need to intervene soon. Just then, a notification sounded. Congratulations! Your Crimson Earth Dragon leader has reached level 11 and its attributes have been boosted. Zhou Yun was overjoyed. Sure enough, fighting monstrous beasts was the fastest way to level up. Before long, Pippi Dragon leveled up from level 1 to level 11. Different tiers of creatures have different attribute growth rates when they level up. E-tier and F-tier creatures gain 1 point per level, D-tier and C-tier creatures gain 2 points per level, B-tier creatures gain 4 points per level, while A-tier monsters gain a full 8 points per level. In other words, Pippi Dragon's total attributes increased by 80 points from level 1 to level 11, which is a small leap. Name: Crimson Earth Dragon. Status: Leader of the People. Category: Monster. Grade A. Level 11. Strength: 31 plus 21 plus 3. Endurance: 50 plus 36 plus 3. Wisdom: 16 plus 5 plus 3. Mental state: 17 plus 8 plus 3. Speed: 24 plus 10 plus 3. Talent: Crimson Flame Dragon Scale. Skill: Crimson Flame Domain. Zhao Yun was somewhat surprised after reviewing the attributes. Pippi Dragon's stamina was almost on par with that of the A-rank hero Mistweaver. After a few more levels, its strength would likely catch up as well. However, after reaching level 10, its leveling speed slows down significantly. This is because the Grey Lizard is more than 10 levels higher than it, resulting in a substantial decrease in the experience gained. Even so, Zhao Yun did not summon any other citizens. To him, the Pippi Dragon was not only a powerful combat unit, but also a means of transportation. His current experience allowed it to eat as much as possible. Zhao Yun patted its head and asked, "Pippi Dragon, are you alright?" Physical strength, energy, and magical power consumption are all areas he must pay attention to. Oh. The dragon stood up upright and responded loudly. Zhao Yun immediately understood that it was saying he was in good condition and had no problems at all. Then let's continue. Pippi Dragon let out a joyful cry and quickened its pace, rushing forward. As an A-rank monster with a diluted dragon bloodline, its intelligence was not low. It knew very well that Zhao Yun's decision to summon it first was a sign of trust and high regard. More importantly, it could sense its strength rapidly increasing. If we don't seize this opportunity, Xiongde, Xiong'er, Yikai, Erkai, and Ashui will definitely fight over it. Even among companions, there is still competition. Smack! With a casual sweep of its tail, the Pippi Dragon instantly exploded upon contact with the Grey Lizard. Its current strength is a staggering 55 points, meaning every strike deals 55 points of damage. Meanwhile, the Grey Lizard's stamina is only 1, translating to a mere 10 health points. With that single tail strike, the Grey Lizard would even owe it 45 points of damage. Not far away, Gumingru had been watching Zhao Yun's battle closely, her gaze slightly narrowed. She hadn't expected that this earth dragon-like monster could maintain such good condition after fighting continuously for so long. She began to wonder whether Zhao Yun intended to use this card indefinitely or simply had this one card to play. At this moment, Zhao Yun encountered another group of lords. They had formed a small group of 6 and were trapped inside a dilapidated building whose facade had mostly collapsed. One of them saw Zhao Yun and exclaimed in surprise, "Who is that person? He's so strong!" Immediately someone asserted, "It's Brother Yun. It must be Brother Yun. Look at the merit ranking on the trial token. His kill speed and Brother Yun's merit increase matched perfectly." After saying that, the man ignored his companion's reaction and waved to Zhao Yun, shouting, "Brother Yun! We're stuck in the building and can't get out. Can you help us?" Zhao Yun looked closely and saw that the 6 lords were gathered on the 3rd floor platform, taking turns killing the Grey Lizards that were surging up the stairs. They were indeed trapped. Just guarding the stairs was already a huge struggle. They had no energy left to go downstairs, let alone break out. Gumingru looked at the 6 people and gently shook her head. Seeking help from Zhao Yun? In her opinion, these people had probably turned to the wrong person. However, Zhao Yun's reaction the next moment made her raise an eyebrow slightly. He patted Pippi Dragon's head and said, "Pippi Dragon, go over there." Pippi Dragon immediately understood and rushed towards the dilapidated building. The lord upstairs was so excited he almost jumped for joy. "Brother Yun is here! Brother Yun is here to help us!" Chapter 38 Come out, you cauliflower beast. On the spectator platform, Ace was the first to notice the anomaly. Zhao Yun hadn't continued charging straight into the building, but instead turned towards the lord's squad gathered near the entrance. Bingbing guessed that he might finally be thinking about forming a team. But the two quickly added that Zhao Yun had been refusing team invitations the whole time, and his mount's stamina was steadily decreasing. This time, he probably really would have to team up with someone. Hearing this analysis, many family members breathed a sigh of relief and even smiled. They thought Zhao Yun was there to lend a hand, giving their children a ride along the way, which would improve their mobility and allow the lords who had been trapped for so long to catch their breath. Inside Mengshan City, the footsteps of Pippi Dragon grew closer, and Zhao Yun drew ever closer to the 6-man team. More and more Grey Lizards gathered in front of the dilapidated building, but these calamity beasts were no match for him against the Crimson Flame Domain. The 6 lords watched him clear away the monsters like a war god, their emotions rising with excitement. But just as the entrance to the dilapidated building was in sight, Zhao Yun didn't go in. Instead, he went around it and continued clearing away the gray lizards around him. The 6 people were stunned. Before some of them could react, they received a team-up request from him, which he then rejected the next second. Zhao Yun then called out to them, saying that the surrounding gray lizards had been cleared out, and wished them a successful trial. He then rode off on his Pippi dragon. The 6 looked at each other, speechless for a long time. Some felt Zhao Yun was too heartless, while others defended him, saying that he had at least helped clear out the surrounding monsters, buying everyone some breathing room. On the spectator platform, the 2 commentators were briefly silent before finally explaining that Zhao Yun still hadn't planned to team up, but had still helped someone out. Gu Mingru, however, disagreed, believing that Zhao Yun had simply chosen a spot with the highest concentration of gray lizards to farm experience. However, as the trial progressed, her interest in Zhao Yun grew stronger. Logically, lords understood that teamwork was more advantageous, yet Zhao Yun consistently acted alone. She suspected he was hiding something, but then thought that for a new lord to have such a powerful group of subjects was already extraordinary enough. It was unlikely he had any more tricks up his sleeve. Meanwhile, Zhao Yun continued forward. Earlier, when they were scattered during the parachute landing, he could still encounter other lords, but here, all that remained were dilapidated buildings and swarms of gray lizards. Just then, a red line composed of the number 10 appeared on the ground, signifying that he had reached the 10th ring. Zhao Yun looked up at the center of Mengshan City, knowing that 1 ring was 1,000 meters, and 10 rings were 10,000 meters. The further in you went, the closer you were to the leader of the calamity beasts, and the more numerous and stronger the beasts would be. He didn't stop for long, directly letting Pippi Dragon cross the 10th ring and continue forward. At the same time, all the Lord's trial tokens rang. A bright red, 10 rings, badge appeared next to Zhao Yun, who was at the top of the leaderboard. Everyone was stunned. They hadn't expected him to break into the 10 rings so quickly. Not far from the 10th ring road, Su Qingxue looked at the token, her surface still calm, but her heart was far from at ease. She inwardly complained that Zhao Yun was rushing too fast. She had worked hard to catch up, yet he was still ahead of her. She decided to reveal another trump card to prove that she was not to be underestimated. On the spectator platform, the commentators immediately noticed that Su Qingxue had summoned 20 F-rank water elementals at once. Although their individual combat strength wasn't high, the water elementals could significantly increase air humidity, perfectly complementing Yukidiji's ice and snow abilities, greatly improving freezing and killing efficiency. Aze and Bingbing both thought this was a brilliant move, and that Su Qingxue was likely provoked by Zhao Yun and was preparing to accelerate her overtaking. But just then, Zhao Yun encountered a new problem in the scene. A swarm of flying leaf-eating moths had their eyes on him. Aze immediately judged that leaf-eating moths were immune to damage from ground-based domains, so if Zhao Yun's domain only covered the ground, they would become a difficult nemesis to deal with. As expected, the leaf-eating moths rushed into the domain unscathed, and Zhao Yun was completely suppressed. Just when the commentator thought he was about to get into trouble, the Pippi dragon irritably slapped its front claws and tail, killing many leaf-eating moths. Only then did Zhao Yun realize that the Crimson Flame domain was not the three-dimensional space domain he had thought, but rather a ground-oriented area effect. However, he wasn't panicked. Even without the leaf-eating moths, Zhao Yun planned to let Pippi dragon rest. It had already done a great job, serving as both his mount and his henchman, supporting him all the way into the 10th ring. Zhao Yun knew very well that Pippi Dragon had been quite exhausted from continuously operating the Crimson Flame domain all this time. Just as the swarm of leaf-eating moths approached, Zhao Yun raised his hand and called out, "First vegetable, second vegetable, it's your turn to make your appearance." 8 cauliflower beasts made a dazzling appearance in an instant, immediately displaying hostility upon seeing the leaf-eating moth. The leader, Sai, was particularly expressive, its face clearly showing anger, disdain, and murderous intent. It didn't even need Zhao Yun's command, directly leading the charge by activating its skill. Spinning Leaf Blade. The leaves atop the heads of the 8 cauliflower beasts spun rapidly, slicing outwards in all directions. The black propellers of the leaf-eating moths were instantly shredded upon contact, falling in fragments. The battle was almost a one-sided rout, with one of the cauliflowers even standing with its 2 leaves on its hips, looking incredibly smug, as if to say, "You dare to show off with such a small leaf blade?" Zhao Yun watched as the golden light of upgrades rose from the cauliflower beasts, and couldn't help but exclaim, "So cool!" Pippi Dragon whimpered softly beside him, as if vying for attention. Zhao Yun quickly reassured it, saying it was just as cool. Only then did Pippi Dragon proudly raise its head. The viewing platform and audience seats erupted instantly. Aze and Bingbing exclaimed almost simultaneously, either of them expecting that the large swarm of leaf-eating moths to be wiped out so easily. Only then did they realize that Zhao Yun had been holding back a trump card, and that he had unleashed 8 flower beasts at once. The two quickly pointed out that the cauliflower beast was a C-rank monster, and Zhao Yun's summoning of 8 at once far exceeded the level of a typical new lord. In the audience, Zhou Huan excitedly stood up and shouted that her brother was amazing. Those family members who were previously somewhat jealous were now completely speechless, only filled with envy. Gu Mingru was also taken aback for a moment, then quickly grasped Zhou Yun's thinking. She realized that Zhou Yun's decision not to form a team wasn't reckless bravado, but rather that he was relying on these 8 cauliflower beasts to advance and level up simultaneously. As long as his stamina and mana were allocated well, reaching the 3rd ring wouldn't be difficult. But a problem arose. If his true goal was the leader of the disaster beasts, would his current endurance really be enough? Chapter 39 Cold and aloof men are so annoying. With the flower beast leading the way, Pippi Dragon was finally able to reclaim its territory and catch its breath. Carrying Zhou Yun forward required almost no effort. The real challenge was dealing with the hordes of calamity beasts along the way. Upon reaching the 10th ring, the gray lizards and leaf-eating moths attacked together, but the 8 cauliflower beasts were able to hold them off completely. 4 of them were enough to protect Zhou Yun completely, while the 8 were divided into 2 groups that took turns attacking, and their advanced speed was astonishing. Because the Pippi Dragon didn't participate in the battle, all the experience gained from its kills was consumed by the cauliflower beast. Even though the experience was split equally among the 8 beasts, the leveling speed was still incredibly fast. Congratulations! Your cauliflower beast leader has reached level 1 and its attributes have been boosted. Congratulations! Your cauliflower beast leader has reached level 2 and its attributes have been improved. Congratulations! Your cauliflower beast leader has reached level 3 and its attributes have been improved. As one cauliflower beast leveled up, the other cauliflower beasts also benefited. Although each level up of a C-rank disaster beast only added 2 attribute points, this visible increase in strength made them more and more excited as they fought. Just cha-cha-cha! 8 cauliflower beasts, wielding leaf blades on their heads, carved a path through the enemy like 8 meat grinders. On the other side, Su Qingxue and her lord team finally saw the 10th ring road. Look, we've reached the 10th ring road. We're only 10,000 meters from the center. The advance is too fast. With Su Xin around, nothing unexpected happened. It's a pity we still held back, otherwise Zhou Yun definitely wouldn't have gotten there first. Someone immediately thought of Zhou Yun and rushed to check the scoreboard. What they saw stunned everyone. He's already inside the 9th ring road. Su Qingxue's body trembled slightly, and for the first time, an expression of disbelief appeared in her eyes. She calculated it clearly. Since learning that Zhou Yun had entered the 10th ring, she had only advanced about 500 meters. But Zhou Yun had already advanced from just entering the 10th ring to the 9th ring, advancing at least 1,000 meters. In other words, the closer to the center the pressure was, the faster Zhou Yun's speed was more than twice that of hers. This is completely unreasonable. When the trial first started, Zhou Yun ran faster than her, which she could understand. After all, every lord has their strengths, and since Zhou Yun could ride the same Calamity Beast armored machine as her, he must be quite strong. If he really had speed specialization, it was normal for him to be ahead. But things are different now. She has been gathering lords along the way, her forces have grown steadily, and her efficiency in advancing has clearly improved considerably. These burdens, that many people disliked, were not necessarily useless to her. Anyone who could become a lord and dare to participate in the trial must have some skills. Sure enough, among her subordinates, some could heal, some could restore stamina, and some could speed up the team. Even though the team's size increased and its attack range expanded, her overall speed of advance was still at least 70% faster than when she was alone. Even under these circumstances, Zhou Yun still managed to leave her far behind. Su Qingxue suppressed her emotions, gently smoothed her hair, and said calmly, "9th ring? Not bad. Let's keep going." The people in the group immediately showered him with praise. Su Xin is Su Xin, completely unaffected. What's an 8-ringed ring? Su Xin's target is the leader of the Calamity Beasts. Rushing forward at the front is useless, you'll still crash later. Su Xin is still the most stable, that's a true master. Little did they know that Su Qingxue, who was walking at the front, was already in a terrible state of mind. Once they enter the 10th ring, it's almost impossible to encounter other lords, and the team's advantage can no longer be expanded. If Zhao Yun continues at this speed, the gap between the two will only widen. If Zhao Yun kills the leader of the Calamity Beasts first, all the credit will go to him. While this possibility is slim, it's not impossible. Su Qingxue became increasingly agitated as she thought about it, and finally only had one thought left: should she take out her last trump card? That was originally intended to be saved for last, to deal with the leader of the Calamity Beasts. But if it's not used now, Zhao Yun will probably stay in the lead. She gritted her teeth and cursed inwardly. Aloof men are so annoying! On the viewing platform, the commentators were also stirred by this scene. A's exclaimed that this trial had completely exceeded expectations, and a situation of two heroes vying for supremacy had actually emerged. Bing Bing also stated that both Zhao Yun and Su Qingxue are very strong and have their own unique styles. A's believes that if Su Qingxue is the leader, then Zhao Yun is the lone wolf. This is a duel between a lone wolf and a leader. In previous years, either of them would have been enough to take first place, but this time a winner must be decided because there is only one leader of the Calamity Beasts, and whoever kills it first will gain more merit. He also said that Zhao Yun is currently in the lead, but he is more optimistic about Su Qingxue. After all, the lone wolf is brave but lacks stamina, while the leader type is more stable. Bing Bing, however, said she would still vote for Zhao Yun, for the simple reason that he was handsome. Just as A's was speechless, a new change appeared on the scoreboard. Two lords actually jumped directly into the 6th ring road. Mu Yu and Liang Kun? How did they suddenly end up in the 6th ring? The scene shifts, revealing that the two are standing on a teleportation array. Inside the 6th ring, Mu Yu was already quite angry. I told you not to repair the formation, but you insisted on doing so, and now you've been teleported directly to the 6th ring. What are we going to do? Liang Kun glanced around, but his tone remained calm. With our current strength, it's too difficult to get a high score. We'll have to find another way. Besides, isn't it better to get into the 6th ring road? The efficiency of earning merit points here is definitely higher than in the outer areas. Mu Yu was about to retort when she looked down and saw a group of jaw-crushing bears below the wall. Her face fell instantly, and she asked him almost desperately if he should repeat what he had just said. Chapter 40. Please help. A jaw-crushing corpse bear? Liang Kun walked to the edge and looked down, his face instantly darkening. Isn't this the 6th ring? How come there are so many top-tier E-rank monsters here? Mu Yu immediately returned to the teleportation array and said in a deep voice, Now is not the time to think about these things. Before we are discovered, let's see if we can teleport back. Liang Kun gave a wry smile. It can't be teleported. This is a one-way teleportation array. You can come, but you can't go back. Mu Yu was taken aback, and could only sigh. Then find a place to hide. Hundreds of jaw-shattering corpse bears are no match for my sawtooth beast and your heavy cannon P. But Liang Kun had already taken 2 steps back, his lips were pale, and his voice became urgent. It's too late, they've spotted us, and they've already started coming upstairs. On the other side, Zhou Yun's cauliflower beast leader finally reached level 11, and its attributes improved again. One of the cauliflowers proudly spun around in front of him twice, and Zhou Yun patted the leaves on its head as encouragement. Like Pippi Dragon, after the 8 cauliflower beasts reached level 10, it took them quite a while to break through to level 11. Meanwhile, the 6th ring road was already in sight. Zhou Yun led his team to continue advancing. Upon entering the 6th ring road, he didn't feel much difference from the 7th ring road. They still encountered gray lizards and leaf-eating moths, and their numbers hadn't increased significantly. Since the pressure wasn't too great, he continued to have the cauliflower beasts lead the way. But after walking for a while, they suddenly heard the roars of ferocious beasts, the sound of cannons, and even the sound of chainsaws cutting through the air in the distance. Zhou Yun was somewhat surprised. According to the rankings he had seen before, he was firmly in first place, and Su Qingxue, who was ranked second, was still at the 9th ring. How could someone already be fighting at the 6th ring? He took out his trial token and saw that Mu Yu had become the 2nd place winner, and Liang Kun was the 3rd. Su Qingxue, who was originally in 2nd place, had been pushed down to 4th because she was still in the 8th ring. Zhou Yun shook his head. Su Qingxue had clearly been secretly chasing him, but not only had she failed to catch up, she had also been overtaken by 2 other people. And these 2 happened to be his only 2 friends. For Zhou Yun, this was just a minor incident. His real target remained the leader of the monsters in the central area. Just then, a message popped up from a friend. Zhou Yun opened it and saw it was from Liang Kun. Zhou Yun, I saw you entered the 6th ring road. Can you help me out? I can't hold on much longer. Without hesitation, Zhou Yun replied with 2 words. Immediately. Just after I finished replying, Mu Yu's message arrived. Whatever you do, don't go west, there are a lot of jaw-broken corpse bears there. Also, whatever you do, don't pay any attention to this guy named Liang Kun, he ruined my life this time. After reading this, Zhao Yun's expression became somewhat subtle. These two are probably together right now. However, since there was a jaw-breaking corpse bear, he had no choice but to go there. He patted Pippi Dragon. Come on, let's go over there. On the spectator platform, the situation also became tense. Ace looked at the screen and said, Lord Mu Yu and Lord Liang Kun are constantly destroying buildings to block the crushed jaw corpse bear, but the beast horde is becoming more and more ferocious. Bing Bing added, At this rate, they can only hold out for 3 more minutes at most. Although the two lords entered the 6th ring directly via the teleportation array, they are now on the verge of being eliminated. Fortunately, the High Lord who came to their rescue is already in place, so their safety is not a concern. In the audience, Mu Yu and Liang Kun's family members looked tense and regretful. They had finally made it into the 6th ring, only to run into a peak E-rank crushed jaw corpse bear. Ace sighed. Luck is also a part of strength. If they encounter danger on the outskirts, they might be able to get help from other lords, but this is the 6th ring. Bing Bing nodded. Right now, besides them, the only other force in the 6th ring is Lord Zhao Yun. But given Lord Zhao Yun's lone wolf style... Before he could finish speaking, Ace suddenly raised his voice. No! Lord Zhao Yun has changed direction. That's exactly where Mu Yu and Liang Kun are. Bing Bing was also stunned. Could it be? In the live broadcast, Zhao Yun is rapidly approaching the battlefield. Meanwhile, Mu Yu and Liang Kun are still fighting hard and have not given up. Ace's tone also carried a hint of anticipation. With Lord Zhao Yun's strength, dealing with these crushed jaw corpse bears may not be difficult. The key question is, will he even make a move? In the audience, relatives from both families couldn't help but stand up. Please help. You really have to help. Lord Zhao Yun, please help my son. He will surely repay you. Please help my daughter, let her hold on a little longer, don't let her be eliminated now. The surrounding family members watched this scene and silently shook their heads. Mu Yu and Liang Kun were quite strong. If they hadn't encountered the crushed jaw corpse bear, they could have easily accumulated a lot of merit points in the 6th ring. But Zhao Yun has always been a loner. Would he really step in for someone else? No one dared to have too much hope. Within the 6th ring, only 6 kilometers remained between them and the leader of the Calamity Beasts. The density of Calamity Beasts in this area far exceeded that of the outer perimeter, yet Pippi Dragon continued its rapid advance. No matter how many gray lizards and leaf-eating moths were ahead, it didn't even bother to look at them, just charging forward. Anyway, the task of clearing monsters was now left to the cauliflower beast, so it didn't need to do anything. Pippalong rolled its eyes and looked at the vegetable whose leaves were spinning rapidly. It was hoping that the vegetable beast would perform poorly so that it would have a chance to shine. As it pondered this, it chuckled softly. Ooh! Zhao Yun patted its head, signaling it to turn left. At this distance, he could clearly hear the roars of beasts, the sound of chainsaws, and the booming of artillery shells. It's getting closer. The furthest distance will not exceed 200 meters. It's right ahead. Chapter 41, Big Bear and Little Bear, Part 1. Boom! The shell struck the crumbling wall, causing the entire structure to collapse instantly, sending dust flying everywhere. Coughing, Liang Kun waved away the dust and asked urgently, How are you? Can it hold? My sawtooth beast can still hold on. Mu Yu's voice came from the other side. But even if it desperately creates obstacles, it won't last much longer. The crushed jaw corpse bear is getting closer and closer. Liang Kun was well aware of how bad the situation was. He could smell the stench of decay even through the bricks and stones. The heavy artillery piece were already severely overloaded, their muzzles glowing a frightening red. If any more monstrous beasts like the gray lizards were to appear, they simply wouldn't be able to hold on. Just then, a loud bang came from the left rear. Liang Kun turned around abruptly, his blood running cold. The wall that he had thought the crushed jaw bears would never touch had been blasted open, revealing 2 ferocious crushed jaw bears peeking out from the gap. When Mu Yu arrived, she was also stunned. They chose a defensive position with buildings on 3 sides for cover, and had been blocking the only passage by destroying surrounding buildings. But now, before the main entrance has been breached, the side has been attacked first. On the viewing platform, May's side. It's over. Once the flank is breached, they can't hold on the front either. They're in dire straits. Bing Bing added. They've tried so hard, but victory still hasn't been on their side. Ace continued. It looks like they're about to give up too. Grand Lord Gu Mingru has already mobilized and is preparing to rescue them. Bing Bing suddenly raised her voice. Wait! Lord Zhao Yun has arrived too! He's heading in the direction of Liang Kuan and Mu Yu. Ace was startled. Lord Gu Mingru has stopped. She's watching Zhao Yun's movements. Heh. 2 Crusader bears were the first to cross the gap and approach Liang Kuan. The brick barrier in front of him was also breached, and 5 Crusader bears emerged at the same time. Liang Kuan took a deep breath, veins bulging on his neck, and almost roared. Zhao Yun! I'm here! Help me! They're here! With a soft shout, the Pippi Dragon, over 3 meters long and even more imposing than the Crusher Bear, swooped down and crashed into the 2 Crusher Bears at the front. Then, it stomped down with its claws, and the 2 bears fell silent on the spot. Immediately afterwards, the Crimson Solar Domain spread out, and scorching air currents stirred up large clouds of dust. The 8 cauliflower beasts also arrived and immediately pounced on the remaining jaw-crushing corpse bears. The Crucible Bear roared and swung its claws, but the cauliflower beast did not back down. Its leaf blades spun rapidly above its head and charged straight at the Crucible Bear. The sharp blades sliced through flesh and blood, slicing through the Crucible Bear's claws and torso. As soon as the situation stabilized, Zhao Yun, riding his dragon, looked at Liang Kuan and Mu Yu. Are you two alright? Liang Kuan opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything for a moment. His shout just now was merely out of resentment at being eliminated. He hadn't really expected Zhao Yun to show up. But not only did Zhao Yun arrive, he instantly stabilized the situation. Keep in mind, these were peak E-rank Crusher Bears, and a whole group of them. Mu Yu, her face flushed, turned away and whispered, Didn't I tell you not to come? Why did you still come? Before he could finish speaking, a series of beast roars came from all around, the sounds coming from north to south, seemingly from everywhere. Mu Yu's expression changed, and she immediately warned. The crushed jaw corpse bear has the ability to attract its own kind. It must be that the crushed jaw corpse bear here suffered a setback and attracted all the others nearby. You should leave quickly and don't worry about us. Liang Kuan nodded in agreement. If another large group comes, you won't even be able to leave. You've already helped me once, that's enough, hurry up and get out of here. Zhao Yun laughed. I was just worried that there weren't enough crushed jaw bears. Their arrival is just in time. After saying that, he shouted, Big Bear and Little Bear, it's your turn to go on stage. A flash of golden light, and 3 dark figures appeared. The moment they saw the crushed jaw corpse bear, Xiongde, Xiong'er, and later Xiongsan pounced on it without even listening to their orders. The 2 sides clashed head-on, palm to palm, and the crushed jaw corpse bear's claws were instantly knocked away the moment their paws collided. In terms of strength, the Xian-Tu bear is clearly superior. But Xiongde and his companions became even angrier, pressing forward and unleashing a barrage of blows with both paws. At first, the jaw-crushing corpse bear struggled, but after a few rounds, it became completely still. When Xiongde stood up again and let out a triumphant roar, the jaw-crushing corpse bear on the ground had its skull smashed. Roar! The 3 Xian-Tu bears roared to the sky in unison, standing like 3 black city walls in front of them. Liang Kuan and Mu Yu were both dumbfounded. The Xian-Tu bear is a B-rank bear, and there are 3 of them at once. What level of trump card is this? Not far away, a hint of shock also appeared in Gu Mingru's eyes. A B-rank Xian-Tu bear? This kid. The spectator platform erupted instantly. Ace stood up abruptly, his voice hoarse from shouting. He rattled off a rapid-fire description of the Xian-Tu bear's formidable power, a B-rank monster, a symbol of strength, a representative of bravery, showing no fear in the face of a horde of crushed jaw corpse bears, instead charging forward. Swatting, knocking away, crushing head-on, the crushed jaw corpse bears were utterly helpless against them. One palm strike after another, a total of 24 strikes, until the head of the crushed jaw corpse bear was smashed into a pulp. The audience erupted in cheers, especially the families of Liang Kuan and Mu Yu, who were so excited that their faces turned red, waving their hands and cheering wildly. Even more exaggeratedly, system notifications kept popping up, indicating that the Xian-Tu bear leader had leveled up several times and its attributes had skyrocketed. Battles between monsters and calamity beasts are naturally the easiest way for them to learn from each other. However, the Xian-Tu bear clearly outclassed the Shattered Jaw Corpse bear by more than 1 level. After leveling up, it gained an additional 4 attribute points for each level up, growing faster than the Kaiwa beast, and its combat power exploded all at once. Zhao Yun simply recalled the cauliflower beast, letting the Xian-Tu bear fight alone. Dealing with the crushed jaw corpse bear, which was also a bear, would allow Xiongde and the others to fight to their heart's content. The number of jaw-crushing corpse bears swarmed in greater and greater numbers, but Xiongde and his companions were already in a killing frenzy and didn't care about numbers at all. Their strength surged, but their speed was not slow at all. Their massive bodies charged forward with the agility of shadows, and the jaw-crushing corpse bears' movements seemed as slow as a slow-motion video in front of them. The sounds of thuds were incessant as one jaw-crushing bear after another had its head smashed open. 10 minutes later, the ground was piled with corpses, with only 3 Xian-Tu bears standing among them, raising their paws and letting out a triumphant roar. All right, stop howling, come back. Zhao Yun waved to them. The 3 Xian-Tu bears, who were majestic just a second ago, became adorable the next, whimpering and running back on all fours. Xiongde was the first to approach Zhao Yun, shaking its big head as if wanting him to pet it, but Zhao Yun dodged it in disgust. No, it stinks too much. Liang Kun immediately objected. How could you do this? It's your subject, and it's done a great service. Mu Yu leaned closer, almost spitting out her words halfway through. The blood of the calamity beast stinks, but it has rendered meritorious service. As the Lord, you should at least tolerate it. Zhao Yun couldn't help but laugh. Xiongda realized it was being disliked and pouted in grievance. Even the viewers and the 2 commentators on the viewing platform began to feel sorry for it. Ace coughed and said seriously, although the blood of the calamity beast is indeed very smelly, what Lord Zhao Yun did was indeed a bit inappropriate. Bing Bing chimed in. That's right, we have to bear with it even if it smells bad. Xiong didn't do it on purpose. Liang Kun looked at Zhao Yun, then at Mu Yu, and shook his head with a sigh. You guys, you're supposed to be lords, don't you even have this much patience? Come on, let me show you. As he spoke, he pulled a carp from his lord's space and waved it at Xiongde in a high-pitched voice. Come on, there's a fish here. Xiongde glanced at it once and then turned his head away. Liang Kun, unconvinced, moved closer and continued to tempt Xiongde with the fish. But Xiongde remained unmoved. Xiongde finally moved when Liang Kun took another step closer. It suddenly shuddered, as if shaking off water droplets from its fur. But as it shuddered, all the sticky bloodstains on its body were flung off. Chapter 42. Moving to the next level, the final battle. Liang Kun was splattered with black blood, wiped it off, and spat it out. Zhao Yun shook his head helplessly at this, reminding them that there were many crushed jaw bear corpses nearby, and weaker monsters wouldn't approach for a while. He told the 2 to adjust their condition first, while he prepared to continue forward. Mu Yu and Liang Kun both thanked him and urged him to definitely defeat the leader of the calamity beasts, and not lose to Su Qingxue. Zhao Yun didn't say much, just waved his hand, patted Pippi Dragon's head, and continued on his way with Xian-Tu Bear and Kaihua Beast. On the spectator platform, A's and Bing Bing initially thought Zhao Yun was a lone wolf, but seeing that he would rather take a detour to save people and clear the area for his teammates before leaving, their attitudes softened and they began to admit that their previous judgment of him was not quite right. Just then, the camera shifted to Su Qingxue. She summoned a night hawk with gray-blue feathers, which A's immediately recognized as a C-rank flying monster. Without hesitation, Su Qingxue mounted the night hawk and rode away alone, leaving behind a chorus of exclamations and encouragement from the crowd. Above the 8th ring road of Meishan City, Su Qingxue apologized to everyone, saying she had to go first. The other lords all said they were the ones who had held her back, and encouraged her to do her best, take first place, and not lose to Zhao Yun. Su Qingxue nodded and then sent night hawks straight to the center. Because there were no flying-type monsters in Mengshan City, Su Qingxue encountered almost no obstacles along the way. Looking at the trial token, Zhao Yun was still at the 6th ring, and her fighting spirit grew stronger. She knew the gap between them was less than 2,000 meters, and she could ignore most monsters in the air. If she continued to chase, she would soon overtake him. On the other side, with the help of 3 more Xian-Tu bears, Zhao Yun's advance was even faster. The Xian-Tu bears attacked with wide, sweeping motions, crushing hordes of calamity beasts with a single swipe or kick, and their levels soared. After crossing the 5th ring road, Xiong Dao's level increased again, directly reaching level 11. Zhao Yun glanced at his forces and made a plan. He didn't release the slime, the gold-eating rat, or the water swordsman. The slime was too fragile, and its upgrade benefits were not high. The gold-eating rat and the water swordsman each had their own concerns. The former was not suitable for the current environment, and the latter, as an A-rank monster clearly listed in the monster encyclopedia, was too easy to expose. Ever since the city lord mentioned the cult, Zhao Yun had been on his guard. Since the outside world was so cautious about the threat posed by the cult, he couldn't reveal all his cards. The Xian-Tu bear was more than enough to handle the current situation, and there was no need for the three heroes to intervene, as heroes didn't gain experience from killing ordinary monsters. As Zhao Yun continued his advance, he glanced at the trial token and frowned. Su Qingxue, who had been at the 8th ring, had suddenly surged into the 7th ring, and she was the only one advancing. Zhao Yun immediately understood that she was trying to compete with him for the kill of the Calamity Beast leader. The leader of the Calamity Beast's merits were crucial for exchanging evolution stones, and he absolutely could not afford to lose this battle. Zhao Yun immediately ordered Pippi Dragon to advance at full speed, and had Xiongde and Kaihua Beast lead the way, instantly increasing their speed. On the spectator platform, A's and Bing Bing also noticed the competition between the two. Su Qingxue used the Nighthawk to travel through the air, while Zhao Yun accelerated his pursuit after spotting her. The two soon approached the first ring, and the direct confrontation between the lone wolf and the leader was finally about to begin. In the air, Su Qingxue kept her eyes glued to the scoreboard. Due to the Nighthawk's limited size, she couldn't simultaneously unleash the Snow Child and the Water Elemental to fight while flying, causing the gap in merit points to widen. But she knew very well that her only chance to turn the tide was to seize the leader of the Calamity Beasts. She kept telling herself that as long as she got the boss kill, she could not only surpass the merit points, but also exchange the points for another set of Calamity Beast armor, which would greatly increase Nighthawk's combat power. For this battle, she had to fight to the bitter end. The gap between the two narrowed rapidly during the chase. Zhao Yun had just entered the 4th ring road when Su Qingxue had already entered the 5th ring road. When Zhao Yun entered the 3rd ring road, she entered the 4th ring road almost simultaneously. Not long after Zhao Yun entered the 2nd ring road, she rushed in after him, and finally the two entered the 1st ring road almost at the same time. At this moment, both sides clearly saw each other's lineups. Su Qingxue was secretly surprised to see that Zhao Yun had 8 Kaiwa beasts, 3 Xiantu bears, an amount of unknown origin, at least a C rank. Zhao Yun finally understood that Su Qingxue had flown directly to the center using a C rank Nighthawk, which explained why she was able to catch up. Their eyes met briefly in midair before quickly looking away, either speaking. Upon entering the 1st ring, new Calamity Beasts appeared, the Oil Shadow Loach, which would approach and self-destruct, and the Faceless Infant, which could fly at low altitudes and emit sonic attacks. There were quite a few Oil Shadow Loaches, and they would explode if anyone got too close, forcing the Xiantu Bear and Kaihua Beast to hold back their attacks. Although the crack-faced infants were few in number, their continuous sonic waves were very annoying, and if left unchecked, they would gradually drive people out of their minds. Zhao Yun immediately adjusted his tactics, having Pippi Dragon activate its Crimson Flame domain to suppress the Oil Shadow Loach and the crack-faced infant over a wider area. The task of dealing with the spiral-leaping Calyx Beast, the Grey Lizard, and the Leaf-Eating Moth remained with the Black Earth Bear and the Calyx Beast. With his forces each fulfilling their roles, the advance stabilized once again. Even so, he was still slower than Su Qingxue. Nighthawk, with no obstacles in the air, was still faster. By the time Su Qingxue overtook him, Nighthawk's altitude had noticeably decreased, and Zhao Yun even saw a provocative smile on her lips. Zhao Yun smiled as well. He knew that Su Qingxue had used her flying advantage to find the leader of the Calamity Beasts first, but that didn't mean she could win. The closer they got to the center of Mengshan City, the denser the Calamity Beasts became, especially near the leader. The Nighthawk might get there first, but that didn't mean she could take down the leader alone. Nighthawks fly high, but their reach is short. To attack, they must descend low, otherwise they're easily surrounded by monsters. If Su Qingxue could actually engage in direct combat against the dense concentration of monsters in the center, it would be exactly what Zhao Yun wanted. As soon as the monster leader cries for help, the surrounding monsters would immediately turn their attention to Su Qingxue, allowing Zhao Yun to seize control of the leader. The two commentators also judged that Zhao Yun was already at a disadvantage, even giving Su Qingxue a 7-3 chance of winning, and Zhao Yun a 3-4 chance. But before they finished speaking, the scene in the center area was revealed, and what was there was not an ordinary leader at all, but a blood egg. A's expression changed drastically as he immediately realized that the 8-faced ghost touch was advancing in power, and he had to stop it immediately. The real decisive battle had begun. Chapter 43 Full Speed Ahead, Head-on Confrontation. He actually advanced? And of all times? From the dilapidated high-rise, Gumingru looked down at the plaza. Below, it was already filled with countless monstrous beasts, their black and red veins writhing on the ground. In the center of the plaza, a 5-meter-tall giant blood egg undulated like a living thing. With each wriggle, the blood egg swelled, devouring any nearby calamity beasts that touched it. Gumingru glanced at Su Qingxue, who was still approaching, and pressed her earpiece to report. The 8-faced ghostly tentacle has transformed into a blood egg and is advancing. Should we eliminate it immediately? The command came quickly through the earpiece. Continue to observe and await further orders. Understood. Gu Mingru ended the call, her brows furrowed. Yesterday, during the investigation, the 8-faced ghost touch showed absolutely no signs of advancement. How could it suddenly be like this? However, advancement still takes time. As long as Su Qingxue is fast enough, there's still a chance. In the sky, Su Qingxue's expression was equally solemn. She knew very well that if the blood egg completed its advancement, the Great Lord would intervene to protect the Trial Lord, and at that time, she would naturally not receive any credit. We can't wait, little Gray! The Nighthawk let out a clear cry, its wings flapping violently, condensing into a ball of icy blue energy, which it hurled at the blood egg. The icy energy struck the blood egg, but only darkened a patch on its surface. In the blink of an eye, the mark returned to its original state. Su Qingxue's heart sank. Although Little Gray's ice condensation was more about control and its damage wasn't high, it shouldn't have been neutralized so easily. She lightly pressed Nighthawk, and Nighthawk immediately lowered its altitude and swooped down towards the blood egg. Reaching above the blood egg, Su Qingxue swiftly summoned the Snow Child and the Water Elemental. The moment they appeared, they simultaneously activated their abilities, causing crystalline snowflakes to fall from the sky. The next second, she recalled them to her territory, and the Nighthawk quickly ascended and moved away. Snowflakes continued to fall on the blood eggs, leaving behind faint little dots. Su Qingxue nodded slightly. This was already the strongest aerial attack she could currently achieve. The Nighthawk is not large enough to carry her alone, and Snow Child and Water Elemental are simply unable to engage in aerial combat. She can only use this instant summoning and instant recall method to deliver brief attacks, but the duration is too short, the damage is greatly reduced, and both summoning and recalling have cooldowns. As for a direct confrontation upon landing, she didn't even consider it. The blood egg was surrounded by so many calamity beasts that there was almost no place to stand. The crack-faced infant, the oil shadow loach, the gray lizard, and the leaf-eating moth surrounded it in layers, and occasionally an E-rank crusher bear could be seen. It was precisely because of the Nighthawk that she dared to face the leader of the calamity beasts alone. Originally, she thought that as long as the beasts couldn't attack from the air, she could slowly whittle it down. But the advancing blood egg completely disrupted her plans. Again! After the cooldown ended, Su Qingxue launched the same attack again. Another snowflake fell, and the surface of the blood egg was covered with dark spots, but as it continued to devour the surrounding monsters, the wounds quickly disappeared. No, the output is too far behind, it can't keep up with its recovery at all. On the spectator platform, the two commentators also realized that the situation was not good. A sighed. The damage caused by Lord Su Qingxue has been wiped out again. Bing Bing nodded. The blood eggs are constantly replenished by the calamity beasts, and their recovery ability is too strong. A said. This is also why most lords would form large groups to enter the first stage of the trial in previous years. The leader of the calamity beast is not something that 1 or 2 lords can easily deal with. Bing Bing had just mentioned that if Zhao Yun's 3 Xian-2 bears were added, they might be able to suppress the blood egg's recovery when A suddenly changed his expression. Director, switch back quickly. The blood egg has launched an attack on Lord Su Qingxue. Smack! A massive, black and red tentacle lashed out into the air like a whip, emitting a sharp crack. Nighthawk jumped back in alarm. It had almost been struck. Su Qingxue's eyes were filled with shock. Weren't the leaders of the calamity beasts supposed to lose their offensive capabilities when they advanced? Why would they attack first? Gray, get out of the way! Another tentacle emptied. Immediately afterwards, the third, fourth, and fifth tentacles shot out in succession. The blood egg rapidly expanded, devouring the calamity beasts while simultaneously unleashing thick, long tentacles to pursue, surround, and block the Nighthawk's route. The Nightjar's cry grew sharper and more urgent, its territory shrinking. Su Qingxue summoned the Snow Child and the Water Elemental, and snowflakes began to fall again, but they couldn't stop the tentacles in the slightest. On the high-rise building, Gu Mingru was so anxious she could barely contain herself. This is absolutely not normal. This intensity is beyond what a new lord can withstand, and we still can't act. A calm voice came through the earpiece. Lord Gu Mingru, I understand your desire to protect your daughter, but please obey my orders. Gu Mingru remained silent for a moment, then could only grit her teeth and reply. Yes. On the other side, Zhao Yun was leading his team forward when he suddenly saw the massive tentacles waving all over the sky, and he was also stunned. Just a moment ago, Su Qingxue was attacking on her Nighthawk, How did things turn out like this in the blink of an eye? He immediately activated his detection technique. Eight-faced demon tentacles, leader of the calamity beasts, is advancing from rank E to rank D. Strength, 12, endurance, 23, intelligence, 10, spirit, 9, speed, 8. Its talent is greedy absorption, which allows it to absorb lower-ranking calamity beasts and convert them into its own life force. Its skill, painful whip, allows it to unleash damage with all its tentacles. Zhao Yun was slightly surprised after reviewing the attributes. Even before completing the advancement, the stats were already close to those of heroes of the same tier. However, for him, the real problem was the high health. The leader of the calamity beast has health calculated based on stamina. 23 points of stamina equals 2,300 points of health. Even if his forces combine their attacks, it would be difficult to kill him in a short time, not to mention that he can also devour calamity beasts to regenerate health. Seeing that Su Qingshua's situation was becoming increasingly dangerous, Zhao Yun decisively ordered, "Full speed ahead!" Pippi Dragon responded and immediately accelerated. Previously it had been slowing down to prevent the oil shadow loach from self-destructing, but now, receiving the order, it charged forward directly into the blast. Bang 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 bang. The oil-spotted loaches self-destructed one after another, and all the damage fell on the Pippi Dragon. However, its white shield had already been restored to its original state, and its actual health had not decreased at all. You should know that when Zhao Yun led Xiongde, Xiong'er, and all the gold-eating rats to attack, it took them quite a while to break through that shield. With Pippi Dragon leading the way, Xian Tu Xiong and Kai Huashou no longer entangled with the disaster beasts, and only needed to follow behind to advance, instantly increasing the team's speed. Zhao Yun advanced while keeping an eye on Su Qingxue in the air. It seemed she couldn't handle the beast leader alone. For Zhao Yun, her role was to draw enemy fire and create opportunities for him to attack. If Su Qingxue couldn't hold on, and was rescued by the Great Lord, then Zhao Yun would have to face the eight-faced ghost tentacles alone. He certainly didn't want his people to suffer the harm from those tentacles for nothing. In the air, the Nighthawk was still desperately trying to break through. Although the tentacles of the eight-faced ghost were thick and long, their speed wasn't too fast, which allowed it to barely find room to dodge. But Su Qingxue knew very well that the Nighthawk was nearing its limit. It first carried her all the way into the first ring, and then engaged in a high-intensity struggle with the eight-faced ghost touch. Its stamina was rapidly decreasing and it wouldn't last much longer. Just then, she saw Zhao Yun rushing towards her at high speed, braving the explosion. She was startled, and the thought involuntarily popped into her mind, was he here to help her? Willing to endure the damage to accelerate, could it be that beneath his cold exterior, there truly is a warm-hearted man? The moment the thought crossed her mind, Su Qingxue immediately shook her head. What kind of nonsense was she thinking? On the ground, Zhao Yun frowned and shouted, "Don't get distracted! Hang in there a little longer, I'll be there soon!" "Okay," Su Qingxue responded subconsciously, only realizing her mistake after the words left her mouth, and immediately felt annoyed. Why did she respond? Wouldn't that make it seem like she was taking orders from him? Zhao Yun had no idea what she was struggling with. His entire focus was on getting closer to the leader of the calamity beasts. When half a stone pillar appeared ahead, he immediately shouted, "Jump!" Pippi Dragon leaped up in response, first jumping onto the stone pillar, then using the momentum to leap onto the steps. Beyond the steps lay the plaza, and in the center of the plaza stood the eight-faced ghost touch. Ooh! Knowing it was about to face its final enemy, the Pippi Dragon let out an excited roar and began its final sprint. It ignored the gray lizard, the leaf-eating moth, the ghost-faced baby, and the oil shadow loach, charging straight through them all. Any calamity beasts that stood in its way were either knocked away or trampled over. Even the towering crusher bear blocked its path. It charged straight at them. Bang! Before the crusher bear could even attack, it was struck in the chest by the Pippi Dragon, its massive body flying backward on the spot. On the viewing platform, Ace exclaimed, "What terrifying brute force! A PK-rank crusher bear was actually sent flying by a direct ramming." Bingbing couldn't hide her shock either. Judging from his performance, Lord Zhou Yun's mount seems to be even stronger than the Xian-Tu bear. He has been hiding his true strength all along, Ace said excitedly. Seeing Lord Su Qingxue in danger, he finally revealed his true trump card. Next, he will fight the eight-faced ghost tentacle head-on to save Lord Su Qingxue. Bingbing then added, Lord Zhou Yun has broken through the final barrier and arrived before the eight-faced ghost tentacle. He has begun his attack. Zhou Yun's eyes darkened, and he decisively ordered, Big Bear and Little Bear! Roar! Big Bear and Little Bear charged up from the right, while Little Bear flanked from the left. The three Xian-Tu bears, with their four paws on the ground, roared as they approached the blood egg. The next second, they slammed their four paws on the ground, using the recoil to leap into the air, and at the same time swung their paws, slamming them hard at the giant blood egg that had grown to more than 5 meters tall. Chapter 44 Trying to Steal the Monster? Laugh! The three-headed Xian-Tu bear's claws slashed fiercely, tearing off large pieces of flesh from the surface of the blood eggs, and gushing out red and black blood, instantly covering their entire bodies. The bear twitched its nose, and its eyes immediately turned red. Zhao Yun had previously disliked its stench and wouldn't even touch it. The smell had finally dissipated a bit, but now this thing had dirted it again, and it was completely enraged. Roar! Xiongda spread its arms, briefly gathered its strength, and then unleashed a series of Xian-Tu Xiong palm strikes. As the leader, it was already level 12 with a strength of 41 points, and its combo was incredibly powerful. Although Xiong-Er and Xiong-San were not the leaders and had slightly lower stats, their combined burst of damage still dealt over 300 points of damage. An ordinary monster would have been smashed into mincemeat long ago. But the leader of the calamity beasts before them was no ordinary monster. It possessed an exaggerated stamina conversion ability, and an absurdly thick health bar. Even after such a fierce attack, it had only lost 1/6 of its health. Zhao Yun had anticipated this and was preparing to have the cauliflower beast continue to deal damage when Su Qingxue suddenly shouted, "Get out of the way!" Even without her reminder, Zhao Yun had already sensed the intense wind pressure overhead. He immediately ordered, "Retreat!" The three Xian-Tu bears retreated simultaneously, and Pai Pai Long also leaped away with Zhao Yun. The next instant, 8 tentacles lashed down with a deafening roar, the ground exploded, and the remains of the calamity beast and rubble flew everywhere. Ah! The attack missed its target, and the blood egg trembled violently, emitting a piercing scream. Immediately afterward, its black and red body suddenly expanded, enveloping all the surrounding calamity beasts. The blood egg wriggled rapidly a few times and returned to its original size, but its blood bar visibly increased significantly. Zhou Yun's gaze darkened. With such recovery ability, coupled with the continuous surge of calamity beasts from all sides, dragging this out was definitely not a good option. We must act swiftly and decisively. Blood Egg has just used its skill and has at least a 20-second cooldown, which is their window of opportunity to unleash their full power. Pipalong, Xiongda, Itsai, let's go! Pippi Dragon growled, Bear roared, and Itsai immediately responded. The three charged at the blood egg simultaneously, their dragon tails, bear paws, and leaf blades striking down almost at the same time. Zhou Yun also drew his Gale sword for the first time and joined the attack. Swift Wind Slash! The pale green crescent-shaped sword energy struck the blood egg, but the health bar didn't change noticeably. Zhou Yun wasn't surprised, because he was currently syncing with the attributes of the water swordsman, Shui. Shui didn't participate in the trial and his level is still stuck at level 2, so Zhou Yun's own output isn't very high. The real main force is his people. Even using only normal attacks, the three Xian-Tu bears can deal over 100 points of damage in a single round. The 8 Kaiwa beasts combined deal close to 200 points, and with the addition of the Pippi Dragon, the total output in a single round is extremely exaggerated. Pipalong, Xiongda, and Itsai all understood that Zhou Yun wanted to kill quickly, and his offensive was incredibly fast, completing 2 rounds of simultaneous attacks in the blink of an eye. The blood egg's health bar began to drop rapidly. Call! The 8 tentacles completely abandoned Su Qingxue and instead lashed out at Zhou Yun. Pippi Dragon! Zhou Yun shouted and jumped off its back. The moment Zhou Yun landed, Pippi Dragon leaped up and used its back to push against him. Slap, slap, slap. A series of whipping sounds erupted, and Pippi Dragon was sent flying to the side. But it rolled over and quickly stood up again. Even the 8-faced ghost skills couldn't break through its white shield, let alone ordinary tentacle attacks. In just that short moment, the blood volume of the blood egg had dropped to less than 1/3. Su Qingxue was stunned, the commentators on the viewing platform were stunned, and even the great lords in charge of guarding her were stunned. What kind of output is this? What kind of damage is this? The 8-faced ghost touch, which was advancing and about to become a D rank, was like paper in front of Zhou Yun and was about to be killed in the blink of an eye. Is this really something a new lord could do? Despite being the most promising lord of this year, Su Qingxue seemed like a child in his presence. Not to mention the newcomers from previous years who, despite joining forces to attack the leader of the calamity beasts, were utterly defeated. On the spectator platform, Ace swallowed hard before hurriedly providing commentary. Unbelievable! Lord Zhao Yun's combined attack by his people is terrifying. Even a powerful beast chieftain, the eight-faced ghost tentacle in the midst of its advancement, couldn't withstand him. The eight-faced ghost tentacles are still fighting back, but it's no use. Lord Zhao Yun's mount has withstood all the attacks. The tentacles pose no threat at all. The health bar is still dropping. It's already below 10%. This is the berserk health threshold of the Calamity Beast leader. We must be careful. As soon as the words were spoken, the blood egg swelled up again, and a layer of crimson shield appeared on its surface. At the same time, it sprayed out a large amount of black liquid. The Calamity Beasts that came into contact with the black liquid were strengthened, but the ground was corroded. That substance could both enhance the Calamity Beasts and cause damage. But Zhao Yun didn't back down an inch. He had the cauliflower beast deal with the surrounding Calamity Beasts to prevent the eight-faced ghostly tentacles from continuing to devour and regenerate blood. The cauliflower beast immediately activated its spinning leaf blades, swiftly harvesting nearby Calamity Beasts. When the blood egg contracted again, this time the devouring yielded no replenishment. But the problem persisted. The blood shield blocked the continuous attacks. The three Xiantu bears and Zhao Yun kept attacking, but they were unable to break it down. His voice tightened. Is there still suspense? No, Lord Su Qingshua's Nighthawk has made its move. It used the ice condensation skill to shoot an ice ball, preparing to help break the shield. The next moment, the ice puck flew towards the blood egg, but was blocked by Zhao Yun's sword. Ace was stunned. What? Lord Zhao Yun blocked the ice hockey puck? What happened? Trying to steal my kill? Zhao Yun glanced coldly at Su Qingxue in the air, then continued attacking the blood egg. You! Su Qingshue's face flushed red with anger. She swore on her life that she had absolutely no intention of stealing the monster, and that the thought never even crossed her mind. After witnessing Zhao Yun's terrifying offensive, she already knew she had lost. She had thought the two could still be evenly matched, but judging from their attacks on the blood eggs, they were simply not on the same level. She intervened simply because Zhao Yun hadn't broken through the blood shield yet, and wanted to help him finish the kill to prevent further complications. Who knew that what I got in return was this glance and a question? Snort! Su Qingxue didn't say anything, but in her heart she had already cursed Zhao Yun 1,000 times. Just then, a crisp cracking sound came from the direction of the blood egg. She looked closely and saw that cracks had appeared on the surface of the blood shield. Under Zhao Yun's relentless and aggressive attacks, that blood shield is about to break. Chapter 45 Slaying. Black Vortex. Roar! Precisely! Seeing that the blood shield was about to be completely shattered, the Xiantu bear and Kaihua beast launched an even fiercer attack. The eight-faced ghost tentacles launched a frantic counterattack, its 8 tentacles lashing out repeatedly, but Pai Pai Long managed to withstand them all. Splash! The cracks on the blood shield multiplied, and it finally shattered. With no obstruction, the attacks from the Xiantu bear, the Kaihua beast, and Zhao Yun simultaneously landed on the blood egg. Laugh! Zhao Yun pierced through with his sword, instantly reducing the blood egg's health bar to 0. The 8 tentacles crashed down, and the entire egg began to spew out black blood. With the death of the leader of the Calamity Beasts, the other Calamity Beasts in Mengshan City seemed to have all their strength drained away, collapsing to the ground in unison and remaining motionless. At this moment, everyone, from the commentators and spectators to the surrounding lords, couldn't help but cheer. What shocked everyone wasn't just Zhao Yun's strength, but also that his attack had directly interrupted the 8-faced ghostly tentacles' advancement. Beep beep beep! The trial lords' tokens rang simultaneously. Everyone took them out and looked at the scoreboard. The merits and rankings of everyone else were already fixed, but Zhao Yun's points were still soaring. 15,000, 20,000, 30,000, 50,000. Finally, the merit points stopped at 62743. The lords immediately erupted in uproar. Some exclaimed that the leader of the Calamity Beast had died so quickly, some couldn't believe that the killer was Zhao Yun and not Su Xin, and others shouted that Zhao Yun had stolen the first kill and they simply couldn't accept this result. On the viewing platform, the two commentators noticed another important point. Iz exclaimed excitedly that the merit points awarded by the beast leader this time were ridiculously high. Bing Bing added that the leader's reward was usually only 30,000 in previous years, but this time it was 50,000. Iz was even more envious after doing the math. Over 60,000 merit points were almost equivalent to 600 units of C-grade materials, and 1 unit of C-grade material could cost over 100,000 credit points. Bing Bing also said with a wry smile that she herself might not be able to earn that much even after decades of hard work. As the two were reminiscing, Bing Bing suddenly froze, her gaze falling into the distance, her voice changing. Wait, what's that black vortex? A cult? On Zhao Yun's side, two things suddenly appeared next to the blood egg corpse. One of them was round and plump, like a bead, and emitted a pale golden light. Zhao Yun recognized it at a glance. It was the Calamity Beast pill, the core material of the Calamity Beast armament, and also proof that he had killed the leader. The other one resembled a polygonal gemstone, entirely milky white. Zhao Yun picked it up and immediately used his detection spell. Name, Jade Lake Crystal, Residual. Grade ED. Description, in its full state, it can provide a large amount of experience and promote the advancement of Calamity Beasts. Currently it is only a fragment, and its use can only provide a certain amount of experience points. Shop buyback price, 5 gold coins. Zhao Yun frowned. This was the first time he had ever seen something that could allow a Calamity Beast to advance. He knew about evolution stones, but evolution and advancement were completely different things. The former was merely a catalyst, while the latter directly increased the rank. He immediately realized that the reason the 8-faced ghostly tentacle was able to advance was probably because of this Jade Lake crystal. But a question arose, who put this thing there? If it was really in Mengshan City, the country couldn't have gone unnoticed all this time. If it was there before, why did it only take effect now? Zhao Yun felt something was wrong the more he thought about it. Just as he was about to continue pondering, Gu Mingru suddenly shouted from behind. Watch out! Cult members have appeared! Back up! He looked up and saw a black vortex that had appeared in the sky. A flamboyant man dressed in a long robe with a red background and black lining emerged from the vortex, speaking with a hint of mockery. He said that his beloved child, whom he had painstakingly nurtured, had been killed before it even made its true debut, and asked who had been so ruthless. Before he finished speaking, he flashed forward and shot straight at Zhao Yun like an arrow. Presumptuous! Gu Mingru and the other two great lords simultaneously gave the order, and their subjects immediately took action. Xiongde, Xiong'er, and Xiong San swiftly unleashed heavy blows, and after several muffled thuds, the glamorous man was sent flying backward, returning to the air. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and admitted with a smile that the 3 B-rank Xian-2 bears were indeed not easy to deal with. Zhao Yun's expression darkened. After scanning the entire area, he realized that the real trouble was not the person in front of him, but that he was being blocked by 10 people at the level of Grand Lords at the same time, all around the square, in the air, on the rooftops, and on the ground. What stopped them were 10 mysterious people, all dressed in long robes with red backgrounds and black linings. The 10 great lords and 10 mysterious figures were forcibly divided into 10 battlefields, fighting fiercely. Because of this, Gu Mingru and the others were unable to spare any resources to support Zhao Yun. It was only then that Zhao Yun truly realized that the power of cults was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Before his awakening, although he was wary of cults, he always felt that if the country really took action, it would eventually eradicate them completely. But now it seems that things are far from that simple. What bothered him even more was that these cult members fought in a completely different way than the Lord. The Lord mainly relied on his subjects to fight, and he himself was more inclined to protect himself, but these cult members fought almost entirely on their own and never summoned their subjects. Meanwhile, in a factory 200 meters away from Zhao Yun, Gu Mingru was leading her people in a fierce battle against the cultists. Worried about the safety of Zhao Yun and Su Qingxue, she frequently glanced outside during the fight. Heh! You dare to get distracted while fighting me? You great lords are truly arrogant. A flash of cold light, and Gu Mingru narrowly dodged, as 2 white tigers immediately pounced from her flanks. She used the momentum to retreat, probing in a cold voice. That androgynous guy outside, is that probably their young master, Bai Yi? Bringing him out here is one thing, but aren't you afraid he'll die here? The cultist smiled coldly and asked her if she had to get past him first. Gu Mingru's eyes turned icy, and she directly pointed out that the sudden advancement of the 8-faced ghost touch was probably their doing. The other party quickly moved among the many lords and simply admitted that it was reasonable for them to use the Calamity Beasts as trial materials, and then use the lords as trial materials. Gu Mingru's face darkened, and she immediately reported through her earpiece that the cult's initial assessment was that their goal was to have their young master, Bai Yi, complete his training. She herself was being held back by dissiming, and the others were probably in the same situation. Zhao Yun and Su Qingxue were likely the primary targets of this operation, and they needed to be supported as soon as possible. Reinforcements? The high priest suddenly turned sideways and charged forward like a drill, laughing as he said, Take care of yourself first. Chapter 46. The game is over. Cult scum! A murderous glint flashed in Su Qingshua's eyes as she raised her hand and tapped Nighthawk's back, sending an ice ball flying toward Bai Yi. Bai Yi seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, suddenly turning around and shattering the ice ball with a single chop. But before he could finish speaking, Zhao Yun unleashed a pale green sword aura from below, forcing him to dramatically tilt his head back to dodge. He sneered at the two of them, mocking them for being nothing special. But the next second, he clenched his right fist, and black energy suddenly spread out. Zhao Yun and Su Qingshu had just assumed a defensive stance when they realized that this force was not aimed at them at all. The calamity beasts that had been killed by the eight-faced ghost touch had all risen again. Bai Yi raised his hand and pointed, and the calamity beast immediately swarmed towards Zhao Yun like a tide. The Xian-Tu bear and Kaihua beast immediately protected him, and Pai Pai Long carried him back on his back. Su Qingshu shouted for Zhao Yun to rush out, while she would cover him. Bai Yi, however, charged towards her with a strange laugh, transforming into a black arrow and shooting towards her. Nighthawk dodged repeatedly, forcing Su Qingshu to fight and retreat simultaneously, making the aerial battle extremely dangerous. While keeping an eye on the aerial battle, Zhao Yun summoned Shui, gave it a jade lake crystal, and quickly retrieved it. However, after a few seconds, his own attributes remained unchanged, and his heart sank. He had initially thought that the jade lake crystal would immediately convert into experience points, allowing him to level up with Shui and thus increase his own speed so he could threaten Bai Yi with Gale's Slash. However, Bai Yi's speed clearly surpassed his, and he held a significant advantage in aerial combat. Right now, all he could use was Gale's Slash. Just as he was getting anxious, the notification finally sounded, and Shui had leveled up to level 3. Zhao Yun then realized that the Jade Lake Crystal didn't take effect instantly, but required time to transform. Before he could even catch his breath, Shui had leveled up to level 4. Meanwhile, Su Qingshu was being forced back step by step by Bai Yi, and could only rely on Water Element and Snow Child to launch brief counterattacks, but with little effect. Bai Yi mocked her from midair, a black arrow grazing Su Qingshu's cheek, leaving a bloody mark. Zhao Yun urgently urged her to land and fight, but Su Qingshu merely wiped away the blood, her expression growing even colder. She clearly didn't want to team up with Zhao Yun on the ground and insisted on aerial combat. The next instant, she suddenly used the Nighthawk to dodge the attack, and her right hand and earrings simultaneously lit up with an icy blue light, freezing Bai Yi instantly. Snow Child and the Water Elemental immediately followed up with attacks, while Nighthawk continued to peck, causing ice crystals and blood to fall from Bai Yi's body. However, the freeze only lasted for 2 seconds, and Bai Yi quickly broke free, but his injuries had clearly worsened. He finally lost his temper and turned to create distance, but Su Qingshu raised her hand again, activating the Ice Seal once more, freezing him into a human-shaped target. Nighthawk, Snow Child, and Water Elemental seized the opportunity to pursue, beating him until he was in a sorry state. After being hit twice in a row, Bai Yi realized that Su Qingshu's beast armor was of a high level, capable of withstanding her continuous freezing. He scolded her for borrowing equipment from an older generation lord, but he dared not be careless again. Su Qingshu ignored him, and as soon as he thawed, she deliberately raised her hand to scare him, forcing Bai Yi to instinctively dodge. But that was just a feint. She had already used up all her chances of freezing him. Bai Yi finally realized what was happening, and his anger exploded. He transformed into a halberd and gave chase. His speed was even faster than before, and the Nighthawk was quickly overtaken. The halberd blade slashed 3 times, leaving several wounds on Su Qingshu's body. Just as the 4th strike was about to hit, Zhao Yun's sword energy arrived in time, giving her a chance to catch her breath. Bai Yi turned around, and 2 eyes suddenly appeared on the halberd shaft, staring intently at Zhao Yun on the ground. Zhao Yun sheathed his sword, understanding that Su Qingshu was hesitant to land because she wanted to hold out until reinforcements arrived. He didn't force her anymore, but continued to level up Shui. Soon, Shui reached level 14, and his attributes increased accordingly. But Su Qingshu's situation worsened. Bai Yi attacked while laughing, saying that the Su family was nothing special, and finally shouted, "The game is over!" Upon hearing this, Su Qingshu's gaze sharpened, and she immediately recognized the other party as a member of the Niu family. Bai Yi, however, did not reply at all, and directly slashed at her at high speed. Just then, the roar of the disaster beast armored machine suddenly came from afar. Zhao Yun looked up and saw that more than 100 armed machines were rushing towards Chaoming Mountain City. Upon seeing this, the 10 cult leaders simultaneously ascended into the air and ordered Bai Yi to retreat. Bai Yi remained suspended in midair, unwilling but still turning to leave, and a black vortex quickly opened up in the sky. Gumenru chased after them, angrily cursing them for running away with their tails between their legs. Bai Yi turned back in midair, coldly saying, "See you next time," before transforming into human form and soaring into the vortex. Before leaving, he looked down at Zhao Yun and said that he wasn't the main target this time, but Zhao Yun was very interesting, and he would play with him again next time. Zhao Yun replied in a low voice, "There probably won't be a next time." Bai Yi frowned, not having heard what he said. The next instant, a cold light flashed, and the pale green crescent-shaped sword energy shot straight into the sky. Chapter 47. Is that your brother? You call him that? This killing was actually a result that Zhao Yun had already planned. He lacked the ability to fly and could only stay on the ground to fight Su Qingxue and the Calamity Beast. All he could really do was deliver a swift wind slash at crucial moments. But from the beginning, he never intended to be just a support. After realizing that it would be difficult for him to reliably defeat Bai Yi, he handed the Jade Lake Crystal to Ah Shui, paving the way for this strike in advance. Once the Jade Lake Crystal takes effect, this sword strike will still be executed, even if it hasn't taken effect yet. The only difference is the amount of damage. He deliberately held back his strength during the previous strikes, saving his true killing move for last. When Ah Shui hadn't leveled up for a full 10 seconds, he knew the experience provided by the Jade Lake Crystal had been used up. He wasn't in a hurry, because Gale's slash had a 10-second cooldown. A little earlier or later wouldn't make much difference. What truly mattered was timing. Bai Yi had already been injured by Su Qingxue, and he had enough power at his disposal. As long as he seized the safest opportunity and landed a fatal blow, it would be enough to trap his opponent in a hopeless situation. He waited until reinforcements arrived and the cult began to retreat. Bai Yi, eager to escape, was the first to rush into the black vortex. Zhao Yun was confident that Bai Yi's success rate was 95% if he had charged indirectly. But just before stepping into the vortex, Bai Yi turned back and mocked him. In that instant, Zhao Yun decisively drew his sword. The Gale slash has a 300% damage coefficient. Ah Shui is level 24 with 81 points of strength. If this sword hits, it will deal 243 points of damage. Bai Yi was first injured by the Xiantu bear, and then he was attacked twice by Su Qingxue. Zhao Yun judged very clearly, if this sword hits, Bai Yi will be seriously injured and fall even if he doesn't die. Falling from such a height, coupled with severe injuries, the chances of survival are almost nil. Even if cult members tried to rescue him, they would be held back by the 10 high-ranking lords chasing from behind, and by the time reinforcements arrived, the cult would still be completely wiped out. Whoosh! The sword energy pierced through Bai Yi's body the instant it was unleashed. His expression froze on the spot, and he plummeted straight down. Halfway down, his body broke in two. Su Qingxue was stunned, the Siming was stunned, the Great Lord was stunned, and even the commentators and viewers on the viewing platform were in an uproar. "Young Master!" one of the Grand Ascensions roared, as if trying to retrieve Bai Yi's body. However, his body did not fall at all. Instead, it continued to rise, carrying the other Grand Ascensions rapidly towards the black vortex. In the blink of an eye, all 10 Grand Ascensions were inside the vortex. The next second, the vortex rapidly shrank and disappeared completely. Only the 2 pieces of Bai Yi's corpse remained, which suddenly exploded into a cloud of black mist as they fell, completely and utterly dead. With Bai Yi dead, the Calamity Beasts in Mengshan's city collapsed one after another as if a power outage had occurred. Soon, Calamity Beast armored aircraft arrived, and batches of officers and soldiers landed on the square. After looking around, they immediately asked, "Where are the cult members?" "They ran away." "Dead." After those 2 sentences were uttered, everyone present fell silent. At 2:10 p.m., the trial officially ended. At 2:12 p.m., a post on the largest social media platform in the Great Han Kingdom went viral across the entire internet. "A cult has been discovered during the Lord's trial, and a new king has slain one of its members in a fit of rage." The post had barely been published when comments exploded. Some were shocked that a cult could be involved in a trial, others worried that the entire country was unsafe, and still others doubted the veracity of the information. It wasn't until the official announcement was unearthed that the public was truly in an uproar. The announcement clearly stated, during the trial for new lords, 10 Grand Fates and 1 cult leader appeared. All 10 Grand Fates escaped, and the cult leader was killed on the spot by Lord Zhao Yun. This caused an uproar among netizens. Some were amazed that Zhao Yun could kill the young master of an evil cult, while others said that evil cults were nothing special. Still others explained that the strength of the great master of fate was comparable to that of a Grand Lord, and that it was truly outrageous that 10 Grand Lords present could not protect the young master. Some even dragged Su Qingxue into the discussion, and everyone was even more shocked when they learned that she had been overpowered by the young master of the evil cult. Zhao Yun not only killed the young master, but he did so in front of 10 Grand Masters of Fate. His audacity and strength alone were terrifying enough. Soon, another piece of news surfaced. Zhao Yun not only killed the cult's young master, but also single-handedly entered the first ring and defeated the enhanced leader of the disaster beast in a one-on-one battle. The comments section instantly turned into a massive brother recognition event, with terms like Brother Yun and Close Brother flying around, creating quite a stir. Before long, news of Zhao Yun killing the Lord of the Calamity Beast and then the young master of the evil cult was widely reported by major media outlets, and even official media personally joined in, their tone full of admiration and praise. Zhou Huan excitedly showed Zhao Yun the video on his phone. "Brother, look, this is also praising you." Zhao Yun watched his parents and sister huddled together, repeatedly playing the video. He felt a warmth in his heart, but also a touch of helplessness. He had never liked being in the public eye. City Lord Sun Manhwa had even suggested an interview, which he had refused outright. He hadn't expected that even without an interview, the media could still paint a rosy picture of him. Sun Manhwa looked at him and asked with a smile, "What's wrong? Don't you enjoy the feeling of being famous?" Zhao Yun twitched the corner of his mouth. "It's more of a burden than an enjoyment." This made Sun Manhwa even more satisfied, praising him for being humble and composed. He then reminded Zhao Yun that they needed to go to the territory first thing tomorrow morning, and someone would come to pick them up for the trip to the capital by tonight at the latest. He stressed that they should exchange their merit points for resources as soon as possible, as the monster weapons and evolution stones were very important. He also specifically instructed that the upcoming secret realms and rank ladder in the territory should not be overlooked. Secret realms can yield rare resources and hero experience, and the top player in the rank ladder can even obtain the Lord's aura. Zhao Yun's starting point is already very high, so he cannot relax and must always maintain a sense of crisis in order to stay ahead. After saying this, Sun Wanhua laughed at himself, feeling like he was repeating what teacher Zhou had taught him. Zhao Yun also responded with a smile, saying that if he hadn't been reminded, he almost got cocky because he won first place among the newcomers. Sun Wanhua laughed heartily, immediately took out a jade token and stuffed it into his hand, patting his chest and saying that he could come to him if he needed anything in the future. When it was time to leave, Zhao Yun stopped him again, saying that she had something to ask him. Sun Wanhua was somewhat puzzled, but followed him upstairs to the second floor and into the room. As soon as the door closed, Zhao Yun took out a glass bottle containing 10 specially separated drops of the Fountain of Youth. Sun Wanhua stared at the golden liquid and immediately sensed something was wrong. Zhao Yun told him directly that this was an SS rank Fountain of Youth, capable of healing all internal and external injuries and prolonging life. Upon hearing this, Sun Wanhua's expression changed instantly, and he lowered his voice. SS rank treasures are extremely rare. They have only appeared twice in the history of the Great Han Kingdom, and both times they were accompanied by bloodshed. Even more terrifying is that the effect of extending lifespan has never been seen anywhere in the world. He immediately realized that if this information got out, it would cause a huge uproar. The reason the nation placed such importance on pillar-level lords was because they constantly fought against monstrous beasts, and damaging their vital essence would shorten their lifespan. Even so, Xiang Bei, currently the strongest pillar-level lord in the Great Han Kingdom, had less than a year left to live. Upon hearing this news, Sun Wanhua broke out in a cold sweat. Even with only a sliver of life left, Xiang Bei had still rushed to the front lines half a month ago to oversee the situation. The Great Han Kingdom was facing a talent shortage, with the older generation retiring one after another, and the middle generation unable to step up. Xiang Bei had no choice but to stubbornly continue. Zhao Yun looked at him quietly, knowing that the other party understood the significance of this item, and then said that this was precisely why he had sought him out, hoping that he would hand over the Fountain of Youth to the country. He dared not use any other channels for something like this, for fear of making a mistake. Sun Wanhua nodded solemnly, about to ask, "What if I'm a member of a cult?" But he was so overwhelmed by the weighty trust and precious gift that he couldn't utter another word. Chapter 48 Merit Exchange, a Major Upgrade. Upon hearing the word, cult, Zhao Yun simply smiled and shook his head. He knew very well that if even the city lord could be infiltrated, then whether he paid homage to the Fountain of Immortality or not wouldn't make much difference. Sun Wanhua laughed and said that this treasure was too valuable, and the country wouldn't take it for nothing. Before he went to the territory, the country would help him exchange it for merit medals, guaranteeing that he wouldn't lose out. Zhao Yun readily agreed. He took out the Fountain of Youth, half as a way to give back to the country, and half for the sake of merit. The merit shop in the Great Han Kingdom could buy almost all the resources within its borders, and its purchasing power was far greater than that of credit points. That evening, the capital sent people to fetch Zhao Yun and his family to Beijing, using a one-time teleportation array with astonishing efficiency. Before long, they arrived at the Forbidden City. As the very heart of the Great Han Kingdom, the conditions here are naturally exceptional. Zhou's parents and Zhou Huan were dazzled, like country bumpkins visiting the Grand View Garden. More importantly, because they were Zhou Yun's family members, the Forbidden City imposed almost no restrictions on them. They could go wherever they wanted, and even places they were not supposed to go. Back in Qinghe City, the high-interest loans Zhou's parents had taken out over the years were also conveniently resolved by the state. With these worries gone, Zhou Yun could finally focus his attention back on developing his territory. After the banquet, he returned to Jingyang Palace, where his family lived, and immediately opened the merit shop. The merit shop in the Great Han Kingdom was not a physical store, but an online platform. After redeeming, the goods would be delivered precisely by drone within 10 minutes. After logging into the app, he first sorted the items by redemption price from highest to lowest, and the most valuable items immediately popped up. There was an Aether Thunder Ring, a 360,000 merit point Aether Skill Book Meteor Shower, and a whole bunch of other items including 260,000 merit point worth of Calamity Beast Armor, Evolution Stones, Cloud Sea Crystals, and Frost Flowers. Seeing the A-rank equipment and skill books, Zhou Yun was immediately tempted. But when he saw the price, he had to suppress his desire. The merit points he had submitted to the Fountain of Youth hadn't arrived yet, and he only had 62,743 points in total, which was simply unaffordable. However, he wasn't originally after those two items. Although the Disaster Beast armor could be crafted into a complete set of equipment using Disaster Beast pills, its effect was only comparable to 3 pieces of loose equipment, and it only had one more skill. In the long run, it was clearly inferior to crafting his own loose equipment, so Zhou Yun simply skipped it. His gaze fell on the Evolution Stones. Evolution Stones could allow monsters to evolve. The Xian-Tu Bear could follow 3 paths: martial arts, mountain suppression, and mountain moving, while the Water Swordsman had 5 evolution paths. Thinking of what Xiongde and Ashui would look like after evolving, Zhou Yun simply poured all his merit points into it, buying 6 evolution stones in one go, leaving him with only 2,743 points in his balance. Just then, a notification sounded, and he received a letter of thanks from the Supreme Council of Elders of the state, with an attachment that directly awarded him 1 million merits. Immediately afterward, another letter of commendation arrived from the national headquarters of the War of Resistance against Japan, with an additional 300,000 merits attached. The merit points that had shrunk to 4 figures suddenly surged to 1,302,743. Zhou Yun almost burst out laughing. How could he possibly resist now? Thunder Ring, buy it. Meteor Shower, buy that too. He spent 620,000 on just those 2 items, and with the remaining 680,000, he poured it all into Evolution Stones, buying another 68. In just a few seconds, he spent all 1.3 million merit points, but he only felt one thing: awesome. In 10 minutes at most, the Thunder Ring, the Meteor Shower skill book, and 74 evolution stones would all be delivered to him. Meanwhile, the official group chat for the great lords of the Han Kingdom was in an uproar. Some discovered the Thunder Ring was gone, followed by the Meteor Shower, and even a significant portion of their evolution stones were missing. Official customer service confirmed this wasn't a bug, but rather that someone had legitimately redeemed them. A group of people in the group were wailing and lamenting, wishing they could challenge someone to a duel on the spot. Zhou Yun, of course, was unaware of the chaos in the group chat. All he knew was that his goods had arrived. He stored 74 colorful evolution stones into his lord's space, along with a red skill book and a ring that faintly shimmered with lightning. Meteor Shower is an 8-tier skill book. Its effect is to summon a meteor that deals 500% of the user's intelligence as fire damage to enemies within range. It has a 20-second cooldown. Thunder Ring is also an 8-tier equipment. It increases intelligence and movement speed, reduces lightning damage, and comes with the skill Thunder, which deals 800% of the user's intelligence as lightning damage to a single target. Zhou Yun first put the Thunder Ring on the index finger of his left hand, then placed his right hand on the falling meteorite. After the red rune threads entered his brow, he quickly mastered this fire-based area of effect attack skill. This further enhanced his personal strength. Now, equipped with the Gale Sword and Thunder Ring, and possessing the additional skill Meteor Shower, Zhou Yun's attribute panel skyrocketed. Compared to when he encountered the cult during the novice trial, he now had 2 more powerful offensive skills, each with a higher damage coefficient than Gale's Slash. If Bai Yu were to appear before him again, he could easily kill him instantly by unleashing 3 skills in one go. Of course, as a lord, he usually doesn't have to take action himself. He relies more on his subordinate lords for battle. However, in the early stages of establishing his territory, he still needs to be hands-on in many matters. He lay in bed, lost in thought. Tomorrow he would return to his territory. With his current strength, exploring and expanding the area around his stronghold shouldn't be a problem, but it was hard to say how far he could go. After all, since his territory contained SSS-rank monsters like the Crimson Flame Dragon and the Fiery Sun Bird, there were bound to be plenty of S-rank monsters as well. He even started guessing what the S-rank item would be: a unicorn, an angel, an elf, or a titan. And what about that SS-rank hero's sword? Why was it inside the Crimson Flame Wyvern's egg? The description said that as long as the hero wielded it, the attributes would be revealed, but Firebeard, Ellie, and Mistweaver all tried it, and there was no reaction at all. This made Zhao Yun wonder if the so-called hero referred to something else entirely. Perhaps, besides himself, there were other intelligent races in his territory capable of forging and using weapons. The next morning, before the 3-day absolute protection period ended, Zhao Yun, like most lords, returned to his territory. After a flash of golden light, he reappeared inside the stronghold. The system notified him that the rewards for the newcomer lord ranking had been settled, and he had taken first place. The rewards had all been distributed to his lord's space. However, because the absolute protection period had not yet ended and the stronghold was still shrouded in a golden light shield, the flow of time was ridiculously slow, so Zhao Yun was not in a hurry to act. But just then, a glint suddenly appeared in his eye. Outside the light barrier on the northwest side, a flock of purplish-black birds were flapping their wings, staring intently at the slime inside the stronghold. "That's a lightning sparrow." Zhao Yun smiled. It was exactly what he'd hoped for. When he first returned to his territory, he was thinking it best to acquire flying-type citizens as soon as possible, otherwise he'd be at a disadvantage if they encountered the cult again. He never expected that the lightning sparrow would come knocking on his door so readily. Lightning sparrow is a C-rank flying monster. If it were before he left his territory, without entire capabilities, dealing with it would have been quite a challenge. But now, things are different. Hee. Chapter 49: Summoning Heroes. After recognizing these as lightning sparrows, Zhao Yun still used the detection spell. Only after confirming that they were all level 3 magical creatures did he feel completely relieved. His biggest worry right now is that these guys will run away before the absolute protection period ends. So he keeps an eye on the lightning sparrow's movements while silently timing it. Outside the golden shield, the lightning sparrow refused to give up, scratching with its claws, pecking with its beak, and bombarding the shield with its wings crackling with electricity. But the shield remained unmoved. No matter how much they struggled, it was useless. Zhao Yun's mood also tightened little by little. 3, 2, 1. As soon as he counted to the last one, the golden light shield vanished instantly. Chirp! The flock of lightning sparrows immediately became excited and pounced on the trembling lightning slime. However, the slime was too slow. Even as it desperately tried to escape towards Zhao Yun, it was as slow as crawling. "Take them down, but don't kill them!" At Zhao Yun's command, they were the first to rush out. Mistweaver, Firebeard, and Ellie reacted the fastest, followed by the Black Earth Bear, Cauliflower Beast, Pippy Dragon, Gold-Eating Rat, and Water Swordsman. The doors of the houses opened almost simultaneously, and Zhao Yun's heroes and subjects rushed out in a swarm, making the scene instantly lively. The lightning sparrow was startled by the sight and quickly stopped in midair, turning to run away. But they recognized the Earth Bear and the Water Swordsman, one a B rank and the other an A rank, either of whom they could afford to provoke. But no matter how quickly they react, it's still too late. Using their speed, Zhao Yun, Wu Ji, and Ashui leaped onto the rooftop and pounced on the lightning sparrows in the air. In the blink of an eye, 5 sparrows were caught. Zhao Yun and Wu Ji each grabbed 2, while Ashui caught 1. The elusive lightning sparrows desperately tried to escape the pursuit, but at the same time, they didn't forget to turn back to save their companions, unleashing a barrage of lightning bolts. The captured sparrows, however, refused to be docile and retaliated with their own electric attacks. In an instant, Zhao Yun, Wu Ji, and Ashui were all electrocuted and their bodies were smoking, looking as if they had just rolled around in a minefield. As soon as Zhao Yun landed, he exhaled a puff of black smoke. The combined electric shock from 13 lightning sparrows was indeed quite intense, but fortunately, his stamina had increased dramatically, and he managed to withstand it. Ellie immediately began chanting a healing spell, enveloping them in a circle of green light, and their health rapidly recovered. Seeing this, the lightning bolt in the sky knew something was wrong and turned to flee. The few animals in Zhao Yun's hands suddenly tilted their heads, stuck out their tongues, and pretended to be dead. Zhao Yun almost burst out laughing. These lightning sparrows, seeing they couldn't win, were actually trying to feign death to get away with it. Their acting was quite good. Unfortunately for them, he could see their health bars, so they couldn't fool him at all. He raised his hand and flicked her forehead. Even without using its full strength, Lightning Sparrow's health bar dropped by more than half in an instant. Only then did it realize that its feigned death had been exposed, and it shrank into a ball in fear, looking at him pitifully. Zhao Yun seized the opportunity, and immediately took out the militia conversion talisman. With a flash of gray light, the first lightning sparrow successfully transformed. Seeing this, the other two completely lost their will to resist, and Zhao Yun continued the transformation according to the procedure. By the time he got to the third one, he had run out of initial transformation talismans, so he simply sold a C-grade green log, exchanged it for gold coins, bought new transformation talismans, and quickly processed all three. He directly appointed the remaining one as the leader of the people and named it Shining. As soon as they became one of their own, Flash started flapping its wings and chirping incessantly. Zhao Yun couldn't understand bird language, but he roughly understood that they were hungry, which was why they were fixated on the lightning attribute slimes in the stronghold. Since the thunder-type slimes had been following the base all along, he had long since accepted them as part of his side, so of course he wouldn't feed them to the lightning sparrow. Besides slimes, the lightning sparrow also eats plants and animals with the lightning attribute, but Zhao Yun checked his inventory and found that he had neither lightning attribute nor lightning attribute plants. After he told Shan Shan the results, the guy immediately hung his head, clearly utterly disappointed. In the end, it was only the fruit that Ikai gathered that allowed them to barely have a meal. However, it's clear that the lightning sparrow doesn't really like these foods, it's just too hungry to resist. This worried Zhao Yun. If the people couldn't get the food they liked, their loyalty would drop sooner or later, and he didn't want the air force he had worked so hard to recruit to just slip away. So he asked Shan Shan what they used to eat. Shan Shan was so anxious that she gestured and explained the situation after a long time. It turns out they used to have a stable foraging ground where they could catch slimes and eat a type of lightning attribute plant. But then the Crimson Dragon suddenly appeared, and the overwhelming pressure of the Sky Overlord scared them into hiding. They only dared to come out again a few days ago after the Crimson Flame Dragon left. But when they returned, they found that their original territory had been taken over by 3 powerful flying monsters. Those 3 were also lightning type, and their diet was almost the same as that of the lightning sparrow. Unable to defeat them, they had no choice but to move to another location. That's why they came to the stronghold, trying to steal the lightning type slimes to eat. 3 powerful flying type monsters. Zhao Yun stroked his chin, his eyes suddenly brightening. He had only intended to help Lightning Sparrow find food, but he had unexpectedly overheard a new target. Now that he had this air force, he couldn't be satisfied with his current fighting strength. However, before exploring that area, he had an even more important task to do: summon heroes. He still hasn't used the B-rank hero summoning stone that was the reward for being ranked first on the new Lord leaderboard. Zhao Yun walked to the center of the territory, holding the pale purple summoning stone in both hands, his heart filled with anticipation. The items rewarded by the leaderboard were usually of good quality, and this B-rank hero stone would most likely summon a top-tier hero. He's not sure yet whether he'll focus on domestic affairs, scientific research, strategy, diplomacy, or combat. Anything is fine as long as it's not purely combat-oriented. He muttered something under his breath, then suddenly tossed the summoning stone into the air. A pale purple light suddenly shone, the summoning stone bloomed in midair, and a portal appeared on the ground. Soon, a figure emerged from the portal. First came the sight of moon-white high-heeled cloud-patterned shoes, followed by a dark blue long skirt, a black belt, and a moon-white blouse, and finally a face with exquisitely beautiful features. She was tall and slender with an elegant demeanor. Her black hair was gently tied up with a jade hairpin, and she wore a white jade ring at her waist. Her whole being exuded a gentle and refined aura. After she stopped, she gave a slight bow with her folding fan in hand. Wenji greets the Lord. No need for formalities. Zhao Yun stepped forward to help him up, his tone gentler than usual. The portal vanished, and the summoning ended. The hero would automatically form a contract with the Lord, so there was no need for further investigation. Wenji's attributes were already displayed before him. After reading it, Zhao Yun was suddenly shocked. This is no ordinary B-rank hero. Just looking at her intelligence and spirit, she has already surpassed the A-rank Mistweaver, which is truly outrageous. Not to mention that her talents enhance loyalty, work efficiency, learning efficiency, and experience acquisition, making her practically tailor-made for territory governance. Wenji quickly spoke up as well, her tone gentle yet decisive, expressing her desire to understand the situation at the stronghold as soon as possible and to know Zhao Yun's plans for the future, so that she could get into work mode as soon as possible and contribute to the territory. Chapter 50 Discovery of the Floating Island. As soon as Zhao Yun finished explaining the development plan for the stronghold, Wenji immediately took over, analyzing it clearly and logically. She first pointed out that the most important thing right now was not to blindly expand, but to strengthen reconnaissance capabilities and first understand the true situation around the stronghold. Wenji believed that with the base's current combat strength, the defensive pressure wasn't too great. The real problem lay in the unclear external environment, which was the most likely source of trouble. Therefore, she suggested first recruiting Earth and Thunder Slimes to handle outer perimeter reconnaissance, while the flying-type Lightning Sparrow would be suitable as a mid-range reconnaissance unit. She talked for more than half an hour. She went on to discuss reconnaissance, construction, and then technology and trade, clearly analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of the outpost. The more Zhao Yun listened, the more he benefited, and the more convinced he became that professional matters should indeed be left to professionals. After Wenji finished speaking, Zhao Yun immediately made a decision, appointing her as the deputy lord. A flash of silver light appeared, and a silver crown materialized above her head. The gazes of the surrounding citizens towards her instantly changed. Wenji's expression was solemn as she rose and bowed deeply, indicating that she would certainly live up to his expectations. A system notification sounded immediately, indicating that Wenji's loyalty had increased to 99. Zhao Yun frowned slightly, still feeling uneasy, and simply handed her the thunder ring as a reward and for self-defense. Wenji initially hesitated and declined, but Zhao Yun insisted she accept it, and her loyalty eventually reached 100. Zhao Yun was finally at ease. He would never be at ease if the Vice Lord's loyalty wasn't at full. After Wenji put on the ring, Ellie and Firebeard both showed envious expressions, while Wuji remained leaning against the pillar, looking as if it were none of her business. After arranging the affairs of the base, Zhao Yun rode on his Pippi dragon and, led by Shan Shan, set off with Wu Ji, a Shui, and several lightning attribute slimes. His goal this time was to capture the powerful flying-type monster that Shan Shan had mentioned. His original strength was more than enough for this trip, but the lightning attribute slimes insisted on coming along, so Zhao Yun had no choice but to take them all with him. Wenji, Huishu, and Ellie stayed at the base, where she coordinated and assigned tasks to continue construction. On the way, Zhao Yun also captured one ice-type slime and one lightning-type slime, naming them Big Ice and Big Lightning respectively. For the water-type slime, he chose the mutated one and named it Big Water. Including the fire-type slime he had previously captured, he now had slimes of all four elements: water, ice, lightning, and fire. The team is getting stronger and stronger, but Zhao Yun is also starting to worry. There are more and more leaders under his command, and he is almost running out of names. To speed up their journey, Zhao Yun had all the lightning attribute slimes climb onto the back of the Pippi dragon. The group advanced towards the northwest of the stronghold, with occasional noises coming from the forests and bushes along the way, and strange sounds beginning to emanate from the treetops. This made Zhao Yun realize that after the Crimson Flame Dragon left, the flying-type monsters in the vicinity seemed to have become active again. For him, this was actually a good thing. The more monsters there were, the easier it would be to expand his power. However, before that, he still needed to solve the problem of food for the Lightning Sparrow. The group walked for more than 2 hours, and after leaving the forest and walking for another 10 minutes, they finally came to a clearing. But when they got there, Shan Shan suddenly stopped, as if she was a little lost. Zhao Yun frowned, and after pressing for details he learned that Shan Shan said the place it had been looking for was right here. But now not only were those flying monsters gone, but everything else that was originally here was also gone. Zhao Yun didn't understand at first, and just as he was wondering, Delay suddenly jumped in front of him, gesturing for him to look up. Zhao Yun looked up in the direction it was pointing and was immediately stunned. High in the sky, a building the size of a pancake hung suspended, looking like an island or a floating piece of land. Shan Shan excitedly confirmed that this was the place it was looking for. Zhao Yun, however, couldn't help but smile wryly. He had found the place, but the island was at least 1,000 meters above the ground. He couldn't possibly reach it. Shiny can fly, but Pippi Dragon, Mistweaver, and Ashui can't. If they can't fly, how can they be captured? He was about to go back first when the lightning slimes stirred again, jumping forward as if they had discovered something. Zhao Yun stopped, recalling how these slimes had been of great help several times before. Whether it was the Radiant Sun Crystal, the Fountain of Youth, or the flames in the mine, it was all thanks to them that they had made their gains. This time, their unusual behavior was clearly not reckless. Sure enough, after bouncing around for a while, the several lightning slimes surrounded 3 oddly shaped stones. The stones were of various shapes, including cones, cylinders, and spheres, and their surfaces were engraved with patterns. Then, the slimes began to gather lightning element, and arcs of electricity quickly rose in the center. The next second, the patterns on the 3 stones lit up simultaneously. Wuji glanced at them and whispered that it looked like a lightning-type runestone had been activated, but she herself wasn't sure what it was. Immediately afterwards, a stone platform rose up in the center of the 3 runestones. Delay jumped onto the stone platform and gestured for Zhao Yun to come over. When Zhao Yun approached, he discovered a push bar on the platform. Delay tried to push it but couldn't budge it. Zhao Yun then reached out and pulled down, causing the push bar to fall. But after he pulled it, nothing changed immediately. Just as he was wondering, a muffled thunderous roar suddenly came from above. Zhao Yun looked up and saw that the floating island in the air was slowly descending. He quickly told everyone to move back to avoid being caught in the impact of the fall. A short while later, the floating island crashed to the ground, its flat bottom fitting perfectly against the earth. Shining excitedly remarked that this was exactly how it had always looked. At this point, Zhao Yun roughly understood. If those 3 flying monsters were lightning type, it wasn't surprising that they accidentally activated the runestone. Afterward, pushing the lever upward would cause the floating island to rise again. No wonder it was impossible to tell that this was an island before it took off. Zhao Yun immediately led his men into the floating island to investigate. Apart from the conspicuous tower, the island was almost indistinguishable from an ordinary forest. Shan Shan skillfully led the way, winding through the woods before suddenly flying back onto Zhao Yun's shoulder, its wings constantly pointing forward without making a sound. Following its direction, Zhao Yun spotted 3 large birds resting on several large rocks. They resembled eagles, with blue wings on their left and purple wings on their right, 3 B-rank wind and thunder eagles. More importantly, they were all fast asleep. Chapter 51 is currently matching with equally matched opponents. With the current combat strength under his command, even if he were to face the B-rank wind and thunder eagle head-on, he would be able to handle it with ease and composure. But since you're sleeping, I'm sorry. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Yun sent Pippi Dragon, Wuji, and Ashri silently flanking the 3 wind and thunder wings. This can be considered a form of insurance. Considering they can fly, if using the militia conversion charm fails, he can also activate Plan B to subdue them immediately. Given the current disparity in strength between the 2 sides, even if the wind and thunder eagle awakens, it will certainly not be as hasty and scrambled as it was when it subdued the Pippi Dragon. Once everyone was in position, Zhao Yun took out 3 militia conversion talismans and threw them out one by one at lightning speed. Buzz! The conversion process went very smoothly, and all 3 militia conversion talismans were successfully used. Congratulations! You have successfully transformed the wind and thunder eagle into a militia member. Congratulations! You have successfully transformed the wind and thunder eagle into a militia member. Congratulations! You have successfully transformed the wind and thunder eagle into a militia member. After 3 notification sounds, the 3 wind and thunder eagles were successfully recruited. Croak! One of the wind and thunder eagles woke up first, blinked its eyes, and looked completely bewildered. Zhao Yun was also confused. Why do birds make that sound? Is Mom a frog? Croak! Croak! The other 2 wind and thunder eagles also woke up one after another, uttering the same cry. Zhao Yun was utterly speechless. It really wasn't a coincidence. Okay. He decisively designated one of the wind and thunder eagles as its leader and named it Guagua. Name: Wind and Thunder Eagle, Guagua. Status: Leader of the People. Category: Monster. Rank B. Level 5. Strength: 24. Endurance: 30. Wisdom: 6. Spirit: 7. Speed: 33 by 120%. Talent: Wind and Thunder Wings, speed increased by 20%. Skill: Wind and Thunder Charge simultaneously gathers wind and thunder power to surround the body, charging in a shuttle-shaped manner, dealing damage equal to 300% of strength to targets in the path. Description: They prefer to live in high places and rarely stop in plains or low-lying areas unless there is food they like there. Quack, Flash, come here. Croak. Chirp, chirp. Upon hearing the greeting, Shan Shan and Guagua came to Zhao Yun. Whatever grudges you had before, from now on they're all settled. You should get along well from now on, understand? Croak? Quack tilted its head, looked at Zhao Yun, then at Shan Shan, and then flapped its wings in a very human-like way. Quack? Quack, quack, quack! After listening, Zhao Yun's expression turned somewhat strange. Shan Shan, why does it say it has never seen you before? Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp. Shan Shan got anxious and jumped around at Gua Gua as if she were making an accusation to his face. Zhao Yun heard the gist of it. The lightning sparrows had come to forage for food, but were instead beaten up by a thunder eagle that suddenly appeared. Quack? After listening attentively, Quack tilted its head again, seemingly still unable to remember. This clearly infuriated Shan Shan. Seeing that it was about to continue its outburst, Zhao Yun quickly reassured it. Alright, whatever happened before, let's stop here. Quack, go and share some food with Shining. Shining has been hungry for a long time. Chirp! Upon hearing this, Sparkle raised her head, looking quite smug, as if to say, See? This is the Lord's order, so hurry up and take me there. Gua Gua had no objection to this and obediently took him up. When they returned a short while later, Flash had a handful of purple grass in its beak. Judging from the fact that its eyes were already squinted into slits, it was clearly extremely satisfied. Name, Yulei Grass. Rank F. Store buyback price 0. I've learned something new again. Zhao Yun nodded secretly. Since arriving on this planet, he has discovered that there are so many things that are not recorded in the atlas. With the food problem solved, Zhao Yun turned his attention to the tower in the center of the island. Because that tower was clearly not formed naturally, it had very obvious signs of construction. Quack, are there other creatures inside that tower? Gua Gua looked at the tower, then at Zhao Yun, and decisively shook his head. No? Zhao Yun thought for a moment, and then asked. Besides us, are there any other creatures on this island? This time, Gua Gua reacted quickly and shook its head again. Come on, take me to see this! Zhao Yun climbed onto its back. Compared to the small, palm-sized lightning sparrow, the thunder eagle is much larger, more than enough to carry one person. And this is what he currently considers to be the biggest takeaway from this trip. He can fly now. He had been somewhat envious when he saw Su Qingxue riding a night hawk through the air. Now, he can do it too. Walk! He patted Gua Gua with a hint of excitement, and Gua Gua immediately spread its wings. With a whoosh, it took flight. A refreshing, slightly sweet breeze began to eagerly caress his face. Everything on the ground began to shrink rapidly. Ah! This is what it feels like to fly. Really? That's too fast. They arrived so quickly that he hadn't even finished expressing his feelings. After all, the island is neither small nor large. With Gua Gua's speed, wouldn't it arrive in an instant? He stepped on the back of the frog and jumped through the open wooden window, entering the attic at the top of the tower. What comes into view is a table, chairs, and a bed. Seeing this, he became even more convinced of his judgment. There must be highly intelligent life on this planet besides ourselves. Because whether it's a table, chair, or bed, they all have obvious characteristics of civilization. Both the style and the color combination have their own unique charm. This is... He walked to the table and picked up a notebook that was constantly turning in the wind. It was covered with dense, unidentified writing. Although I couldn't understand what was written, the font looked very beautiful and comfortable. Is this a diary? After flipping through a few pages, he made this judgment. Because each page of content follows a format similar to a diary. He flipped from the first page to the last page and saw a picture. This picture caught his attention. The picture shows 3 towers, the appearance of which is very similar to the tower he is currently in. In the center of the 3 towers, a lightning bolt is drawn. Directly below the lightning bolt, some flowers and plants are drawn. What's the meaning? He found it all very confusing, so he simply put the notes away. Go back and ask Firebeard and Ellie, perhaps they know something. They continued searching the small attic for a while, but found nothing except 2 pieces of clothing on the bed that looked like they belonged to a little girl. It's worth mentioning that both garments have a hole on the back, which seems to be a space left for the tail. This gave Zhao Yun a lot to think about. Didi. A notification suddenly appeared in the Lord's Circle. When Zhao Yun opened it, he was surprised to find that the Heavenly Ladder function was enabled. In addition, a countdown has been set for the official opening of the Secret Realm feature. This greatly increased his interest. Because both the Secret Realm and the Heavenly Ladder are of great help to him. Needless to say, the Secret Realm is the main source of hero experience. By using the ladder system, you can obtain ladder coins, which can be exchanged for hero summoning stone fragments. With Wenji as a precedent, the importance of hero summoning stones is self-evident. In addition, the ladder rankings are settled every Monday, and the top 3 players will receive a random permanent aura. The effects of auras, such as increased territory or production, increased damage of subordinates, and increased tavern recruitment rate, are all very useful buffs for lords. The construction of the territory has now been entrusted to Wenji, so he can focus his energy on this aspect. Considering that this floating island has food for lightning sparrows and thunder eagles, and also has a tower built by some unknown creature, he decisively set up a teleportation beacon here. With the addition of the 2 beacons set up at the fishing grounds and mines, and given the current limit of 4 teleportation beacons for a level 1 lord's mansion, he only has 1 left. Afterwards, he used the teleportation beacon to teleport everyone directly back to the base. "My lord, you're back," Wenji greeted him immediately. Zhao Yun looked around and saw everyone busy at work. She nodded to her and said, "Please take care of the construction of the base. I have some things to take care of." Wenji smiled and said, "My lord, please go ahead with your business." Zhao Yun nodded and turned to walk towards the lord's mansion. Upon entering the room and closing the door, he reopened the heavenly ladder. At this point, less than 5 minutes had passed since the ladder opened, but the rankings on the ladder leaderboard had already been filled. And in the short time he observed it, the rankings kept changing. Clearly, the lords value the ladder highly. After all, apart from a small number of lords who have enough territory and resources to build taverns, most lords are still quite far from being able to recruit heroes. As a result, heroes summoning shards in the ladder shop became almost their only option. Meanwhile, within the lord's circle, information was constantly being refreshed. "The gap is too big, there's no way we can win. What's going on? We're facing an E rank right off the bat. How are we supposed to fight? Me too, when bad luck strikes, there's no telling. You guys are like this after just 1 touch? I touched you 3 times, did I say anything? Brothers, you guys didn't all run into Muyu, did you? Her saw-toothed beast is really freakish. It's not just perverted, it's downright inhuman. I hadn't even made a move, and 1 saw killed me in my mud. Hua Xianwan is also very strong. She has 2 E-rank playboys who have me completely under her control. Hee, I bet you guys haven't experienced Liang Kun's heavy artillery barrage, have you? 1 shot from him and my screen went completely black. So what? Liang Kun, Hua Xianwan, and Muyu take turns topping the list, but where is Brother Yun? That's true. It seems like no one has gotten a turn with Brother Yun yet? Seriously? You're not even playing ranked matches? Are you busy? To be honest, I want to see what Brother Yun is capable of. Brother, your courage is commendable. You'd better not die. Hee. I also want to get in line with Brother Yun, so he can fuck me hard. Oh ho 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 oh. Not you. On the other side, Zhao Yun scanned the Lord's circle and started the ranked matchmaking. Matchmaking in ranked matches. Matching you with equally matched opponents. Match successful. Zhao Yun level 5 vs Lu Tiantian level 2. Whoosh. In a flash, Zhao Yun found himself on a dueling platform. The stands around the dueling arena were empty, and on the not-so-small dueling arena, besides him, there was only his opponent, Lu Tiantian. Since the duel has not yet begun, both sides are confined to a small circle. Zhao Yun waited quietly for the countdown to end. But Lu Tiantian was completely stunned. What the hell? How did I end up in Zhao Yun's group? An evenly matched opponent? I don't believe you for a second. The internal rant did nothing to slow down the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Start. The spatial constraints were instantly lifted, allowing the duelists to move freely. Mistweave, Pippi Dragon Bear 2, 1 vegetable. Swish 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 swish. As he muttered to himself, 4 figures appeared before him in unison. Like him, they are not real beings, but merely projections appearing in the heavenly ladder duel. When Lu Tiantian saw 5 burly men charging menacingly towards her, she was so frightened that her menstrual cycle became irregular. How am I supposed to fight this? The opponent summoned a C-rank cauliflower beast, a B-rank Xian-Tu bear, and even a hero right off the bat? Looking at our own side. There was only 1 weak, helpless, and pitiful slime. What's the point of even fighting? Snap! She decisively raised the white flag. I surrender. The duel ended. Zhao Yun level 5 vs Lu Tiantian level 2. Zhao Yun level 5 victory. Congratulations on your victory in the ranked duel. You have earned 50 rank points. Your ranking is currently undecided 4,369th. Is that all? Zhao Yun, whose consciousness returned to reality, felt something was off. The first duel ended before it even began. Tasteless and bland. No problem, let's start the second round. The second match was quickly matched. This time, my opponent is a fellow countryman. In order to experience the duel process, he waved to it and smiled when the duel countdown started. He believed that his words had conveyed the meaning fully enough, even though they couldn't travel through the body. Then, I surrender. The duel ended. Zhao Yun, level 5, versus Fang Jian, level 1. Zhao Yun level 5 victory. Congratulations on your victory in the ranked duel. You have earned 50 rank points and are now ranked between 4,369th and 3,178th. Zhao Yun returned to reality with a blank expression. Is it really necessary? At least give it a try. Could it be that the lineup I deployed was too overwhelming? That doesn't make sense either. I didn't even use my full strength. Next time I'll try releasing only one cauliflower beast. Let's get right to it. After the third duel match was completed, he only summoned one vegetable. The other party was indeed very excited and shouted, "Brother Yun, you're too kind!" With that, he led 3 E-rank happy beasts in a charge. Then, a rotating blade. The world fell silent. Chapter 52 Reaching the Top, Hua Xianwan. Because the latter matches are extremely short, Zhao Yun has already played 24 matches without realizing it. After so many matches, he no longer felt the anticipation and nervousness he had when he first entered the ladder. Because too weak. After 24 matches, the opponents I encountered either surrendered or were defeated in one fell swoop, so I had no fighting experience at all. Except for the first 2 matches, from the third match onwards, he only let Ikai play, but his opponents couldn't even break through Ikai's defense. He never expected that one of his mediocre subordinates would dominate the ranked matches. However, even though the battles are boring, the ranked matches will continue. Although the ranking hasn't reached the top yet, the ladder coins earned from each win are decreasing but still accumulating. Regardless, I still have to take the reward. With these feelings in mind, he started the matchmaking for the next ranked game. Meanwhile, within the Lord's Circle, some had already begun to wail. This is insane! I thought Mu Yu and Liang Kun were already insane enough, but Brother Yun is even more insane than them. How dare you! You actually call Brother Yun a pervert! What happened? Did we run into each other in the ranked match? Yeah. Brother Yun only brought out one cauliflower beast. I thought I had a chance, so I decided to go all in. And then what happened? Need you even ask? A simple electric fan is all I need. Hilarious! We are delighted to see this. You dared to attack Brother Yun? You deserve it. A typical case of lacking self-awareness, unlike me, who decisively raised the white flag when I saw Brother Yun on the other side. Haha. Me too. Brother Yun is a big shot who can kill the young master of an evil cult in front of 10 grand fates. It's really not right for him to launch an attack now. To be fair, Brother Yun was already being generous by only sending out one cauliflower beast. It's our own fault for not being competitive enough. I really hope Brother Yun can improve his ranking quickly so that Hua Xianwan and the others can level up their game. That makes sense. We can't just broaden our horizons. We should also let them see things for themselves. Ha! When you get to Brother Yun's number, don't struggle. Just raise the little white flag, okay? Absolutely. Send Brother Yun to the top in the blink of an eye. Isn't what we're doing a bit unfair to Hua Xianwan and the others? How can it be unfair? We'll still need Brother Yun to lead the way in future cross-circle activities. We can't waste his time developing bases. Exactly. We're not doing this to target anyone in particular, but to protect the interests of all of us in the future. Let's go. Zhao Yun, of course, was unaware of everyone's plans and continued queuing for the ladder competition. But he soon discovered that where there used to be 1 or 2 people who would choose to touch, now there were none left. As soon as the countdown ends, the opponent will surrender at lightning speed. Although he didn't gain much practical experience, he came to terms with it. As for the thrill of battles, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Right now, it's good to quickly earn ladder coins and climb the ranks. And so, his ranking soared, and he soon found himself in the same spot as someone he knew. Match successful. Zhao Yun, level 5, versus Liang Kun, level 4. Upon seeing the matching result, Zhao Yun couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. To be honest, he was somewhat curious about Liang Kun's abilities. After all, this person was ranked second on the list of new lords, and had even provided him with wood at one point. Having a stable supply of timber means that he either has no shortage of resources or no shortage of labor. Regardless of the type, it should at least be capable of fighting. Sure enough, as soon as he entered the duel arena, Liang Kun sent him a message. Liang Kun, don't hold back, go all out. Go all out. Zhao Yun smacked his lips. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Start. Swish, 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 swish. As soon as the countdown ended, Zhao Yun immediately used his full strength. 8 cauliflower beasts, 3 black earth bears, and Pippi dragon. This is also the lineup that was shown in the rookie trials. Liang Kun did not disappoint him. With flashes of white light, he summoned 13 units. There are 4 F-rank pea shooters, 2 E-rank ice pea shooters, 3 D-rank tallnuts, 3 D-rank Gatling peas, and 1 C-rank heavy pea shooter. Come! Liang Kun shouted. Let me see just how big the gap is between you and me. All right. Zhao Yun responded, then flipped himself onto the Pippi dragon. Charge! Roar! Precisely! 3 Xiantu bears and 8 Kawa beasts quickly rushed towards Liang Kun's group. In fact, although Liang Kun's lineup was good, it had a fatal flaw, a lack of mobility. You could even say it has almost no mobility. Because whether it's the pea shooter, ice pea shooter, tallnut, or heavy pea, their movement speed is extremely slow. Generally, when facing such a lineup, Zhao Yun only needs to stall for time and wait for the cooldown of Gale's slash. He can finish the battle before they get close to him and before they are within their attack range. But why bother? In the end, it was just a ranked match. It's a sure win, and the opponent is a friend. There's no need to embarrass them like this. That's what Zhao Yun was thinking, but Liang Kun was full of fighting spirit. Prepare! Pea shooters, fire volley! At his command, his pea shooters, ice pea shooters, and Gatling peas all began firing. Puff, 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 puff. A total of 10 peas were fired in one round, hitting the bear at the front and reducing its health by 1/3. Oh? Zhao Yun blinked in surprise. Big Bear is currently level 12 with 54 stamina points, which translates to 540 health points. One round of attacks can take away 1/3 of its health, which means these peas are all of a high level. It's highly likely that, like Xiongde, he reached level 12 in the newbie trial. Great! Liang Kun was even more excited after seeing the attack succeed. We're about to enter firing range. Heavy artillery, prepare! Boom! No sooner had he finished speaking than the heavy artillery pea next to him fired a dark, watermelon-sized projectile. Roar! Without Zhou Yun's command, the rather intelligent Xiong'er jumped up and slapped it. Boom! Xiong'er was knocked to the ground by the shell, and his health dropped by 1/5 instantly. The heavy pea, despite having almost zero mobility, boasts top-tier offensive capabilities among its tier. This is why Xiong'er took the initiative to step forward. Although it suffered setbacks from the cannonballs, the bear, having already withstood a round of peas, managed to preserve its health. Release it again! As the 3 Xiantu bears drew ever closer, Liang Kun's voice grew louder and louder. Boom! Put. Peas and heavy artillery were fired simultaneously. The moment the peas were launched, Xiongde deliberately reduced his speed slightly, and Xiongsan stepped in to withstand the damage from the peas. As for the heavy artillery, Xiong'er will still handle it. Another attack from Liang Kun was successfully neutralized by the 3 Xiantu bears. Zhou Yun secretly praised him. Although the 3 Xiantu bears usually look a bit silly, as B-rank monsters, their intelligence is still unmatched by lower-rank monsters. Without any command, they manage to cooperate effectively and distribute the damage quite well. Keep releasing it! Liang Kun's voice became even more urgent. However, at this moment, neither the pea shooter, ice pea shooter, nor Gatling pea shooter made any moves. Only the heavy pea fired a single shell. Because at this moment, Xiongde and his friends had already rushed in front of Tall Nut. Previously, their peas were able to attack through the gap between the 3 tall nuts. But now, their attack path is completely blocked by the tall nuts, and they have completely lost their shooting path. Only the heavy peas U-shaped attack curve can bypass the tall nuts' blockade. Boom! Another shell landed, and Xiongsan was blown to the ground for the 3rd time. It rolled over and got up. It was furious after being bombed 3 times in a row. Since you're annoyed, you have to vent your anger. Roar! It suddenly accelerated, overtook Xiongde and Xiong'er, and slapped Gao Jianguo, who was blocking its way. Door! Gao Jianguo's thick brows furrowed, and his body suddenly swelled up, desperately protecting the combat units behind him. Despite the difference in their ranks, these monsters, being skilled in defense, would never easily back down. Bang! The slap landed, sending fragments flying. These yellowish-brown fragments are all part of the tall nut's bodies. Immediately afterwards, the attacks from Xiongde and Xiong'er arrived. Under their onslaught, the bodies of the high nut plants shrank rapidly. The cauliflower beasts had also arrived, and the electric fans on their heads started spinning. Under their combined attack, in just a short while, the 3 tall nuts turned into specks of light and vanished. If the frontline high nut is eliminated, the consequences for the rear damage dealers are predictable. Liang Kun could only watch helplessly as his troops fell one by one. What he found most unacceptable was that Zhao Yun and Pippi Long had not made a move until all of his troops had been killed in battle. The gap between us is widening. He shook his head with great bitterness, and then suddenly threw a punch at Xiongde. Faced with the attack, Xiongde, who was merely a projection, had no idea about human relationships and immediately swung his palm, which was as big as a frying pan. The duel ended. Zhao Yun, level 5, versus Liang Kun, level 4. Zhao Yun level 5 victory. Congratulations on winning the rank duel. You have earned 10 rank points and are ranked 4th to 3rd. Third, Zhao Yun murmured. Although he had just fought Liang Kun, he remained completely unmoved. As Liang Kun said, the gap between the two sides is too large. The other party may think he has used all his strength, but only he knows how much of it he has used. Let's continue. Zhao Yun took a deep breath and continued queuing. This time, he was matched against Muyu, who was ranked 2nd on the ladder. Upon seeing the name, he couldn't help but feel a little more interested. He was very curious how Muyu, who worked for him almost all day and provided him with wood, managed to get 2nd place. With just a sawtooth beast? Although the sawtooth beast isn't the weakest one, it's still just an E-rank monster. However, Muyu did not give him that opportunity. She raised the white flag as soon as the countdown ended. I can't beat you, I'm out of here. After saying that, she playfully stuck out her tongue. The duel ended. Zhao Yun level 5 vs Muyu level 2. Zhao Yun level 5 victory. Congratulations on winning the rank duel. You have earned 10 rank points and are ranked 3rd to 2nd. After rising to 2nd place, unsurprisingly, he was matched with Hua Xiaonuan in the next round. She wore chestnut brown braids and had a girl next door charm, neither beautiful nor ugly, just right and very pleasing to the eye. She appeared harmless on the surface, but upon their first meeting, she displayed a strong competitive spirit towards Zhao Yun. I've seen the video of your performance during the rookie trial recorded by your family. I know I'm no match for you, but I still want to give it a try. Come on. Zhao Yun raised his hand and summoned Pippi Dragon, 3 Xian-2 bears, and 8 Kaihua beasts. After all, Hua Xiaonuan is currently in 1st place, so he decided to show her some respect. To his surprise, Hua Xiaonuan did not summon any monsters, but instead flew straight towards him. Zhao Yun was greatly puzzled. If you summon monsters, at least you can put up a fight. As the Lord, she charged straight at him, which was no different from admitting defeat. After all, in the ladder competition, as long as the Lord is killed, the duel is declared lost. Go! Zhao Yun waved his right hand, signaling his troops to attack. In the head-on collision at full speed, Hua Xiaonuan was the first to encounter the fastest dragon, Pippi Dragon. This time, since Zhao Yun stood still and did not ride, it did not need to hang at the very back to ensure Zhao Yun's safety. This allows it to unleash its combat power. Oh! Pippi Dragon let out a low growl, its head slightly lowered, preparing to charge directly at Hua Xiaonuan. With Pippi Dragon's current strength attribute of 78 points, being hit by it would definitely not be pleasant. Moreover, once hit, the Xian-2 bear and Kaihua beasts behind will swarm in and instantly end the battle. However, what surprised Zhao Yun once again happened. Hua Xiaonuan didn't try to dodge Pippi Long's charge at all. Instead, she charged straight at it. Just as she was about to be hit, she suddenly did a somersault in midair, flipping into the sky and just over Pippi Dragon. This move not only surprised Zhao Yun, but Pippi Long was also clearly taken aback. Furthermore, due to inertia, it was unable to stop immediately while moving at full speed, and could only let Hua Xiaonan pass through its defenses. But what's the use of that? Zhao Yun became interested. Even if Hua Xiaonan gets past Pippy Dragon, she will immediately face 3 Xiantu bears and 8 Kaiwa beasts. She can avoid the Pippy Dragon unit, but there are a total of 11 units after it. How is she going to get past them? Hua Xiaonan quickly provided an answer. Faced with barriers like the Xiantu bear and the Kaihua beast, her steps were like flitting through flowers, and her body was like a butterfly, moving nimbly and gracefully among them. It seemed extremely dangerous, but it managed to evade the attacks by the narrowest of margins every time. A martial artist? Zhao Yun's expression turned slightly serious. The person who can evade all attacks with a speed far lower than that of the Xiantu bear, possessing such exquisite skills, is very likely a martial artist who has practiced martial arts for many years. So strong! Zhao Yun exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. If she got close, in a one-on-one fight, I really wouldn't be a match for her. However, despite having sufficient skill, the disadvantage of speed cannot be made up for. Even the Xiantu bear and Kaihua beast can't shake me off, and with Pai Pai Long already back to help, how are you going to get close to me? Just then, his expression suddenly froze. Because Hua Xiaonan, who was dodging left and right, suddenly smiled at him. Come out, playboy. Chapter 53 Evolution. Water Swordsman. Playboy. Zhao Yun's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly ordered, Scatter! But it was too late. There were 6 playboys, each about the size of an adult's arm, arranged in a ring. Judging from their appearance, they are dressed in pink suits, like miniature versions of children. The difference is that their faces are blank, without any facial features. Hee hee. As their somewhat shrill sounds spread, the Xiantu bear, Kaihua beast, and Pai Pai dragon, who were just a second ago surrounding Hua Xiaonan, were instantly caught in the crossfire. Their eyes became glazed over, and their bodies swayed as if they were drunk. In this state, they were clearly unable to continue putting pressure on Hua Xiaonan, allowing her to easily escape the encirclement. Seeing Hua Xiaonan continuing to approach him and recalling the playboy, Zhao Yun couldn't help but nod. Unlike ordinary lords who rely on their people to fight, Hua Xiaonan takes the opposite approach, making herself the core of the battle and instead using the D-rank monster playboy, who has the ability to charm, as her assistant. It's important to know that the ability to control through charm is extremely rare among all monsters. Even powerful A-rank creatures like the Pippy Dragon and the A-rank Water Swordsman lack the ability to control them. So perhaps for some kind of balance, the D-rank playboy, while gaining the ability to charm, is also incredibly fragile. Even if an ordinary lord obtains the playboy, he will not be able to make good use of its abilities. However, Hua Xiaonan, with her outstanding martial arts skills, formed a very good match with the playboy. Just like now, she used playboy to break through and successfully attack herself. If it were another lord, such as Mu Yu or Liang Kun, without the protection of their people, they couldn't possibly hold out for long against Hua Xiaoman's close proximity. But this tactic is destined to fail on him, because the speed difference is too great. He's currently sinking with Ashue's attributes, with a speed of 85 points. As for Hua Xiaonan, according to his estimation, her speed attribute is less than 30 points. In the world of martial arts, speed is the only way to break through defenses. With such a large speed difference, even if Hua Xiaoman's martial arts skills are strong, what can she do to him? We can't catch up with them. However, he doesn't intend to use his speed advantage to play a chase game. Speed includes movement speed, attack speed, and casting speed. Running fast is one aspect, high attack speed is another. Hua Xiaoman's strong martial arts skills aroused his interest, and he wanted to try his hand at it, taking advantage of her attack speed. With this in mind, he didn't even plan to use the Gale's sword, preparing to fight barehanded. However, Hua Xiaonan suddenly stopped 5 meters away from him. Just as Zhao Yun was feeling puzzled, Hua Xiaonan raised her hands and said rather playfully, I'm not fighting anymore, Brother Yun is too strong. Even if I get close, I won't have a chance. However, could you give me a friend slot since my skills are decent? Can you save a spot for me when you're doing dungeons, okay? While she was talking, she was surrounded by the Xiantu bear, the Kaihua beast, and the Pai Pai dragon. As she said, she really had no chance of winning. Even though Zhao Yun was completely suppressed by her in close combat, the playboy's charm didn't last long. If she cannot deal with Zhao Yun in a short period of time, then Zhao Yun's people will re-encircle her. Zhao Yun smiled. Hua Xiaonan looks pure and innocent, like a girl next door, and she is indeed very clever and intelligent. Putting everything else aside, her current performance alone has earned him his approval. No problem, he replied with a smile. No one would dislike someone who is both capable and knows when to advance and retreat. Thank you, Brother Yun, Hua Xiongwan said sweetly, and then, as expected, raised the white flag. Before disappearing, she didn't forget to give a flying kiss. The duel ended. Zhao Yun, level 5, versus Hua Xiongwan, level 4. Zhao Yun level 5 victory. Congratulations on winning the ranked duel. You have earned 0 ranked points and are ranked second to first. We made it to the top. Zhao Yun breathed a sigh of relief as his consciousness returned to the Lord's manor. Having already reached the weekly limit of 100 matches, there will be no more rank points to be gained even if I continue playing. Having already reached the top of the rankings, he decided not to continue fighting. The ladder system has a function to set up a defensive lineup so that it can automatically respond when challenged. After adjusting his defensive lineup to 3 Xian 2 Xiong, 8 Kaihua beasts, and 1 Pai Pai Long, he turned to the ladder shop. The top right corner of the ladder shop displays his current ladder coin balance, 2,000 points. Looking at the items in the ladder shop, although there were many, most of them were materials, and the highest level of the materials was only C rank, which he had no use for. The only useful random hero summoner shard is priced at 1,000 points. To synthesize a complete random hero summoning stone, you need 10 fragments, which is 10,000 ladder coins. In other words, even if you play the ladder every week to earn the maximum amount of coins, it will still take 10 weeks to synthesize a complete hero summoning stone. 10 weeks, that's almost 2.5 months. But that's not all. Random hero summoning stones can summon heroes up to rank A, which sounds amazing. However, the probability of it summoning an A-rank hero is outrageously low, only 1 in 10 million. Let alone A-rank heroes, the probability of summoning even C-rank heroes is only 1%. As for those below C rank, there's no need to discuss them. Every hero is at least C rank. In other words, if you try to get the guaranteed drop, you'll need 100 random hero summoning stones to summon a C rank hero. Total time taken, 1,000 weeks. 7,000 days. Nearly 20 years. Even though Zhao Yun had expected this answer, he was still quite surprised. No wonder the teacher always says that heroes are hard to recruit, and that if we are fortunate enough to awaken and become lords, we must do everything we can to seize the opportunity to recruit heroes. So I've recruited 4 heroes so far. I guess I'm pretty lucky? In terms of quality, 2 are C rank, 1 is B rank, and 1 is A rank, so it shouldn't be considered bad. Can he compare to a great lord? Well, it seems that the strength of the great lords is kept secret, so it's not convenient to make comparisons. If I have the chance to meet them again, I can ask them. Didi. Hua Xiongwan sent a friend request. After Zhao Yun accepted the request, the other party immediately sent a message. Hua Xiongwan. Brother Yun, don't forget me! Stakes out. Zhao Yun shook his head and smiled, closed the Lord's circle, and walked out of the Lord's mansion. Today is his first day back in his territory, and he has important things to do. For example, evolution. Wenji. He called out to Wenji, who was arranging work for the people. I'm here, my lord. Wenji appeared in front of Zhao Yun in a flash. Zhao Yun smiled bitterly to himself. I was just giving a greeting. There was no need to use Guanheng to teleport over here, was there? Will the territory be able to reach level 6 today? He asked. Yes, that's possible, Wenji said, as if reciting a familiar list. To upgrade the current territory to level 6, you need 10 level 2 residential houses, 1 level 2 lumberyard, 1 level 2 mine, 1 level 2 granary, 1 blacksmith shop for defenses, 2 watchtowers, 1 school, 1 training ground, 1 lord's mansion, 1 fishing ground, 1 orchard, 2 vegetable gardens, 10 farmland, 1 evolution stone platform, 1 canteen, and 500 meters of stone road. Most of the requirements have been met, and only the evolution stone platform remains under construction, with a construction progress of 40%. The stone slab road is being paved, with paving progress at 30%. The entire process is expected to be completed by 5:30 p.m. today, with the territory upgrade finished. Very good. Notify me as soon as the evolution stone platform is completed. Clear. After giving his instructions, Zhao Yun turned around and returned to the Lord's manor. In the past, he would definitely have worked alongside everyone and participated in the construction of the territory. But things are different now. It's not that he thinks he can be lazy and shirk his responsibilities, so he doesn't work anymore. Instead, we now have talented people in domestic affairs like Wenji. If he continues to see himself in the same light as before, Wenji will look down on him and may even lower his loyalty. In the eyes of these domestic affairs talents, it is self-deprecation for a lord to work as hard as his subjects, and all he does is futile. They wouldn't see this as a sign of being approachable. They would only think that the lord wasn't using his energy where it should be. In their eyes, the lord only needs to make overall plans and grasp the big picture. Besides, even if the lord lies down and sleeps soundly, it is far better than working hard with his subjects. This is also a point that teachers in schools repeatedly emphasize. Even so, Zhao Yun still felt somewhat tormented in the lord's mansion. Perhaps because he hadn't been a lord for long, he always felt guilty that everyone was working hard, even the slimes were gathering together, and doing what they could with their meager strength, while he, as the lord, was resting in the lord's mansion. Fortunately, this feeling of guilt didn't last long. About half an hour later, Wenji arrived at the lord's manor to report. "My lord, the evolution stone platform has been completed." "Very good." Zhao Yun immediately stood up from his chair. He approached the evolution stone platform, examined it for a moment, nodded slightly, and then waved to the water swordsman leader who was laying the ground. "Ah Shui, come here." Whoosh. Ah Shui immediately carried the wood in his hand and came to Zhao Yun. Unlike the Xiantu bear and Kaihua beast, the water swordsmen were all very silent, and they were hardly ever heard to speak. "Stand on it." Ah Shui, of course, obeyed Zhao Yun's instructions completely, and immediately stepped onto the stone platform. Seeing that Ah Shui had stopped, Zhao Yun put an evolution stone into the groove on the left side of the stone platform. Buzz! The stone platform immediately lit up, and fine white lines radiated out from all four sides of the platform, slowly encircling Ah Shui like silk threads. Seeing this, Ah Shui seemed a little excited, her lips trembling slightly under the brim of her hat. Zhao Yun smiled knowingly. Evolution is something every monster dreams of. As monsters, their ultimate pursuit is to become stronger, stronger, and stronger still. Evolution, in addition to making them stronger, also elevates their level of life. Even if a resident has zero loyalty, as long as it completes one evolution, its loyalty will skyrocket to 100. After observing the threads on the stone platform, Zhao Yun placed another evolution stone down. Buzz! More threads rose up, covering nearly a third of Ah Shui's body from bottom to top. "Looks like we really can't save a single one." Zhao Yun sighed inwardly and then added 4 more evolution stones in one go. 1 is needed for F-rank evolution. 2 are needed for E-rank evolution. Following this logic, 6 are needed for A-rank evolution. This is the general rule, with very few exceptions. With a total of 6 evolution stones invested, white threads rising from the stone platform immediately enveloped Ah Shui completely. But that's not all. Zhao Yun then took out a piece of azure crystal and placed it in the groove on the right side of the stone platform. Whoosh! A ripple of water appeared above the stone platform, turning some of the white silk threads blue. Evolution stones are the foundation of evolution, providing basic evolutionary energy. Azure crystal, on the other hand, is responsible for supplying the water element, which corresponds to the water swordsman's own attribute. Both are indispensable. This is precisely the important reason why Zhao Yun chose to evolve into the water swordsman. Although he had a lot of ore, only 2 of them had properties. One type is the azure crystal currently in use, which is of the water element. The other type is the crimson flame crystal, which has the fire attribute. Evolution stones are precious, so he naturally couldn't use them on a fire-type slime. Therefore, the only option left was to evolve a water swordsman. Seeing that there weren't enough azure crystals, he immediately added 9 more, which finally made the white silk thread completely dyed blue by the water element. The instant all the white threads turned blue, a dazzling blue radiance suddenly erupted. A thick blue beam of light shot into the sky. Ah! Ah Shui let out a cry that was both painful and excited, full of anticipation. Enduring the blinding light, Zhao Yun saw the water swordsman floating in the blue pillar of light, his arms outstretched, his body undergoing subtle changes. His body had become a bit muscular. The clothes they wore also became more complicated. Some golden patterns were constantly imprinted on his sword, clothes, and hat. Once all the changes were complete, the intense blue light began to fade. The water swordsman slowly descended, his figure becoming increasingly clear as the blue light rapidly dissipated. When it landed on the stone platform, its appearance had changed drastically compared to before. A more angular face, branded with gold patterns, more gorgeous clothing, and a more exquisite western sword. Congratulations! Your water swordsman leader has successfully evolved into a water sword master. Evolution was successful. Water sword master. Zhao Yun was overjoyed. As far as he knew, there were 3 evolutionary paths for the water swordsman. Shui Jianhao places greater emphasis on the development of sword skills. Water Sword Soul focuses more on assassination and burst damage. Water Sword Guardians place greater emphasis on damage reduction and the use of illusions. Either way, it's a major upgrade. He couldn't wait to see Shui's current attributes. But at this moment, Mistweaver walked over and said to the water swordsman who had just completed his evolution, "You seem very strong right now. My lord, may I spar with at once?" Chapter 54, Suspected S rank? A friendly spar? Zhao Yun looked at Wu Ji with some surprise. In his memory, Kiri was very taciturn and rarely spoke, and she didn't even have any expression. Even during battle, she always kept a cold face, without any change in expression. But now, her eyes were gleaming slightly, and although the change in her expression was not obvious, he knew that this emotion was called excitement. This is an emotion that only manifests when one is excited by something new. In other words, she is now very interested in the evolved Shui. Shui didn't respond, but just looked at Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun was delighted to notice its reaction. Skillful. What a coincidence. Shui, a water swordsman, is usually aloof, but now he's showing the same fighting spirit as Wu Ji. You all want to fight? Let's have a match then. Head to the training ground. Upon hearing Zhao Yun's reply, Shui and Wu Ji looked at each other simultaneously. In that instant, their eyes met in midair, seemingly sparking an invisible flame. Training ground. Shui and Wu Ji stood on either side. The surrounding inhabitants of the stronghold all became spectators. Zhao Yun initially thought they were also interested in sword sparring, but he soon discovered that this was only a small part of the reason. Because they focused most of their attention on Shui, their eyes revealing undisguised envy. The reason is not hard to guess, it's simply because Shui was the first to get the chance to evolve. As fellow inhabitants, they naturally also want to evolve. Zhao Yun also understood their thoughts. However, evolution stones are precious, and he couldn't possibly evolve all his subjects. At most, evolving the leader of the people would be very good. Moreover, even if he had such a plan, he couldn't implement it immediately due to a lack of attribute ores. While he was pondering, Shui on the field took the initiative to make a move. Whoosh! Shui's figure quickly approached Wu Ji. Bite! Zhao Yun only felt a blur before his eyes, and the 2 sides' swords had already clashed. The 2 separated immediately upon contact and exchanged blows. Ding! 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 Clang! Zhao Yun raised his eyebrows slightly. Because he discovered that Shui and Wu Ji were evenly matched. In his opinion, this was very strange. Although Shui is very fast, she is still significantly slower than Wu Ji. Despite this, Shui did not allow Wu Ji to gain any advantage in terms of moves. Could it be? In terms of skills, Shui has actually reached the level of a hero? The idea had barely formed when he nipped it in the bud. Impossible. For an ordinary monster to become a hero is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Without sufficient training and experience, it's extremely difficult to challenge heroes of the same level. Even if it's just about skills. Woo. Oh. Click-clack. Cha-cha-cha. The fight was spectacular, and the surrounding residents cheered, seemingly applauding the performance. After Shui evolved, his strength has increased significantly. Huasu laughed and said. Yes. Ellie chimed in. I bet even Shui himself didn't expect to be able to exchange so many blows with Lady Mistweaver. Wenji opened her folding fan and slowly waved it. Lady Wuji hasn't used her full strength yet. However, Shui's improvement is indeed remarkable. Although it was at a disadvantage in terms of speed, it was able to judge the direction of the battle more easily and make more correct responses with the help of the water sword intent. In terms of sheer skill, even S-rank monsters would find it difficult to defeat it. Water-based sword intent. Zhao Yun's heart stirred, and he began to check Shui's panel information. Name, Water Swordsman, Evolution. Status, Leader of the People. Category, Monster. Grade A. Level, 24. Strength, 30 plus 48 plus 3 plus 5. Endurance, 26 plus 40 plus 3 plus 5. Wisdom, 20 plus 18 plus 3 plus 5. Mental state, 20 plus 18 plus 3 plus 5. Speed, 30 plus 52 plus 3 plus 5. Talent, flowing water, reduces damage taken by 30%. Evolutionary talent, water sword intent, perceives attacks, enhances sword momentum. Skill, mirror flower water moon, creates a water clone that attacks the target simultaneously. Evolution skill, calm seas, sheath the sword, briefly charge up, then draw it and slash horizontally while quickly dashing forward, dealing water damage equal to 500% of strength to targets in the path in front of you. Cooldown 5 minutes. Description, cold-blooded swordsmen, born by the water. Their superb swordsmanship and unparalleled speed make them invincible and rarely matched. All attributes plus 5, 1 more talent, and 1 more skill. Zhao Yun murmured. Evolution really is a comprehensive upgrade. Ding! Clang! Clang! Ding ding ding! The battle between Shui and Wu Ji continues. The two sides fought at breakneck speed, leaving the audience dazzled. However, compared to Wu Ji's composure throughout, Shui began to show signs of weakness. Although the battle did not last long, Wu Ji seemed to put a lot of pressure on Shui, making him start to pant. Clang! The swords clashed briefly before separating, and both sides used the momentum to retreat. Wu Ji sheathed her sword, her voice as steady and calm as ever. Come, use your full strength. The water swordsman nodded slightly, and also sheathed his sword. Click. With the sound of the rapier returning to its sheath, 5 water clones suddenly appeared around it. A mirage! However, these clones did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, like Shui, they gripped the hilt of their swords with their right hands. Suddenly, Shui raised her head. Beneath the brim of the hat, everyone could see a glint of blue light suddenly appearing in its eyes. Immediately afterwards. Call. 6 blue threads instantly pierced through Wu Ji's body. When we looked again, Shui's clones had all disappeared, and it was unclear when it had appeared behind Wu Ji. In that instant, even the falling leaves seemed to freeze for a moment. It was as if, after a single sword strike, all the surrounding ripples were smoothed out, and the world returned to calm and silence. Click. Shui, who had somehow drawn the sword, put it back into its sheath. It breathed a long sigh of relief. Shui, you won? Zhao Yun was very surprised. I must say, Shui's sword strike was truly amazing. Each water clone can deal 40% of the damage to the main body. Before Shui evolved, the water clone could only perform the most basic attacks. However, once the evolution skill is mastered and the storm has passed, the water clone can also unleash skills just like the main body. In this way, the clone, in conjunction with the main body, can deal a total of 1,500% water attribute damage with a single move called Calm Waters. With its current strength attribute of 86 by 1,500% equals 1290 damage. Anyone with an endurance value below 129 will be instantly killed by it. From this perspective alone, even the current Mistweaver would not be able to withstand this attack. However, Wu Ji seemed to have no idea what was going on and took the sword strike head-on. And after Shui sheathed her sword, she remained standing in the same spot without making a single move. Could it be? Zhao Yun's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly became tense. Just then, a misty fog began to rise around them. The fog rose extremely quickly, and in no time it almost completely blocked out the view, leaving the surroundings a white expanse. Suddenly, Azure! A dazzling white line divides the world. Immediately following was a series of deafening roars as trees fell and rocks shattered. At the same time, the fog quickly dissipated. When their vision returned, everyone was shocked to find that Wu Ji was still standing in the same spot, but the area around the training ground was a complete mess. A large number of trees were felled, and a deep ditch appeared in the ground. What happened? Everyone, including Zhao Yun, was full of questions. Thank you, Wu Ji said softly. I think I've remembered something. Shui nodded silently and left the training ground. Did I just remember something? Zhao Yun glanced at Wu Ji, then at the damage to the training ground, and opened her attribute panel. Name, Kiri, injured. Status, employed. Category, hero. Grade A. Level 1. Strength, 94. Endurance, 91. Wisdom, 82. Spirit, 85. Speed, 101. Talent, Mist Concealment, Evasion plus 50%. Equipment, Crescent Moon, rank A. Skill, mist slash, the user becomes shrouded in mist, standing still and avoiding all damage for 1 second. Then, a thick mist expands and the user draws their sword to slash, dealing physical damage equal to 700% of their strength attribute to targets within the area. Cooldown, 1 minute. Hero units, none. Hero aura, none. Monthly salary requirement, 1,000 gold coins. Description: a peerless swordsman searching for his memories, perhaps with a painful past. Is this an extra skill? Zhao Yun thought to himself with secret delight. Judging from the skill description alone, this is a skill that combines offense and defense. After casting it, it can avoid all damage, which explains why it was able to escape unscathed from Shui's sword. Although it only lasts for 1 second, if used properly, it can definitely be called a weapon of victory. Moreover, after the defense, there is a 700% area attack damage. Wait, how come it's 700%? Zhao Yun was somewhat surprised. The damage coefficients of skills of the same rank are roughly the same. Both are area of effect damage skills, but Shui's Calm Waves only has 500%, while Mist Slash has 700%. The difference is too big. Moreover, the cooldown time is only 1 minute, which is 4 minutes less than the Calm C. If Shui's Calm C is a standard A rank skill, then Wu Ji's Mist Slash can definitely reach the standard of S rank, right? He was somewhat uncertain. Because there is very little information about the S order on Earth. Most of the available S-level information was top secret, and he was simply not qualified to know it. He stroked his chin, his gaze fixed on Wu Ji, who remained standing quietly in place, lost in thought. Wu Ji already has an A-rank rating while in her amnesiac state. If she regains her memories, she might actually reach an S-rank level? After thinking about it for a moment, he decided to stop dwelling on it. Although Wu Ji's attribute panel indicated that he was in an injured state, he tried using the Fountain of Youth and found that it couldn't heal him at all. In other words, even if Mistweaver in her full state truly possessed S-rank strength, he currently has no way to help her recover. Only today, when she suddenly gets a bit of inspiration from something and recalls some things, can she find a way to do so. The randomness is just too great. Wenji, Huishu, Ellie, come here for a moment. While everyone was present, Zhao Yun took out the notebook he had obtained on the tower. Look at what's inside. Can you understand it? Firebeard and Ellie took a closer look and both frowned. I feel like I've seen this kind of writing somewhere before, but I can't remember where. Me too, I have a vague impression, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Zhao Yun was somewhat disappointed upon hearing this. He was still very curious about the contents of the notebook. If we have any clues, we might be able to find other highly intelligent life forms on this planet. If he can gain the allegiance of highly intelligent beings, his territory will undoubtedly experience a leap in growth. Monsters like the Xian-Tu Bear, Kaihua Beast, and Water Swordsman, despite their decent combat power, lack intelligence and are unlikely to stand alone. Wenji, have you figured anything out? He asked, clinging to his last hope. As far as I can see, this should be the script of the Gili Mountain clan. Wenji tapped her palm with her fan, her tone calm but very certain. Gili Mountain! That's right! It's Gili Mountain! Ellie suddenly realized and immediately chimed in. Ha ha! Firebeard laughed loudly. I was wondering why they seemed so familiar. It turns out it's them. The Gili Mountain clan? Are they famous? Do you all know them? Zhao Yun asked, even more curious. Huisu shook his head. I wouldn't say I know them, but they're definitely famous. The Gili Mountain clan loves research. They have outstanding research achievements in every field we can access, including forging, alchemy, formations, and divination. Every hero knows them. Ellie nodded repeatedly. I don't know how many heroes and lords wish to receive help from the Gili Mountain clan. But they are too mysterious, and it is very difficult to find any trace of them. Since your excellency has obtained this notebook, could it be that you have had the honor of meeting them? Wouldn't it be simple if you'd witnessed it firsthand? Zhao Yun shook his head and smiled wryly, then looked at Wenji again. What does this notebook say? Could you translate it? This? Wenji smiled shyly. Although I can tell that it is the script of the Gili Mountain clan, that's all. Zhao Yun was somewhat disappointed upon hearing this. I can give it a try. Kiri's voice suddenly came from behind. Well? Ellie, Firebeard, and Wenji were all somewhat taken aback. Clearly, like Zhao Yun, they were surprised that Wu Ji actually understood the script of Gili Mountain. With a calm expression, Wu Ji took the notebook from Zhao Yun and began to translate casually as she flipped through it. That gesture showed they were completely familiar with each other. After Wu Ji finished translating, Zhao Yun summarized. So, the 3 high platforms called thunder-gathering towers in the last picture, once they are filled with enough thunder energy, can be used to create a healing potion that can cure all injuries? Heal all wounds. This idea sounds so much like the Fountain of Youth. Chapter 55 Upgrade, Secret Realm opens. Very likely, Wenji said. I visited the cave where the Fountain of Youth is located at noon today. Geographically, the cave is located precisely in the center of the 3 lightning towers. Hiss. Upon hearing Wenji say the same thing, Zhao Yun's heart began to race. Fountain of Youth, an SS-rank treasure. It can not only heal all injuries, but also prolong life. But even with such a wonderful product, its production is extremely limited. When I first saw the Fountain of Youth, there was only about half a bowl of water there. Later, Zhao Yun used up some more, and now the remaining amount of the Fountain of Youth is only about 150 milliliters. Its density is very close to that of water, so it can also be counted as 150 grams. Based on the calculation that 20 drops equals 1 milliliter, which is 1 gram, there are currently 3,000 drops of the Fountain of Youth remaining. If used for healing, 1 drop at a time can last for 3,000 uses, which is quite considerable. However, if used to extend lifespan, 10 grams of the Fountain of Youth would be needed to extend lifespan by 1 year. Using all 150 grams of the Fountain of Youth would extend one's lifespan by 15 years. In short, no one can ever have too much of something this good. Unfortunately, the Fountain of Youth in the cave produces very little. When Zhao Yun went to observe before, it took more than an hour for a single drop to fall. At that speed, it even slowed down later on. This is also the main reason why he stopped using the Fountain of Youth later on. After all, if things continue like this, who knows when the cave will stop producing the Fountain of Youth altogether? But if a method were found to create the Fountain of Youth, the current situation could be greatly alleviated. Before he could even celebrate for long, Wenji quickly poured cold water on his joy. Regardless of whether the 3 lightning towers can actually produce the Fountain of Youth, we can give it a try. However, as Lady Mistweaver just mentioned, according to the notes, the lightning required by the lightning gathering tower is not ordinary lightning, but extreme lightning that appears only once a year. Before the arrival of the extreme lightning, there is a high probability that the S-rank Void Thunder-devouring beast will sense the aura in advance and come to investigate. Unlike most monsters, the Void Thunder beast is not only powerful but also tyrannical, and it will attack without reason or warning. Its existence is certainly not a good thing for us now. After being doused with cold water by Wenji, Zhao Yun quickly calmed down. While the Fountain of Youth is desirable, the S-rank Void Thunder beast is indeed a significant problem. If its level is not high, he doesn't need to worry too much. Even S-rank monsters won't have an exaggerated combat power before they reach a certain level. The problem is that the Void Thunder beast is a creature that is recorded in the Monster Compendium. The encyclopedia clearly states that the Void Thunder Eater feeds on lightning, and high-quality lightning energy can significantly increase its level. In other words, the Void Thunder beast's level increase does not depend on combat. It can level up simply by consuming lightning. Since this region is prone to extreme lightning, who knows if it has eaten it before? If it has eaten a few extreme lightning strikes, its level will definitely not be low. Today is October 26th on the stellar calendar. If the notes are accurate, then there are less than 2 weeks left until the next extreme lightning strike? Yes, my lord, Wenji said solemnly. To be precise, there are only 12 days left. Zhao Yun started to get a headache after 12 days. The S-rank Void Thunderbeast's strength is unknown. It is precisely because it is unknown that it is troublesome. In addition, the arrival of extreme thunder will be accompanied by strong winds and heavy rain. Given the current building level of the stronghold, it's uncertain whether it can survive. A safer approach is to prioritize upgrading existing territory buildings, at the cost of slowing down territory upgrades. A more aggressive approach would be to accelerate the upgrade speed of the territory, and aim for level 10. Because once your territory reaches level 10, the territory barrier blueprint will be unlocked. Using barriers to deal with natural disasters is undoubtedly the most appropriate approach. He immediately ordered, Wenji, the highest priority for the next stage of territory development is to upgrade the territory level. We must strive to reach level 10 territory as quickly as possible. In addition, we should intensify our exploration efforts to absorb as much combat power as possible for the territory. Wenji understands. At 5:23 p.m., the stone slab road was completed. Congratulations. You have successfully completed the construction of 10 level 2 residential houses, 1 level 2 lumber mill, 1 level 2 mine, 1 level 2 granary, 1 blacksmith shop, 40 fences, 2 watchtowers, 1 school, 1 training ground, 1 lord's mansion, 1 fishing ground, 1 orchard, 2 vegetable gardens, 10 farmland, 1 evolution stone platform, 1 dining hall, 1 jewelry workshop, 1 brewery, 1 hunting ground, 1 hero's tavern, and 500 meters of stone road, and have reached level 6. Congratulations! You have mastered the skill, Army-wide rapid attack. The blueprints for the Magic Tower, Research Institute, Power Plant, Crafting Workshop, and Hatchery have been unlocked. Your Lord's space has been expanded. I've reached level 6. Zhao Yun was thrilled. After reaching level 6, you will be able to build power plants and craft workshops. The power plant is responsible for generating electricity, while the workshop is able to produce handmade leather goods, ceramic products, glass products, and so on. At present, the workshop's top priority is undoubtedly producing light bulbs. With light bulbs, combined with wood, streetlights can be made. With the addition of a power plant, streetlights can be put into use, extending the construction time of the territory from simply daytime by at least 2 hours, thus improving the construction progress. In contrast, the Magic Tower, Research Institute, and Incubator cannot offer much help at this stage. Before going to sleep, Zhao Yun glanced at the Lord's Circle and found that there were still 14 hours left in the countdown to the secret realm. Around 10 o'clock tomorrow? He murmured to himself, a hint of anticipation creeping into his heart. The secret realm serves as the primary source of hero experience, and is the main means of enhancing hero strength. As long as the level of the heroes under his command increases, he will naturally have more confidence when facing the S-rank Void Thunder Beast. Thinking of this, he sent a message to Hua Xianwan. Zhao Yun, we'll enter the secret realm around 10 a.m. tomorrow. Hua Xianwan received a reply as soon as the message was sent. Hua Xianwan, always be prepared. Having just fulfilled his promise to Hua Xianwan, Liang Kuan also sent a message, as if by some unspoken agreement. Liang Kuan, the secret realm opens tomorrow, can you take me with you? If there are still spots available. Zhao Yun, there are seats available, let's go together tomorrow. The experience gained from killing the shadow of calamity beasts in the secret realm is calculated based on the number of lords. A lord can only gain 1 basic experience point from a single playthrough. However, if all 5 lords join the battle, the total experience points will increase 5-fold. The specific experience gained is allocated based on the percentage of damage dealt. From this perspective, teaming up to enter the dungeon is beneficial to him. With his overwhelming advantage in damage output, he should be able to gain the vast majority of the experience from killing the shadow of the calamity beast. Liang Kun replied to the message quickly. Liang Kun, thank you. Now that Liang Kun has been brought in, plus Hua Xianwan, there are 2 spots left. Zhao Yun naturally thought of Muyu. Muyu provided him with timber for the entire day today, so it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him an unofficial subject. Zhao Yun, shall we go to the secret realm together tomorrow? Muyu, want me to come along? Of course. If you don't mind me being a burden. Zhao Yun, just come. Muyu, okay. After pulling Muyu, 4 positions on the team, including his own, were finalized, leaving only 1 position remaining. Zhao Yun thought for a moment, and then sent a message in the Lord's Circle. Zhao Yun, we'll be going into the dungeon at 10 a.m. tomorrow. 4 equals 1. Looking for a regular teammate. The moment the message was sent, the information feed started scrolling at high speed. Me! 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 Brother Yun, team up with me! Please! Delicate and easy to push over. Sweet and salty, can be both charming and warm in bed. Add me, Yunji! Zhao Yun was overwhelmed by the sheer number of messages, so he sent another one. Zhao Yun, roll the ball. The first person to roll 100 points gets into the group. Each person gets 1 chance, and duplicates don't count. The moment the words were spoken, the content of the information stream changed instantly. Good idea! Brother Yun is wise. I'll roll. Your random score is 4 points. Hilarious! Watch this. Your random points are 2. Ha 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 ha. Your random points are 36. Your random points are 67. Your random score is 1 point. Your random points are 99. Damn! We were just 1 point away. Your random points are 100. Ah? It's out already? I'm going to kill you! Those European dogs are truly hateful. I've put down 100 points. Does this count? Does it count? Does it count? Brother Yun? Zhao Yun. Okay, I'll accept your friend request and we'll start the group chat on time tomorrow. The friend request was sent, and after 2 beep sounds, the other party accepted it and sent a message. Fu Yanjie. Hello, Brother Yun. I'm very nervous about being chosen. But I'm not very good at this, so I don't know if I can make it tomorrow. Zhao Yun. Don't worry, just be there on time tomorrow. Fu Yanjie. Okay. Thanks, Brother Yun. Time quickly came to 10 a.m. the next day. The countdown to the secret realm ended, and the entrance to the secret realm had just opened when Zhao Yun created a team. Mu Yu, Liang Kun, Hua Xianwan, and Fu Yanjie joined the team at almost the same time. Seeing that everyone was in place, Zhao Yun clicked to enter, and a black vortex immediately appeared in front of him. The secret realm that has been opened this time is called Igarlo, and its rank is F. Among all the secret realms, it is the easiest to open. Upon entering, after a brief period of dizziness, he found himself in an unfamiliar area. The sky here is gray, the earth is purple, and visible dust floats in the air, making visibility extremely low. Dead trees, barren mountains, cracked ground, white bones. Everywhere you look, there is the smell of decay. You have entered the secret realm, Egvero. Secret realm level, F. Find and defeat the shadow of the calamity beast to clear the secret realm, and increase the secret realm's unlock rate. Current dungeon unlocking progress, 23.68%. It seems there aren't any materials to obtain from this secret realm. Liang Kun sighed, his words tinged with disappointment. Mu Yu, however, remained optimistic, saying, It's hard to say. After defeating the shadow of the calamity beast, the secret realm will be purified, and perhaps we'll be able to collect materials. Hua Xianwan laughed and said, It's okay if we don't have any materials. We can just treat it as a chance to familiarize ourselves with the secret realm. Fu Yanjie glanced at Zhao Yun, scratched the back of his head, and looked rather simple-minded. I'm fine with anything, Brother Yun, I'll do whatever you asked me to do. After the 4 people stated their positions, their eyes all turned to Zhao Yun. As the team leader and the initiator of the team, Zhao Yun's strength is obvious to all, so they all tacitly agree that he is the commander. Zhao Yun didn't stand on ceremony and instructed. Everyone, split up and explore to find the shadow of the calamity beast. Once you find it, don't act on your own. Just let us know in the team channel. After saying that, he summoned and mounted the Pippi dragon, and began to explore ahead. The shadow of the calamity beast in the secret realm can be understood as an aggregate of calamity beasts, or as an enhanced version of the calamity beast leader. Its health is calculated as 1,000 times its stamina value. Despite its astonishing health, no ordinary monsters appear in the secret realm. In other words, as long as you don't encounter the shadow of the calamity beast in the secret realm, you are basically safe. Not wanting to waste time, Zhao Yun simply made Pippi Dragon run at full speed, hoping to find the shadow of the disaster beast as soon as possible. However, not long after, Fu Yanjie sent a message in the team channel. Fu Yanjie. Here I am, come quick! You found it so quickly? Zhao Yun was secretly pleased and immediately headed towards the spot on the team's radar where Fu Yanjie was located. Before he even reached his destination, he felt the ground begin to shake, and the point of light where Xie Fuanji was located began to approach him. Fu Yanjie. Brother Yun, help me! Zhao Yun's heart tightened, and he immediately ordered. Pippi Dragon, speed up! The shadow of the calamity beast is highly vigilant. Judging from the current situation, it is highly likely that the shadow of the calamity beast has discovered Fu Yanjie and is hunting him down. Oh! With Pippi Dragon running at full speed, Zhao Yun quickly discovered the source of the tremor. It was a creature that looked like an ape. It is about 10 meters tall and holds a stick that is about as thick as its thigh. Every time it runs, the ground shakes. Mist weaves! Wenji! Firebeard! Ellie! Zhao Yun summoned all 4 heroes in one go. To gain experience, they must be present. At the same time, he cast a probe spell on the Big Stick Ape. Name, Shadow of the Calamity Beast. Category, Remnant Spirit Aggregate of Disaster Beasts. Rank F. Level, 151. Strength 36. Endurance, 64. Wisdom, 27. Spirit, 28. Speed 13. Talent, Lingering Thoughts, increases health to 1000 stamina. Skill 1, Leaping Strike, leap powerfully and swing the staff in your hand at the target, dealing damage equal to 150% of your strength attribute. Skill 2, Frenzied Call, plug the club into the ground, leap above the club, continuously generating a calling vortex that deals damage equal to 100% of your intelligence attribute to surrounding targets every second. Description: a condensation of the remnants of a calamity beast. It grows stronger with each lord it kills. Level 151. Zhao Yun's pupils contracted. This means that 150 lords have died at its hands. Call! With the howling of the wind, the already gloomy sky suddenly became even darker. The shadow of the calamity beast had already leaped into the air, its staff pointing directly at Fu Yanjie, who was desperately trying to escape. Isn't Chapter 56 a bit too over the top? Help! Fu Yanjie, completely shrouded in shadow, was terrified. As he shouted, he released his hand and summoned a bunch of small orbs of light into the sky. To his left, Hua Xianwan, Mu Yu, and Liang Kun appeared, rapidly approaching him. But he had no hope for them at all. In times of crisis, only Zhao Yun, his elder brother, is someone he can truly rely on. Save them! Zhao Yun gave the order, and at the same time, he unleashed a swift sword strike. Wenji reacted just as quickly. In a flash, she was already next to Fu Yanjie. Then, she put her right hand on his shoulder and flashed again, and the two of them were back next to Zhao Yun. It was precisely her skill, Guanheng. Although Guanheng is not a damage skill, it has extremely high mobility. Within a 3-second duration, she can move freely within a spherical area measuring 10 meters in terms of intelligence. Boom! Before Fu Yanjie could react, a loud bang came from behind him. The attack of the shadow of the calamity beast landed on the ground, raising a large cloud of black dust. His heart skipped a beat, and when he looked back, he realized that he was already so far away from the shadow of the calamity beast. The crisis was over, and before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, he saw the shadow of the calamity beast enveloped in a hazy white mist. Immediately afterwards, accompanied by a blindingly cold light that even the white mist could not obscure, the shadow of the calamity beast's health bar visibly decreased by a fraction. This made his heart skip a beat. If I remember correctly, this guy's stamina is 64 points, right? He muttered to himself. The reason he ran away when he encountered the shadow of the calamity beast was that, as a boss of the secret realm, it was far beyond his ability to defeat. Secondly, it was also because he had checked the panel of the shadow of the calamity beast. He was certain he hadn't misread the 64 stamina points. The reason he was so shocked was that he knew very well that the shadow of the calamity beast's health was calculated as stamina x 1000. 64 points of stamina, multiplied by 1000, equals 64,000 health. With such terrifying health, ordinary attacks cannot even cause a noticeable fluctuation in its health bar. The white light just now caused a significant drop in health. 1%? It should be at least 1%. Approximately 640 damage per hit. It's only because the shadow of the calamity beast is so monstrous that it would have been instantly killed even if it were an ordinary calamity beast with 64 points of stamina. Overwhelmed with shock, his eyes widened and his lips trembled uncontrollably. However, when his gaze fell on Zhao Yun, he found that Zhao Yun's expression was normal. The two heroes beside him have also entered the battle. A beautiful elven woman, her hands radiating a vibrant green light, launched a magic missile with a green tail. Another red-bearded dwarf, clearly of the dwarf race, charged toward the shadow of the calamity beast, wielding a hammer almost as big as his body. Everything was so. Wait. His mind suddenly went blank, and his entire train of thought froze. As if he had seen something incredible, he turned his gaze to the ancient-style beauty who had walked behind Zhao Yun. 1, 2, 3. In addition to the one who made the first move. 4 heroes? 4 people. That's insane. At this point in time, having even one hero would be like being chosen by heaven, right? How did Brother Yun manage to recruit 4 people? Isn't she too much like a supermodel? While he stood there in a daze, Firebeard had already entered the battle. Lady Kirweave, I'm here to help you. Take this. With a roar, he leaped up, gripped his warhammer tightly, and slammed it down hard on the back of the beast Shadow's head. Bang! With a dull thud, the scorching flames spread outwards. As the white mist dissipated, Mistweaver, now in full form, wielded a long sword and, like a ghost, easily dodged another attack from the shadow of the calamity. That's not all. While dodging the attacks, she was also launching her own offensive. 1 cut, 2 cuts, 3 cuts, 4 cuts, 5 cuts, 6 cuts, 7 cuts. In the blink of an eye, the shadow of the disaster beast was attacked 5 times. 2. That's incredible. The longing and envy in Fu Yanjie's eyes were almost palpable. Attack speed is directly linked to the speed attribute. Judging from the speed comparison between Mistweaver and Shadow of the Calamity, Mistweaver's speed is at least 7 times that of Shadow of the Calamity. Not only is it fast, but it also has high attack power. In the blink of an eye, the Shadow of the Calamity's health bar dropped noticeably by a fraction. Because lords cannot probe each other, he was unable to obtain Mistweaver's panel data. Even so, by taking a glimpse into the whole picture, we can roughly estimate the attributes of Mistweave. A hero like her, strong and beautiful, is practically every male lord's ideal type. Unfortunately, he knew very well that such a hero was destined to never be his. In the battle, since Mistweave's output was far higher than Firebeard's, it naturally attracted the aggro of Disaster Beast's Shadow. However, no matter how the Shadow of the Calamity Beast roared and swung its club repeatedly, it couldn't even touch the hem of Wuji's clothes. Under the significant speed suppression, it seemed that despite its large size and long health bar, it was being completely toyed with. When Hua Xianwen, Liang Kun, and Mu Yu arrived, the Shadow of the Calamity Beast's health bar had already dropped by 1/10. Such terrifying output also shocked them greatly. Keep in mind, this is the first time the Secret Realm has ever been opened. It may be that this is their first time entering the Secret Realm, but that doesn't mean they don't know how their predecessors got here. Which lord didn't get beaten up and cry for his mother the first time he entered the Secret Realm? Even the former top lords, the leaders and the big shots, were taught a lesson when they first entered the Secret Realm. It was only because they could be forcibly teleported out of the Secret Realm to save their lives that everyone dared to try it. Even so, quite a few lords will still die at the hands of the Shadow of the Calamity Beast. However, this terrifying creature had its health reduced by 1/10 by Zhao Yun's hero in such a short time. From the start of the battle to their arrival, less than 2 minutes had passed. With a wry smile, they summoned their subjects to join the battle. The Secret Realm is mainly for providing experience to heroes, but since they have no heroes under their command, they have to send their people to fight. However, it would have been better if their people hadn't intervened. Once they did, their expressions became even more bitter. There is no harm without comparison. Previously, they all felt that the damage to their people was acceptable. When the attack hit the Shadow of the Calamity, the health bar didn't even budge. I thought I could be of some help, but it seems I've just been dragged along. Almost simultaneously, the same thought arose in their minds. Chapter 57 The Army of Maggot Beasts. But in reality, they are not the only ones who have this idea. Even Firebeard, who is also a hero, couldn't help but feel powerless when he had a teammate like Mistweaver in battle. Heroes are heroes. Even heroes have differences. Despite his fighting spirit, the damage he actually inflicted was probably less than 1/10 of Wuji's. Ellie, standing in the distance next to Zhao Yun, was also constantly attacking from a distance, but she wasn't feeling much better inside either. As a support/healing hero, dealing damage is definitely not her forte. But the current situation is that Mistweave has firmly drawn aggro, and with the combined effect of high movement speed and the talent's 50% dodge, the Shadow of the Calamity Beast cannot hurt her at all. If it weren't for the fact that Firebeard would occasionally get hurt by the area of effect attacks of the Shadow of the Calamity, allowing her to use her healing skills, she would really be going to shut up. Isn't it a great tragedy that a support healer can only demonstrate their combat value through meager ranged attacks? Lady Wuji is truly amazing! Wenji exclaimed sincerely. Ellie nodded involuntarily upon hearing this. Although Zhao Yun didn't speak, a smile appeared on his lips. The A-rank Mistweaver was indeed his trump card. If I regain my memories, I wonder if I could achieve an S-rank rating? He thought greedily. Go, darlings! Fight! Fight! Fight it! Not far away, Fu Yanjia was gesturing wildly while keeping a close eye on the Shadow of the Calamity Beast, muttering to himself incessantly. As time went on, Zhao Yun couldn't help but become curious. Who are you calling baby? Fu Yanjia, whose train of thought had been interrupted, looked embarrassed. I was referring to my subjects. Your subjects? Zhao Yun strained to look at the battleground, but still found nothing. Fu Yanjia's face turned slightly red. The people under my command are maggot beasts. They are too small to be easily seen. Maggot beast? Zhao Yun blinked. A magical beast? He could recite the Warcraft encyclopedia by heart, but he had never actually seen a maggot beast. Fu Yanjie nodded. A monster I found in my territory that isn't listed in the monster compendium. What rank is it? What abilities does it have? Zhao Yun asked. Seeing Zhao Yun's interest, Fu Yanjie became somewhat excited. He licked his lips and said, That was just a coincidence. Because the territory I gained upon awakening was a toilet, therefore. The toilet? Zhao Yun couldn't help but interrupt, then immediately apologized. Sorry, please continue. Fu Yanjie smiled shyly. It's ridiculous that the territory is a toilet. At first, I was desperate and gave up on myself, thinking I should just give up my status as a lord. But this toilet gave me a pleasant surprise. Brother Yun, you sent out 2 red envelopes during the survival period. I was lucky. I got 20 pieces of wood from the first red envelope. The second red envelope contained an E-rank maggot beast. It was this maggot-like creature that gave me hope. How so? Zhao Yun became increasingly interested. Fu Yanjie didn't hide anything. Although this maggot beast is of rank E, its attributes are no different from those of rank F, and it doesn't even have any skills. However, it has an ability that suits me perfectly. That is, it can transform maggots into maggot beasts that are 1 level lower than itself. And in my toilet, the one thing that's never lacking is maggots. Its conversion speed is very fast. Although the converted citizens cannot directly become my subjects, I tore down the toilet wall and barely managed to build a subject conversion center. And so, my army of maggots began to take shape. No need to worry about food or predators. As long as I have enough time to develop, my army of maggots will grow bigger and bigger. Although they are of low rank and their individual attributes are not good, they can still be upgraded. As long as their level is high enough, they are also a considerable fighting force. In short, I am very satisfied with my current territory. Is that even possible? Zhao Yun was stunned after hearing this. First of all, he never imagined that someone's awakened territory would be a toilet. Secondly, he never expected that there would be such a thing as a maggot beast. In the end, he never expected that his army of maggots would actually be a promising business with no upfront costs. Just as he said, there was no need to worry about food or the source of the people. With just a toilet, an E-rank maggot beast, and time, his strength can grow infinitely. If he can cultivate a small group of elite maggot beasts, raise their levels to a certain point, and then mentor the newcomers with the old ones, his idea is not impossible to realize. Seeing that Zhao Yun seemed to approve of him, Fu Yanjie became even more enthusiastic. To be honest, Brother Yun, although I'm very weak right now, I have a dream of becoming the king of maggots. But everything is difficult at the beginning, and it was too difficult for my first batch of maggots to grow up. So if possible, could you help me, Brother Yun? I will never forget your great kindness. Good lad. You're quite adept at taking advantage of others' opportunities, aren't you? Zhao Yun was amused. It wasn't because of his dream itself. A soldier who doesn't aspire to be a marshal is not a good soldier. He didn't dislike such ambitious people, on the contrary, he admired them. What amused him was the title itself. King of Maggots. No problem, I'll take you with me next time I have the chance. Thank you, Brother Xia Yun. Thank you so much, Brother Xia Yun. Fu Yanjie's mouth was practically stretched to the back of his head, and he was so excited that he was almost incoherent. So let's recall your army of maggots first, Zhao Yun said. Oh, it's alright. There are plenty of them anyway, so even if they die, they'll still contribute something, Fu Yanjie said with a smile. It's not because of that. Zhao Yun touched his forehead. It's mainly because they share experience. Oh. Fu Yanjie then realized that in such a short time, the shadow of the Calamity Beast's health had dropped by another 20%. He quickly collected all the maggots back. This is actually due to inertia in thinking. After all, 99% of the new lords haven't been able to recruit any heroes. Although the experience gained from the secret realm is primarily for heroes, it's perfectly acceptable to give it to the common people if there are no heroes. But who would have thought that Zhao Yun not only had heroes, but 4 of them? The outcome of the ensuing battle was also a foregone conclusion. Under the overwhelming suppression of Mistweaver, the shadow of the Calamity Beast, despite its extremely high health, was nothing more than a tough training dummy. Then, with a mournful cry of despair, it turned into black dust and vanished. Congratulations to Lord Zhao Yun's team for successfully defeating the shadow of the Calamity Beast and clearing the Igoroa secret realm. Total time, 12 minutes and 53 seconds. A new record broken. Because this Lord's Circle holds the fastest record for clearing the Aglolo secret realm, the exploration time for lords within the circle will be increased by 1 hour. Chapter 58. Try to win them over, don't make them your enemies. Ah? Holy crap! What the hell? At this moment, the lords of the same Lord's Circle who were still struggling in the secret realm were all startled. Those lords who had not yet entered the secret realm, or who had already left it for various reasons, were even more shocked. That's it? I've already cleared the game? 12 minutes and 53 seconds? That's less than 13 minutes. Yun is such a supermodel. No, I mean, how did you do that? There's a limit to how strong you can be, right? I don't understand, I really don't understand. My people were almost wiped out after just one hit from the shadow of the Calamity Beast. Who isn't? You only had trouble with the people under your command, but I almost lost my own life. If I remember correctly, the shadow of the Calamity Beast has over 60,000 HP, right? In less than 13 minutes, it managed to lose that much HP while being attacked? Is this even human? Ha! What's the big deal? As the number one in our industry, what's wrong with Brother Yun being a little stronger? Exactly. With just a slight move from our Brother Yun, the shadow of the Calamity Beast has to lie down obediently. How can you mere mortals even imagine that? Dude, there's a limit to how much you can lick, right? What you guys are doing is a bit disgusting, honestly. Disgusting? Are you sure? Just because Brother Yun broke the record and our team topped the leaderboard, we got an extra hour of exploration time because we're in the same circle. You can't see this real benefit, can you? There are plenty of F-rank resources in Igvero. How much benefit will an extra hour of exploration bring us? You're really not mentioning that at all, buddy? Haha. I'll lick it. So what? Whoever gives me a treat, I'll lick their boots. You try giving me one if you dare. At the same time, the changes in the dungeon's clearing records also attracted the attention of other lords. Besides being a primary source of hero experience, the secret realm is also a major source of resources for many lords whose territories are lacking in resources. Once inside the secret realm, finding and defeating the shadow of the Calamity Beast is the only way to clear the level. But how could the lords simply kill the shadow of the Calamity Beast as they pleased? This leads to a second method for farming dungeons. That is, bypass the boss, completely give up on clearing the game, and explore the secret realm to obtain resources at the cost of sacrificing the experience of the shadow of the Calamity Beast. And this is the true picture of most lords. However, there is a drawback to doing this. That is, there is a time limit for entering the secret realm. Not only is entry limited to once a week, but each time you enter the secret realm, you can only explore for a maximum of half an hour. If the shadow of the Calamity Beast is not defeated within half an hour, the lord who entered it will be forcibly teleported back. In other words, even if the lords do not seek out the shadow of the Calamity Beast and choose to bypass it, they will only have half an hour of resource exploration time per week. Half an hour may not sound like much, but for many resource pro lords, it is a precious time. At this point, the big shots in the Lord's Circle begin to show their value. As long as there is a Lord team in the same Lord's Circle that can quickly clear the dungeon and occupy the top 10 of the speedrun leaderboard, all lords in the same circle will receive a bonus to exploration time. The one with the highest bonus is undoubtedly the number one on the leaderboard. A full hour. Without the bonus, the exploration time is half an hour. With the bonus, the total exploration time reached 1.5 hours. 3 times. It's like getting the resources of 3 CDs for the price of 1. Such a rate of resource accumulation is enough to make most lords envious. Lord's Circle number 12. Holy crap! Ego Valo's record has been broken. 12 minutes and 53 seconds? How is that possible? The Lord's Circle number 1176 broke? That's a Lord's Circle that came so far back? They should all be new lords, right? Back then, Fengshen only managed a time of 36 minutes and 17 seconds, no matter how hard he tried. What kind of monster has appeared in this Lord's Circle number 1176? Outrageous. Igvaro, as a beginner's dungeon, only appears in the first month after the survival period. I remember that back then, Fengshen set a record by hitting it on the very last day, right? Yes, we narrowly beat the second place team by just 2 seconds, and the community celebrated all night. What a miracle! This Lord number 1176 has suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and has more than doubled the record of the Wind God. This needs close attention. I'll keep an eye on it during the cross-circle battle and see who the real expert is. Try to win them over, don't make them your enemy. Absolutely. Similar conversations have occurred in countless Lord's circles. Meanwhile, the Lord's circle to which Zhao Yun belonged were still unaware of all this, still immersed in the joy of Zhao Yun's team speedrunning Egvero and reaching the top of the leaderboard. Within the secret realm. After defeating the shadow of the Calamity Beast, golden light rose from Wenji, Huishu, Ellie, and Wuji. As those who were merely clinging to powerful figures, Mu Yu and the others consciously reclaimed their subjects before the shadow of the Calamity Beast was about to be killed. Therefore, all the experience gained from the shadow of the Calamity Beast was absorbed by the heroes under Zhao Yun's command. The experience gained from the Beast of Calamity is based solely on ownership, not damage, so it is evenly distributed among the 4 heroes. Splash, splash, splash. A dazzling golden light flashed continuously. When the golden light ended, Zhao Yun was pleasantly surprised to find that all 4 heroes had leveled up to level 11. Their attributes have also seen an amazing increase. Heroes are compared to monsters of the same level, and the attribute points gained per level are doubled. C-rank monsters gain 2 points per level, while C-rank heroes gain 4 points per level. Therefore, the power increase of Firebeard and Ellie, who are C-rank heroes, was entirely within Zhao Yun's expectations. As a B-rank hero, Wenji gains 8 attribute points per level. The attribute increase was slightly beyond Zhao Yun's expectations, but still within an acceptable range. However, as an A-rank hero, Mistweaver gains 16 attribute points per level. Leveling up from level 1 to level 11 is an increase of 10 levels, which means you gain 160 attribute points in one go. At this point, the difference in ranks suddenly widened. Neither Firebeard nor Ellie, even after leveling up, had a total attribute boost that was less than the attribute boost from Mistweaver's single upgrade. Chapter 59 New Discovery. The Marura Clan. Name, Kiri injured. Status, employed. Category, Hero. Grade A. Level 11. Strength, 94 plus 43. Endurance, 91 plus 42. Wisdom, 82 plus 32. Spirit, 85 plus 35. Speed, 101 plus 48. Talent, Mist Concealment, Evasion plus 50%. Equipment, Crescent Moon, Rank A. Skill, Mist Slash, the user becomes shrouded in mist, standing still and avoiding all damage for 1 second. Then, a thick mist expands and the user draws their sword to slash, dealing physical damage equal to 700% of their strength attribute to targets within the area. Cooldown, 1 minute. Hero units, none. Hero aura, none. Monthly salary requirement, 1,000 gold coins. Description, a peerless swordsman searching for his memories, perhaps with a painful past. The original attributes of Mistweave were exaggerated in every way, and after the upgrade, they became even more prominent. When fighting the Shadow of the Disaster Beast, the speed of 101 was enough to keep the Shadow of the Disaster Beast from even touching the hem of its clothes. The speed has now increased to 149 points. Even Zhao Yun felt that with absolute speed dominance, endurance was practically irrelevant. In the world of martial arts, speed is the only way to break through defenses. The ultra-high-speed fog weaving has no chance of being attacked. However, the Mistweaver's stamina attribute is also quite high, reaching 133 points. With the addition of a 50% evasion talent, the margin for error is maximized. The attack power has also reached 137 points, meaning a single basic attack deals 137 damage. Combined with Mistweave's super high speed, Zhao Yun found it hard to imagine what kind of Calamity Beast shadow could withstand her attacks for more than 10 minutes at this stage. I've finished the secret realm, and I still have things to do in my territory, so I'll be leaving now. Zhao Yun waved to the 3 of them. Huh? They're leaving already? Fu Yanjie asked, puzzled. We still have more than an hour left to explore the secret realm. Zhao Yun smiled without saying a word and simply chose to teleport away. After he left, Liang Kun laughed and said, These are all F-rank resources. He wouldn't even look at them. Hua Xianwan playfully stuck out her tongue. Brother Yun is gone. We can relax and explore for resources now. I felt so much pressure with him around. A hint of dissatisfaction flickered between Mu Yu's brows. Even though he's gone, the secret realm can only be cleared thanks to him, so we should share some of the resources we collect with him. Agreed. Fu Yanjie was the first to raise his hand. That makes sense. Liang Kun nodded as well. Of course. Hua Xianwan laughed and ran off. I'll go first. Exploration time is precious. We can't waste it. Back in his territory, Zhao Yun looked up at the sky, a surge of pride welling up within him. The level of the people has been increased, and now the level of the heroes has also been increased. As a result, the combat power under his command has increased many times over compared to before. Having witnessed the fiery sun bird and the crimson flame dragon, he always felt a strong sense of crisis, fearing that some powerful being might suddenly appear and destroy him. But now, with the improvement of our strength, this sense of crisis still exists, but it has been alleviated somewhat. At least now he has some confidence to continue exploring the outside world. Wenji was in charge of matters within the territory, so Zhao Yun didn't need to worry about them much. However, Zhao Yun couldn't stay idle. Even though he had nothing to do, he would still wander around the stronghold. Every time he wanted to help, he would notice Wenji's subtle gaze and have to put his mind at ease. Time slowly passed until 3 in the afternoon, and Wenji came to Zhao Yun's side. "My lord, something has happened." The Thunder Eagle discovered a village in the valley to the northeast. "A village?" Zhao Yun's heart jumped. Wenji nodded and said, "It is suspected to be the gathering place of the Marura clan." "The Marura clan?" Zhao Yun searched his memory but couldn't find any relevant information. "This is a very ancient race, and I only learned about them by chance from an ancient book," Wenji explained. "Their skin is snow-white, and their ears and tails are very similar to those of rabbits. Their eyes are also like rubies. And because they are agile and have excellent eyesight, they are natural archers. The information gathered by the Wind and Thunder Eagle closely matches my memories of the Marura clan, which is why I made this guess." "What are the personalities of the Marura clan like?" Zhao Yun asked the question he was most interested in. In the 300 years since the appearance of the Calamity Beasts, Earth has come into contact with quite a few races to the Lords. But most of them are not very friendly. If the Marura clan is also like this, then a conflict between the two sides is very likely to break out. Wenji pondered. "According to ancient records, the Marura clan is a very gentle race that dislikes fighting. However, the reality seems to be somewhat different." "What do you mean?" "Because the Wind and Thunder Eagles were attacked by their arrows when they flew overhead. Logically, the Wind and Thunder Eagles didn't even fly over their village, so they shouldn't be so sensitive." "Attacked? Are you injured?" Zhao Yun asked immediately. "No, not at all," Wenji said, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. "That's what I find strange. Logically speaking, given the archery skills of the Marura clan, once an attack is launched, it shouldn't have missed so easily. In your opinion, can we try to make contact with them now?" Zhao Yun asked again. "Yes," Wenji replied quickly. "The valley where they live isn't too far from us. As the sphere of influence of subsequent strongholds expands, it will soon border them. Making some preliminary contact to test the waters is always beneficial. However, just to be on the safe side, please make sure to bring Wenji along, my lord. Wenji's ability to observe and balance can come in handy when necessary." "Let's go!" Zhao Yun acted swiftly and decisively, setting off immediately. 2 minutes later, he and Wenji were already on their way to the village where the Marura clan lived. Accompanying them were Mistweaver, Firebeard, Ellie, Pippi Dragon, and Ah Shui, who has now evolved into a water swordsman. This lineup, while not exactly a full-scale deployment, certainly represents the use of the most elite forces. The trip went smoothly as always, without any obstacles encountered along the way. However, just as they were about to enter the valley, an unexpected incident occurred. Zhao Yun touched the air in front of him, as if he were touching an invisible layer of water. Although soft, it is extremely resilient. With a little force, it creates slight ripples. "A barrier?" he murmured to himself. "It's a starry sky barrier," Wenji said. "It can prevent external objects from entering the barrier while doubling the impact applied to it. It's not easy to set up." "A rebound impact?" Zhao Yun pondered. "Could it be?" "Who are you? Why are you here?" A soft voice suddenly rang out from inside the barrier. Zhao Yun looked closely and saw that it was a young girl standing on the hill, knocking a bow and arrow at them. Her skin was snow-white, her eyes were like rubies, and her ears were fluffy like a rabbit's. Except for the tail, which was not visible due to the angle, the other features were exactly as Wenji described. Without Zhao Yun giving any instructions, Wenji quietly stepped forward and came to Zhao Yun's side. Firebeard did the same, moving to Zhao Yun's left front and gripping the warhammer with both hands. Battle is imminent. Chapter 60 The Marura Clan's Allegiance. Presumptuous! To Zhao Yun's surprise, the usually gentle Wenji suddenly shouted sternly. "Standing before you is the lord of this realm. How dare you, the native race of this realm, be so disrespectful to your lord? Lord? The girl was clearly flustered, and even her action of drawing the bow became hesitant. Wenji snorted coldly, said nothing, but simply revealed the silver crown that represented her status as the deputy lord. Buzz! A flash of shimmering silver disappeared above her head. Zhao Yun followed suit, revealing the golden crown that represented his status as a lord. When that dazzling gold appeared, the girl's ruby-like eyes widened suddenly, and she murmured, "It's the Lord! It really is the Lord! The prophecy is true!" Just as Zhao Yun was wondering what the prophecy she spoke of was, he saw her put away her bow and arrows and respectfully bow to Zhao Yun, saying, "Hongxiu was unaware of the Lord's identity. Please forgive her." Zhao Yun was quite surprised to see this. Even he himself did not expect that his status as a lord would be so useful. "Ignorance is no excuse, it's all right," he said as he stepped forward, but forgot that the barrier was still there and was blocked outside once again. Wenji tapped her folding fan. "Why aren't you opening the barrier yet?" Okay. Hongxiu was even more frightened and quickly cast the spell to open a golden door in the barrier, allowing Zhao Yun and the others to enter. After entering the barrier, Zhao Yun discovered that the scenery inside the barrier was somewhat different from what he saw outside. For example, in the northwest of the barrier, there is a distinct black area. However, it cannot be seen from the outside. "Where is it?" Zhao Yun pointed in that direction and asked. Hongxiu immediately replied, "That used to be our great radish forest, but it was destroyed by the void thunder-devouring beast. Our entire clan hasn't eaten a great radish for 7 years." When the word big radish was mentioned, her expression became dejected. "A big radish?" Zhao Yun asked, puzzled. Wenji casually said, "It should be the favorite food of the Marura clan. Its full name is red and white radish. It's a special B-rank spirit plant. Not only is it delicious, but consuming it also enhances the strength of their race. It even directly affects the reproduction of their species." "You're amazing, sir!" Hongxiu exclaimed in surprise. "You even know this!" Wenji opened her folding fan and waved it gently. "It's nothing to mention. It's just something recorded in ancient books. The specifics need to be verified." Hongxiu said, "What you said is all correct, sir. The radish is indeed very important to us. And it's very delicious. If the great radish forest hadn't been destroyed, the chieftain would definitely have sent us to pick giant radishes to treat the two gentlemen. But that's not possible now." As she spoke, her tone became low again. "Hongxiu!" A sharp shout came from not far away. "I told you to patrol. What are you doing? Who are they? How did you bring them in?" Zhao Yun looked in the direction of the sound and saw 8 Marura tribesmen dressed exactly like Hongxiu pointing their bows and arrows at them. Having learned from his previous experience, this time he didn't need Wenji's reminder. He immediately revealed the golden crown that symbolized his status as a lord. The next second, the reaction of the 8 Marura tribesmen was even more exaggerated than that of Hongxiu. They all knelt down, saying, "We were unaware that our lord had come in person. Please forgive our offense, our lord." Zhao Yun gestured with both hands. "Please rise." After they stood up, the leader of the Marura tribesmen looked at Hongxiu with a reproachful expression. "Why wasn't such an important matter reported immediately?" "I know I was wrong," Hongxiu said, lowering her head. Zhao Yun looked here and then there, seemingly lost in thought. Because, judging from their physiques, the 8 Marura clan members who appeared later were much larger than Hongxiu, about the size of an adult. Hongxiu, on the other hand, was only the height of a 12 or 13-year-old human. Could it be that Hongxiu is not yet an adult? This thought surprised him. After all, if a race assigns patrol duties to underage members, then the situation of that race is unlikely to be very optimistic. At this moment, the leader of the Marura tribesmen said to Zhao Yun with great excitement, "My lord, you have finally appeared! We have been waiting for you for so long. Although it is very presumptuous, time is of the essence. Could you please come with us to see our chieftain immediately? She's almost at her limit." "Go see the clan chief?" Zhao Yun looked at Wenji, who nodded. He then agreed. "Lead the way." On the way, he learned some more information through conversations with the Marura clan. It turns out that the Void Thunder Beasts had attacked their clan for some unknown reason. Because the Void Thunder Devouring Beasts were so powerful, their entire clan fought back fiercely but suffered heavy losses. Not only was the Great Radish Forest destroyed, but the tribe also suffered heavy casualties. Even the clan chief was seriously injured, and his health was deteriorating rapidly. The barrier was established for this reason, with the aim of protecting the safety of the clan. The one who shot the arrow at the Wind and Thunder Eagle was Hong Xiu's mother, who was also the leader of the 8 Marura tribe members later on, and her name was Hong Zhuang. Because the starry sky barrier is invisible and colorless, it is not easy to detect. Therefore, if the Wind and Thunder Eagle accidentally bumps into the barrier, it will be injured. To prevent such a thing from happening, Hong Zhuang shot arrows to drive them away. After they finished speaking, they appeared at the door of the clan chief's residence. When the surrounding Marura tribesmen discovered the presence of Zhao Yun and other outsiders, they were initially wary. But after learning Zhao Yun's identity, they all gathered around, their eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. Crunch. Hong Zhuang pushed open the wooden door and gestured. "Please come in, gentlemen." Zhao Yun stepped inside and found that the layout and furnishings of the wooden house were full of natural charm. Various flowers, plants, and fruit trees blend almost seamlessly with the furniture, creating a very comfortable atmosphere. There is a bed on the left side of the wooden house, and a member of the Marura tribe is lying on the bed. She was covered with a blanket made of unknown leaves, with only her head exposed. Although her eyes were closed, Zhao Yun immediately thought of 2 words just from her face. Mild. Kindly. Hong Zhuang walked quietly to her bedside without saying a word. However, the clan leader on the bed seemed to sense something and slowly opened his eyes. Then, she smiled faintly. "So it's the Lord and the Vice Lord who have arrived?" Chief of the Marura clan, Hong Ye, greets the 2 lords. As she spoke, she turned her head with what seemed like great reluctance, and nodded to Zhao Yun and Wenji. Upon seeing this, tears welled up in Hong Zhuang's ruby-like eyes, and her voice choked with emotion. "Please forgive me, sirs. Our clan leader nearly died last year while protecting us from the claws of the void thunder-devouring beast. Although he managed to survive, he lost 90% of his mobility." Hong Zhuang spoke with sadness, but Hong Ye remained optimistic, a gentle smile still playing on her lips. "Why bring up the past? Your Excellency has graced my humble abode with your presence. It would be better to refrain from such unpleasant remarks." Hong Zhuang wiped her eyes and stepped aside. "Yes," Hong Ye then said to Zhao Yun. "To be honest, 10 years ago, the previous clan chief had a premonition that our clan was about to face a major crisis, so he risked his life to perform divination and foresaw the general course of events that would follow. According to the prophecy left by the previous patriarch, you are the key to saving our tribe. The extreme lightning will return in 12 days. The void thunder-devouring beast will also arrive like a shadow. We fought it last year, and given its nature, it will surely retaliate tenfold this time. Last time, our clan did everything in its power, sacrificing nearly half of its members' lives, just to barely make it retreat. This time, my people will find it difficult to resist. Therefore, Lord, please grant us your grace and protection, considering that my Marura clan is a native race of this world. My Marura clan will also uphold our ancient oath and offer you our loyalty. The Marura clan swears allegiance to you. Do you accept?" The sudden notification surprised Zhao Yun. But he did not make a choice immediately. Instead, they first used the detection spell on Hong Ye, the clan leader, and Hong Zhuang, the captain of the guard. Name, Hong Ye, seriously injured. Status, unemployed. Category, Chief of the Marura clan. Grade A. Level 20. Strength 5. Endurance 4. Wisdom 6. Spirit 7. Speed 1. Talent 1, long shot, increases shooting range by 30%. Talent 2, foresight, foreseeing future fortune or misfortune, and can consume all remaining lifespan to foresee a more accurate future. Skill 1, ruby burst, a focused arrow that deals physical damage equal to 1000% of strength to a single target. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Skill 2, ruby scatter, fires 10 arrows simultaneously at the target area, dealing physical damage equal to 500% of strength to all targets within the area. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Description: the patriarch of the Marura clan, possessing an extremely rare precognitive ability. Name, Hong Zhuang. Status, unemployed. Category, Captain of the Marura Tribe Guard. Rank B. Level 12. Strength, 28 plus 14. Endurance, 35 plus 19. Wisdom, 14 plus 2. Spirit, 15 plus 1. Speed, 23 plus 7. Talent 1, long shot, increases shooting range by 30%. Skill 1, ruby burst, a focused arrow that deals physical damage equal to 500% of strength to a single target. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Skill 2, Ruby Scatter, fires 10 arrows simultaneously at the target area, dealing physical damage equal to 300% of strength to all targets within the area. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Description: elite members of the Marura clan, their combat power far surpasses that of monsters of the same rank. After looking at the panel, Zhao Yun was greatly moved. Red Leaf, the patriarch of the Marura clan, is actually an A rank. This is a truly rare and valuable fighting force. Although his specific attributes cannot be accurately assessed due to his severe injuries, his abilities can be seen from his 2 talents and 2 skills alone. To date, only the newly evolved water swordsman Ah Shui under his command possesses 2 skills. As for dual talents, there are none. Moreover, the ability to predict and avoid misfortune is ridiculously overpowered. Judging from Hong Zhuang's attributes, although her rank is B, her level 12, which is the same as Xiong Da's, means that her overall attributes are a notch higher than Xiong Da's. Furthermore, although she doesn't have dual talents, she does possess dual skills. He admitted that he was envious. Accept allegiance. With a silent thought, a golden book of contracts appeared in the air. Golden lettering was rapidly imprinted on it. After the branding was completed, the book of contract transformed into a stream of light and flew into Zhao Yun's brow. Looking at the attributes of Hong Ye and Hong Zhuang now, we find that their status has changed from outcast to citizen. He was in high spirits to have brought an entire race under his control with just a few words, without any fighting. But when he saw the number of Marura's people, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. 4 people in rank F, 4 people in rank E, 10 people in rank D, 22 people in rank C, 8 people in rank B, and 1 person in rank A, for a total of 49 people. This was the first time he had ever seen such complex statistics. One race actually has 6 ranks, from E to A. It should be noted that all the monsters he has taken under his command so far, regardless of level or age, are of the same rank. The Marura tribe is truly the first case like this. Seemingly sensing what he was thinking, Hong Ye smiled and said, "My Marura clan is somewhat different from other races. Other races have a fixed growth potential from birth. But my Marura clan is different. Although newborns are very weak, as long as they consume enough nutrients from large radishes during their growth, they can continuously improve their rank. Generally speaking, by the age of 12, members of my clan can reach the C rank. Only. But now that the giant radish forest has been destroyed, the source of the giant radishes has been cut off, right?" Hong Ye smiled bitterly. "That's right. The void thunder-devouring beast is too powerful. Our clan did everything we could, but we could only save 1 seedling." Zhao Yun nodded noncommittally. "We'll talk about that later. The most important thing right now is to heal your injuries." Hong Ye's expression grew even more bitter. "My injuries are probably incurable. The Void Lightning Beast's Void Lightning Strike was too deadly. Although my people have tried everything to suppress it, I can still feel my life force rapidly draining away." Hong Ye stopped mid-sentence. She saw a small bottle of golden liquid appear in Zhao Yun's hand. As the bottle cap was opened, a rich aura of life flowed out. Her eyes widened slightly. "This is the Fountain of Youth," Zhao Yun replied, dripping a drop onto her forehead. Buzz. A faint golden light instantly enveloped it. When the light faded, the woman in red standing to the side seemed to have witnessed something unbelievable, and she covered her mouth with both hands. Because Hong Ye, who had been bedridden for a long time and couldn't even move, actually managed to sit up in bed by supporting herself with her hands. Chapter 60 won the whole clan's loyalty. Hong Ye's face was also full of disbelief. She knew her own condition best. She was already on the verge of death, but unexpectedly, she recovered completely in a short period of time. She tentatively got out of bed, her 2 fair and rosy little feet touching the ground steadily. Hong Xiu trembled slightly with excitement, her cheeks flushed red. As the captain of the guard, she certainly knew that Hong Ye's hands and legs had been completely crippled by the Void Thunder Beast at that time. She had seen it with her own eyes just yesterday, that lifeless, deathly gray. Thump! She knelt down and kowtowed to Zhao Yun, saying, "Thank you, Lord! Thank you!" Zhao Yun was startled by the sudden sound of kowtowing. "What are you doing? Get up!" Just as Hong Zhuang was being helped up, she turned around and saw that Hong Ye had also fallen to the ground. "Lord, I can never repay your life-saving grace. Red Leaf, the chieftain of your Marura tribe, has increased her loyalty by 10 points. Current loyalty, 100, will go through fire and water for you, never betray you. Red Sleeve, the chieftain of your Marura tribe, has increased her loyalty by 15 points. Current loyalty, 100, will go through fire and water for you, never betray you. Zhao Yun quickly helped Hongye up again, saying, Since you have pledged your allegiance to me, it is only natural that this is what I, as your lord, should do. Now that you've recovered, it's time to think about what to do next. Wenji nodded and said, The void thunder-devouring beast is about to arrive. Before that, we must make full preparations. After a moment's thought, Zhao Yun made a decision. Hongye, you arrange for the whole clan to pack their belongings and come back to the stronghold with us. Since the void thunder-devouring beast has been here before and had a conflict with you, there is a high possibility that it will come back to provoke you again. Comparatively, the likelihood of the stronghold being attacked is much lower. Hongye and Hongzhuang exchanged a glance and smiled bitterly at each other. If we leave now, even if we survive, the Marura clan is destined to perish. Zhao Yun frowned slightly. Why do you say that? Hongye explained. The power of my Marura clan depends heavily on the giant radish. Without the big radish, our clan members will be stuck at the F rank for life. In addition, the reproduction of our clan also depends on the big radish. If we cannot protect the great radish forest, our race will be unable to reproduce. Aren't there any other places that produce large radishes? Zhao Yun asked. Hongye shook her head. At least within our understanding, there isn't. Wenji also said, Ancient books record that red and white radishes are a specialty of the Marura clan. From this perspective, the possibility of red and white radishes appearing in other places is extremely low. Zhao Yun raised an eyebrow. Wait a minute! Wasn't it said that the great radish forest had already been destroyed? It was indeed destroyed, but luckily a seedling was saved. However, Hongzhuang said with a worried look, it was damaged at its core by the void lightning, so no matter what methods we use, it shows no signs of growth and instead withers away. Growing increasingly listless? Zhao Yun chuckled softly. Come on, take me to see him! Hongzhuang realized what was happening and her eyes lit up. Yes. Just because we can't do it doesn't mean our lord can't. This is a prophet. He could easily save even the clan chief, let alone a giant radish. With this thought in mind, her eyes lit up again. My lord, this way please! Soon, Zhao Yun appeared in front of a yellowish-green spiritual plant. Name, red and white radish damaged. Grade C. Description, a special spiritual plant of the Marura clan. It has special effects on the Marura clan. Shop buyback price, 100 gold coins. A C-rank spirit plant can fetch a whopping 100 gold coins when recycled? This further confirms that the red and white radishes are extraordinary. At this moment, the members of the Marura clan had all arrived and were looking at Zhao Yun expectantly. Because of Hongye's loyalty, they are now all subjects under Zhao Yun's command. They did not resist much when they went from being free women to being subjects. The clan chief's decision is absolutely correct. Furthermore, Hongye's complete recovery has earned them even greater respect for Zhao Yun. But right now, the most crucial thing is still the big radish. Radishes are their staple food. Without the big radish, they are like trees without roots, and nothing can be discussed. Zhao Yun said, taking out the small bottle containing the Fountain of Youth, but feeling a little apprehensive. Previously, the Fountain of Youth was used to heal monsters and humans, and it has proven to be effective. But used to treat spiritual plants. Anyway, Ellie had already tried treatment, but it had no effect. Therefore, he wasn't sure if the Fountain of Youth's ability to heal all internal and external injuries would work on the big radish. Despite his uncertainty, he still dripped a drop. Clatter. Golden drops of the Fountain of Youth fell onto the seedling's leaves and were quickly absorbed. In an instant, the entire seedling began to emit a faint golden light. Ah! The Marura tribe members watching nearby gasped in surprise. There's something unusual. An unusual phenomenon is a good thing. That's hope. As the golden light quickly dissipated, everyone couldn't help but move closer together. It seems to work. It really works. The leaves have turned green. The stem is also more upright. It should be cured, right? Very likely. Everyone chimed in with their own opinions, expressing great optimism about the outcome of the treatment. Zhao Yun didn't know what the outcome would be, so he looked at Wenji, wanting to hear her opinion. Even the learned Wenji shook her head. It does appear to have an effect, but its actual effectiveness is still uncertain. Unless we dig it up and take a look. No, no! Hongxiu quickly waved her hands, protecting the radish seedling. If we dig it out, it will definitely die. The other tribesmen also looked tense upon hearing this. Although Zhao Yun is their lord, the big radish has finally shown some signs of improvement. If they were to dig it out, all their efforts would be in vain. Zhao Yun also had a headache. If the fountain of youth drips down and has no effect whatsoever, that's fine too. It's working now, but we can't judge exactly how effective it is. Alright, might as well go all the way and have one more drop. Just as he was about to make a move, he noticed out of the corner of his eye that the seedling's leaves trembled. He thought he was seeing things, but the next second he saw the seedlings start to grow rapidly. Such changes also caught the attention of others. Ah! Look at the giant radish seedlings. It's grown up! It's growing up! Wow! They've grown so fast! To everyone's astonishment, the giant radish seedling grew to be almost as tall as Hongxiu in the blink of an eye. At this point, the radish seedling was no longer as fragile as a seedling and had grown into a small tree. But that's not all, it's still growing rapidly. 1.1 meters. 1.3 meters tall. 1.5 meters tall. 2 meters. Its branches became more and more numerous, and its leaves became more and more lush. In less than 10 seconds, it grew into a tree more than 3 meters tall. At this height, it stopped growing and began to sprout flower buds and bloom. Then the flowers withered, and the fruit ripened. One by one, the red and white radishes hung plump and fresh on the branches. All of Marura's clansmen, including the clan leader Hongye, were dumbfounded. Big radish! It's a big radish! Hongye murmured, and 2 lines of tears streamed down her face. The other members of the tribe were even more distressed, and many of them began to cry. Big radishes! We have big radishes again! We will not be wiped out! We have hope again! That's great! That's really great! Seeing this scene, Ellie and Wenji's gazes softened considerably. Although they couldn't fully empathize, they understood what the reappearance of the giant radish, capable of affecting the continuation of their race, truly meant to them. Snap! In a short time, a large red and white radish ripened and fell from the branch. Hongye moved instantly and caught it steadily, catching this radish that was more than a person tall. But then, more large radishes ripened and fell to the ground. The Marura tribe members also realized what was happening and joined in catching the giant radish. After a shower of radishes, everyone counted them and found that they had harvested a total of 36 large radishes. Mommy, eat, I want to eat! A Marura tribeswoman who looked only 3 or 4 years old pointed at the big radish in her mother's arms in a childish voice, her eyes filled with longing. Not only the little baby, but even Hongxiu was drooling as she looked at the big radish in her arms. The other adult Marura tribesmen, though much more restrained, couldn't help but smile, like farmers celebrating a bountiful harvest. So many! Too many! There are just too many! What a heavy radish! It must weigh at least 130 pounds. Mine is even bigger, it weighs at least 150 pounds. Haha! This radish seems to be exceptionally big. Yes. In the past, any radish we harvested that weighed over 100 jin, 50 caddies, was considered a radish king. Red Leaf, thank you, Lord, for saving our entire clan. Hongye had already placed the large radish down, prostrated herself, and bowed to Zhao Yun once more. Zhao Yun rubbed his forehead. How long has it been? Why are they here again? Thank you, Lord, for saving our entire clan. The other members of the Marura tribe also followed suit and bowed down. Even 3 or 4-year-old toddlers imitated their mothers, lying on the ground in a very convincing manner. Your actions have won over the Marura clan, and the loyalty of the entire Marura clan is now fixed at 100, willing to go through fire and water, never to betray. After everyone stood up, Zhao Yun asked Hongye. With this big radish tree, we shouldn't have any worries anymore, right? Hongye nodded emphatically. With this, we can use its old branches to plant more and more large radish trees, and the continuation of the species will no longer be a problem. With it, given enough time, we can ensure the void thunder-eating beast never returns. Zhao Yun asked in surprise. The big radish has such a big impact on your improvement? Yes, Hongye said seriously. In the past, although we had a whole forest of radishes, we could only produce 2 or 3 radishes a year. In the event of a poor harvest, it is possible to have none at all. With such limited production, we need to balance reproduction, growth, and advancement, and we must be extremely careful with the use of radishes in our daily lives. But things are different now. Of all these large radishes, 3 will be kept for the growth of the young children in the clan, and the rest can be used to help the clan members advance in rank. Given enough time to digest and absorb this information, we will all advance to rank A. Even if the Void Thunder-eating beast is an S-rank monster, we are not afraid in the slightest. Everyone is rank A. Zhao Yun was shocked. He knew all too well how strong an A-rank fighter was. Leaving aside A-rank heroes like Mistweaver, the A-rank water swordsman Aishui alone is already quite formidable in combat, capable of going toe-to-toe with Mistweaver. The Marura clan currently has a total of 49 members. If all members are A-rank, it's equivalent to having 49 A-rank combatants. It's terrifying to even think about. With such a lineup, even S-rank monsters seem insignificant. How long will it take to advance from the current state to rank A for all members? Wenji asked. After a quick calculation, Hongye replied, the time required for advancement from lower to higher levels becomes significantly longer starting from level C. If everyone advances to level A, it will conservatively take about half a month. Then it will be too late. Wenji shook her head slightly. Vice Lord, don't worry, Hongye said. Even if we can't advance to the A-rank level for everyone, we can still guarantee that everyone will be at the B-rank when the Void Thunder Beast arrives. Wenji didn't speak this time, but her delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly, as if she was calculating something. Zhao Yun made the decision. Then it's settled. You lead the entire clan to improve our combat strength before the Void Thunder Devouring Beasts return. If you need anything during this time, such as more big carrots, just come to me. Thank you for your kindness, Lord. Hongye bowed respectfully. Zhao Yun nodded secretly. He could tell that the Marura clan did not want to leave the land that had nurtured them, and so did Momiji, which was why they were desperately trying to demonstrate their combat strength and value to prove that they had the ability to stay here. He would naturally try his best to fulfill such a reasonable request. While the Void Thunder Beast is strong, the Marura race, whose members are all B-rank, is definitely not weak either. Moreover, during this period, as the Lord, he wouldn't just sit idly by. Besides developing the base, he also needs to return to Earth to participate in the frontline defense and offensive operations. In the battles of offense and defense, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he will be able to gain a lot of experience, allowing his subjects to grow faster. If its growth rate is considerable, even if the Void Thunder Beast is S-rank, as long as its level is not too high, he will be able to easily defeat it. At that time. Hey! Those are S-rank citizens. After a brief moment of daydreaming, his thoughts returned to reality, and he asked Hongye. There should be a tall tower to the northeast of here. Have you seen it? How did you know, Lord? After her initial surprise, Hongye immediately advised. There is indeed a tall tower there, but it has been occupied by a group of armored thunder turtles. Their attacks not only paralyze enemies, but they also possess extremely high defense and can reflect attacks, making them very troublesome. It is not recommended that you, my lord, go now. Chapter 62. How to subdue it. That's the question. Extremely high defense? Zhao Yun stroked his chin, feeling somewhat tempted. He currently has many offensive players under his command, but he is severely lacking in defensive and support roles. Needless to say, currently only Wenji and Ellie are suitable for the support role. The defensive type is even worse off, with only the Clefairy being able to fill that role. As for Lao Jin and his companions, although their defenses are quite good, fighting is not in their nature. Previously, it was because we lacked sufficient combat power that we forced them to fight. Now that it has sufficient combat power, it doesn't want Lao Jin and the others to do things they don't like. They like to associate with ores, whether it's mining or forging, it's all within their comfort zone. If they can do these two things well, their contribution is already sufficient. Under such circumstances, he would naturally not miss the opportunity to address the defensive shortcomings of his subjects. Come on, take me to see it! Although Hongye had described the general characteristics of the armored thunder turtle, he still needed to see it for himself before he could make a judgment. Moreover, the Thunder Tower is a very important part of his life. Only with the Thunder Tower can the Fountain of Youth be produced continuously. Therefore, taking control of the 3 thunder-gathering towers is imperative. All the troubles that stand in our way must be cleared away. Okay, Hongye agreed. I'll lead the way. An hour later, Zhao Yun and his group appeared near their destination. They stood on a small hill, and in the low-lying area below the hill lived a group of turtle-like monsters covered in purple tortoise shells. These are the armored thunder turtles that Hongye mentioned. Name, Armored Thunder Turtle. Status, Unemployed. Category, Monster. Rank B. Level, 16. Strength, 2+1. Endurance, 62+37. Wisdom, 6 plus 2. Spirit, 2 plus 1. Speed, 19 plus 7. Talent, lightning armor, absorbs 20% of the damage received and converts it into lightning damage reflection. Skill, taunt, forces the target to attack you for 3 seconds. During the duration of taunt, each attack received restores 1 unit of your stamina as health. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Description, don't be fooled by its turtle-like appearance, and think it's easy to bully. If they target you, you'll be in deep trouble. Hiss. After looking at the panel, Zhao Yun felt a slight toothache. The basic stats of the armored thunder turtle are actually quite similar to those of the dark earth bear. But its base stamina is way too high. The earth bear's base stamina of 33 points is already quite impressive, while the armored thunder turtle goes even further with 62 points. In addition, its growth rate is also amazing, with almost all the attribute points gained from leveling up going into stamina. The level 16 armored thunder turtle's stamina stat has caught up with that of the level 1 Mistweaver. Having high stamina isn't enough, it also comes with a counter damage talent and a taunt skill, making its defense truly maxed out. Be envious. I'm so envious. He had considered subduing Hongya after hearing her mention it before. Now that I see it, I'm even more itchy to get my hands on it. This kind of monster, which combines defense, recovery, and control, is definitely the defensive type lord that every lord dreams of having. He couldn't wait to bring them under his control. However, a problem arises. The armored thunder turtles in the valley are not just a few scattered individuals, but a whole group. Even excluding those that were hidden by obstructions, there were 31 armored thunder turtles exposed to Zhao Yun's view. I'll give it a try, Firebeard said, picking up his hammer and getting ready to go. No! Zhao Yun quickly stopped him. Firebeard lacked the ability to detect, so he was unaware of the true nature of this group of armored thunder turtles. But he knew that if Firebeard really charged forward, he would likely be killed by the concentrated fire of the armored thunder turtle. This is not a joke. One armored thunder turtle uses one taunt, and a whole bunch of them take turns using taunts, so Firebeard can't fight back at all. In this thunder turtle formation, only those with excessively high or low attack power can withstand it. Even if you are mocked, you can still kill the thunder turtle by relying on your high attack power and its recovery ability. Those with low attack power will suffer limited damage from the counterattack, as the damage they inflict is already low. Apart from that, mid-range items like Firebeard were completely suppressed. I can give it a try. Kiri, who was usually quiet, placed her hand on the hilt of the sword. Don't be impulsive. Zhao Yun stretched out his left hand and stopped her as well. Now that Mistweave has been upgraded, its damage output is indeed explosive. With 137 points of strength and a 700% damage coefficient from Mist Slash, a single strike can deal 959 points of damage to targets within range. But it still didn't work. Because the armored tortoise has a stamina attribute of 99 points, which translates to 990 HP. Even if Mistweaver uses Mist Slash, she cannot kill it instantly. Putting aside the fact that instant kill does not align with Zhao Yun's goal of subduing her, as long as Wuji makes a move, if the armored thunder turtle survives, it will deal 20% damage reflection damage to her. With such a dense group of leather armored thunder turtles, when Mistweave strikes, it triggers a group counter damage. If one reflects damage by 20%, and all 31 reflect damage together, Mistweaver will definitely die on the spot. Zhao Yun looked at Hongya. Is there any way to lure one of them out using a single target attack? Hongya shook her head slightly. From what I know about them, they are typical social creatures and they like to stick together. If you attack one of them, they will all join the fight. Is it that complicated? Zhao Yun felt that things were getting a bit tricky. If we can lure one of them out and subdue it, then the next step is to establish a militia conversion center. Give it a try, he instructed Hongya. After thinking it over and over, I couldn't come up with a good solution, so I could only let Hongya take action and see how things went. Good. Hongya agreed and drew her bow. Call out. A ruby arrow struck the nearest armored tortoise. Chrysanthemum? The armored tortoise, which was taking a nap, poked its head out and looked around. Then, he pulled his head back in and went back to resting. Zhao Yun slowly typed out a question mark. I've seen people who are Buddhist-like, but I've never seen anyone this Buddhist. After getting beaten up, how can you still sleep? At his signal, Hongya, whose blood and chi were churning due to the backlash, drew her bow again. Call out! Another arrow struck it again. Chrysanthemum? It poked its head out once again. This time, it saw the red leaves that deliberately exposed themselves. Chrysanthemum! It shook its head and crawled towards the red leaves. Although it looked somewhat angry, its speed was simply not fast enough to pose any threat to Zhao Yun and the others. But the next moment, the other armored turtles that were also resting woke up one after another and rushed over together, following its footsteps. Zhao Yun was no longer calm. Being caught by these armored thunder turtles with taunt abilities is no laughing matter. Walk! Despite his reluctance, he had no choice but to issue the order to retreat. Before leaving, he glanced one last time at their gathering place. In the center of that place stands a tall tower, which is the Jule Tower. By searching the area around the target, he quickly discovered 3 lightning-type runestones. Clearly, this thunder-gathering tower should have been able to be lifted into the sky by the floating island, just like the one we saw before. According to the notes, the 3 lightning-gathering towers must be located high in the sky to absorb the extreme lightning. Now that it's on the ground, even if extreme lightning strikes, the lightning-gathering tower won't be able to play its proper role. Therefore, even if it wasn't to subdue these armored thunder turtles, but simply to convert the extreme thunder into the fountain of youth using the thunder-gathering tower, he still had to conquer this area. Even after returning to the village where the Marura tribe lived, Zhao Yun was still pondering how to subdue the group of armored thunder turtles. Wenji noticed his troubles and offered an idea. If only there was something that could briefly attract their attention. Attract attention? Zhao Yun looked at her, puzzled. Yes. Wenji nodded and said, as long as there is something that can make them lower their guard for a short time, I can bring one of them out through Guanheng. Zhao Yun remained non-committal. He had also considered Wenji's perspective. She can teleport 3 times in a row, each time for 1 second, while the observation lasts for 3 seconds. 1 second may seem short, but he can't gamble on it. If the armored thunder turtle reacts in time and launches a taunt, Wenji will be trapped. However, Wenji's point of view is correct. As long as there's something that can lull the armored thunder turtles into a false sense of security, even if it only lasts for a second or 2, it'll be enough for Wenji to act. But the problem is, where can you find something like that? As Hongya reasoned, she said, the armored thunder turtles gather there because some thunder-type spiritual plants grow there, so is it possible to attract their attention with a spiritual plant that they particularly like? Wenji lightly tapped her folding fan. That's one idea. If it's just simple lightning-type spiritual plants, I know quite a few. But we don't have any in the warehouse right now, and we haven't found any within the stronghold's territory either. Let's put this aside for now. Zhao Yun sighed and stood up from the stool. At worst, we can hold off on dealing with the lightning towers here for now and go take care of the ones in the south first. Wenji agreed, saying, we can only take it 1 step at a time. Next, Zhao Yun set up his last teleportation beacon at the entrance of the Marura tribe village and returned to the stronghold through the beacon. So far, he has used one of his 4 teleportation beacons each at the fishing grounds and the mine, and one at the location of the Thunder Tower in the northwest. Now the 4th one has been set up in Marura village. Therefore, the only way for him to obtain more teleportation beacons is to upgrade the Lord's Manor. However, to upgrade the Lord's Mansion to level 2, you need to upgrade all the main buildings in the stronghold to level 2 first. Another thing to do. Zhao Yun shook his head with a self-deprecating smile. The void thunder-devouring beast needs to be dealt with. The lightning-gathering tower must be activated in time before the extreme lightning strikes, otherwise it will have to wait another year. Territory buildings must also be upgraded in tandem, otherwise mobility will be greatly restricted as the stronghold expands. The evolution stones we have are useless because we lack the corresponding type of ore. Therefore, we need to intensify our ore exploration efforts. In comparison, upgrading the Lord's level is no longer such a high priority. After he explained the current situation to Wenji, she remained silent for a long time before slowly saying, my lord, Wenji believes there is another matter that also urgently needs to be addressed. Besides? Gold coins. Gold? That's right, my lord. Apart from a few buildings such as residences and farmland, most other buildings will require gold coins to upgrade in the future. Currently, upgrading from level 6 to level 7 is not necessary. However, if we follow the Lord's instructions to upgrade the Lord's Manor, then buildings such as the school, blacksmith, tavern, evolution platform, and jewelry processing station all require gold coins to upgrade. While we can certainly obtain gold coins by selling timber and spiritual plants, Wenji believes it's best to establish a long-term, high-conversion channel for acquiring gold coins. You mean start building the production chain now? That's right. Taverns need wine to attract heroes. While the wine your lord brought is good, with the resources of our territory, we can certainly produce even better wine. Furthermore, we possess a plant garden that can produce the spiritual plants needed for brewing. The brewery required for brewing is also already equipped within the base. If the brewed wine is of good quality, we can not only supply the tavern with its needs, but also exchange it for gold coins. In addition, jewelry processing and forging equipment are also areas we can consider developing. Let's start with wine. Zhao Yun pondered for a long time before making his decision. Wine requires relatively less labor and has a higher return on investment. I understand completely. Wenji nodded and said, then the development strategy for the stronghold will be changed to upgrading the Lord's mansion while developing the brewing production chain. Just as Zhao Yun breathed a sigh of relief after Wenji left the Lord's mansion and was about to rest for a while, he didn't expect Wenji to come back. My lord, there's one more thing I forgot to mention earlier. Speaking. The mobility of our people isn't just about sending beacons. We can establish connections with our various outposts by laying paved roads. I know that, but the speed of road paving. Wenji smiled mysteriously. Regarding this, the Great Flood, the Great Fire, and the Great Thunder have invited their friends, who may be able to share the burden for your lordship. Oh? Zhao Yun became interested. Wenji clapped her hands and said to the door, Come in. Whoosh! Big Fire's round head cautiously pushed open a crack in the door and peered inside. The Lord's mansion is where Zhao Yun lives. Since its establishment, only Wenji has been allowed to enter, and everything inside is new and exciting to her. Come on over here! Zhao Yun smiled and waved to it. Although the slimes under his command were weak, he found them all incredibly cute. Call out! The fire immediately leaped and bounded toward Zhao Yun. Following closely behind were floods and thunderstorms, and then... It's a yellowish-brown slime. A yellowish-brown slime? Zhao Yun's expression froze slightly. Chapter 63 Elemental Construction. Name, Earth Attribute Slime. Status, Unemployed. Category, Monster. Rank F. Level 20. Strength 2. Endurance 4. Wisdom 9. Spirit 6. Speed 2. Talent, Earth Affinity, immune to Earth damage, continuously attracts Earth elemental energy. Skill, Earth Elemental Construction, fastly gathers Earth elements, and constructs shapes. Description, one of the weakest monsters, never bullied, only bullied. Timid by nature, almost never attacks unprovoked, good at banding together for warmth, and possesses a strong sense of danger. Under the detection spell, the attributes of this 10 slime were immediately revealed. This attribute is level 20? There are skills too? Earth Elemental Construction? Zhao Yun was a little confused. The monster encyclopedia clearly states that slimes do not have any skills. But now, a slime with skills is standing right in front of him. How could he have skills? That shouldn't be possible, he muttered. Wenji seemed to have heard his whisper and explained with a smile. My lord, perhaps you have misunderstood something. Although slimes are among the weakest F-rank monsters, they still possess the same growth potential as other monsters. If you can reach level 20, there is a very low chance that you will learn a racial skill. Furthermore, as your level increases, the success rate of learning new skills will gradually rise. Is that so? Zhao Yun looked at Wenji. That's right, Wenji said with certainty. Zhao Yun looked at the shy earth attribute slime in front of him and fell into deep thought. Even if the monster encyclopedia is the most authoritative on Earth, the facts are undeniable and he has no choice but to acknowledge them. Therefore, the problem definitely lies in the compilation of the monster encyclopedia. For example, Earth did have some knowledge of slimes, but because it was too weak, it did not see their higher level states. But thinking about it, it's understandable. Given the slime's initial attributes, it is indeed difficult for it to grow. For example, this Earth-type slime in front of us, even though it has grown to level 20, its overall attributes are still far inferior to those of an adult. To say that the cost-effectiveness of training is extremely low is an absolutely accurate assessment. If, as Wenji said, slimes only have a very low chance of learning skills after reaching level 20, then it's even more understandable that the monster encyclopedia contains compilation errors. Even if a lord manages to raise a slime and level it up, it may still fail to learn any skills if it's unlucky. Slimes, they keep surprising me time and time again, Zhao Yun exclaimed sincerely. Whether it's a flood, a fire, or a thunderstorm, they have all helped him a great deal so far. As for the earth attribute slime in front of him, he believed that Wenji would not have brought it up without reason. With a whoosh, the Earth Attribute slime dared not meet Zhao Yun's gaze, twisting its round body and slowly shrinking back, as if trying to hide. But the fire, the flood, and the thunder were behind it, preventing it from retreating, their actions carrying a sense of encouragement. My lord, don't let its shy appearance fool you. It's quite capable. Putting everything else aside, if you accept it, it will definitely be a huge help in developing your territory. Oh? Wenji's words piqued Zhao Yun's interest even more. Come on. Show me. Wenji nodded to the Earth Attribute slime. Whoosh! The Earth Attribute slime whispered, sounding somewhat unsure, but still began to move. It closed its eyes, and pale yellowish-brown elements began to rapidly gather in front of it. Zhao Yun's eyes widened slightly. Earth-type slimes have an innate ability to gather earth elements, so there's nothing special about it. However, the speed at which it gathers earth elements seems a bit too fast. Under his gaze, the earth element gathered more and more, and soon it turned into a pebble the size of a quail egg. But that wasn't all. As it continued to condense, the pebble grew larger and larger, soon reaching the size of a basketball. Zhao Yun's mouth gaped open in astonishment. If this basketball-sized rock could be launched, it could definitely be considered an earth-based spell. Slime use magic attack? If this were truly achieved, would slime still be the slime that people know and understand? Fortunately, the slime doesn't seem to have the ability to launch this large rock. After condensing the stone to the size of a basketball, it was trembling slightly, its eyes tightly closed, as if it had reached its limit. Transform, turn into a stone slab, Wenji whispered. Whoosh! With a single effort, the earth elemental slime transformed a basketball-sized stone into a quaint-thick slab with a thud. Change again! Stone pillar! Wenji gave the command once more. Whoosh! The earth elemental slime exerted its strength again, and the stone slab turned into a stone pillar as thick as a fist with a bang. After completing this step, the stone pillar fell to the ground uncontrollably, while the earth elemental slime began to gasp for breath. Is this all you've got? Zhao Yun stared intently at it, his gaze sharp. Call out. Whoosh! Call out? The fire, the flood, and the thunder stared intently at Zhao Yun. The Earth Attribute slime lowered its gaze, completely unable to meet his eyes. That's fantastic! Zhao Yun praised, a smile spreading across his face. Would you be willing to become one of my subjects, one of my followers? Whoosh! Upon hearing this, the Earth Attribute slime looked up in disbelief, then overjoyed, nodding repeatedly. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Fire, water, and thunder also jumped up and down, seemingly very happy for the Earth Elemental slime. The rest is quite simple. With a single minion conversion talisman, he gained another Earth Attribute slime under his command. Its name is Datu. Watching the 4 slimes of different colors happily jumping and celebrating together, Zhao Yun smiled and said, Datu's abilities are indeed very useful. It would be great if there were more of them. Hearing this, Wenji revealed a playful smile. Does the Lord think that Datu has survived all this time on his own? Slimes are social monsters, you know? You mean? Yes, my lord, there are a whole bunch of slimes like Datu, Wenji said with a smile. Where? My lord, there's no need to rush. They are quite a distance from the stronghold, and it's already late, so it's inconvenient to go now. Why don't we wait until dawn tomorrow? Good. Zhao Yun suppressed his excitement, and quickly calmed down. The earth element structure of the Great Earth, just as Wenji said, is extremely useful for territory building. Not only can it pave stone paths, but it can also freely change the shape of earth elemental creations, offering a huge range of possibilities. It can be used in almost any earth element creation. From small stone benches, stone lanterns, and stone tables to large stone walls, stone houses, and stone cities. The only drawback is its quantity. Now, judging from Wenji's words, it seems that quantity is not a big problem, which is ideal. At night, Zhao Yun had already fallen asleep, but the Lord's circle was as lively as ever. Oh dear! It has to be a secret realm. This trip has gathered all the materials needed to build the civilian conversion center. Hee hee! I also repaired a house, things are getting better. I was just 3 pieces of wood away from leveling up to level 2. Oh, what a pity! I ran into the boss while exploring the secret realm and had to teleport out. Me too, even though we still have 40 minutes left to explore. What bad luck, sis. Hugs. Be content. If it weren't for Brother Yun setting a record for being number 1 on the leaderboard, we might not have achieved what we have now. Brother Yun is the MVP, without a doubt. I envy Brother Yun's teammates. Once the boss is dead, they can explore in peace and make full use of the exploration time. Don't even mention it. It's so sour. We're hiding and stealing resources, while they're openly and honestly buying them. When will Brother Yun be able to mentor me? Bring you along? Why should I? Don't you even look at those guys' IDs? Mu Yu, Liang Kun, Hua Xiongwan, aren't they all in the top 10 of the ladder? So what about Fu Yanjie? Why aren't we talking about him? Yeah, I can tolerate a powerful alliance, but Fu Yanjie is just a lucky guy who got chosen because he was fortunate enough to be selected. Yeah, if we roll again, maybe it'll be my turn. That's not important. The key question is, how much benefit did he actually gain in the secret realm? Does anyone have a sense of that? It's that simple. Fu Yanjie, brother, come out and have a chat. Fu Yanjie. Oops, I've been called out for being a lurker. How embarrassing. You idiot, still diving? You're getting the benefits and then acting innocent, huh? Is it a person? Tell me quickly how much we gain from this secret realm. Fu Yanjie. No, actually it's not much. I have to say it. Otherwise I'll feel uncomfortable. I feel bad too. +1. Fu Yanjie. Okay, actually it's not that bad. It's just 62 pieces of F-grade wood, 3 pieces of E-grade wood, 32 pieces of F-grade spiritual plants, 41 pieces of F-grade ore, 6 pieces of E-grade ore, and 1 piece of C-grade ore. Holy crap! Holy crap! Damn it! There's a dog. Is she a person? This is not bad? Can you be any more pretentious? Brothers, I'm really breaking down. Tears, tears. The next secret realm will have more resources than I've accumulated so far. Is that right? Is that fair? Is there no law anymore? Is there no justice? No wonder he's been so quiet all day. He's probably been working hard on building it. What's most infuriating is that there's even a C-grade ore. What kind of luck is this? Fu Yanjie. Hey! I already said what I didn't want to say, but you guys forced me to. Dude, that's enough. Are you trying to kill me? Wait a minute! Didn't you say your territory was a toilet? Was it you? Am I mistaken? Fu Yanjie. It's me, what's up? This is a huge problem. Your territory is a toilet, what's there to build on? You could probably even contract out the toilet business by building a house. Fu Yanjie. It's alright, they built a militia conversion center now. And then what? This is the limit, right? There's nothing left to build, so why do you need so many resources? Holy crap! Is this all the territory you have? Then isn't collecting all those resources a waste? How about you sell it to me at a lower price? We can trade using credits back on Earth. I'll sell my spot on Brother Yun's team. I'll pay a high price. I want one too. The price is negotiable. Brother Fu, you don't need the resources, but I really do. Sell me your spot. I'm serious about buying it. Fu Yanjie. Everyone, please don't add me as a friend anymore. I'm keeping the resources for other uses. I can't sell the spot either. Brother Yun said this is a fixed team, so I shouldn't be allowed to quit. No, the initiative is yours. If you take the initiative to withdraw, it won't be good for Brother Yun either. Yes. Explain it to him with emotion and reason. Brother Yun will understand. Thank you for leaving the spots for those who need them more. Fu Yanjie. But I don't want to quit either. I've only had one big stroke of luck in my life, and I joined Brother Yun's team. Only a fool would quit. Going to sleep. Hee hee. Don't sleep. Don't go. Ugh. He's giggling. I'm so angry. The first thing Zhao Yun did upon waking the next day was to check on the situation of the people within his territory. 3 black earth bears, 8 cauliflower beasts, 16 fire slimes, 43 gold-eating rats, 1 water swordsman, 2 water swordsmen, 1 crimson earth dragon, 16 water slimes, 7 thunder slimes, 17 lightning sparrows, 3 wind and thunder eagles, 49 Marura tribe members, and 1 earth slime. The number of fire attribute slimes, water attribute slimes, and thunder attribute slimes has all increased, and the number of lightning sparrows has also increased by 4. Zhao Yun silently calculated and made a simple summary. In his view, such growth was only average. While an increase in the number of slimes and lightning sparrows is good, he would prefer to have a few more earth bears and water swordsmen. However, After so many days without any growth, he understood that the current influence of the leading people transformation center should be limited to this amount. Only after the conversion center is upgraded and its influence expands will there be a possibility of further growth in numbers. As he stepped out of the Lord's mansion, he found Wenji already waiting at the gate with the two. "Good morning, my lord." Wenji bowed slightly. "Good morning. Have you had breakfast yet?" "We've already eaten. We can set off after the lord has finished his meal." "No need, let's go." Zhao Yun smiled and said, "Just thinking about how many genius builders like the two will be joining us soon makes me not hungry at all." Chapter 64 SS Earth Motherstone Spirit. On this trip, Zhao Yun only brought Wenji along, besides the two. Having spent so many days in this world, I'd become somewhat familiar with it. Within a certain range, he believed that the possibility of danger was not high. Of course, creatures like the Crimson Flame Dragon and the Fiery Sun Bird are another matter. Besides, with his attributes now synchronized with Ashue's, he can easily handle most monsters. Even if they are truly outmatched, Wenji can use Guanheng to take him away. This way, more laborers can remain at the base, which will better ensure the progress of construction. As heroes, Mistweaver, Ellie, and Firebeard will also have more time to do their own work, such as forging, brewing, tending the botanical garden, training hero units, and so on. We passed through dense forest, climbed over a low hill, and then ascended a second mountain. The large earthen structure stopped halfway up the mountain and hopped around a patch of vines. Whoosh! Whoosh! Wenji and Zhao Yun exchanged a glance. "It seems we've arrived at our destination." With a whoosh, the two used its round body to arch up a corner of the vine, pushed hard, and squeezed itself completely inside. Seeing this, Zhao Yun stepped forward and used his sword to lift the vines beside him, discovering that there was indeed a cave inside, but it was so dark that he couldn't see anything. After Wenji and I entered, it was still pitch black. It wasn't until Zhao Yun took out his flashlight that he realized the two was right in front of them. "Call out." The two bounced around, signaling Zhao Yun and Wenji to continue following it. After walking for a while, Zhao Yun clearly felt that the space had become more open. As we continued forward, a faint yellow light began to appear. Just as he was wondering if he was about to reach the other side of the cave, he turned a corner and saw a rectangular stone emitting a hazy yellow light. Glowing stones? Zhao Yun's interest was immediately piqued. It should be noted that among all the ores he has encountered so far, even the A-grade Crimson Flame crystal only emits a faint glow. This rectangular stone, which was nearly 100 meters away from him, was still remarkably bright. But before he could even rejoice, he made another discovery. Near the rectangular stone, there are two bookshelves, a cabinet, a table, and a chair. Unlike the rectangular stones, these pieces of furniture appeared to be made of some kind of black wood, which is why Zhao Yun didn't notice them at first glance. "So, that rock must be the bed?" Zhao Yun muttered to himself. Wenji said slowly as she stepped forward. "It seems to be a temporary residence opened up by a powerful and highly intelligent being." "Another highly intelligent life form?" Zhao Yun frowned slightly. The more he explored the planet, the more unfathomable its depths became to him. His current speed of development of his stronghold is already astonishing compared to other lords. But he knew that the area of his current stronghold was nothing compared to this planet. Moreover, the Fiery Sun Bird and the Crimson Flame Flying Dragon appeared ahead of them. Later came the hero's sword inscribed with the word Lan, the Gili Mountain clan who left notes on the top floor of the Thunder Gathering Tower, and now, a creature that has opened up a cave, suspected to be a highly intelligent life form. Each and every one of these things kept him on edge, never daring to relax. With a whoosh, the two continued jumping forward for a while before stopping and shouting loudly to his surroundings. Immediately, a scene that surprised Zhao Yun appeared. Earth attribute slimes suddenly emerged from the surrounding stone walls. They gathered toward the earth, as if all were happy for its return. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Of course, the two hadn't forgotten the purpose of its visit, and it explained it to its people with a mix of words and gestures. After they finished speaking, the way the Earth attribute slimes looked at Zhao Yun, and Wenji clearly changed. What started as mere wariness and fear has given way to a great deal of curiosity and gratitude. Compared to the great water and fire, the Earth attribute slime seems to be a bit more shy, Wenji said with a smile. Zhao Yun smiled knowingly. Judging from the current situation, this is indeed the case. Without boasting, he can be considered a natural slime body by now. Aside from the slimes he saw the first thing upon arriving on this planet, The slimes have always followed him and helped him even without being converted into subjects. From this perspective, Earth attribute slimes are indeed quite special. But it's okay. He has a secret weapon. He squatted down, took out an energy jelly from his lord's space, peeled it open, and without saying anything, simply waved it at the Earth attribute slimes. The effects are immediate. The Earth attribute slimes, who had been looking around and not daring to look directly at Zhao Yun, almost instantly focused their attention on the jelly. Then, clear drool dripped down. Zhao Yun chuckled inwardly. Since the advent of energy jelly, it has been a favorite among slimes. Earth attribute slimes are no exception, as expected. Call out. Call out. Whoosh! They whispered softly, as if unconsciously. Her body moved slowly toward Zhao Yun, seemingly out of control. Here, have some. Zhao Yun waved to them, a kind smile on his face. Finally, one of the Earth-type slimes couldn't take it anymore and leaped over like lightning, swallowing the jelly whole. Eat slowly, there's more! Zhao Yun then took out another jelly. As soon as the skin was peeled open, an Earth-type slime pounced on it. Then came the third and fourth. After eating a few jelly balls, they completely regarded Zhao Yun as one of their own. It was squeezed all over my knees, shoulders, and arms. Some of them kept snuggling into Zhao Yun's arms, rubbing their faces against his. Eat up, eat up! Zhao Yun's smile widened as he kept pulling out energy jelly. Knowing that the energy jelly could level up slimes, he made thorough preparations before returning to his territory. Anyway, this thing isn't that expensive on Earth. These jellies are all it takes to subdue a group of Earth attribute slimes who are already considered architectural experts, in his eyes. It couldn't be more cost-effective. After all, conversion charms cost gold coins. The buildings need upgrading now, but what we lack are gold coins, so we should save them wherever possible. The conversion of militia members also takes time. The sooner we capture these Earth-type slimes, the sooner we can accelerate construction. Just as he was happily feeding them, Wenji suddenly said, Judging from their size, they seem to be of a high level. Really? Zhao Yun didn't pay attention to that, and immediately cast several detection spells. The results of the investigation truly surprised him. Level 22. Level 24. Level 21. Level 26. This group of slimes doesn't have a single one below level 20. The Earth slime who came to him at level 20 was actually the lowest level among all Earth-type slimes. That's not all. He discovered that most of these slimes had already mastered the skill, Earth element construction. This discovery greatly surprised and delighted him. Even if I had captured these slimes, I would have leveled them up and then tried to teach them skills. But now that I look at it, it's like I just got something for nothing. But here's the problem. How did they level up? Zhao Yun and Wenji looked at each other and asked the same question in unison. This is almost incomprehensible to them. Because slimes are the weakest F-rank monsters. Of all the monsters I've encountered on this planet so far, none are weaker than slimes. But how did such a weak creature upgrade? It's not just level 1 or 2, it's more than 20 levels. If it were just a single case like the 2, then it wouldn't be so bad. Perhaps by sheer coincidence, he sat on a powerful, dying monster and killed it. Although the probability is low, it's not entirely impossible. But now, with slimes of level 20 or higher appearing in droves, it's really incomprehensible. Whoosh! The2 tilted his head, looked at Zhao Yun, then at Wenji, pondered for a moment, and then suddenly showed an expression of understanding. He jumped onto the stone bed that emitted a yellow light and gestured for Zhao Yun and Wenji to come over. You mean it's related to this stone bed? Zhao Yun used a probing technique on the stone bed with some skepticism. Name, Earth Mother Stone Essence. Rank SS. Description, long-term exposure allows for continuous learning and significantly increases the probability of insight. Shop buyback price, 1,000 gold coins 10 grams. Ah? Zhao Yun was extremely surprised. He had assumed that this glowing rock was no ordinary object, but he never expected it to have the power to provide experience. No wonder. No wonder these earth elemental slimes can grow to level 20 or higher. Now everything is perfectly clear. When he told Wenji about the effects of the Earth Mother Stone essence, this talented woman, whom he considered very learned, was visibly taken aback. Such a strange stone? Is this also the first time Wenji has met you? Your Excellency is too kind, Wenji said, covering her mouth with a smile. Although I have read many family letters since I was a child, the world is so vast, how can I possibly know everything? However, such a rare stone, which can provide experience and enhance understanding, is truly a rarity. Either of these two effects is extremely rare. The former can help monsters and heroes increase their strength without risk. The latter can help heroes on the verge of advancement to reach the next level. This is why this strange stone is located in the Lord's territory. If he were to wander outside, countless powerful forces would fight tooth and nail for him. Wait! Zhao Yun suddenly stopped him, pointing out a key point he had just heard. What did you mean by saying that it could help heroes at the critical point of advancement to advance to the next level? It means exactly what it says, Wenji said matter-of-factly. No, Zhao Yun shook his head. When you say a step further, do you mean level or rank? Of course it's about rank, my lord, Wenji said with a smile. Rank? Zhao Yun frowned even more. But aren't hero ranks fixed? How can they be upgraded? Of course. Wenji covered her mouth with her folding fan and laughed. The reason why a hero can become a hero is because he has mastered skills through constant tempering and has been recognized as a hero. Based on the level of skill mastery, the hero certificate is also divided into ranks. Generally speaking, heroes are limited by their natural talents and may never be able to advance further in their lifetime. However, it is not impossible for a few heroes to still be able to make great strides and break through their limits. To be honest, the reason Wenji left home to gain experience was because she was dissatisfied with her B rank status and wanted to try to break through to A rank, or even S rank. I see. Everything makes sense. Zhao Yun felt a warm current rush from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. On Earth, lords generally believe that the rank of heroes is fixed and cannot be changed. However, there have been dissenting voices in academia, who argue that heroes, unlike monsters, are not born that way, but rather that they are created later in life. Since heroes are created through training, it is also possible for heroes to advance through training. However, due to the lack of real-world examples, this argument in academia has remained purely theoretical. Now, Wenji's words undoubtedly provide strong support for this argument. So if I give you this Earth Mother Stone essence, how long do you expect it to take you to advance to rank A? My lord, you misunderstand? Wenji gently shook her head. The advancement of a hero requires the unity of knowledge and action. Different types of heroes take different paths. What they have in common is that every hero needs to continuously absorb, understand, and gain insights through their own path. Only after repeatedly going through this unknown process, and then having a sudden flash of inspiration and an epiphany, can one finally complete the advancement. The road ahead is one you must walk yourself. Only at the very last moment could the Earth Mother Stone spirit lend Wenji a helping hand. Really? Zhao Yun nodded slightly. Wenji's words confirmed his suspicions. Hero advancement is a process of quantitative change leading to qualitative change. Earth Mother Stone essence is merely a catalyst during qualitative change, capable of accelerating this process. But the accumulation of quantity can only be achieved by heroes taking one step at a time. However, this doesn't mean the Earth Mother Stone spirit isn't important, does it? Wenji reminded her. The initial accumulation phase was certainly long, but there were many ambitious heroes, and many people completed the accumulation. Ultimately, very few people managed to advance to the next level. The fundamental reason is that sudden enlightenment is too difficult and too elusive. There was no pattern, no trace. Once you've got it, you've got it. If you can't grasp it, it's all for naught. Just as Wenji was sighing, the stone wall beside the stone bed suddenly lit up, and then several rows of golden characters slowly appeared. Strangely, Zhao Yun clearly didn't recognize these characters, yet he could understand their meaning. Being able to come here means you possess the basic qualifications to become a hero. If you're interested in becoming a hero, head east and find me. After the text flashed 5 times in a row, a jade pendant, enveloped in golden light, floated in front of Zhao Yun. Name, Hero Trial Certificate, SSS. Rank, SSS. Description, immune to all pressure from beings below SSS rank, a certificate of the Hero Trial. Store buyback price, none. Chapter 65 First Brewing. SSS rank. Zhao Yun's heart jolted. The Fountain of Youth in SS is arguably the most precious item in his possession. And this SSS rank Hero Trial Certificate is actually 1 rank higher than the Fountain of Youth. Is it just the effect? Ignore the pressure from those below SSS rank? I feel like it's somewhat useless, and doesn't quite live up to its SSS rank. Therefore, its value as a trial certificate for heroes should account for the majority? This jade pendant is extraordinary! Wenji, who was usually very knowledgeable, became unusually serious. "This is a hero trial certificate!" Zhao Yun exclaimed in surprise. "As a hero, you should have seen it before, right?" "Hero trial certificate?" Wenji repeated slowly, seemingly pondering the meaning behind the name, before shaking her head. "In Wenji's opinion, this hero is not that hero." "What's the meaning?" "We are all heroes, but we don't need any trial certificates to become heroes. As long as we master the skills and complete the breakthrough, we can go to the Hero Association, pass the assessment and certification, and obtain the hero certificate." "So," Zhao Yun said, looking thoughtfully at the jade pendant in his hand. "Therefore, the so-called hero of this hero trial certificate should be unique to this world." Zhao Yun nodded slightly. In fact, he already knew the answer in his heart. Asking Wenji was merely to further confirm his idea. Because besides this hero trial certificate, the description of the previously obtained SS rank weapon, Flowing Cloud, also contains the word hero. The description of Flowing Clouds clearly states that attributes will appear as long as the hero holds it, but when Zhao Yun gave it to his heroes, it had no effect. "This hero trial certificate is of rank SSS," Zhao Yun said, looking into Wenji's eyes. "SSS?" Wenji's pupils contracted visibly. "It's just a trial certificate. So I'm very curious, just how strong are the heroes of this world?" Zhao Yun took out the flowing cloud with his left hand, looking at the two heroic items he held in his hands. "But this sword is SS rank, and this token is SSS rank. Both ranks are too high. With my current strength, rashly making contact with them would be..." Wenji looked thoughtful. "Since the Lord has obtained the trial certificate, then he is qualified to make contact. The items related to heroes are all of such high quality. The strength of the heroes in this world is very likely beyond imagination. But since it's a trial, there's danger involved. To be on the safe side, it's best not to try anything rashly before you've developed sufficient skills and experience." Zhao Yun nodded secretly, tacitly agreeing with Wenji's suggestion. Based on the current known information, the hero is very likely to be at least SS rank. If we could recruit him, the help he would receive would be unimaginable. However, greed is often not a good thing. If one cannot recognize one's own limitations and allows greed to run rampant, there will inevitably be a bad end. Whoosh! He put both the flowing clouds and the trial certificate into his lord's space. After taking a few deep breaths, he regained his composure. Who cares how strong the hero is? The most urgent task is to be down to earth. Next, he refocused his attention on the group of earth elemental slimes in front of him. After some conversation, perhaps influenced by the energy jelly, they all expressed their willingness to go with Zhao Yun. With that, everything that followed fell into place. "I'm kidnapping the whole litter of earth-type slimes." The stone bed made of the Earth Mother Stone spirit inside the cave was also taken away. There are also bookshelves, tables and chairs, made of high-quality wood. It would be a waste to leave them here, so we'll take them all away. Upon returning to his territory, Zhao Yun had just settled the Earth attribute slimes when Ellie approached him. "My lord, my deputy lord, I have completed the brewing recipe using the fruit from the warehouse, and it is already being tested. However, brewing takes too long, so could I apply for funding to speed up the brewing process? This way, I can quickly determine which brewing recipe is superior and based on that, decide which spiritual plants to plant in the spiritual plant garden for mass production." "No problem, how much funding do you need?" Zhao Yun readily agreed. Ellie gritted her teeth. 10,000 gold coins. "Okay." Zhao Yun agreed again. "You go do your thing first. I'll have Wenji give you the gold coins." "Yes, my lord." Ellie left satisfied. No sooner had she left than Wenji frowned slightly and spoke. "My lord, is the 10,000 gold coins waived?" Zhao Yun waved his hand. "I know, you want to say that giving me 10,000 gold coins all at once is too much. But if you want a horse to run, you have to feed it grass. Brewing is the first industry in our base, and we must get off to a good start. Regardless of whether things develop well or poorly, I will provide my full support." Seeing that Zhao Yun already had a plan, Wenji could only comply. "Yes, I will obey your orders, lord." Zhao Yun smiled and shook his head, then returned to the city lord's mansion. He doesn't have 10,000 gold coins on hand right now. He'll have to sell some things first before he can get them out. Fortunately, he had a fair amount of supplies on hand. Leaving aside the lower-grade ones, a single A-grade crimson flame crystal is worth 1,300 gold coins. After selecting some ores and wood and throwing them to the shop for recycling, he had an extra 10,000 gold coins. Immediately afterwards, he gave Wenji control of the 10,000 gold coins. After doing all that, there was nothing more for him to do at the base. But he didn't have much free time. At 4:30 p.m., Ellie brought good news. "My lord, look!" Inside the brewery, nearly 100 large wooden barrels were densely packed together. Led by Ellie, Zhao Yun walked forward, passing one large wooden barrel after another. The aroma emanating from some of the large wooden barrels was intoxicating. Some of them made him want to vomit as soon as he smelled them. Ellie didn't turn around, but as if she had seen Zhao Yun's expression, she explained. "These large wooden barrels are filled with wines that I brew using various recipes. Some were quite good, but most were not ideal." Zhao Yun nodded secretly. Ellie had no experience in brewing wine. Her only reliance was on the theoretical knowledge she gained from Wenji. Therefore, the brewing result was entirely within his expectations. However, judging from Ellie's current mental state, it seems that she has indeed achieved some kind of result. Thinking this, he was led by Ellie to a small table. On the small table were 2 bowls, each containing a different colored liquid. One is reddish-brown, and the other is light green. "My lord, please look!" Ellie's face flushed slightly with excitement. She pointed to 2 bowls of unidentified liquid and said, "These are the only 2 things I got after spending all 10,000 gold coins." Well, upon hearing this, even Zhao Yun, who was incredibly wealthy and willing to spend money, couldn't help but choke for a moment. 10,000 gold coins. That's 10,000 gold coins. 1 gold coin is roughly equivalent to 10,000 credits on Earth. 10,000 gold coins, that's 100 million. 100 million was invested, and only 2 kinds of wine were produced? That's way too expensive. However, considering that Ellie had no experience, his mood calmed down a bit. Ellie, oblivious to Zhao Yun's subtle changes in expression, continued. "As for the quality of these 2 wines, my lord, please forgive me for keeping you in suspense. Please have a taste of them first." "Okay." Zhao Yun nodded and picked up the reddish-brown bowl first. He first tentatively took a small bite. His brows furrowed slightly. Aside from its sweet aroma, the wine is very smooth on the palate, initially quite mild with only a slight sweetness. But as soon as you take a bite, after a short while, the sweetness in your mouth spreads rapidly, filling your entire body in a very short time. At the same time, a surge of alcohol energy began to erupt from his dantian. "Ha!" He couldn't help but open his mouth wide and exhale a big breath, exclaiming, "Good wine!" Although it's a sweet wine, the sweetness isn't overpowering. Even someone like him who doesn't particularly like desserts didn't find it unpleasant at all. In fact, he quite enjoyed it. In addition, the concentrated burst of sweetness and alcoholic kick elevates his drinking experience to another level. He was about to continue his comments when he suddenly felt a surge of power within his body. Having experienced this feeling before, he immediately opened the attribute panel and quickly discerned the clues. His strength attribute has temporarily increased by 5 points. This discovery brought him immense joy. Fine wine is not absent from the earth, on the contrary, there is plenty of it. However, this is the only wine to date that can provide beneficial effects after drinking it. Ellie introduced at the opportune moment. "My lord, you should have felt it. This wine provides a power boost for half an hour after consumption. Are you satisfied?" "Satisfied. Extremely satisfied." Zhao Yun laughed heartily. "So what if you have 10,000 gold coins? So what if you have 100 million credits? If there are results, then it's worth it. Although 5 points of strength may not seem like much, it's easy to obtain." He couldn't believe that such wine wouldn't fetch a good price. Selling it to a store would definitely be a rip-off. Its real market lies in the auction house, where it trades with other lords. He seemed a little puzzled by the mention of auction houses. The auction house should have opened after its lifespan ended, but there has been no sign of it opening, and we don't know what's going on. "Since your majesty is satisfied, could you please give it a name?" Ellie asked expectantly. Zhao Yun looked somewhat embarrassed as he was asked to name the child. He considers himself terrible at naming things, so it's really too difficult for him to come up with a name. He turned his gaze to Wenji, only to see her smiling and saying, "This is the first wine produced in the stronghold. It is only right and proper that the lord should name it himself." "All right." Zhao Yun gritted his teeth, determined to go all out. "Its flavor is sweet, but its strength is comparable to strong liquor, much like a strong and capable woman. How about we name it Heroine?" "Heroine." Wenji tapped her palm lightly with her folding fan. "What a wonderful name! Just hearing the name makes even Wenji want to try it. Zhao Yun breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Choosing a name takes so long, it burns through half of my brain cells. Fortunately, he gained Wenji's approval, so it seems he didn't lose face. Just then. Congratulations. You have successfully named the first item in your territory. Announcement. Lord Zhao Yun has successfully developed the first territory item. The auction house function is now available. Announcement. Lord Zhao Yun has successfully developed the first territory item. The auction house function is now available. Announcement. Lord Zhao Yun has successfully developed the first territory item. The auction house function is now available. The previous notification could only be heard by Zhao Yun himself. The 3 repeated notifications that follow are announcements covering the entire Lord community. Regardless of the ripples caused within the Lord's circle after the announcement, Zhao Yun himself was overjoyed. The first wine has been produced, and the auction house feature is now available. Double happiness. After that, perhaps because it had been successfully named, Zhao Yun used his exploration technique on heroin again and was finally able to see its attributes. Name, heroin. Category, wine. Grade C. Effect, after drinking, strength attribute increases by 5 points. Effect lasts for 30 minutes. Shop buyback price, 20 gold coins. So it's a C-grade wine, no wonder, Zhao Yun said, glancing at the other bowl of wine on the table. If heroin is a C-grade wine, then this one should be. Just then, Ellie held up the bowl of green wine, saying, Please, my lord, have a taste. Zhao Yun took it with both hands and, just like before, first smelled it. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Unlike the heroin, this bowl of wine has no smell of alcohol at all, only the pure fragrance of flowers and herbs, which makes people feel refreshed and as if their bodies are lighter. He took a small sip and was even more surprised. Smell. Very special. Like honey with just the right amount of mint, it's not simply sweet. That feeling is like being in a sea of flowers in early spring when life is at its most vibrant, with a spring breeze on your face, making you feel refreshed and relaxed. The effects of the alcohol in my dantian were very gentle, flowing in waves, bringing a warm feeling to my whole body. This warmth is like a mother's gentle hands capable of soothing all pain. Comfortable. This was Zhao Yun's first assessment after tasting it. It lacks the intensity of a heroine's feat, but it leaves a lasting impression. After one bite, I wanted another, and another, and another. When he came to his senses, he found that he had drunk all the wine in the bowl. Excellent wine! Zhao Yun praised again without reservation. This wine, without a doubt, should be named Spring Breeze. Spring Breeze? Ellie beamed. Thank you for bestowing this name upon me, Lord. Wenji also revealed a faint smile. Clearly, she also thought the name was very fitting. Congratulations. You have successfully named the first item in your territory. After naming it, Zhao Yun couldn't wait to check the attributes of Spring Breeze. In his opinion, this wine is definitely a level above Jinhua. Name, Spring Breeze. Category, wine. Grade A. Effect, after drinking, it removes all negative effects not higher than level A. Shop buyback price, 1,000 gold coins 100 grams. Chapter 66 The sensation caused by the fine wine. It's actually an A-grade wine. Despite some prior indication, the results still exceeded Zhao Yun's expectations. On Earth, B-rank items are already extremely rare and are considered the standard for graduation by the common lords. Rank A is an even greater hurdle that distinguishes ordinary lords from top-tier lords. Lords can generally still access items of rank B. But once you reach rank A, it's beyond the comprehension of ordinary lords. Even if you can see it, you often don't have the ability to possess it. Just like the few A-rank items in the merit shop. Not only are they scarce, but their exchange price is also high, making them unaffordable for most lords. Therefore, it is still unknown what level A-grade wine belongs to in Zhao Yun's territory, but on Earth, it can definitely stand firmly at the top of the pyramid. Moreover, its effects are entirely befitting of its A-rank status. Remove all negative effects not higher than rank A. The negative effects cover a very wide range of aspects. Bleeding, poisoning, weakness, and so on all fall under the category of negative effects. Of course, the lords who led humanity to this point must have had plenty of means to eliminate negative effects. However, lower-level removal methods cannot remove higher-level negative effects. At this point, the value of the A-grade Spring Breeze becomes apparent. As long as it doesn't encounter the negative effects of the S-order, it can be considered a general solution in this regard. How are the yields of Chunfeng and Jinghua? Zhao Yun asked. The 8 types of C-rank fruits needed to brew heroin are very common around the stronghold, and the fruiting cycle is not long, so they can be produced in large quantities. However, of the 14 types of fruit that Spring Breeze needs, 6 are B-rank fruits. These are not commonly found within the current territory of the stronghold, and their growth cycle is much longer, so it is unlikely that they can be supplied in large quantities in the short term. What about the specific production capacity? Zhao Yun asked again. If we calculate based on the 500 milliliters per bottle size, how many bottles of the 2 types of wine can be produced in the next month? Well, Ellie lowered her eyes and began to do mental calculations. If we don't consider using gold coins to speed things up, Spring Breeze can produce about 10 bottles. Heroin can produce 200 bottles. Not ideal. Wenji shook her head slightly. As a result, Zhao Yun's excitement subsided considerably. He shared the same view as Wenji. Let alone Spring Breeze, which can only produce 10 bottles a month, even heroin, with a monthly output of 200 bottles is definitely not ideal. What if we use gold coins to speed things up? Zhao Yun asked again. As an A-grade wine, Spring Breeze can fetch 5,000 gold coins even if sold to a shop with a 500 milliliters bottle. Using gold coins to speed things up is certainly a very extravagant thing to do. However, if the returns are substantial, it is certainly worth considering. Ellie looked troubled upon hearing this. The more time you use gold coins to speed things up, the more gold coins you consume. It's too difficult to calculate, so I haven't done it yet. At this moment, Wenji's powerful mental calculation ability was demonstrated. She rhythmically tapped her palm with her folding fan as she spoke. Based on the current yield of spiritual plants and fruits around the stronghold, as well as the brewing lords available for deployment within the stronghold, an investment of 10,000 gold coins per month can produce 30 bottles of Spring Breeze and 1,000 bottles of heroin, maximizing short-term profits. Ellie was completely convinced. As expected of Lady Wenji. Wenji gently waved her folding fan and smiled. Everyone has their own expertise. 30 bottles of Spring Breeze and 1,000 bottles of heroines? Zhao Yun nodded secretly. In that case, Hero Tavern can be self-sufficient in wine while also having the capacity for export. Let's do it this way. Lord Circle. Having an auction house is so convenient. I was just short of a few pieces of ore, and it solved the problem immediately. That's true. If this auction house had opened 2 days earlier, I wouldn't have had to wait until today to gather enough upgrade materials. It's impossible for it to be earlier. Didn't you hear the announcement? The auction house only opened because Brother Yun developed a territory item. Speaking of which, isn't Brother Yun's development speed a bit too fast? He's already developed territory-specific products. Their strength is undeniable, isn't that normal? I'm more curious about what kind of territory-specific products they've developed. Generally speaking, it's best to start with wooden or stone handicrafts, right? Those are the easiest things to get into. Since Brother Yun hasn't chimed in, we shouldn't either. Wang Rongrong, could you give me a discount on the 5-leaf clover? I really want it. I only have 1 gold coin, is that okay? Bartering, C-rank monster eggs for anything. Now available. Serious inquiries only. Plus. Holy crap. Bro, are you crazy? You're trading a C-rank monster egg for this? Yeah. There's no way to incubate it, so I'm exchanging it for some usable resources. I've searched, but I couldn't find anything. I marked it as 100 gold coins. You should be able to see it if you sort by price from high to low. I sorted them and saw the wines that Brother Yun put up. Where? Sort them from highest to lowest. The first 2 are it. Women's Spring Breeze. Holy crap. Same C order, same A order. I can understand C order, but A order? Are you even human? So expensive. A bottle of heroin costs 20 gold coins, and a bottle of Spring Breeze costs 5,000 gold coins. 5,000 gold coins, 50 million. Kill me. I can't afford it. It's too expensive. Is it expensive? Not really. Those who complain about the price, why don't you consider whether it's because you're not working hard enough? A bottle of Spring Breeze, 10,000 gold coins. I'll take it. If it's really on sale, then never mind. The heroin's effect is pretty good. It provides attribute bonuses, so 20 gold coins is actually quite worth it. Do you need to tell me? The shop's buyback price is already 20 gold coins. Brother Yun has absolutely no intention of making money off us, okay? That's right. Chanfeng was also sold at the store's buyback price. Brother Yun is really taking good care of us. Well, I'm so useless, I can't even afford it. How come the heroin disappeared after I just refreshed the page? Is there a bug? Holy crap! Me too. I just scraped together the money to buy it. Wow. You can actually afford it. I'm sorry everyone, I'll accept this bottle of Jingua, a type of traditional Chinese medicine. Not a buddy? It's a pity that the spring breeze is far beyond my capabilities. But it's alright, let me go back to Earth first. Why go back to Earth? Earth, the Great Han Kingdom, the capital city. Hifugui walked out of the portal and saw his family having lunch. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Look what I brought. Oh. Why are you back today? Isn't it still some time before the battle lines are open? The two elders were quite surprised. Isn't it because of this? Hifugui took out Jingua from the Lord's space and placed it on the table. This is a C-grade wine, heroin, which increases attributes by 5 points for half an hour after consumption, Hifugui said with a smile. Not bad. A hint of surprise appeared in the middle-aged man's eyes. How did you get it? I bought it, Hifugui said with a smile, holding up 2 fingers. 20 gold coins. Good lad, the middle-aged man laughed. With the properties of this wine, it's worth 300,000 yuan easily. No wonder he's my son. He made 100,000 yuan in no time. Hifugui shook his head. Please don't laugh at me. 100,000 yuan is nothing to you. I only brought out this bottle of wine to get the ball rolling. Oh. Does my good son have an even bigger business? The middle-aged man said, feigning surprise. It's all right. Hifugui sat down, grabbed a shrimp and popped it into his mouth. It's just dealing with a lord who can produce A-grade wine. A lord who produces A-grade wine? The middle-aged man's gaze suddenly sharpened, a half-smile playing on his lips. You think you can get in touch with a lord like that? You're not kidding your old man, are you? Zhao Yun, you've heard of him, right? Hifugui casually mentioned. The newcomer who beat Su Qingxue? The one from your circle? Yes, that's him. He has great potential, but he's still a new lord. Can he really produce A-grade wine? The auction that just started today features a bottle of grade A and a bottle of grade C, both from his territory. The details are in the product description. Is this one of them? Ugh. I can't afford the other bottle. It's 5,000 gold coins. That's so expensive. 5,000 gold coins is too expensive? The middle-aged man blurted out subconsciously, but immediately saw Hifugui's mocking eyes, so he laughed loudly. Good lad, are you deliberately waiting to see your old man make a fool of himself? How could I dare? Hifugui knew when to stop. I just thought of my father as soon as I had a big business opportunity, so I came back immediately. You do have a sense of filial piety. The middle-aged man raised his head slightly and snorted arrogantly through his nose. Hifugui moved a chair closer to the middle-aged man and said in a fawning tone, So if this channel is successfully established, what percentage will I get? When the topic turned to business, the middle-aged man's tone became much more serious. A-grade items start at 70 million each. My He family is not weak, but we also need to see the actual production volume. If the quantity increases, our family alone may not be able to handle it all. Hifugui smiled wryly upon hearing this. I really don't know about the production volume. After all, I'm not even his friend. The middle-aged man remained non-committal, saying, Whether you know or not, it doesn't matter. If we're going to do business, we have to be fully prepared. Upon hearing this, Hifugui collapsed. No way? In the end, we still have to partner with other companies? The worst thing you can do in business is to try and do everything yourself, the middle-aged man said with a laugh. If you don't have enough strength to back you up, aren't you afraid of being stuffed to death? Besides, if you can come back early, so can others. We're definitely not the only ones who know the news now. Alright, now that you're back, stay home and rest. I'm going out for a bit. What about lunch? Hifugui blinked. Didn't you just eat? I'm full. The middle-aged man waved his hand and strode away. Seeing this, Hifugui was happy to be relieved. He knew his father's strength all too well. Now that his father is involved, he can just sit back and wait for his share of the money. However, what he didn't know was that things would unfold exactly as his father had predicted. In less than half an hour, the news that Zhao Yun's territory had produced A-grade fine wine spread like wildfire throughout the Great Han Kingdom, reaching all the powerful families. Not making money when you can is the mark of a bastard. Lords grow by relying on resources. Ultimately, resources are just money. In other words, money is power. That's all about strength. With enough money, even if your territory isn't great, you can still create a minor expert by sheer effort. The Su family in the capital. Upon hearing the news, Su Qingshua's mother, Gu Mingru, suddenly stood up from the sofa. They can produce A-grade resources in such a short time? Zhao Yun, this young man is truly remarkable. Any A-grade resource has a low yield. If Zhao Yun can consistently produce A-grade wine, even a small quantity will be enough for all the major players to fight tooth and nail for. Unfortunately, he and Qingxue didn't get along very well, otherwise. The landline suddenly rang. She trembled slightly, quickly went to the phone, tidied herself up, and then picked up the receiver. Hello? Hee, is this Xiao Gu? Can you recognize who I am? Of course, Uncle Lu. Gu Mingru replied with a smile, but her heart had already sank. Only a handful of people knew the number on her landline. Lu Hanxing, the chief quartermaster of the Great Han Kingdom, was one of them. At this critical juncture, Lu Hanxing's phone call had an obvious purpose. Time is of the essence. Uncle won't chat with you about family matters. As for Zhou Yunling Real Estate's Grade A wines, your Su family need not worry about them. What do you mean, Uncle Lu? I didn't quite understand. Hee, you little rascal, are you still pretending to be stupid with your uncle? Well then, let me be clear. This wine called Spring Breeze may very well be able to remove the calamity energy infected by the calamity beast. Understood. Gu Mingru's tone immediately became submissive. One thing at a time. If it's just about pure commercial value, even a country has no reason to suppress other companies. But when it comes to calamities, everything changes. Calamity aura, as the inherent aura of calamity beasts, is formless and intangible. The more powerful the calamity beast, the stronger its calamity aura. However, while the aura of disaster seems to benefit the beasts, it has a significant negative impact on lords and ordinary humans. The most obvious consequence is a shortened lifespan. Lords fighting on the front lines all over the world are suffering from its scourge. Whether the lords can win their battles against the monstrous beasts is another matter. Even if they win, they're risking their lives. Generation after generation, batch after batch. Countless brilliant lords have fallen in direct confrontations with monstrous beasts. Instead, his lifespan was shortened by the disaster, and he died in despair, feeling utterly helpless. Otherwise, the various countries of this era would not have faced the crisis of a gap in the power of their lords. Even in a long-established and powerful nation like the Great Han Kingdom, Xiang Bei, the strongest pillar-level lord, is nearing the end of his life despite the Great Han Kingdom's all-out efforts to protect him. In this situation, a new A-grade wine suddenly appeared, described as able to remove all negative effects. Even if we don't know its specific effects, how can we allow it to simply become a tool for making money? Chapter 67 The Rainstorm Arrives. When the government takes action, you know whether it has the capability or not. Within minutes, all the powerful families in the Han dynasty who had the strength to compete with them had fallen silent. After all, money is important, but righteousness is even more important. Only with the greater good can there be a smaller family. Moreover, this fine wine called Spring Breeze may very well have the ability to dispel misfortune. This is absolutely amazing. Let alone, very likely, they wouldn't dare to argue even if it were only a slight possibility, because it's too hot to handle. Lords all over the world are being tormented by the disaster, and now that there is finally a glimmer of hope, who dares to monopolize it? If they were to try and take it all for themselves, they would instantly become a global enemy. That's a situation that could be destroyed in an instant. Therefore, both morally and logically, all the major families have made their positions clear, obey the instructions of the state in everything. If things had only progressed to this point, it would have been perfectly ideal. However, the truth will eventually come out. The news somehow leaked online, and the conclusion that the newly produced fine wine, Spring Breeze, is very likely to dispel bad luck, was spread to the internet. This immediately made the lords of the Great Han Kingdom restless. Really? Is the source reliable? Where's the wine? Where is it? Has anyone tried it? Did it succeed? Wah! If it really works, my dad can be saved. Looking for suppliers, high prices. As long as the goods are genuine, the money is plentiful. There's no need to be in such a hurry. After all, the effectiveness hasn't been truly verified yet. We have to hurry. What if it's true? Anyone with a brain knows we definitely won't get this kind of wine. Exactly. If there's even a 1 in 10,000 chance, we should take the gamble. In the next few minutes, the news continued to spread at an astonishing speed. This topic has started being discussed in various group chats and circles. The Great Han Kingdom Cyber Information Department immediately intervened and began to take control. But it was a little too late. This news has spread overseas. This is even more serious. The news first reached South Korea, and South Korea was in an uproar. Such a thing exists? Such wine exists? It's fake, right? How could it be? The effect is outrageous. What if it's true? Would the Great Han Kingdom share it with us? Naive! The Great Han Kingdom has so many more lords than we do, they don't even have enough for themselves. What can we do? We need it too. The Great Han Kingdom cannot swallow this up all by itself, can it? We don't have enough manpower. Let's post it on YouTube and let everyone know. Great idea! Thus, a video titled, "The Great Han Kingdom has mastered a fine wine that can dispel evil spirits," was uploaded to YouTube with great fanfare. As soon as the video was released, its views skyrocketed and it quickly made it to the YouTube homepage. Now the whole world knows. What happened? Can the ominous aura be dispelled? Our nation's pillar-level generals are saved. My God! Unbelievable! The Great Han Kingdom. I need to go to the Great Han Kingdom. Immediately. Right now. The Lord's emotions reached their peak in an instant. Ordinary people were equally overjoyed. The Lord is responsible for defending against the monstrous beasts. Ordinary people, on the other hand, could only live a relatively stable life under the protection of their lords. Now that the Lord's problem of misfortune has been resolved, the ordinary people naturally feel more at ease. However, this topic is destined to be discussed beyond the lords and ordinary people. Leaders from various countries couldn't sit still when they saw the eye-catching video on the YouTube homepage. The Great Han Kingdom has made such a breakthrough. Why didn't we receive the news immediately? Are they guarding against us? What happened to the Disaster Relief Beast Alliance? Is this the appropriate course of action for the Great Han Kingdom? Is their lord's life precious, but our lord's life isn't? As a result, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs phone lines were ringing off the hook for the next 10 minutes. The people at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Great Han Kingdom were dumbfounded. The people in the Han Dynasty's military supply department were also dumbfounded. The people in the Great Han Kingdom's cybersecurity department were even more worried. What is this? How long has it been? The whole world knows. Despite anticipating the potential leak and taking timely action, the news spread far too quickly. 99.9999% is under control, just 0.00001%, just one piece of information, just one piece of information. So, because one piece of information wasn't prevented, things turned out like this. Mine, all of them are mine. I am guilty. Even so, the saying, 3 men can make a tiger, has been implemented far too thoroughly in this matter. The Great Han Kingdom's assessment was that it was very likely to be able to remove the calamity. Never able to remove the calamity. It's certainly not the case that, as later questioned by leaders of various countries, they had long ago mastered the means to dispel the evil spirits. There's no way around it. It happened today, so we have to deal with it. Today is destined to be an unsettling day. At this time, Zhao Yun was in his territory and was naturally unaware of the current situation on Earth. There are 4 days left before the battle lines on Earth begin to open. He had no intention of returning to Earth before the battle lines were opened. Teleportation has a 24-hour cooldown period, so it can't be used carelessly. At that moment, he was pondering a question. That is, since Earth attributes slimes have the opportunity to learn Earth element construction after reaching level 20. What about water-type slimes? Ice-type slimes? Fire-type and lightning-type slimes? Wouldn't that also allow one to comprehend the structure of water, ice, fire, and lightning elements? Water elements can be used to create artificial rivers and lakes. Ice can be used to make ice sculptures? Or simply to make ice cubes for cooling? To make cold drinks? A fire attribute structure, at the very least it can serve as a furnace in a blacksmith shop, right? Lightning attribute structures are the most practical. They can be used to generate electricity. He became more and more excited as he thought about it. Slimes are great. Slimes are incredibly useful. However, all of the above are currently just his conjectures. To verify this, he still needs to conduct some practical work. So he summoned the leaders of his 4 elemental slimes: fire, water, thunder, and ice. They were given their only task for the near future: upgrade. With upgrades in mind, the warehouse is stocked with energy jelly. Eat as much as you want. During this period, the Earth Motherstone's spirits will only be open to them. The 4 slimes jumped for joy upon receiving the mission. As slimes, they are the weakest in the stronghold. Normally, no matter what kind of work they do, other residents don't bring them along, feeling that they can't help. Heroes train exclusive units, but they don't bring them along. For example, Firebeard selected the gold-eating rat as his exclusive unit for training. Ellie selected the cauliflower beast as her exclusive unit for training. Although Wuji and Wenji haven't decided on their exclusive unit yet, given their higher hero levels, they definitely won't choose slimes as their exclusive unit. In this way, they lost another way to become stronger. As fellow subjects under Zhao Yun, they were all busy and growing stronger, while the others remained stagnant and made no contribution, which made them very upset. Now it's all good. Zhao Yun opened up the Earth Motherstone Essence Bed and the energy jelly to them. In this way, they can become stronger. Becoming stronger will make me useful and able to help the Lord. More importantly, Zhao Yun himself said that this was a mission. Completing the mission is also a contribution to the base. This feeling is amazing. Call out. Whoosh! Call out! The 4 slimes accepted the task very seriously and hopped away. Well, we still have half a day. Since we're just killing time, why don't we go south and check on the 3rd Thunder Gathering Tower? After a moment's thought, Zhao Yun stood up and prepared to leave. However, as soon as he pushed open the door, something unexpected happened. Raindrops fell from the sky, splashing onto the ground and creating countless small dots. Is it raining? Zhao Yun blinked. Since he arrived on this planet, the weather has been sunny and bright. Even when he returned to the stronghold and entered the Lord's Manor just now, the weather was perfectly normal. How could it suddenly start raining? He looked up at the sky with curiosity and found that the sky, which had just been a little dim, was starting to turn dark quickly. That's right, it turns black. The clouds, which were originally white, have turned gray. The gray clouds turn black. As their colors change, they also continue to expand. Soon, the entire sky turned pitch black. Zhao Yun instinctively sensed that something was wrong. Because the sky looked nothing like a light drizzle. The very next moment he had this idea. Boom! Dozens of bolts of lightning struck down simultaneously. For a fleeting moment, the entire world was bathed in daylight. A dozen or so trees not far from the outpost caught fire after being struck by lightning. Immediately, large raindrops began to fall densely. Stop working! Go back to your homes to avoid the rain! He immediately left the Lord's mansion and gave orders to the people who were still working hard. Woo! Bear Big, carrying the log, let out a reluctant whimper. Before long, he and Xiong Air and Xiong San will be able to upgrade the training ground. Stop working! Go back and take shelter from the rain! Zhao Yun took 2 steps forward and spoke even louder. The heavy rain had completely soaked him, and even his voice was almost drowned out. Woo! Xiongde then put down the wood and ran towards its home. On the other side, Wenji was also in the rain, directing everyone to stop work and take shelter from the rain. Who else? Did anyone get lost? Zhao Yun raised his left arm above his head and shouted at Wenji. In just a short while, the rain got even heavier. I just went to the mines and fishing grounds. The Maruru tribe has a protective barrier, so there are no problems. Wenji's answer put Zhao Yun's mind at ease. Achoo! Zhao Yun couldn't help but sneeze as he returned to the Lord's Manor. The rain was extremely cold, feeling about 0 degrees Celsius. Even with his current physical condition, he felt something was wrong after being in the rain for a while. But at this moment, he couldn't care less about any of that. Because he heard some sounds that made him feel uneasy. He opened the wooden window, and through the heavy curtain of rain, his fears came true. Many buildings within the outpost began to creak and groan under the onslaught of the torrential rain. Although the buildings within the base are all constructed of F-grade wood, ordinary heavy rain cannot cause them much damage. But things are different now. The raindrops, which were just the size of beans a moment ago, are now the size of eggs. Every raindrop that falls on a building is equivalent to the building being hit by a water ball the size of an egg. This isn't right. It hasn't been long, and the buildings inside the stronghold are already showing signs of abnormality. It's uncertain whether the rain will continue to get heavier. If it continues to grow, the buildings within the stronghold could very well be destroyed in this downpour. Without the protection of the buildings, the safety of the people is not guaranteed. What to do? The nearest cave is half an hour away from the outpost. He clenched his fists, his heart pounding with anxiety, his mind racing. Whoosh! Wenji's figure suddenly appeared inside the lord's manor. My lord, please move the barrier of the Maruru tribe over. Between two evils, choose the lesser. The Maruru tribe's buildings are much easier to rebuild. But what if the stronghold buildings are destroyed? As soon as he finished speaking, the semi-transparent teleportation beacon in the center of the stronghold lit up. Red leaves and red makeup led a group of Maruru people to the stronghold. As soon as she appeared, Hongye pressed the barrier stone in her hand to the ground. Buzz! An invisible barrier slowly unfolded, continuously blocking the rainwater from flowing outwards. Soon, the barrier enveloped the entire stronghold. The torrential rain pounded down on the barrier, creating a deafening roar, but the stronghold inside the barrier returned to calm. Why are you here? Zhao Yun hurriedly went out. You brought the barrier with you, what will happen to the village? Hongye smiled gently. The village can be rebuilt, but this is where the Lord resides, and there must be no mishaps here. Moreover, we have brought the most important things with us. Look! Hongxiu showed the other tribespeople the large radish she was holding in her arms. Zhao Yun felt the warmth in her heart as she thought of you all, but her nose tingled slightly. The village where the Maruru clan lives may not look particularly remarkable, and it doesn't have any outstanding buildings, but it is full of historical charm. That is the habitat of the Maruru clan, their ancestral land. But now, in order to protect their stronghold, they have taken over the barrier that was used to protect their ancestral land without hesitation. My lord, this rain came suddenly. It's a rare, freezing downpour. This kind of downpour starts as just rain, but after about a day, it turns into hail. The damage increases dramatically. Moreover, this is not the most troublesome part. Although the freezing rain is highly destructive, it also contains a strong vitality. Therefore, there is a high probability that it will attract powerful ice-type creatures to enjoy this natural gift. For example, the three-legged ice phoenix. The three-legged ice phoenix? Upon hearing this name, Wenji, who was usually composed, trembled with her right hand, and her folding fan fell to the ground. Chapter 68 The three-legged ice phoenix who likes to eat vegetables? What's wrong? Zhao Yun looked surprised. This was the first time he had ever seen Wenji so out of sorts. The three-legged ice phoenix is an SSSS rank monster, Wenji said in a somewhat hoarse voice. What? Zhao Yun's heart jumped. It's still unknown whether they can successfully deal with the S-rank Void Thunder Beast. Now they say an SSSS rank monster is coming? Isn't this going to kill someone? You should know that even such powerful beings as the Crimson Flame Dragon and the Fiery Sun Bird are only SSS in rank. Three-legged Ice Phoenix, SSSS rank, what does that mean? They could probably wipe out the entire stronghold with a flap of their wings. Wrong. Zhao Yun suddenly realized something and looked at Hongye. Since the three-legged Ice Emperor is an SSSS rank monster, how come you? Although he hadn't finished speaking, Hongye understood what Zhao Yun meant. She smiled and said, My lord, there's no need to worry too much. In fact, we've dealt with the three-legged Ice Phoenix 3 times in the past 10 years. Although it is very strong, it has never harmed us. Is that so? Hearing Hongye's words, Zhao Yun relaxed a little. However, Wenji immediately raised the question. According to records, the three-legged Ice Phoenix is indeed relatively gentle and rarely launches an attack. However, even if such powerful beings don't actively attack but merely roam the area, the frost power they carry is something that not just any creature can withstand. Vice Lord, you are indeed learned, that is certainly true. Hongye affirmed Wenji's statement, and continued. Although the three-legged Ice Phoenix did not attack our Maruru clan, it possesses astonishing frost power. Its mere existence is enough to make it difficult for us to withstand. But as long as it is provided with its favorite food, it will voluntarily restrain its frost power. In this way, although the power of frost remains formidable, we can barely hold on. Favorite food? Wenji looked puzzled. Doesn't the three-legged Ice Phoenix feed on the power of ice and frost in nature? How can we provide that? Hongye smiled and said, My lord, you misunderstand. The food I am referring to is not the power of frost, but the home-cooked dishes of our Maruru clan. Home-style dishes? Zhao Yun and Hongye said in unison. Yes, Hongye said with a look of reminiscence. When we first encountered the three-legged Ice Phoenix, our entire clan thought it was the end of the world. Even more terrifying, it actually broke through our barrier and entered our territory. Just when we decided to fight to the death, it simply went into a small hut and ate all the food on the table. Even after the freezing rain continued, it continued to absorb the frost's power contained in the rain. But every day, it would come to the village and have a meal of the tribe's food. Does this really guarantee that we can live in peace? Wenji asked, utterly astonished. Yes. Hongye nodded with certainty. As long as she provided it with home-cooked meals, there would be no problem. Then what about the ingredients for home-style dishes? Wenji asked again. I brought it. Hongxiu patted the large radish in her arms. Last time, because there weren't enough radishes, Sister Bing Wang didn't seem to be full. This time, she can definitely eat her fill. Hongye added. The radish is the main ingredient, and we brought the other ingredients as well, so please rest assured, Lady Wenji. If this is all it takes to avoid an attack, that would be wonderful. Wenji nodded slightly, but her expression remained solemn. Reason told her that this approach was not safe. But faced with overwhelming power, she couldn't think of any other way to protect the stronghold. The torrential rain continues. The raindrops have already grown to the size of basketballs. Even through the barrier, one could feel the terror of this torrential rain. As the torrential rain continued, the temperature began to drop sharply. Zhao Yun took out a thermometer, which showed a temperature of -14 degrees Celsius. Hongye reminded, My lord, the freezing rain will last for at least a week. We need to keep replenishing the barrier's energy. Zhao Yun nodded. Maintaining the barrier naturally requires an energy supply. Especially with impacts like this, where the temperature remains below freezing and the impact of torrential rain is extremely high, the energy consumption is enormous. Fortunately, the Starry Sky barrier of the Marura clan is an attribute-free barrier. Both ores with and without attributes can provide energy. Thanks to Lao Jin and his team's hard work during this period, he has a considerable amount of ore reserves. He piled the ore near the barrier stone to temporarily solve the barrier's energy supply problem, but then another problem arose. That is, the Starry Sky barrier can only resist attacks, but it cannot resist the drop in temperature. As the temperature continued to drop, many residents within the stronghold began to shiver. Call out. Dehua jumped in front of Zhao Yun, patted himself on the shoulder, and volunteered. Then, it commanded the water attribute slimes to disperse in an orderly manner, and then begin to condense fire element. Call out. As they strained and exerted their strength, visible flames immediately appeared around them. Temperatures are also starting to rise in some areas. Woo! Click! Precisely! The Xiantu bear, the gold-eating rat, and the Kaihua beast instinctively surrounded the area upon seeing the firelight. The warmth brought by the fire element made them noticeably more comfortable. Ha ha! Firebeard wasn't about to be outdone. With a loud bang, the heavy hammer slammed down, and the fire in the blacksmith's furnace rose high, adding warmth to the outpost. I'll lead the tribesmen to make some radish soup for everyone, Hongye suggested. We've gotten through the previous few freezing rainstorms like this. I'll help too. Ellie raised her hand. As the manager of the botanical garden and the head of the winery, she was unwilling to just stand by and watch. Zhao Yun smiled and nodded. The freezing rain came suddenly, but fortunately the people and heroes in the stronghold were united. This atmosphere made him feel very at ease. Just as he was thinking this, a gust of wind blew by, making him shiver. No, I need to eat something hot to warm myself up too. He crossed his arms and followed Hongye and Ellie, walking quickly toward the cafeteria. He brought a lot of supplies with him when he returned to his territory this time, just to see if there was anything like energy jelly that could have a wonderful effect on some kind of monster. These supplies included a significant amount of meat and vegetables from Earth. One thing after another happened, and I forgot about the experiment. It's so cold now, it's really inhumane to make everyone continue working. Since work has been suspended, I might as well use the ingredients I brought to cook something delicious for everyone. It would be a way for me, as the Lord, to give back to my people. Children from poor families learn to be independent early. As the eldest son in the family, he is quite confident in his culinary skills. While I certainly can't reach the level of a professional chef, I can still manage to cook everyday dishes quite well. When they arrived at the cafeteria kitchen, Hongye, Hongzhuang, Hongxiu, and Ellie had already started working. Zhao Yun, on the other hand, went to the other side alone and took out the ingredients from the Lord's space. Pork belly, beef brisket, tomatoes, potatoes, and bell peppers. My lord, you can cook? Wenji appeared beside Zhao Yun at some point, looking at the ingredients laid out on the cutting board with surprise. It's alright, you can try my cooking later, Zhao Yun said with a smile. Wenji looked on with anticipation. Since the Lord is personally cooking, Wenji will definitely enjoy it. Me too. Kiri's voice suddenly rang out from the corner of the kitchen. Zhao Yun glanced back at Wuji, feeling quite surprised. Unexpectedly, this swordsman, who usually seems indifferent to everything, is quite interested in food. Good! He rolled up his sleeves and got to work with renewed energy. As a skilled cook, Zhao Yun prepared dishes very quickly. In less than 3 minutes, a plate of hot and sour shredded potatoes was ready. Come on! Try it and see how it tastes! Crisp but not hard, tender but not soft, with a perfect balance of sour and spicy, delicious! Wenji gave it a very high rating after just one bite. This made Zhao Yun a little embarrassed. Following suit, Wuji also picked up a piece of food with her chopsticks and put it in her mouth. After a moment of hesitation, she uttered 2 words. Delicious, more. Zhao Yun smiled and said, If you like it, eat it while it's hot, otherwise it won't taste good when it gets cold. Wenji and Wuji picked up their chopsticks again at the same time. What? What? Curious Hongxiu ran over, her little nose twitching, her eyes widening immediately. What food? It smells so good. Come, have a taste? Wenji stepped aside to let Hongxiu try the flavor. After taking a bite, Hongxiu stuck out her little tongue and flapped it repeatedly. So spicy! So spicy! But it's so delicious! I want more! Ha! Zhao Yun couldn't help but laugh. Hongxiu, don't disturb the Lord! Hongzhuang strode over, seemingly intending to grab Hongxiu. As soon as they got close, they were immediately drawn in by the unique aroma of hot and sour shredded potatoes. Huh! This dish? Just as she began to have some questions, Hongxiu tiptoed and handed her a chopstick. Before Hongzhuang could express her dissatisfaction, she was immediately attracted by the taste coming from her lips and teeth, and unconsciously chewed a couple of times. Immediately afterwards, she reacted in a similar way to Hongxiu, exclaiming, Wow! It's so spicy! But why do I still want to eat it? Zhao Yun couldn't help but laugh again. Hot and sour shredded potatoes, as the name suggests, is both sour and spicy, but in fact it only uses a small bird's eye chili, so the spiciness is very limited. At least Fumiki and Kiri didn't show any obvious reaction to this. However, Hongxiu and Hongzhuang's reactions were a bit too exaggerated. Could it be? Are the Marura clan particularly sensitive to spicy food? A plate of shredded potatoes isn't a large portion. With them sharing the food, the plate was empty in no time. Not only were all the shredded potatoes eaten, but even the shredded green and red peppers and the small red chilies that were served as side dishes were left behind. Meanwhile, Zhao Yun had already started preparing the second dish. My lord, this time it's not hot and sour shredded potatoes, Wenji said, watching with longing eyes, her tone revealing a slight disappointment. Hongxiu licked her lips. What dish are you making this time? Will it taste better than hot and sour shredded potatoes? Still want to eat? Hongzhuang tugged at Hongxiu and started walking back. I brought you here to work, not to eat. Zhao Yun smiled and continued with her work. This time, he made sweet and sour pork tenderloin, which is also one of his signature dishes. Cut the meat, marinate it, coat it with starch, and deep fry it. At this stage, the golden yellow pieces of pork tenderloin have already appeared. Zhao Yun turned his head to start making the broth, but found Wenji and Wuji sandwiching him between them, their eyes fixed on the golden pieces of pork tenderloin on the wooden plate. It's not done yet, just wait a little longer, it'll be quick. Zhao Yun pushed aside the mist and continued to cook the sweet and sour sauce. Upon hearing his words, Wuji and Wenji visibly swallowed, but fortunately neither of them made any rash moves. The subsequent simmering of the sauce didn't take long either. Once the sweet and sour sauce was ready, the pork tenderloin pieces were poured in, tossed and stirred evenly, and a plate of bright red and glossy sweet and sour pork tenderloin was complete. Wow! It looks so good! It looks delicious! Hongxiu came over again at some point, her cute face already close to the plate, almost sticking out her tongue. Try it, Zhao Yun said with a smile. As a chef, even if it's temporary, I'm always happy to see diners' anticipation for the dishes and their satisfaction after eating them. Wenji took a small, delicate bite and immediately nodded emphatically. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, sweet and sour, very flavorful, absolutely top-notch. While she was speaking, Wuji had already eaten 2 pieces and was reaching for the third with her chopsticks. At this moment, Hongxiu finally managed to grab the first piece. Although she was greedy, she was clearly very polite, waiting for Wenji and Wuji to taste it first before she started eating. Oh whoa! As she swallowed a piece of sweet and sour pork whole, her big eyes immediately widened into crescent moons. So delicious! Zhao Yun burst into laughter. Sweet and sour pork is one of his signature dishes, so its quality is naturally guaranteed. But in her opinion, Hongxiu's reaction was still a bit exaggerated. Xiu! Hongzhuang stormed over again. Clearly, Hongxiu's latest absence had angered her. Just then. Bang bang bang. A series of deep, resonant impacts came from outside. Hongzhuang's expression changed slightly. My lord, the freezing rainstorm has entered its second stage. Phase 2? Zhao Yun walked to the window and opened the wooden window. Really? What was raining before has now turned into ice. Large chunks of ice, each the size of a fist, rained down on the stronghold, creating the sound we had just heard. Such noises clearly made the people in the stronghold extremely uneasy, and they all gathered towards the canteen where Zhao Yun was, seeking a sense of security. Hongye then came to Zhao Yun's side and reminded him. My lord, the freezing rain has entered its second stage, which means that the arrival of the three-legged ice phoenix is not far away. As they were speaking, a loud phoenix cry pierced through the freezing rain and the barrier, reaching everyone's ears. Clang! Chapter 69 I'm hungry. It's it! Hongye immediately confirmed. You've arrived so early this time? Hongzhuang seemed quite surprised. Where is it? Zhao Yun looked around for a long time but couldn't find the three-legged ice phoenix. There! Hongye pointed to the northwest sky. Despite Hongye pointing the way, Zhao Yun looked in that direction but still couldn't find it. Until, after staring at it for several seconds, he vaguely saw a very conspicuous little blue dot through the dense hail. The little blue dot rapidly grew larger and soon arrived above the stronghold, reaching the size of a domesticated hen. Is it? Zhao Yun asked again, somewhat uncertain. It's this one, Hongye affirmed again. So tiny. Zhao Yun smirked, offering the following assessment. It's no wonder he thinks that way, it's just that. The three-legged ice phoenix before us was far too small compared to the crimson flame flying dragon and the blazing sun divine bird. There was absolutely no sense of oppression from SSSS rank monsters. Not only did he lack any imposing presence in terms of physique, he also failed to exude the expected aura. Until Zhao Yun cast the detection spell. Name, three-legged ice phoenix. Status, unemployed. Category, monster. Rank, SSSS. Grade? Strength? Endurance? Wisdom? Spirit? Speed? Talent? Skill? Description: the proud daughter of Han Yuan and Shuangtian, a pure and aloof three-legged frosty crystal phoenix, she never bothers to bully the weak unless a living being deliberately offends her frosty majesty. Alright. It's another question mark surrounding the entire board. Fortunately, it can be seen from the description that the three-legged ice phoenix will not take the initiative to attack weak beings. This aligns perfectly with what Hongye said. Clang! The three-legged ice phoenix let out a clear cry, spread its wings, and the hailstones falling from the sky above the stronghold instantly shattered, turning into specks of blue light that swirled and converged towards it. Soon, these blue dots of light formed an ice-blue vortex. The dark clouds in the sky seemed to transform into energy conduits, continuously supplying energy to the three-legged ice phoenix deep within the vortex. Zhao Yun watched this scene unfold, his mouth involuntarily agape. Exaggerate. That's outrageous. The fiery sun bird and the crimson flame dragon were already powerful enough in his eyes, but the three-legged ice phoenix in front of him was far stronger than the former two. As time went by, the icy blue vortex expanded rapidly, seemingly reaching the heavens and the earth. This is like feeding directly on the heavens and earth. No wonder Wenji was startled when she heard the words. Three-legged ice phoenix. If such beings harbor ill intentions towards them, then any resistance they may mount will be futile. The first feeding is about to end. Hongye's tone became urgent as she directed her people. Prepare the food, she'll be coming down soon. Ready! Led by Hongzhuang, the Marura tribe members quickly and neatly arranged the dishes. Zhao Yun glanced at it and nodded secretly. Although these are all vegetarian dishes, they are very well presented, full of artistry, and exquisitely unique. In each dish, not only were the side dishes individually shaped, but the main dish, a large radish, was also carved. But speaking of taste, at least he couldn't see much trace of cooking. He felt it was highly questionable how well uncooked dishes could actually taste. Clang! The three-legged ice phoenix let out a clear cry once more. At this moment, just as Hongye had said, its first swallowing was over. The hailstorm that had recently seemed like the end of the world has completely disappeared. The dark clouds in the sky all fell silent. However, judging from the way they are still rolling around violently, they are most likely temporarily gathering their strength. Whoosh! Zhao Yun suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. His eyes met those of the three-legged ice phoenix. Lord of this realm, I am hungry. Have your Marura tribe bring out the prepared dishes. A very pleasant female voice rang in Zhao Yun's heart. Having experience communicating with the Crimson Flame Dragon before, this tactic didn't surprise him much. What intrigued him was that the three-legged ice phoenix actually knew his identity as a lord. Furthermore, she knew that the Marura tribe had prepared a meal for her. Red leaves. At his command, the Marura tribe lined up and walked out of the canteen, each carrying a dish in their hands. Call. The three-legged ice phoenix transformed into a streak of ice-blue light, and arrived inside the barrier in an instant. Although she was clearly in the form of a bird, the way she tasted the food, in Zhao Yun's eyes, possessed an inexplicable nobility and elegance. But despite the seemingly slow and deliberate movements, the actual eating speed was not slow at all. In less than 5 minutes, all 24 dishes prepared by the Marura clan were gone. Your Excellency Ice Phoenix, are you satisfied with the dishes prepared for you this time? Hongye asked respectfully. The three-legged ice phoenix didn't speak, but nodded almost imperceptibly. Upon seeing this, the entire Marura clan breathed a sigh of relief. Those with experience knew that feedback from the three-legged ice phoenix meant they had passed the test. That way, the entire base will be safe. However, after nodding, the three-legged ice phoenix immediately turned its gaze to Zhao Yun in the cafeteria. Lord of this realm, there are clearly other dishes available. Why don't you bring them out for me to try? Other dishes? Zhao Yun paused for a moment, then hesitantly picked up the plate of sweet and sour pork that was already mostly eaten. You mean this? The three-legged ice phoenix didn't speak, but its unwavering gaze said it all. The Marura clan's hearts jumped into their throats. I thought I had passed the test, but who knew that another setback would occur? The Lord was indeed holding a dish, but that dish had already been eaten. Who would have thought that the three-legged ice phoenix would be interested in it? If she is unhappy about this, then... Hongye took a deep breath, preparing to steel herself and take the vegetables to the three-legged ice phoenix, when suddenly... In the blink of an eye, the three-legged ice phoenix appeared in front of Zhao Yun. This greatly frightened Wuji, and the people in the dining hall. Whoosh! Wuji's sword was drawn. Ha! Firebeard gripped the hammer with both hands and took a step forward. Woo! Click! Precisely! Chirp! Oh! All the heroes and their people instantly assumed battle stance. Zhao Yun is their lord. Even a three-legged ice phoenix of the SSSS rank is unacceptable if it threatens the lord. Lord Ice Phoenix! Wenji held her folding fan level, her voice trembling slightly but resolute, and said, Please stay away from my lord! The three-legged ice phoenix glanced at them, its deep blue pupils showing no emotion. In that brief moment, Zhao Yun felt his mouth go dry. He had absolutely no idea about the strength of the three-legged ice phoenix. If a conflict occurs, our side will be wiped out instantly. Even if he summoned the Crimson Flame Dragon with his dragon scales to fight against such a being, it would probably be to no avail. Just as his heart was in his throat and his brain was working frantically to think of a way to ease the situation, the three-legged ice phoenix had already withdrawn its gaze, stretched out its slender neck, and pecked a piece of sweet and sour pork into its mouth. Then came the second, third, and fourth pieces. And then, that was it. Is there more? I want more. The voice of the three-legged ice phoenix appeared in Zhao Yun's heart once again. Wait a moment! Zhao Yun forced down her unease and began cooking. Cut the meat, marinate, coat with starch, and deep fry. The steps were exactly the same as before, but the mindset was very different. Because the three-legged ice phoenix, an SSSS rank being, was watching from the sidelines. At the same time, fine beads of sweat appeared on Wenji's forehead. With the arrival of the three-legged ice phoenix and the temperature dropping again to below -20 degrees Celsius, she actually started sweating. Simmer the sauce until thickened, then add the fried pork tenderloin, toss it in the pan, and serve. Another steaming plate of sweet and sour pork is ready. The moment the dish was placed in front of the three-legged ice phoenix, it began to eat. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. The sweet and sour pork tenderloin was rapidly decreasing. In less than a minute, the entire plate of sweet and sour pork was gone. Absolutely delicious. The three-legged ice phoenix nodded to Zhao Yun. I have never eaten such delicious food before. Thank you for the compliment. Zhao Yun breathed a slight sigh of relief. He could tell that the three-legged ice phoenix's tone had softened considerably. This is a very good sign. I see there are many other ingredients there. Do you know how to cook other dishes? Make some for me to try. Upon hearing her request, Zhao Yun could only manage a bitter smile. Although the tone was softened, it was still unquestionable. Of course, he had no choice. Let's do it. Circumstances are beyond our control. Who made their territory so abnormal? They keep getting SSS and SSSS ratings all the time. What are SS rank calamity beasts compared to them? They're all utterly weak. Sometimes I think it's really hard to say whether the environment on Earth or Planet Zero is worse. If I had to put it into words, it seems that being on Planet Zero is more like being in hell. Under the watchful eye of the three-legged ice phoenix, Zhao Yun then proceeded to prepare braised pork, shredded pork with garlic sauce, kung pao chicken, sweet and sour pork, and braised eggplant. A total of 10 dishes. Every dish that was prepared was devoured by the three-legged ice phoenix in no time. Just as Zhao Yun was preparing to complete the 11th step, the three-legged ice phoenix spoke again. I love every dish you make. But as the lord of this realm, I cannot go too far. So let's stop here for now. I came here to shield your stronghold from the freezing rain, which can be considered a favor. Consider the dishes you just prepared as your reward to me. Yes, that's it. After saying that, she transformed into a streak of light and reappeared in midair. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky seemed to have regrouped and gathered energy, and huge hailstones poured down again. However, in the face of the icy blue vortex, these hailstones were still like eggs hitting a rock. The moment it entered the vortex, it turned into an ice-blue speck of light, becoming part of the vortex, and was then absorbed by the three-legged ice phoenix at the center of the vortex. This time, the hail lasted much longer. A full hour later, the dark clouds in the sky finally subsided. The moment the hail stopped, the three-legged ice phoenix entered the barrier again. This time, it came directly to Zhao Yun and asked, I'm a little tired. Is there anything else to eat? Zhao Yun was utterly speechless. Tired? Are you tired of talking to me about your SSSS rank? Only an hour has passed. You don't have to eat this often. But upon reflection, what it said before made a lot of sense. In any case, its appearance did protect the stronghold from the freezing rain, so it's reasonable to reward it. Although, the compensation seemed a bit strange. So for the next hour or so, Zhao Yun went back into cooking mode. Mapo tofu, stir-fried pork with chili peppers, pickled fish, beef with potatoes, and beef brisket with tomatoes. One dish after another was served, and the three-legged ice phoenix accepted them all without hesitation. Well, this is your payment for this time. You seem a little tired, so let's call it a day. You know I'm tired? Zhao Yun internally complained loudly. Although cooking for an hour doesn't make you physically tired, it definitely makes you mentally tired. Anyone would feel psychological pressure if they were being watched by such a powerful being. The three-legged ice phoenix seemed not to hear his thoughts, and returned to midair to deal with the next round of hail. This time, the hail lasted longer. 3 hours later, the dark clouds in the sky finally dispersed. As everyone expected, the three-legged ice emperor has returned. Zhao Yun once again entered cooking mode. The people were becoming somewhat numb. Even the heroes were numb. At least for now, the three-legged ice phoenix is not ferocious. But it seemed to especially like the dishes Zhao Yun made. In some ways, shouldn't this also be considered a form of bullying? Over the next 3 days, the dark clouds took longer and lasted longer each time they gathered. According to Hongye, this sudden freezing rainstorm is finally almost over. Upon hearing this news, Zhao Yun was undoubtedly the happiest person. Because of him, I can finally shed my identity as a chef. For the past 3 days, the three-legged ice phoenix has treated him like her personal chef. After 3 days, she had eaten almost all the food he had on hand. Even more frustratingly, due to the continuously dropping temperature, the construction of the outpost has made no progress at all in the past 3 days. This made him especially upset. After all, with each passing day, the arrival of the Void Thunder Beast is 1 day closer. If they are not strong enough, even if they have not died from the three-legged ice phoenix now, they may very well die at the hands of the void thunder-devouring beast. Another day passed, and after the three-legged ice phoenix absorbed the ice cones and pillars once more, the dark clouds in the sky finally dissipated. The sky has returned to its previous blue sky and white clouds. Are those golden rays falling from the sky sunlight? No. That's not it. That was the glimmer of hope. But before he could even rejoice, the three-legged ice emperor appeared before Zhao Yun once again. Having dealt with her so many times, Zhao Yun knew what to do without her saying a word. Reluctantly, I could only cook her another meal with the leftovers. Seeing the three-legged ice emperor nod in satisfaction, he felt his soul ascend. It's finally over. I'm finally free. That's awesome. As the three-legged ice emperor transformed into a streak of blue light and flew into the sky, Zhao Yun immediately waved his right hand. Goodbye. Goodbye forever. But then his gaze went blank. Because the three-legged ice phoenix didn't fly very far at all. She blew her breath into the woods next to the stronghold, transforming a small grove of trees into an ice palace. Then, under Zhao Yun's gaze, she walked into the palace at the very center and top. Chapter 70 Going Mad. This. Not only was Zhao Yun stunned, but the heroes inside the stronghold were also stunned. What's going on with this three-legged ice phoenix? The freezing rain has passed, and the vegetables have been eaten, so why isn't it leaving? It's even built a nest next to its stronghold. She must be tired and wants to rest for a while? Ellie forced a smile, trying to think of the best possible outcome. However, Wenji directly shattered this idea, saying, judging from the current situation, she definitely doesn't want to rest temporarily, but rather wants to stay here for a long time. The Ice Phoenix Palace she's building now is its symbol. Ah! Ellie's forced smile crumbled, turning into a bitter laugh. Firebeard also looked helpless. As a fire tribute hero, he genuinely has no interest in water or ice attributes. Hongya had a guess. Could it be because the Lord's cooking is so delicious that she wants to stay here a little longer? Homeswang nodded with absolute certainty. Ever since she tasted the Lord's cooking, she hasn't tried any of our dishes. It would have been better if they hadn't brought it up, but once they did, Zhao Yun felt like he had shot himself in the foot. When is it not good to cook? Why do it at this particular time? Now, there's a powerful figure right next to our stronghold that we can't afford to mess with. If he's ever in a bad mood, one sneeze can turn the entire outpost into ice shards. What troubled him even more was that the battlefront offensive and defensive campaign of the Great Han Kingdom was about to begin tomorrow. Considering the preparations made beforehand, he will be going back today. Knowing the inside story, Wenji saw his worry and comforted him, saying, My lord, please do whatever you need to do. The three-legged ice phoenix is far beyond our current capabilities to defeat. Considering this, we actually have nothing to worry about. On the bright side, this also gave us an opportunity to befriend her. If we can forge a deeper bond, she might even become the guardian deity of our base. Guardian deity! Upon hearing this word, Huasu, Ellie, Hongya, and the others' eyes immediately lit up. A guardian deity of SSS rank. That's so reassuring. Zhao Yun nodded noncommittally. Whether you're worried or not is one thing, but what Wenji said is indeed true. When you lack the strength, thinking too much is useless. Given the current situation, treating the three-legged ice phoenix as if it doesn't exist might be the best option. Moreover, after she built the Ice Phoenix Palace, the temperature within the stronghold area, although still low, began to rise rapidly. At this rate, it won't take more than a day for the people in the stronghold to regain the conditions to continue working. It was 2 p.m. During this period, Zhao Yun kept a close eye on the movements of the three-legged ice phoenix. But so far, she has not done anything unusual and has remained in her palace without going out. This put his mind at ease. After explaining some things to Wenji, he went to the tavern and took a look, but still did not find any new heroes. I recruited 3 heroes on the first day. Did I use up all my good luck? He chuckled to himself and walked out of the tavern. In fact, he knew very well that it was normal for the tavern not to spawn any heroes. The fact that 3 heroes visited at the same time that day was simply a stroke of incredible luck. On the other hand, after the freezing rain ended, the temperature rose faster than he had expected. Around 3 p.m., according to the thermometer, the temperature at the base had risen to -5 degrees Celsius. Although the temperature is still not warm, it is at least no longer affecting normal activities. After 3 days of rest, the residents, who had been thinking about the sudden interruption of their work, are now eager to get back to work. After taking one last look at the revitalized stronghold, Zhao Yun activated teleportation within the Lord's manor. Buzz. A few seconds later, Zhao Yun appeared at home. Today is Monday, and Zhou Huan is still in class at this time, so she's definitely not at home. But after walking around the house, he found that his parents were not home either. I made a phone call and learned that they had been invited to dinner by the head of the quartermaster department. Upon hearing this news, Zhou Yun's first reaction was surprise. After all, his parents weren't very good at socializing. How did I manage to get to know such a big shot in just a few days? But aside from being surprised, he didn't think too much about it. His parents had their own lives, and he didn't want to get too involved. But just as he was about to hang up, Zhou's father suddenly said, "Wait, son! You haven't eaten yet, have you? Come and eat with us. Director Mei is a very nice person." "Director Mei?" Zhou Yun laughed and said, "I think I won't go. I need to report to the United Front Work Department first because I'm going to participate in the frontline defense tomorrow." There was a brief period of static on the other end of the phone, after which Zhou's father's voice came through again. "Why bother going to the United Front Work Department? Minister Ku from the United Front Work Department is here too. He said he can let you report directly to him." "Minister Ko is here too?" Zhou Yun felt a little numb. What kind of food did they eat? The Quartermaster Department and the United Front Work Department are two truly powerful departments in the Great Han Kingdom. How could such a big shot be at the same dinner table with his parents at this time? Something just doesn't feel right. Zhou Yun didn't respond for a long time. Instead, a bold and energetic voice came from the other end of the phone. "Xiao Zhou! It's me, Kushodong.